You, who have been struggling in the Magic City for 4 years, to prove that you're not worthless, delivered takeout, worked as a mechanic, just wanting to live a little better. The system detected that the host's wealth potential is off the charts, matching it with a system that earns 1 yuan per second. After binding, you will earn 1 yuan per second, priced at only 3 dog heads. Do you want to bind? You stared at the phone screen and chuckled. You can bind the system just by posting a comment. You thought it was a scam, but your fingers mysteriously tapped 3 dog heads. Binding successful. You are now earning 1 yuan per second. Before you could react, your phone vibrated with a notification. 1 yuan credited to your bank account. 1 yuan, 1 yuan. No way, is this real? It's comparable to Neza battling Avatar. The long probe captures the bald strongman. In the next moment, a brilliant blue light screen suddenly appeared before you. Basic wealth, 1 million, current wealth, 0 yuan, earning 1 yuan per second. You were so shocked you couldn't speak, your mind racing. 1 yuan per second means 600 in a minute, 86,400 in a day, and isn't that 30 million in a year? Oh my god, just one day's earnings are comparable to a year of my hard work, and after spending reaches a million, it can upgrade again. Wouldn't that mean 1,000 per second, or even 10,000? Whatever, my life is about to turn around. At that moment, you suddenly thought, don't they usually come with a starter pack? In the next moment, the notification in your mind sounded again. How could a host with a 1 yuan per second system be beneath anyone? A new starter task has been issued, resign. Please complete your resignation by 6 p.m. tomorrow to receive a starter pack as a reward. You were so excited about resigning, you would take care of it as soon as you woke up tomorrow. The next morning, your phone rang, and you groggily answered. Hey, bro, do you see what time it is? Do you still want to keep this job? You jumped out of bed, searching for your yellow work uniform, saying, Wei, I'm getting up right now. Get a move on, or I'll dock your full attendance this month. And stop calling me Wei Gu, I'm begging you. Got it, Wei Gu. Halfway through putting on your clothes, you suddenly remembered last night's events, and your hands froze. Damn, the monkey's genes are ingrained in his bones. So you quickly summoned the system panel. Basic wealth, 1 million, current wealth, 36,052 yuan available for withdrawal. Seeing the bright 36000 plus on the panel, your smile was hard to contain. You rubbed your hands excitedly and silently thought to withdraw it all. In the next second, your phone received a message. The savings card ending in 9527 under your account received 36,052 yuan. Current balance, 124,480 yuan. Looking at the message on your phone, you couldn't contain your excitement anymore. This was all real, it wasn't a dream. Remembering the task the system issued last night regarding the starter pack, you were filled with anticipation. Then, you picked the best outfit from your limited wardrobe and put on your coolest sportswear. You grabbed your yellow work uniform and headed out, riding your beloved little electric scooter towards the station. When you arrived at the station, it was already 11 o'clock, and it was peak time for takeout orders. There was hardly anyone at the station. As soon as you walked in, you saw the station manager busy at the computer. Hey, Wei Gu, I'm here. You plopped down next to the station manager. Oh my god, what are you up to today? What time is it? Did your phone fall into the toilet? The man shot you an annoyed glance. When he saw you in your sportswear, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You were known at the station as a hard worker, hardly taking any days off just to earn that 300 yuan full attendance bonus. What was up with you today? But he didn't dwell on it and directly asked, Are you not planning to work today in that outfit? You looked shocked and said, Wei Gu, I'm planning to resign. You felt genuinely grateful to the station manager, who helped you find an affordable place when you first started working. He guided you through your work and shared various tips and experiences for delivering food, helping you quickly establish yourself at the station. So when he heard you say you wanted to resign, he thought you were joking. He reached out to touch your forehead and joked, You're not running a fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Wei Gu, I'm serious, I'm not joking. The man looked at you in confusion, knowing that just yesterday you were chatting casually, acting all cocky. You had claimed you would win the Order King this month. How could everything change overnight? He cautiously asked, Did you really find a good job? You smiled slightly and said, I just miss home. My mom called me last night, and after being away for over 4 years, I think it's time to go back and visit. Even if you're going home, you don't have to resign. As he spoke, the man seemed to understand something and fell silent. Alright, I see you're serious about resigning today. Yes, please help me with that. The man nodded. I'll let Sister Zhang know to calculate your salary. It should be in your account by this afternoon at the latest. You stood up quietly, bowed to the station manager, and said, Thank you for taking care of me these past few years, Wei Gu. The experienced man patted your shoulder and said, You're not a kid anymore. Remember to find a partner when you go back home. and don't forget to call me when you get married. Don't worry, Wei Ge, I won't forget. I'm also looking forward to your big red envelope. Get out of here, you dreamer. The two of you joked and laughed as you headed towards the door. As you stepped out of the station, the system's notification chimed in your mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the starter task. Would you like to open the starter pack? You suppressed your excitement and turned to the man. Wei Ge, let's invite the guys for a farewell dinner tonight. I'll treat. Wei Ge, no need to be polite. Just pick a place and send it to me. I'll bring the guys along. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, you hopped on your little electric scooter and slowly cruised down the street. Once back at your rental, you immediately opened the starter pack. A mechanical voice echoed in your mind. Starter pack opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a 720 square meter duplex Riverview apartment at Seaview 1 and a DBX 707 Aston Martin. You were taken aback. Isn't it a bit over the top for a newbie to jump into something like this? After all, this is Ocean View 1, located in the heart of the Lujiazui CBD, a luxury residence worth hundreds of thousands per square meter. Can someone like me really afford to live in such a place? You silently calculated in your mind that this apartment is worth at least 200 million. Wow, that's like two small goals. In the past, even if I didn't eat, drink, or sleep, I could never earn a fraction of that amount in my lifetime. After the excitement, you prepared to follow the system's prompts in your mind to handle the transfer procedures at the property management office. As for that Aston Martin, it was quietly parked in the spot at your mansion. Thinking of the mansion and the luxury car, you looked at your disheveled self in the mirror and decided you should get a haircut first. Your originally handsome face, which could have scored an 8, had now dropped to a Parisian level. You quickly went downstairs, hopped on your little electric scooter, and headed to a well-known hair salon. As soon as you walked in, a young girl approached you quickly and said, "Hello, sir. Would you like a styling or a wash and massage?" You looked around and asked, "What are the price ranges for styling?" "We have 4 price options, 588, 1,288, and 1,888, the girl replied, then went on to explain the differences between each price point. After pondering for a moment, you said, "I'll go with the 1,888 option." The girl smiled brightly and said, "Great, sir. This way, please. Let's start with a wash and massage." You followed her and lay down on the washing bed in a private room. You thought it would just be a simple wash, but to your surprise, the girl started massaging you, working from your legs to your hands, and then to your head. The girls here were all quite young, around 23 or 24 years old, each with an attractive figure and dressed quite neatly. You occasionally bumped into one of them, feeling a bit embarrassed. After about an hour of massage, you finally met your hairstylist. "Hello, handsome. I'm Kevin, the chief designer at Alpha. What kind of style are you looking for? I'm not really sure about these things. You decide." Hairstylist Kevin gave an okay sign, then took a comb and gestured on your head for a minute or two before getting to work. As expected from a chief stylist, his movements were quite swift. In just half an hour, your hairstyle transformed completely, and the previous greasy look was gone. You looked like a sunny boy. After settling the bill at the front desk, you walked out of the salon with Kevin bidding you farewell. Meanwhile, your friend arrived at the food stall and wondered, why hasn't Wei shown up yet? He wouldn't bail on us and run away with his bags, would he? Exactly. He said 7 o'clock. It's almost 7:30 now. That little rascal, when he arrives, we should make him buy a few extra bottles. Just then, a wave of laughter came from outside. This food stall was incredibly popular, especially in the evening, making it hard to get a table. When you sent the location in the afternoon, he confirmed the time and place, but now he was late. Could something have happened? While he was thinking, the private room door opened, and you peeked in, saying, "Sorry, everyone. I was so exhausted from cleaning the rental this afternoon that I fell asleep until after 6. Finally, you made it. We've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted." After chatting for a bit, you signaled the waiter to start bringing out the dishes. A colleague chimed in, "I ordered a bit of everything. If you want anything, just let them know, don't hold back. Today's motto is to eat and drink well." "Bro, you're so generous. You're treating us today." Yang Wei turned to you and asked, "Are you planning to leave tomorrow?" "I'm not leaving just yet. I plan to stay a few more days. After all these years, I haven't really explored this international metropolis. I want to take some time to wander around." Zhang Wei nodded. "Yeah, you should really take a good look around. But this time, we don't know when we'll get the chance to meet again." You smiled and thought, of course, there will be a next time, and it won't be too long from now. You wondered how your friends would react to your changes the next time they saw you, and the thought made your smile even wider. Soon, all the dishes were served: garlic prawns, a rich chicken casserole, roasted pigeon, steamed hairy crab, 3 flavors of crayfish, and 6 types of marinated seafood. The rat looked at the spread in amazement and said, this feast must cost around 1 or 2,000, right? You're living the high life, bro. The sheeptail next to you was equally surprised, knowing that you're usually quite frugal, treating every penny like two. Why are you being so extravagant today? However, they didn't know that you were making money all the time now. You could easily earn back that 1 or 2,000 before you even finished your meal. You looked at everyone and said with a smile, why make this such a big deal? Today, let's focus on having fun, regardless of the cost. Upon hearing this, the rat and the others broke into smiles, all laughing heartily. I won't get too sentimental, but if you ever need me, feel free to call anytime. Alright, let's dig in. As soon as you finished speaking, everyone started digging in. The rat held a big prawn in his left hand and a roasted pigeon in his right, eating as if he hadn't had a meal in ages. After spending over 2 hours cleaning the rental this afternoon, you were now starving. After numerous rounds of drinks and dishes, this meal lasted a full 2 hours. During that time, you ordered 2 more servings of crayfish and garlic prawns, spending a total of 2,000. However, in those 2 hours, you made a whopping 7,200. By 9:30, you spoke up, it's getting late. Let's call it a night. As you walked out of the food stall, the rat leaned over and whispered, bro, do you want to join us for some charity work? You waved your hand dismissively and said, go play somewhere else. I spend all the money I earn each month on charity. I won't go, the rat said, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Alright, then, bro. Wei and I will head out first. After they left, Yang Wei turned to you and asked, do you want me to take you back? No need, Wei. You should head back and get some rest. I can go back on my own. Alright then, I'll take off. He didn't say much more, after all. They were just 2 men and not dating, plus their places were in different directions. He waved and said, alright, take care. Just as he took a couple of steps, you suddenly called out, Wei, if you ever run into any trouble, remember to give me a call. Yang Wei smiled but said nothing, just waved goodbye as he walked away. As soon as Yang Wei entered the parking lot, he spotted a yellow SUV parked diagonally opposite his car. Even someone unfamiliar with cars could tell it was luxurious and prestigious. Compared to the other vehicles parked nearby, it was in a league of its own. Moreover, Yang Wei had some knowledge about cars and immediately recognized it as the Aston Martin DBS 707, a top-tier SUV priced at 4 to 5 million. After walking around the Aston Martin a couple of times and looking around to see that no one was watching, Yang Wei took out his phone and leaned against the front of the car to take a few selfies. Then, the man sat back in his own car to admire it, nodding in satisfaction. Just as he was about to start the engine and leave, he saw a familiar figure appear in his line of sight, leaving him somewhat puzzled. As Yang Wei was about to roll down the window to call out to you, he saw you pull a set of car keys from your pocket. As you pressed the button, the Aston Martin's lights flashed on instantly. Yang Wei's hand froze as he was about to open the window. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he watched you open the car door, get in, and drive out of the underground parking lot. It finally dawned on him that Aston Martin worth over 4 million was indeed yours. Yang Wei slapped his own forehead, finally snapping out of his shock. Wow, I had no idea you were hiding this well. We've worked together for 3 years, and only now do I find out you're a rich kid. Now, Yang Wei regarded you as a wealthy heir who had come out to gain some life experience. Thinking back to your sudden resignation, everything started to make sense. When you said you wanted to go home, it really meant your family felt you had gained enough experience and it was time to take over the family business. Recalling what you said at the food stall entrance, Yang Wei excitedly patted the steering wheel, realizing, so you're the only connection I have in the wealthy circle. The sun was high in the sky. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on Su Feng's face. Feeling the warmth on his skin, Su Feng groggily opened his eyes and saw the bright sun outside, lazily stretching. Waking up naturally is so comfortable. After lingering in bed for a while, Su Feng reluctantly climbed out. He had wanted to stay in bed a bit longer, but the persistent hunger pangs from his stomach wouldn't let him. After a quick wash, he prepared to change into some clothes and head out for a meal, especially since his fridge was completely empty and he didn't know how to cook. Looks like I need to find a professional nanny. As for cleaning, Su Feng had heard from Chen Mengyan that his apartment was equipped with a professional cleaning team that could come at any time if needed. Thinking of this, Chen Mengyan's figure, slender yet curvaceous, flashed through Su Feng's mind. It would be impossible for Su Feng to have no thoughts about Chen Mengyan. After all, he was a normal man. Who doesn't like beautiful women? Especially someone like Chen Mengyan, with both a great figure and good looks. Given Chen Mengyan's previous blatant hints, could Su Feng not understand? He may not have eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run. If he dared to speak up today, he believed Chen Mengyan would climb into his bed that night. But in the end, Su Feng suppressed his inner restlessness. Regarding this matter, Su Feng felt both anticipation and fear. After all, he was 23. Still a pure and innocent virgin. Sigh. With a slight sigh, Su Feng decided not to think too much and let things take their course. Looking at the few pieces of cheap clothing in his wardrobe, a bitter smile crossed Su Feng's face. The longest-serving piece had been with him for over 4 years, bought online when he first arrived in the city. Even the newest item was purchased a year ago. He found a fresh outfit to wear and stood in front of the mirror to check himself out. Not bad. Su Feng was the kind of person who was easy on the eyes, not particularly handsome, just a bit above average. System. Host, Su Feng Beginner Wealth God, 2020/1000000 Wealth, 90,086 yuan, pending withdrawal. Su Feng glanced at the system, noting that his experience points had increased by 2020, the 2,000 was from last night's dinner, and the 20 was for parking fees. His wealth had accumulated to 90,000 after a day, and with his savings, it was just over 200,000. Then, with a thought, he withdrew the 90,000 directly from the system. The next second, his phone buzzed with a notification of the deposit. He casually glanced at it before putting his phone in his pocket, grabbing his keys, and heading out. The Guojin building was not far from Haijing No. 1, both located in the Lujiazui business district. Su Feng didn't visit luxury stores like Gucci or Hermes, he had no interest in those luxury brands. Just a clear case of an IQ tax. After casually browsing around the first floor, he found a men's clothing store that looked decent, Brunello Cucinelli. After a quick look, Su Feng didn't recognize it and boldly walked inside. The store appeared quite spacious, with 6 sales associates, but there were hardly any customers, including Su Feng. There were only 3. A few sales associates at the front desk glanced at Su Feng, and one of the older associates said, "Xiaoli, you've only been working here for a couple of days, go attend to that young man and get some practice." Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback. She had been working here for almost a week, and there weren't many customers, usually divided among the other associates. It was said that Xiaoli was new and didn't know much, but what if she offended a customer? Unexpectedly, the sun came out from the west today, and the store manager took the initiative to arrange for her to receive customers. Though she thought about it, Xiaoli still excitedly said, "Okay, manager." After saying that, she quickly walked towards Su Feng. After Xiaoli left, a sales assistant asked in confusion, "Manager, why did you let Xiaoli receive customers?" The female store manager smiled and said, "Why? Do you think any young person can afford it? Just look at what he's wearing. It's all cheap stuff, probably only worth 200 or 300 yuan in total." After pausing for a moment, she continued, "Have you noticed? That young man has no accessories, his hair is a bit messy, his skin is a little dark, but his physique looks quite good, which suggests he likely works outdoors. I guess he's probably delivering takeout or working on a construction site." After hearing the female manager's analysis, everyone looked as if they understood now. Meanwhile, Su Feng had just spotted a few nice polo shirts when he noticed a young sales assistant hurriedly jogging towards him. "Hello, sir, welcome to BC, I'm the sales assistant Xiaoli, and I'm very happy to serve you," she said, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. Seeing this, Su Feng smiled faintly. "Hello, these clothes look pretty good. Please match them into sets for me to try on, okay?" Su Feng pointed to a few items he found appealing. Xiaoli was surprised by Su Feng's words. "What? Is there a problem?" Su Feng said with a teasing brow. Hearing Su Feng's words, Xiaoli quickly waved her hands. No problem, sir, please wait a moment, I'll match them for you right away." After taking some measurements with a tape measure, Xiaoli walked around Su Feng before she began selecting outfits. She worked quickly, and it didn't take long for several matched outfits and shoes to be laid out in front of Su Feng. "Sir, what do you think? Are there any colors you don't like?" Su Feng glanced over and found them quite nice, nodding in satisfaction. Seeing Su Feng's pleased expression, Xiaoli raised her hand to indicate the fitting room not far away. "Sir, this is our fitting room, you can try them on." "Alright." Su Feng picked up a set and walked into the fitting room. They say a person relies on their clothing, just as a horse relies on its saddle. When Su Feng changed into the clothes and stepped out of the fitting room, he was shocked by his reflection in the mirror. If his looks were an 80 before entering, now they were at least an 85. If he tidied up his messy hair, he would look even more handsome. Su Feng stood in front of the mirror, looking left and right, nodding in satisfaction. "Xiaoli, I won't try the other outfits." Hearing this, a hint of regret flashed in Xiaoli's eyes, but she still smiled and said, "Okay, sir." After saying that, she prepared to take back the other outfits and shoes, and Su Feng was momentarily stunned. I meant I want all these outfits." Su Feng's words sounded like music to Xiaoli's ears, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Really?" Instantly, she attracted the attention of many people. Xiaoli realized she was overly excited, apologized to Su Feng, and quickly walked towards the front desk with the clothes in her arms. When the female store manager learned that Su Feng bought 6 outfits, she was completely stunned. Is it trendy for rich second-generation kids to dress like beggars and play dumb? These outfits cost Su Feng a total of 120,000 yuan, averaging about 20,000 yuan for each outfit and pair of shoes. Looking at the dozen or so shopping bags, Su Feng felt a bit troubled. Sensing Su Feng's distress, Xiaoli leaned over and said, "Sir, we can help deliver them to your home." After leaving his phone number and address, Su Feng strode out in his newly bought clothes. Xiaoli stood there foolishly, staring at Su Feng's departing figure. "Xiaoli, why are you still standing here? Hurry up and deliver these clothes." The female store manager frowned slightly, thinking Xiaoli was still in a daze from the good sales performance. Xiaoli turned his head at her words. "Manager, don't rich people tend to be low-key?" The manager looked at Xiaoli in surprise, waiting for him to continue. "That guy just now, dressed simply, lives in the billion-dollar seed you know." 1. After saying this, Xiaoli carefully put the paper into his pocket, glancing at the somewhat bewildered manager, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. After leaving the men's clothing store, a slight pain crossed Su Feng's face. The International Finance Center is indeed different, a brand I've never even heard of. BC. 6 outfits cost me 120,000. If I had gone to those well-known luxury stores, it would have cost even more. But then again, this polo shirt that costs a few thousand is indeed better than the ones I usually buy for a few dozen. After a small sigh, Su Feng headed straight upstairs, his stomach growling with hunger. He found a Sichuan restaurant that was doing quite well and casually ordered 2 signature dishes, twice-cooked pork and fish-flavored shredded pork. To be honest, the cooking at this Sichuan restaurant was indeed good, especially the fish-flavored shredded pork, which was made using authentic Sichuan cooking methods. It only had simple pickled peppers, ginger, garlic, and sweet and sour sauce, without any added carrot or bamboo shoots. Su Feng polished off 4 bowls of rice with the 2 dishes, making the waiter glance at him a few more times. When he settled the bill, good grief, 258. If this had been before, it would have been enough for Su Feng to live on for a week. As he left the Sichuan restaurant, Su Feng caught a glimpse of his lush hair through the glass, stopping to smooth it down with his hand. He checked on his phone and found a well-known hair salon on the 3rd floor of the International Finance Center. Hair. As soon as he walked in, a young female greeter quickly approached him. "Hello, sir. Are you here for a hairstyle or a wash and massage?" "For a hairstyle." Su Feng scanned the place and noticed that hair was quite busy, with hardly any empty seats. "Sir, may I ask what price range you are looking for? We have 4 options, 588, 888, 1288, and 1888. The female greeter explained the differences between the various price points, and after a moment of contemplation, Su Feng said, "Then I'll go for the 1888 one. This way, please. Let's start with a wash and massage." Su Feng lay down on the wash bed like a robot, following the greeter's arrangements. So comfortable originally, Su Feng thought it would just be a simple wash, but to his surprise, the wash girl immediately started giving him a massage. It wasn't just a simple head massage, she massaged from his legs to his hands and then to his head. Interestingly, the wash girls here were all quite young, around 23 or 24, each with a curvy figure, all of them beautiful. They dressed very neatly, and from time to time, Su Feng would get bumped by the wash girl, making him feel a bit embarrassed. But seeing the gentle smile on the wash girl's face, which seemed to be a common occurrence, Su Feng understood. This was probably part of the service. After about an hour of washing, Su Feng finally met his stylist. He looked to be in his 30s, dressed in a vest, and gave Su Feng the impression of being very professional. "Hello, I am Kevin, the chief stylist at Hair. What kind of style would you like, handsome?" Su Feng pondered for a moment before saying, "Design something based on my face shape." After all, in Su Feng's memory, he either had a buzz cut or short, messy hair. Kevin held a comb and gestured over Su Feng's head for a minute or two before deciding on a style. After explaining it to Su Feng, he got to work. The chief was indeed the chief. His movements were quite nimble, and Su Feng watched as his reflection in the mirror gradually changed. After about half an hour, Su Feng realized he had completely transformed. If he had looked a bit greasy before, now he had turned into a sunny, cheerful young man. "Sir, are you satisfied?" Kevin asked confidently. Su Feng looked in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, the chief truly deserves the title, this skill is really nice." Seeing Su Feng's pleased expression, Kevin's eyes sparkled, and he smiled. "Do you live nearby, sir?" "Yes, just around the corner." Su Feng tidied his hair and replied casually. Hearing this, Kevin became much more enthusiastic. He knew that those who lived in the Lujiazui business district were either rich or noble. "If you're satisfied with my skills, why not get a card with us?" "Get a card?" Su Feng was taken aback. This was quite the sales pitch. Maybe next time. After thinking for a moment, Su Feng politely declined. Kevin then pulled out a finely crafted business card from his jacket pocket and handed it to Su Feng with both hands. This is my card, just look for me next time you come. Su Feng took the card, glanced at it, and casually put it in his pocket. After settling the bill at the front desk, Su Feng walked out of I-Hair with Kevin's warm send-off. Once outside I-Hair, Su Feng had no intention of continuing to shop and directly took the elevator down to the garage. Sitting in the car, Su Feng lit a cigarette and began to puff away. He reflected on today's gains. He spent 120,000 on clothes, over 200 on meals, and 1,888 on styling. He had spent over 100,000 in half a day. This was something he had never even dared to imagine. Is this the life of the rich? The arrival of the system made Su Feng, who was used to saving, struggle to adapt to this sudden change. But after today's spending, Su Feng understood one thing. Being rich is really damn enjoyable. In that moment, Su Feng became even more confident, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. Okay, I got it. Just deliver it to my house. I'll be back soon. As Su Feng drove out of the International Finance Center, he received a call from Chen Mengyan, saying that the clothes he bought had already been delivered. Originally planning to stroll around the bund, Su Feng had no choice but to head home. When Su Feng returned home, he saw Chen Mengyan squatting at the front door playing with her phone. Next to her was a delicate little cart filled with shopping bags. Chen Mengyan's outfit today was quite eye-catching. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a white shirt paired with a bodycon skirt, and black knee-high socks that gave her a youthful vibe. Sir Su, Chen Mengyan quickly stood up. Her movements were quite agile, showcasing what it meant to have dynamic light waves. The swaying whiteness instantly brought a classic old song to Su Feng's mind. Mountains and rivers. Sorry to keep you waiting, Su Feng said as he opened the door. No, I just arrived too. Chen Mengyan looked at Su Feng, who seemed to have changed completely, her eyes sparkling. Today's Su Feng was a world apart from before, which was why Chen Mengyan couldn't help but stare at him. Su Feng glanced at the 10 or so shopping bags on the cart and walked over to grab 7 or 8 of them, while Chen Mengyan quickly picked up the remaining bags. After neatly putting away the clothes he bought, Su Feng thought of the nanny situation. Mengyan, do you have any resources for nannies? Nanny? Chen Mengyan was taken aback for a moment but quickly regained her composure. Yes, Su Xiao, we have a special cooperation with a housekeeping service company. What requirements do you have for the nanny? Find a lady around 40, someone nimble, but most importantly, trustworthy. They say you can know a person's face but not their heart. Su Feng didn't want to invite a traitor into his home. No problem. I can find a suitable one by the day after tomorrow at the latest. This isn't very urgent, just keep an eye out. Also, I need to go back to Shanghai for a couple of months, so remember to arrange for housekeeping to clean regularly. As Su Feng said this, he lay back on the sofa. Hearing that Su Feng was going back to Shanghai for 1 or 2 months, Chen Mengyan bit her lip and tentatively asked, Su Xiao, do you need me to accompany you? Su Feng, on a whim, replied, I'm going home to visit my parents. What would you come with me for? You don't want to meet my parents, do you? I. Upon hearing this, Chen Mengyan's face turned bright red, and she stumbled over her words. Alright, I was just joking. You can go now, I'll call you if I need anything. Su Feng knew his words were a bit ambiguous and quickly sent Chen Mengyan away. Okay, Su Xiao. Chen Mengyan slightly bowed and jogged away. I once dreamed too, but later it became lonelier. What we can leave behind is actually nothing. Listening to the music coming from the car stereo, Su Feng occasionally hummed along. At that moment, Su Feng was driving on the G50 highway from the Magic City to the Fog City. Initially, Su Feng planned to fly back, as it would be convenient and hassle-free. But driving back would be quite a trial, taking a full 17 hours. Moreover, his Aston Martin was too eye-catching. If he drove it back, it would inevitably lead to some of his relatives having other thoughts. But later, Su Feng figured it out. Returning home in wealth is like wearing fine clothes at night. As time accumulates, he would only become richer, and by then, there would surely be extraordinary changes at home. It's better to deal with unstable factors from the start. In this era of advanced networking, Su Feng had seen many melodramatic events online. When a family suddenly becomes wealthy, all sorts of relatives swarm in like they can smell the scent, with excuses like needing money to renovate their house or for their son's education popping up everywhere. Of course, all of this was just Su Feng's speculation. In his memory, his relatives were all quite good. There would inevitably be those who spoil the broth with a single mouse droppings. Fog City, Fuzhou. Many may not be familiar with Fuzhou, but if you mention Wujing pickled vegetables, many would know where it is. Su Feng's hometown is in a small city below Fuzhou. Su Feng set off at 7 a.m., took a 3-hour break at a service area, and by the time he exited the Fuzhou highway, it was already 3 a.m. Binjiang Road. With a tired face, Su Feng looked at the towering buildings, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Has my hometown changed this much? It's worth noting that when Su Feng went out to work, Fuzhou was still a poverty-stricken area, with most of the urban area consisting of old buildings and very few high-end communities. In just over 4 years, it seemed to have transformed completely. Jinka Grand Hotel? Looking at the resplendent entrance, Su Feng drove straight in without a second thought. Perhaps it was the early morning hour, but there weren't many people at the entrance. After parking the car, Su Feng strode inside. He didn't know if it was the professionalism of the hotel staff or just a coincidence, but there was a young woman at the front desk, her head bowed as she played with her phone. Hello, beautiful. Su Feng's sudden voice startled the young woman, causing her to jump and even drop her phone onto the desk. Seeing this, Su Feng felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, thinking to himself, is this girl watching some action movie? So engrossed that she didn't hear me come in? The front desk girl soon regained her composure and looked at Su Feng, letting out a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. It's fine, sir. Do you want to check in? The front desk girl seemed still a bit shaken, her speech slightly stammering. Without the intense focus from driving, Su Feng just wanted to lie down and get a good sleep. Sir, we only have executive single rooms left, priced at 888. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Su Feng directly pulled out his ID and tossed it in front of her, then took out his phone to scan the QR code for 2,000 yuan. Please hurry, I just want to sleep. Okay. Su Feng took the room card and followed the front desk girl directly to the 15th floor. As soon as he entered the room, he didn't even wash up. He took off his shoes and collapsed onto the bed. In a moment, the sound of Su Feng's snoring filled the room. Su Feng? Just as he stepped out of the elevator, he heard someone calling his name. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a slightly stocky man in hotel work attire striding towards him. Who are you? Su Feng furrowed his brow slightly, as he didn't seem to recognize the man. But since this stocky man knew his name, he must know him. The man seemed to notice the confusion in Su Feng's eyes and didn't beat around the bush. Old classmate, it's only been a few years, and you don't recognize me? I'm Li Yu. Li Yu? Su Feng's voice involuntarily rose a few notches. It was no wonder Su Feng was so surprised. Li Yu was his high school classmate, and they had a pretty good relationship. But in Su Feng's memory, Li Yu was a skinny guy, hardly any meat on him, completely different from the sturdy man in front of him. You know my family wasn't well off before, so? Su Feng understood the implication of his words and lightly punched his chest with his right hand. You're doing well now, even a manager. It's not a big deal, just an ordinary lobby manager. By the way, when did you come back? I arrived in Fuzhou at 3 in the morning yesterday, and now, I just woke up. As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, his stomach let out an untimely growl. Li Yu slapped his forehead. Sorry, I interrupted your meal. Come on, let's go to the buffet area. I have 3 spots every month, eat as much as you want. Seeing Li Yu's enthusiasm, Su Feng didn't refuse, even though his suite included a buffet lunch. Su Feng took a few plates of his favorite food and casually found an empty table to sit down, while Li Yu sat across from him. Ever since you went to the Magic City, you've lost contact with everyone. How have you been these years? Well, doing okay. After swallowing a piece of chicken leg, Su Feng countered, what about you? Share some of your success stories. Hearing this, Li Yu clearly became excited and began to share his experiences from the past few years. Like Su Feng back then, he also didn't get into college. After graduating, he found a job as an apprentice at the largest restaurant, and he worked there for 2 years. Li Yu was also lucky. Thanks to his diligent performance, he quickly caught the attention of the manager. Later, when the 4-star hotel, Jinka Grand Hotel opened, the manager directly took his team to switch jobs, and Li Yu successfully hopped on this fast track. That manager became a senior executive at the hotel, seemingly to toughen Li Yu up, starting him off as a doorman. Li Yu didn't give up. Instead, he seized this opportunity and within 2 years, he rose from doorman to lobby manager. After listening to Li Yu's story, Su Feng couldn't help but sigh. People really need opportunities. Without the promotion from a benefactor, it's hard for ordinary people to stand out. Su Feng took a full hour to finish this meal, most of the time listening to Li Yu analyze the situations of their high school classmates. Which female classmate got married and had children? Which male classmate was scammed into a pyramid scheme? Who made a mistake and ended up on a sewing machine? That classmate is a hidden rich second generation, and now he's so successful, driving a luxury car. By the end of the meal, Su Feng had a rough understanding of the current situations of those classmates. Su Feng glanced at the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. It's getting late, I should head out. Alright. After checking out, Su Feng walked out of the hotel accompanied by Li Yu. As soon as they exited the hotel, a wave of hot wind hit them, and Su Feng felt a surge of heat. The furnace truly lived up to its name. It was already so hot in July. Do you want me to arrange a car to take you back? Li Yu asked. No need, I drove here. Hearing this, Li Yu looked at Su Feng in surprise but didn't ask further, just nodded silently. As Su Feng walked towards the parking lot, Li Yu didn't turn back. He was curious about what kind of car Su Feng drove. Soon, a yellow SUV stopped in front of him, the window rolled down, and that familiar face appeared in Li Yu's sight. Old classmate, I'm off. Let's catch up later. With that, Su Feng stepped on the gas and drove away, leaving Li Yu, who was already shocked, standing there. Starting as a doorman, he knew cars well. He understood, his old classmate had made a name for himself in the Magic City. At this moment, Su Feng was humming a tune with a bit of pride. After all, he had suddenly shown off in front of an old classmate, and that feeling was really quite satisfying. He also understood why those protagonists in novels, once they got rich, loved to show off in various situations. After driving for 4 or 5 minutes, Su Feng suddenly remembered something. It seemed his parents had bought a house in Fujo a couple of years ago, and he didn't know if they had moved in. He parked the car by the roadside, took out his phone, and called his mom. The eagle flies in the blue sky, I gaze from the high ridge. Listening to the ringing on the phone, Su Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The phone rang for about 7 or 8 seconds before it was answered. Hello son. His mother, Chen Shufen, answered, her voice mixed with other sounds. 30,000, bang. 5 strips. 5 strips are out. Mom, are you playing mahjong again? It's a holiday, so I'm playing a little mahjong with some neighbors in the community. Is there something you need? If not, I'm hanging up. Su Feng was a bit speechless. His mom worked in the university cafeteria as a proper chef, and she didn't have any other hobbies except for playing mahjong. It wasn't that she loved to gamble, she just simply enjoyed playing mahjong. Perhaps this is a hobby ingrained in the bones of people from Sichuan and Chongqing. Su Feng didn't linger and directly said, I'm back in Fuzhou. What? Son, you're back? Chen Shufen's voice rose several octaves. I'm currently on Binjiang Road. I called just to ask where the house you bought is. It's on Binjiang Road, Haijiangshan. Haijiangshan? Su Feng was also taken aback. Isn't that community just a short distance from the Jinka Hotel? Moreover, he had just driven past it. It turns out he had passed right by his own home. Got it, Mom, I'll be there soon. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. On the other end, Chen Shufen glanced at the hung-up call, a bit excited, and said to her 3 mahjong friends, let's not play mahjong for now, my son is back. Shufen, your precious son finally decided to come back. It seems he must have made a lot of money. I've always heard you say how excellent your son is. Let's go take a look together. Exactly, your son is 24 this year, right? We should all go see him. We can help keep an eye out for a suitable daughter-in-law. They say middle-aged women never shy away from drama. The 3 had been listening to Chen Shufen brag about her son so much that their ears were almost calloused. In private, they had also complained. If Su Feng was really that outstanding, how come he couldn't even get into college? This time, they finally caught a chance. How could they let it slip? Hearing this, Chen Shufen's expression turned a bit unpleasant. Despite the flattering words, they just wanted to see her make a fool of herself. How could she not know her own family's situation? At that moment, Chen Shufen wanted to slap herself. Why did she love to boast so much? But one couldn't blame her. After all, who wouldn't want their child to be seen positively by others? What's wrong, Shufen? Is it inconvenient? If it's inconvenient, then forget it, one of them said, feigning regret. Upon hearing this, Chen Shufen, for some reason, agreed. Inconvenient? How could it be inconvenient? I'll need you ants to introduce some potential partners later. With Chen Shufen's affirmative response, the other 3 wore smug smiles. Soon, the 4 of them left the tea house, each holding a sunshade umbrella, standing by the roadside. Shufen, your son drove back, right? I think so, Chen Shufen said uncertainly. It was the hottest part of the day, and there were hardly any vehicles on the road. On the opposite lane, a yellow SUV slowly approached from a distance. Do you think that car could be Shufen's son's? The license plate is from Modu. How could that be? Just look at the car's shape. It must be worth a lot of money. How could Shufen's son afford such a luxury car? Chen Shufen pretended not to hear and stretched her neck to look into the distance, trying to find Su Feng. Hey, wait, that car is turning around and coming towards us. The group turned their attention to the yellow SUV, which soon stopped in front of them. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face to Chen Shufen. Mom, why are you standing here? It's so hot in this sun, aren't you feeling it? Who are these people? Sufong asked, a bit confused, noticing several people standing next to his mom. Son. Chen Shufan never expected that the driver would really be Sufong. Shufan, is this your son? The three standing beside her were also wide-eyed. Chen Shufan smiled proudly. Xiao Chen, these are your Aunt Chen, Aunt Li, and Aunt Yang. Hello, Aunt Chen, Aunt Li, Aunt Yang. After greeting them, Sufong turned back to Chen Shufan and said, Mom, hurry and get in the car, it's so hot outside. Upon hearing this, Chen Shufan immediately opened the car door and got in, quickly taking in the interior decor. Why is this seat so comfortable? It feels just like a massage chair. Meanwhile, the three outside were at a loss, unsure whether to leave or stay. Chen Shufan also noticed the three people's unusual behavior and said with some pride, You three, come up quickly. You've never been in such a luxury car, right? Let's have Xiao Chen take us for a spin later. Upon hearing this, the three changed their expressions. Forget it, we won't go. Your son just came back, we don't want to disturb you. Ah, that's fine. See you. After Chen Shufan finished speaking, she pressed the car window up. Watching the car drive into the community, Aunt Chen spat towards the car. Who knows if that car is rented? What's there to be so smug about? Exactly, didn't you see how proud Chen Shufan looked just now, acting all high and mighty? If you didn't know better, you'd think her son was some big boss of a company. Who knows, he might just be a driver for someone else. Although the three had faces full of jealousy, a hint of envy flashed in their eyes. Meanwhile, Sufong was driving into the temporary parking space in the garage under Chen Shufan's guidance. Once the car was parked, Chen Shufan looked at Sufong nervously and asked, Xiao Chen, tell Mom honestly, what's the deal with this car? Is it rented? This car is so luxurious, it must have cost a lot. Why are you such a worrywart, spending all this unnecessary money? Listening to his mother's barrage of questions, Sufong pouted and took out a booklet from the armrest and handed it to Chen Shufan. Chen Shufan looked at Sufong in surprise and reached out to take the booklet. When she opened it, her mouth dropped in astonishment and she said incredulously, Xiao Chen, is this car yours? Yeah, doesn't it say your son's name on it? Aston Martin? Is this car expensive? Chen Shufan asked with a frown. Not expensive, bought it outright. Sufong didn't notice the change in his mother's expression and quickly walked into the elevator. Once home, before Sufong could even settle down, he saw his mother, Chen Shufan, standing in front of him with a stick, looking very serious. What's wrong, Mom? You're a bit scary like this. Sufong shifted his body towards the sofa. Xiao Chen, I just checked on my phone, that car of yours is worth over 3 million. That's over 3 million. Your dad and I have worked hard our whole lives and couldn't even earn a fraction of that. How can you make millions in just a few years? Tell me, have you done something illegal? As she spoke, Chen Shufan couldn't help but start crying. Hearing his mother's words, Sufong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he came back, Sufong had prepared himself for the inquiries at home, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Mom, please stop crying. I haven't done anything illegal, this money is all earned by me. It's absolutely clean. As for the reason, Sufong had already thought it out on the way back, saying he made money by following a big brother in the Magic City to trade stocks. As for why he thought of such a reason, Sufong was also forced into it. Currently, this was the most suitable excuse. He had even thought out the follow-up explanation. Is it really earned by you? You didn't do anything illegal? Chen Shufan was somewhat skeptical. Really? This money is from me trading stocks with a big shot in the Magic City. It's definitely legitimate. Mom, you can rest assured. Trading stocks? Why would someone take you to trade stocks for no reason? That's a bit of a long story. Sufong pretended to sigh. Smack! The stick hit the ground beside Sufong, startling him. A bit long. You can take your time. Although Chen Shufan looked fierce, Sufong knew it was just a mother's love for her son. No one wants their children to go down the path of wrongdoing. Actually, it wasn't that long ago. It was when I was working as a security guard in the Magic City, and I accidentally found a lost child. The stock market tycoon who helped me is the father of that child. After hearing Su Feng's explanation, Chen Shufan stared at him for a while before putting down the stick in her hand. Xiao Chen, being helpful is a good thing, but don't expect anything in return. You've made quite a bit from that person, so just know when to stop. Chen Shufan said earnestly. Sufong was a bit surprised. In his mind, his mother had always been a typical rural woman, focused only on family matters. How did her perspective suddenly become so broad? Seeing Su Feng's dazed expression, Chen Shufan snorted heavily. Coming back to his senses, Sufong quickly said, Mom, don't worry, I withdrew all my investments before coming back. Cough, cough, how much money do you have now? Hearing this, Su Feng felt a bit numb, realizing that in the Sichuan-Chongqing region, women are the backbone of the family and also manage the finances. Well, not much, just over 260,000. Su Feng regretted that he had withdrawn the earnings from the past 2 days at noon. Chen Shufen stretched out her hand. Transfer 200,000 to me to keep for you to marry a wife later. You can keep the remaining 60,000 for yourself. Su Feng initially wanted to resist, but seeing his mother pick up the stick again, he quickly transferred the 200,000. When Chen Shufen saw the text message notification on her phone, a satisfied smile instantly spread across her face. Good son, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will make it for you. I want braised pork and sweet and sour ribs, you can decide on the rest. Su Feng had been looking forward to his mother's cooking for a long time. Alright, I'll go buy groceries now. Chen Shufen grabbed a basket and went out. When she returned earlier, she had introduced the community amenities to him. There was a large supermarket right downstairs, making grocery shopping very convenient. After Chen Shufen left, Su Feng lay down on the sofa. System. Post, Su Feng Jr. God of Wealth, 325000/10000000 Wealth, 14,806 yuan. Seeing the experience points soaring to 320,000, Su Feng jumped up from the sofa. Could it be that the 200,000 I just transferred to mom is included in this? If that's the case. Before Su Feng could finish his thought, he heard the mechanical voice of the system in his mind. Ding! System vulnerability detected, repair initiated. Repair complete. Rewarding host with a vulnerability gift pack. Vulnerability gift pack? Although the system bug was fixed, receiving a system reward was a small consolation. System, open the gift pack. Opening vulnerability gift pack. Congratulations host for obtaining 51% shares of Longting Technology. Longting Technology? Just as Su Feng was still puzzled, information about Longting Technology surfaced in his mind. After digesting this information, he burst into laughter. Longting Technology is a tech company dedicated to cybersecurity services. The company was founded by a group of computer enthusiasts from world-class universities and has been established for 6 years. It has now become a leader in the industry, collaborating with over a dozen world-class enterprises. Currently, the company's market valuation has reached $500 million, and if it goes public, its value will soar. The only pity is that this company is located in Silicon Valley. It is worth mentioning that the initial investments received by this company came from a mysterious foundation, and the shares Su Feng obtained are owned by that foundation. According to the system, it has reasonably transformed this share into Su Feng's, which can withstand various checks. He took out the share certificate from the system warehouse to admire it for a while. Unfortunately, Su Feng couldn't read a single word. It was all in English. After a brief glance, he put it back into the system warehouse. As for this company, Su Feng had no intention of getting involved in its management. After all, he knew nothing about running a business. It was better to quietly wait for the year-end dividends. What a good day, everything I wish for can come true. Su Feng leisurely lay on the sofa and began to sing. At that moment, Chen Shufen, who had gone out to buy groceries, returned with several large bags. The originally smug Su Feng instantly fell silent and pretended to be asleep. Chen Shufen glanced at Su Feng lying on the sofa and called out, "If you want to sleep, go to your own room." My own room? Hearing this, Su Feng sat up straight from the sofa. It seemed he hadn't properly looked at this new home yet. Mom, which room is mine? Chen Shufen poked her head out from the kitchen and pointed to a closed door, saying, "That room over there, it's often cleaned, and there are blankets in the closet." Approaching the door, he opened it with a mix of excitement. The room wasn't very big, about 10 square meters. It was simply decorated, with just a 2-meter bed and a wardrobe. Yet it made Su Feng feel a wave of warmth. In the evening, smelling the aroma coming from the kitchen, Su Feng felt his mouth watering. Mom, when will Dad be back? I'm so hungry I'm getting anxious. Su Feng leaned against the kitchen door and asked. He should be back soon, he usually gets home around this time. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of the door opening was heard, along with a deep, tired voice. Wife, what day is it today? Why did you make braised pork? Usually, even if I want to eat it, you won't make it for me. Dad. Su Feng looked towards the door. A burly middle-aged man was bending down to change his shoes. Su Zhiyun, who was changing his shoes, paused for a moment, then quickly looked up in the direction of the voice. He saw Su Feng leaning against the kitchen door, looking at him. A hint of excitement flashed in Su Zhiyun's eyes, but his expression quickly darkened. Didn't you say you weren't coming back? Why are you back again? Hee, I just missed you and Mom. Seeing Su Feng's cheeky grin, Su Zhiyun silently nodded. Xiao Chun, don't just stand there. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a door god. Hurry up and serve the dishes. An old man, wash your hands and get ready to eat. Chen Shufan's loud voice came from the kitchen. Okay. The dinner was indeed sumptuous. Besides the braised pork and sweet and sour ribs that Su Feng ordered, there was also twice-cooked pork, tomato rib soup, 2 vegetable dishes, and a cold dish. 8 dishes. Such a dinner was quite rich. During the meal, Chen Shufan recounted Su Feng's situation, and Su Zhiyun simply responded with an indicating he understood, but he didn't say much more. After dinner, Chen Shufan began to clear the table. Meanwhile, Su Feng and Su Zhiyun lounged on the sofa, enjoying the feeling of fullness. Let's go for a walk to help with digestion, Su Zhiyun suddenly said. Su Feng looked at his father in surprise. After all, his father was a man of few words, and he had never acted like this in his memory. Sure, it's hot staying at home. It's just right to go out and see the night view of Fuzhou. The two of them then got up and walked towards the door. As they passed the kitchen, Chen Shufan glanced at them and turned back to continue tidying up. Haijiangshan is located at the confluence of the Wu River and the Yangtze River. During the day, one can see the scenery of the two rivers merging. The distinction between clear and murky is as striking as the yin-yang hot pot, exceptionally beautiful. After leaving the community, I walked slowly along the riverside viewing corridor. Seeing that Su Zhiyun had not spoken, Su Feng also remained silent. Want one? Su Zhiyun took out a box of longfeng and handed it over. After Su Feng took one, he lit Su Zhiyun's first before lighting his own. A smoke after a meal is better than being a living immortal. Although longfeng is quite cheap, it has a strong kick and is loved by many. How long are you planning to stay this time? Will you go to the Magic City? About a month. I'll stay a few more days after Grandma's birthday banquet and then leave. Su Feng did not hide it and directly stated his plan. Young people should go out and see the world. Dad doesn't have much to say, just hopes you walk the right path. Earn clean money. After saying this, Su Zhiyun patted his shoulder heavily. Don't worry. Su Feng thought of the birthday banquet and quickly said, Dad, let me arrange Grandma's birthday banquet this time. We'll book a big hotel, and it will definitely be lively. He originally thought Su Zhiyun would look pleased, but instead saw his father shaking his head. Forget the big hotel. Let's hold a flowing banquet in the hometown. A flowing banquet? Isn't that a bit? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Su Zhiyun. Xiao Chen, your intentions are good, but you haven't considered some other factors. Su Zhiyun threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stepped on it, and kicked it into the nearby drainage ditch. Now, with the development of the city, many young and even middle-aged people in the countryside have gone out to work, leaving behind only the old, weak, sick, and disabled. What if we hold the birthday banquet in the city? What will those people do? Will they take a bus to the city? Not to mention they are unfamiliar with the place, they will also incur additional expenses. Although this money isn't much, and those elderly people can take the bus for free, what if something happens? Su Feng did not interrupt, he knew his father still had more to say. Su Zhiyun took out another cigarette from his pocket and lit it for himself. After taking a few puffs, he continued, Don't look down on the flowing banquet in the countryside, there is a lot of knowledge in it. This flowing banquet can't be too extravagant or too shabby, but the quantity must be large. Many leftovers will be packed away by the villagers, and they will remember your kindness. Su Feng nodded as if he understood. Dad, I understand the issue you just mentioned about the banquet. You don't know, do you? A rare smile appeared on Su Zhiyun's face. Go on. After organizing his thoughts, Su Feng spoke. The guests at the banquet are either from the village or relatives from my family, and they basically know our situation. If the banquet is too shabby, it will make the Su family seem stingy, and everyone will gradually distance themselves from us. On the contrary, if it's too extravagant, people will think our family has become wealthy, and then someone will keep an eye on us, leading to things like borrowing money. After Su Feng finished speaking, Su Zhiyun gave him a thumbs up. Exactly, I believe you have seen a lot of dramatic things in your years out there, so I hope that whatever you do in the future, you think twice, and be as low-key as possible. But if someone provokes you, and you have the strength to crush them, then you need to strike hard, don't give them any hope of resistance. Being low-key doesn't mean being afraid of trouble, it means not wanting to cause trouble. By the way, I heard from your mom that you drove back a luxury car? Su Zhiyun said casually, but the hand in his pocket was clenched in excitement. Ah yes, Aston Martin DBX 707. Su Zhiyun extended his right hand, silently looking at him. Su Feng's mind momentarily couldn't catch up, glancing at his hands and then at Su father. The key! Su Feng quickly took out the key and handed it to Su Zhiyun, who, after receiving the key, turned around and walked straight towards the garage, leaving Su Feng alone by the roadside, feeling the river breeze. Dad, wait for me. Coming back to his senses, Su Feng hurriedly chased after him. The riverside road at night was hot and stuffy, aside from the crowd strolling to cool off. There was also a yellow streak that had passed by many times on the Riverside Road. Xiao-chun, get up. Didn't we say we were going to buy a car today? Why are you still sleeping? Early in the morning, Su Feng was pulled out of bed by Su Jiyun. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Su Feng picked up his phone by the pillow and looked. 7:45. Dad, it's not even 8 o'clock yet. Why are you in such a hurry? The 4S store won't run away. After saying that, he flopped back onto the bed. Not in a hurry? How can I not be in a hurry? I've been thinking about it for several days. Do you know how I've been getting through these 4 days? A few days ago, the day Su Feng and Su Jiyun went out for a walk, he accidentally discovered that his dad was quite capable. Not only was he very perceptive about human relationships, but his driving skills were also top-notch. In Su Feng's impression, Su Jiyun seemed to have never driven a car, otherwise, they would have bought one long ago. He thought his dad was some hidden big shot, but after some probing, he realized he was overthinking it. Su Jiyun was just an ordinary person, and all his driving skills were learned at the factory. As for his driver's license, he had obtained it many years ago, and it had already been renewed for 10 years. After all, getting a driver's license back then was quite simple. With a little effort, one could obtain it. What shocked Su Feng the most was, Su Jiyun was actually an A2 driver. Previously, Su Feng only knew that Su Jiyun worked at the factory, but he had never understood what exactly he did. It was that night that Su Feng finally realized how hard his father had worked. From being a driver of factory vehicles, to now becoming the dedicated driver for the factory head, it took Su father over a decade. At that moment, Su Feng realized he knew too little about his parents. At Haijiangshan, in front of the community, Su Feng squatted on the curb, yawning from time to time. Dad, I'm not saying you've been waiting for days. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? Su Jiyun shot him a glance and said irritably, once we sell the car, you can sleep however you want, no one will bother you. As for why they didn't take Su Feng's Aston Martin out, according to Su father and Su mother, it was too flashy, and for that, Chen Shufan even specially bought a car cover to seal it up. They would only uncover it when Su Feng returned to Modu. There were still many taxis in the morning, and the two of them waited for a short while before hailing an empty cab. Fujo had developed quite rapidly in recent years, and many 4S stores had sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Of course, they were just some ordinary 4S stores, and the most representative BBA only had a Mercedes 4S store. In front of the Volkswagen 4S store. Dad, have you thought it through? Are we really buying a Volkswagen? Upon hearing this, Su Jiyun's previously excited expression instantly froze. What's wrong? Don't think just because you drive a broken Aston Martin you can look down on Volkswagen. Seeing this, Su Feng immediately shut up. It seemed his dad had a special fondness for Volkswagen, but thinking about it, as a German car, it had a high audience. It seemed they had arrived a bit early. The sales staff at the 4S store were just starting their morning meeting. However, when they saw Su Feng and his father walk into the 4S store, all the salespeople looked at them with shining eyes. Customers who came to look at cars so early must be serious about buying. If they couldn't even see that, they didn't deserve to be salespeople. The manager glanced at the eager crowd and said, "Who is A?" As soon as he finished speaking, a female salesperson stepped out from the crowd. "Manager, it's me." "Then what are you still doing here? Hurry up and attend to the customers," the manager said irritably. Upon hearing this, the female salesperson couldn't help but complain inwardly, "Damn it, who would dare to go if you don't say anything?" Smiling on the outside, but cursing inside. "Okay, manager." After saying that, the female salesperson quickly walked towards Su Feng and the other person. "Hello, gentlemen, I am Chen Xiaobai, a salesperson from the Volkswagen 4S store. Just call me Xiaobai." Chen Xiaobai greeted them enthusiastically. Chen Xiaobai? Upon hearing this name, Su Feng's eyes flickered, and his gaze fell on the female salesperson. Seeing that familiar face, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Feng's mouth. It seemed that Fuzhou City was quite small. "Oh, isn't this our sports class representative? How come you've turned so ladylike now, tomboy?" Su Feng teased. Hearing this, Chen Xiaobai was also taken aback, looking at Su Feng. After about 3 or 4 seconds, a surprised exclamation rang out. "Damn, Su Feng, when did you come back from the Magic City?" Suddenly, all eyes in the 4S store were on the group. Seeing this, Chen Xiaobai quickly pulled the two towards the lounge area. Meanwhile, Su Jiyun also realized that his son and Chen Xiaobai must have been high school classmates. As soon as they sat down, the staff brought 2 cups of flower tea and placed them in front of Su Feng and Su Jiyun. "Damn, Su Feng, when did you come back?" Chen Xiaobai was about to call Su Feng daredevil but quickly changed her words upon seeing Su Jiyun beside him. "I've been back for almost a week. This is my dad, the board player. Whether you can sell a car today depends on him." Chen Xiaobai understood that Su Feng was hinting to her that the main character today was his father, not him. She quickly greeted respectfully, "Hello, Uncle Su." Su Zhiyun nodded in response. "Uncle Su, do you have a particular car in mind? I can introduce you." Su Zhiyun glanced at Su Feng sitting next to him. Seeing that he had no intention of moving, he nodded. "Alright, Xiaobai, then I'll trouble you." Chen Xiaobai then led Su Zhiyun towards the exhibition area. Su Feng watched the two for a while before leaning back in his chair and playing on his phone. After waiting for about half an hour, Su Feng saw Su Zhiyun walking towards him with a beaming smile. "Where's Xiaobai?" Su Feng looked around but didn't see Chen Xiaobai. "I sent her to apply for discounts and benefits. Did you find a car so quickly?" "Which one?" Su Feng immediately sat up straight upon hearing this. "Volkswagen Tiguan, all totaled, it's about 200,000. Su Feng had heard of the Tiguan, it was quite popular. "Alright then, since you're the one driving, as long as you like it." Soon, Chen Xiaobai returned with a black folder. "Uncle Su, take a look at this price, I worked really hard to get it," Chen Xiaobai said as she handed over a piece of paper. Su Feng took it and glanced at it. The car price plus purchase tax and other fees totaled exactly 185,000. "Dad, what do you think?" Su Zhiyun had already leaned over to Su Feng's side. This price is acceptable." Su Zhiyun nodded in satisfaction. The car was already a high configuration, priced at over 180,000, and with the purchase tax and other fees, the total price exceeded 200,000. Getting a 20,000 discount was already quite good. "Alright, let's just swipe the card," Su Feng said as he took out his bank card. Seeing Su Feng's action, Chen Xiaobai was somewhat surprised. She never expected it would be Su Feng making the payment. Although surprised, Chen Xiaobai quickly took the bank card. After the formalities were completed, Su Zhiyun followed Chen Xiaobai to hold a handover ceremony. At the entrance of the Volkswagen 4S store. "Old classmate, I didn't expect that after just a few years, you've become rich." Chen Xiaobai circled around Su Feng, sizing him up. "If only I were rich, all my savings over the years have been handed over to you," Su Feng said with a feigned bitter smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Feng opened the car door and got in. "Keep in touch when you have time." "Sure. The three biggest jokes in the world are, keep in touch when you have time. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. I'll definitely pay you back tomorrow. This is outrageous, really outrageous." Su Feng looked at the freshly cooked instant noodles on the table, filled with anger. As soon as he got home, his father Su and mother Su discussed going on a spontaneous trip. They called it, after so many years of marriage. "We haven't traveled yet, we want to see the scenery outside and enjoy our time as a couple." Just like that, they left Su Feng behind and embarked on a day and a half of freedom as a couple. Enjoying a couple's world? Su Feng was dumbfounded upon hearing this. "So, during the years I've been struggling outside, you two at home haven't been in a couple's world? Am I an eyesore at home?" Knock knock knock. Just as Su Feng was about to speak, he heard a knock on the door and quickly got up to walk towards it. Creak! As soon as the door opened, he saw a young and beautiful girl in a JK uniform standing at the door, looking at him with bright eyes. "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" Brother? This call of brother completely confused Su Feng. "Do I have such a beautiful sister?" Seeing that Su Feng still looked puzzled, the young woman spoke again. "Brother, I'm Su Qingya." "Qingya? You are Qingya?" Su Feng couldn't describe his feelings as surprised. It was more like shocked. Su Qingya was the only daughter of his third uncle, Su Zhixin. But in Su Feng's memory, Su Qingya was just a skinny girl with acne on her face, and she looked like a little bookworm. Compared to the lively, sunny, and lovely girl in front of him, it was like they weren't even the same person. Well, could it really be that girls change a lot as they grow up? What's wrong? We haven't seen each other for years, am I not allowed to become pretty? By the way, can you let me in? Su Qingya said, hands on her hips, pouting. Su Feng scratched his head awkwardly and opened the door for her to come in. Su Qingya snorted lightly and walked in with her long legs. "How did you know I was back?" Su Feng asked, lying on the sofa, looking at Qingya sitting beside him. Big brother, you did a good job keeping secrets. If I hadn't called uncle and wanted to consult you about something, we wouldn't have known you were back in Fuzhou." Hearing this, Su Feng awkwardly smiled and said, "I just got back a few days ago." "You said you wanted to ask me something? What do you want to know?" Su Feng quickly changed the subject. I just got accepted into Magic City University, right? I wanted to ask what the situation is like there since you've been there for so many years." "Wait, what did you say you got accepted into? Magic City University, what's wrong?" Su Qingya looked at Su Feng with some confusion, not understanding why he was so surprised. Su Feng sat up straight, looked Su Qingya up and down for a long time, and then slowly said, "It doesn't make sense. Someone as smart as me didn't get into university. How did you, looking so silly, get in? And it's Magic City University? Brother, you're the silly one." Su Qingya rolled her eyes at Su Feng. "How come I didn't know our Su family had a college student from a key university? How come no one told me about such a big deal? What's the use of telling you? You're in the Magic City. Are you really going to come back just to celebrate?" Perhaps many people think that getting into college is just a matter of having hands, but the reality is quite the opposite. Take the Foggy City for example. Aside from a few areas in the main city, the leading economic district, Fujo, has only just shed its title as a poverty-stricken area, not to mention other districts. The economy is the foundation that determines everything. In the year Su Feng graduated, quite a few did get into college, but 99% were only at the vocational level, and those who made it to undergraduate programs were rare. There were none who got into key universities. Many people didn't even go to college for vocational training and instead jumped into the wave of working. This is also why the southwestern region has the most workers among coastal areas. There's no choice. Who would want to leave their hometown if they were wealthy? Brother, can you tell me if the cost of living in the Magic City is very high? Su Feng looked at Su Qingya in surprise. Why are you asking this? Su Qingya lowered her head, a bit nervous, and said, I want to go with you to the Magic City after Grandma's birthday banquet and find a part-time job in advance to earn some living expenses. Su Feng was taken aback. Looking at the anxious Su Qingya, he reached out and patted her head. I didn't expect our little Qingya to be so sensible. I can help you, but I have one condition. Big brother, I knew you were the best. Just tell me. I'll agree to any condition. Su Qingya excitedly leaned closer to Su Feng, clinging to his arm and acting cute. Ahem. Su Feng felt her touch on his arm and discreetly pulled his hand away. Your brother hasn't eaten yet. Aren't you going to arrange a big meal? Of course. I have over 600 in my private stash. Treating you to a meal is definitely no problem. Su Qingya said confidently. Alright, then let's go to that Chaozhou beef place downstairs. A mischievous smile appeared on Su Feng's face. Su Qingya had no idea what she was about to face. It was lunchtime, and the Chaozhou beef restaurant was quite busy, with the hall nearly full. They found a seat near the corner. The waiter handed the menu directly to Su Feng. Sir, please take a look and see what you would like to order. Su Feng didn't hesitate, quickly pointing out dishes, making Su Qingya's heart race. Qingya, what do you want to eat? Su Feng handed the menu to Su Qingya. Seeing this, Su Qingya quickly waved her hands. I don't need to order, this is enough. Alright, if it's not enough, we can order more. The waiter took the menu and quickly left. The dishes came out fast. In less than 5 minutes, 8 or 9 plates of beef were laid out on the table, each cut different. Su Feng, who was already starving, picked up a plate and started cooking the meat. With the special dipping sauce, he was thoroughly enjoying his meal. Even Su Qingya, who had been feeling down, threw her worries aside and started eating heartily, occasionally mumbling, this beef is so delicious. Soon, the beef on the table was devoured by the two, both patting their full bellies with satisfied expressions. Brother, wasn't this meal great? Yeah, it was indeed good. I enjoyed it a lot. Although Su Feng initially planned to tease his sister, the beef at this restaurant was genuinely quite good. Waiter, check, please. Hello, your total is 875. Would you like to pay in cash or by card? What? 875? Su Qingya, who was about to take out her phone to pay, suddenly looked confused, as if she didn't have enough money to settle the bill. Seeing Su Qingya's flustered expression, Su Feng burst into laughter. Brother Su Qingya's eyes were slightly red. Seeing this, Su Feng knew it was about time, and he took out his phone to pay. After leaving the Chaoshan beef restaurant, Su Qingya pouted, realizing that her big brother just wanted to see her make a fool of herself. Did you learn any lessons from today? Su Feng's sudden words made Su Qingya shiver. She raised her beautiful eyes to look at Su Feng, who was walking ahead, and after a long contemplation, she said, honey trap. Hearing this, Su Feng paused for a moment. Remember to be more cautious when you're out in the future. Got it, brother. I'll finally send this tormentor away. Su Feng looked at Su Qingya, who was getting into a taxi, and a look of relief appeared on his face. Ever since they had that meal at the Chaoshan beef restaurant, Su Qingya had moved in with him under the pretense of learning from him. She had been living there for half a month. Su Feng's parents had no objections to Su Qingya's arrival. In fact, they were particularly happy. After all, she was the only girl in the Su family and had been doted on by the whole family since childhood. The Su family had 3 brothers, the eldest, Su Zhiyun, and Su Zhixin, along with the second brother, Su Zhiqi, and only one younger brother, Su Yan, who lived up to his name. He was particularly strong and was currently serving in the military, just a year younger than Su Feng. Su Feng lit a cigarette for himself, his mind filled with the unbearable memories of the past half-month. Every day at 5 in the morning, Su Qingya would drag him out for a run, claiming it was for exercise, and she had the strong support of Su Feng's parents, enjoying the privilege of beating her brother. If Su Feng didn't get out of bed, Su Qingya would unleash a flurry of punches on him, and he couldn't fight back. Not only did they run in the early morning, but they also had to buy groceries to prepare lunch and dinner. In Su Qingya's words, brother, as a boy from the fog city, if you can't cook, you won't find a wife. Oh, and you have to do housework too. Thus, Su Feng ended up taking on all the household chores. He would wake up to run, then buy groceries and cook, clean in the afternoon, prepare dinner, and after tidying up, he would go for a night run. This kind of life lasted for a full half-month. It's all tears of bitterness. As soon as he got home, Su Feng summoned the long-lost system. Host, Su Feng Jr. Wealth God, 510000/1 wealth, 142-2400 yuan. Seeing the wealth column, Su Feng's mouth almost stretched to his ears. After thinking for a moment, Su Feng did not withdraw the more than 1 million, planning to upgrade the system after his grandmother's birthday celebration was over. He was also full of anticipation for the rewards after the system upgrade. When will the road to the old home be repaired? I remember it used to be a bad road, only big trucks and motorcycles could drive on it. How come now it's all cement roads? I see many roads have been built right to the door. Su Feng was driving the previously bought Tiguan, slowly making his way back to his hometown. It was just repaired a couple of years ago, now the policies are better, every household is connected. Small cars can drive right to the house now, Chen Shufan said from the side. Su Feng's hometown was a small village below Fujo, about 30 kilometers away. It took almost an hour to arrive. The rural areas around the fog city are not like the south or north, where neighbors' houses are built close together. Due to the fog city being surrounded by mountains, flat areas are relatively scarce, so when everyone built their houses, they looked for relatively flat spots, which resulted in neighbors being quite far apart. Su Feng's family was located in a small valley, with a relatively flat terrain, close to 4 or 5 other families, and they all harmoniously built a large courtyard together. It formed a shaped layout, with a nearly 500 square meter open space in the middle. Yo, isn't that the eldest of the Su family? How come you're driving back? Wow, still a Volkswagen? That car must cost over 100,000, right? Hey, did you see that handsome guy driving? Looks like Su Feng, who hasn't been back in years. Seems like he's been making money out there. Look at that kid, acting all high and mighty. Who knows what kind of shady business he's up to outside. Hey Aunt Lee, I see you're envious of him. This is the first car in our courtyard. Pfft, what's there to be envious about? My grandson said. He'll be driving back this year, definitely better than this piece of junk Volkswagen. Everyone chuckled, each family knowing their own situation. They all thought to themselves, with your precious grandson, it's a miracle if he doesn't come begging for help, let alone buy a car. Ridiculous. Joking aside, everyone got up and headed towards the Su family. After all, the first car in the courtyard was quite a novelty. Before Su Feng could get out of the car, he saw 4 or 5 elderly women in their 60s and 70s surrounding him. Oldest of the Su family, you've made it big, buying a car. Must have spent quite a bit, huh? Aunt Lee said, patting the car a few times. Whether intentional or not, the car door made a loud thud. Hey, Aunt Lee, be gentle with your hands. What if you damage the car? Su Zhiyun said, looking pained as he touched the spot where Aunt Lee had just knocked. Seeing Su Zhiyun like this, Aunt Lee's eyes flashed with amusement. It's just an old lady tapping a few times. Look at you being so worried. Oldest Su, this car must have cost a lot, right? A nearby aunt asked. Aunt Chen, it didn't cost too much. I took out a mortgage. The down payment was 80,000, and now I have to pay nearly 3,000 every month. Su Zhiyun said, feigning a sigh. 80,000 for the down payment. Upon hearing this number, everyone gasped. They knew that none of their families could save up 80,000 in a year. Seeing their reaction, Su Zhiyun knew it was time to wrap it up, and he sighed again. I have to thank my precious son for saving some money after working hard outside. Look at me, working all day just to buy a car for commuting. Otherwise, with me, Su Zhiyun, it would take a few more years to even afford a tire. On the way back, Su Zhixin repeatedly reminded him about the car, knowing that there would definitely be some nonsense to deal with upon returning, cutting it off at the source. When the ants heard this, they turned their attention to Su Feng, all praising him. I told you, Su Feng is promising, knows how to buy a car for his dad, really filial. Yeah, if only my grandson were that capable. The Su family is producing talents this generation. Su Feng was overwhelmed by their compliments, feeling his face flush, and greeted everyone before heading inside. In the countryside, houses are generally 2 stories, and the Su family was no exception. Passing through the main room, he arrived at the kitchen. As soon as he walked in, he saw 2 elderly people with gray hair chopping vegetables and tending to the fire. Grandpa, Grandma. The busy couple looked up at Su Feng's call. When Grandma saw Su Feng, she immediately put down the knife and exclaimed, "Oh my dear grandson is back. Let Grandma see if you've gained weight." Grandma grabbed Su Feng's hand, inspecting him with a beaming face. "Back already?" Grandpa had also come over at some point, his once robust figure having slimmed down considerably. Su Feng remembered when he first went out to work, Grandpa was all muscle, even had 6-pack abs, and he was already in his 60s then. Now, the muscles had diminished a lot, leaving only loose skin. "I'm back." Su Feng slightly raised his head, holding back the tears in his eyes. "Brother, I guessed you would be here. Uncle asked me to tell you to come down, it's getting late, and you need to go downstairs to greet those relatives." Su Feng, who had just closed his eyes for a moment, reluctantly opened them upon hearing the voice beside him. Looking at the smiling Su Qingya in front of him, Su Feng felt like giving her a punch. The past 2 days had exhausted him, he hadn't really had a proper rest. He was constantly running up and down, either driving to buy things or going to pick someone up. Fortunately, the birthday banquet was all outsourced, so the host family didn't have to buy groceries or alcohol, otherwise, Su Feng's legs would have been worn out. "Ah, I really can't stand you, old six." As the eldest grandson of the Su family, Su Feng had to take on the important task of receiving relatives. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw the entire courtyard bustling with activity. The tables had been set up early, and the early arriving villagers were already finding friends to play mahjong with. A few years ago, it was the surrounding villagers who helped with the chores. Now everything was outsourced, and they didn't have to worry about anything. Before Su Feng could fully appreciate the lively scene, a strong hand clapped on his shoulder. "Su Feng, when did you come back?" Su Feng turned around to see a middle-aged man, about 170 centimeters tall and round in build, grinning at him. "Oh, second uncle, when did you arrive? I didn't see you just now. Here, have a smoke." Su Feng quickly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over. Second uncle laughed at Su Feng's words, took the cigarette, and jokingly scolded, "You didn't see me? I've been here for a while, circling around looking for you. It was only after asking your dad that I found out you were upstairs sleeping. Hee, it's just these past 2 days, I haven't rested well and took a little nap." You go ahead and take care of the relatives, I'll find you to chat later." "Sure." Su Feng greeted him and walked into the crowd, greeting the relatives he recognized, offering them a cigarette as a simple gesture, and letting them find a place to sit. But there were many relatives he didn't know, which was quite awkward. He didn't know how to address them and could only chat along. Some introduced themselves right away, saying they hadn't seen Su Feng in a long time and reminiscing about when he was just a little kid, gesturing as they spoke. They brought back memories of Su Feng's mischievous childhood. Having experienced a lot, Su Feng had grown thicker-skinned. When he saw older relatives, he would engage them in casual conversation. "Oh, I'm really exhausted. If I had known it would be this tiring, I would have never agreed to Dad's proposal." As noon approached, Su Feng finally had some free time. Birthday banquets in the countryside were quite simple. Initially, the older generation had thought about hiring a band to sing and have some fun. In the end, Grandpa spoke up, saying there was no need to waste money on that. Su Feng's father and the others argued for a long time but ultimately lost to the old man. There was no need for any formalities. Su Zhiyun would just go up as a representative and say a few words. "Welcome to all friends and family, relatives and acquaintances, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend my..." Watching Su Zhiyun standing not far away giving a speech, Su Feng felt a mix of emotions. Perhaps years later, he would also stand in that position, saying the same words. Finally, it's time to eat. After waiting through 2 rounds, Su Feng finally sat down at the dining table. Looking at the braised pork knuckle on the table, Su Feng swallowed hard a few times. This was his favorite dish from the past, especially the skin of the knuckle, which was so satisfying. Seeing everyone else start eating, he picked up his chopsticks and reached for the knuckle. The moment the soft, chewy pig skin entered his mouth, memories of his childhood flooded back. Yes, this is the taste, delicious. When Su Feng finally came back to his senses from his reminiscing and looked at the pig trotter in the middle of the dining table, there was only a bone left and some lean meat. As for the pig's skin, Su Feng glanced at Su Qingya, who had not finished her meal beside him, feeling a bit annoyed. In such an important occasion as a banquet, how could there still be time to reminisce? What a failure! Nevertheless, Su Feng honestly joined the crowd at the banquet. In the countryside, meals are all about speed. Dishes come quickly, and people eat quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Su Feng was already squatting on the empty ground nearby, puffing out smoke. Xiaochen Su Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw his second uncle, with a big belly, leisurely walking towards him, wiping sweat with a tissue in his hand. Second uncle, why don't you go inside and rest for a bit? It's quite hot outside. Although there was a sunshade set up in the yard, the weather was still quite hot, especially unfriendly to those with a slightly rounder figure. I came to talk to you about something, and then I'll leave. Leave? Second uncle, why don't you stay a bit longer? It's fine if the eldest uncle and the third uncle can't come from out of town, but why are you planning to leave right after the meal? If someone didn't know better, they'd think we weren't treating you well. Hearing this, the second uncle laughed. You little rascal, are you trying to spar with your uncle? Hee hee, I just want to keep you here a bit longer. Su Feng had originally planned to chat with his second uncle in the afternoon, but he didn't expect him to leave now. You little brat. The second uncle patted Su Feng on the shoulder, paused for a moment, and then continued, are you going to the Magic City again this time? Yeah, if nothing comes up, I'll go in a few days. My sister just got into Magic City University, and I want to go early to get familiar with the environment. Well, if you have time, go visit your grandmother. She keeps mentioning you. Of course. I originally planned to visit her after Grandma's birthday banquet is over. It's been a few years since I last saw her, and I really miss her. The second uncle nodded in satisfaction. Alright, when you come, your uncle will make you something delicious. That's a promise. I want to eat river fish. Su Feng said with a slight smile. River fish? No problem. The second uncle hesitated for a moment but still nodded in agreement. Su Feng knew that his second uncle was being considerate. After all, river fish is expensive, costing 80 to 90 per pound, and it's hard to find, so one can only reserve it in advance through acquaintances. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the second uncle hurriedly left, saying that the company had called several times, and he had to attend a meeting in the afternoon. Su Feng's mother has 3 brothers, the eldest and the third work in the Suzhou-Hangzhou area and have been away for many years, only returning during the new year. Only the second uncle's family works at a local factory, taking care of the elderly at home. Together, the couple earns less than 8,000 a month, which seems okay on the surface. In reality, it barely covers their living expenses. Su Feng's second uncle's son, his second brother, just got married 2 years ago, and their child is only about a year old, which is a time when expenses are high. His second brother's job has just stabilized, and his monthly income is just enough to cover expenses. As for the mortgage, that falls on the second uncle. Su Feng knows all this so well thanks to his mother, Chen Shufan. Recently, when she was chatting with him, she mentioned it and specifically urged him to help out whenever he could. In the morning, in the main room, the Su family was having breakfast. Xiaochen, when are you bringing your wife back? Look at Li Fei in the yard. He's even a year younger than you, and he's already married. I heard he's going to be a father. While I still have my grandma around, I'm trying hard to get a great-grandson. While eating Tang Yuan, Su Feng paused, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Grandma, I'm only 24 this year, which is a great time to work hard. I want to wait a couple more years before finding a wife. A couple more years? In 2 years, you'll be 26, and in terms of virtual age, you'll be 27. Those who are 26 or 27 and still unmarried are considered incapable. Grandma doesn't want to hear the gossip from those busybodies in the yard. Su Zhiyun, who had been quietly eating, finally put down his chopsticks. He knew that Su Feng had opportunities in the Magic City and didn't want to delay things because the older generation wanted a great-grandson. Mom, don't worry about Xiao Chen, he has his own ideas. Upon hearing this, Grandma glanced at Su Zhiyun and sighed softly. I'm old now, no one listens to me anymore. Everyone kept their heads down, eating breakfast, pretending not to hear. Seeing this, Grandma could only give up. After breakfast, the families began to pack their things, preparing to head back home. After all, the birthday banquet was over, and everyone had to return to their normal lives. Those who needed to work would work, and those who needed to move bricks would move bricks. Everyone had their own things to do. Grandma, we're leaving. I'll come back to see you when I have time, Su Qingya said, clinging to Grandma's arm and acting cute. Alright, it's still my granddaughter who cares for me, unlike some people who only come to see me twice a year. Hearing this veiled jab, Su Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Seeing Su Feng's awkwardness, Su Qingya burst out laughing. Perhaps Su Qingya's laughter lifted the spirits of Grandma and Grandpa, as there was not much sadness during their farewell. As the car slowly drove out of the yard, Su Feng could still see Grandma and Grandpa standing silently in the courtyard, watching them. Dad, why don't we bring Grandma and Grandpa to the city? Su Feng turned to Su Zhiyun, who was driving. Do I need you to say that? I told your grandparents about this a long time ago, but they disagreed. They don't even want to come up for a while, saying they're not used to city life and prefer to take care of the land in the countryside. They've spent their whole lives facing the dirt and the sky, and their roots are deep in this land. It's impossible to make them relax. If you care, just go back and visit them often. Su Feng nodded at this, resting his hand on the car window, quietly watching the scenery outside. Xiao Chun, when do you plan to visit your grandmother? Chen Shufan, sitting in the back seat, suddenly asked. I might go tomorrow or the day after. I just want to go home and rest for a day. Let's go tomorrow, I'll go with you. Okay, the happiest thing for him as a child was going to his grandmother's house. Because at that time, Su Feng's family was poor, and his parents hardly bought him any snacks. What he looked forward to the most was the new year, when he could visit his grandmother's house, not only receiving red envelopes but also enjoying many snacks. But every time he received a red envelope, it was taken away by his mother, Chen Shufan, for various reasons, who claimed it was to help him keep it safe until he grew up. At that time, Su Feng naively believed her, but now, looking back, he felt a little sad. No way, Mom, how much stuff did you buy? The trunk is almost full. Looking at the various nutritional products and canned fruits in the trunk, piled high, one would think they had just robbed a supermarket. It's rare to go back, so what's wrong with buying some things? Shouldn't I? Chen Shufan raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Feng with a hint of displeasure. Seeing the fierce look in his mother's eyes, Su Feng quickly begged for mercy. Of course. I'm just trying to bring some face to your Su family. If this had happened before, Su Feng might not have understood the meaning behind Chen Shufan's words, but after being taught by his discreet father recently, Su Feng had started to think more broadly about things. The Chen family used to be quite wealthy and had a strong presence in the local area, but after some events and the passing of her grandfather, the Chen family began to decline. As a woman who married outside her family, Chen Shufan's return home with gifts reflected her current living conditions. If she only brought a couple of boxes of fruit, anyone with a discerning eye would know she was struggling. But now, not only was she driving back, but her trunk was also full of gifts. If the neighbors saw this, they would only say that Chen Shufan had married well and that the Su family was thriving. Alright, let's go, it's getting late. Chen Shufan's family home was about 30 kilometers from the city, in the same direction as Su Feng's hometown, just separated by a river. Baishi Village, a small village by the Yangtze River. Chen Changjie, Su Feng's second uncle, was standing on a black awning boat chatting with the boat owner. Old Wu, we're all old acquaintances, this is your fault. You promised me 2 big river fish, how come there's only 1 left? Old Chen, I really can't help it, Old Wu said, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to Chen Changjie. My wife's younger brother just got his job confirmed, and I wanted to treat his boss to a meal, so I needed 1 river fish. Besides, the one I saved for you is not small at all, it weighs about 4 pounds, definitely enough for you, and if it's not enough, I can give you a base too. Chen Changjie glanced at the fish in the hold, helplessly nodded. Alright, pack it all up. Old Wu chuckled, weighed the fish quickly, and put both fish into an oxygen bag. River fish 4 pounds 3 ounces, bass 2.5 pounds, just give me 500, this time it's a brother's price. Chen Changjie's eyes lit up at the mention of the price, he saved at least 200. He didn't hesitate, pulling out a stack of cash from his pocket, with plenty of 50s and 20s. He counted out 500 and handed it to the boat owner, greeting him as he stepped off the boat with 2 bags of fish. Once on the road, Chen Changjie burst into laughter. I didn't expect to get such a good deal today. What a windfall. Second uncle, what's got you laughing so happily? Just as Chen Changjie was focused on walking, a voice suddenly startled him. Turning around, he saw it was Su Feng. Oh, it's you, kid. You scared me. Where's your mom? She called to say she was coming back with you, but I don't see her. Chen Changjie stretched his neck and looked around. Apart from a car park not far away, he didn't see Chen Shufan anywhere. Over there in the car, come on, second uncle, let's take the car back. In the car? Chen Changjie looked at the Volkswagen SUV, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he still quickened his pace to follow. Hey, Changjie, did you buy river fish? Why are you taking a car back? Who's this young person? Isn't that the youngest of the Chen family getting out of the car? In previous years, she would have to walk back home, and now she's driving a big car. It can't be, she bought it herself, right? No way, the guy she married, Su Jiyun, is just a driver, how could he afford such a nice car? You're just bitter because you can't have the grapes, so you're saying they're sour. You can't stop others from turning their lives around. Before Su Feng even got out of the car, he heard all sorts of sour remarks, but he was used to it. During his grandmother's birthday celebration, he had also heard many older folks gossiping behind his back. At first, Su Feng was a bit angry, but later he gradually understood that these people were just envious and jealous. Why should he get worked up over them? the more miserable they were, the happier he felt. When the onlooking aunties saw the trunk full of gift boxes, many of them felt a pang of envy. Those who had some conflicts with the Chun family turned and went home, while those who had a good relationship with the Chun family gathered around, each saying something. I said Shufan is someone who enjoys life, and look, she's enjoying it now. Under the enthusiasm of the crowd, Sufong quickly grabbed a few gift boxes and made a hasty escape, heading straight for his grandmother's house. Knowing that Sufong and the others were coming, his grandmother had long been sitting on the ground, eagerly waiting. When she saw Chen Shufan's figure appear in her line of sight, a faint smile appeared on her aged face. "Mom, why are you sitting outside? Aren't you hot?" Chen Shufan said somewhat reproachfully. "Not hot at all, today the weather is quite cool." As she spoke, she caught sight of the young man following Chen Changjie. "Shufan, is that my good grandson?" A look of excitement appeared on her face. At that moment, Sufong also approached with the gifts. "Grandma, I came to see you." Good. It's been a long time since I've seen my grandson, I didn't expect you to have grown so tall." Grandma held Su Feng's hand, her face full of excitement. To be honest, Su Feng felt quite awkward at that moment, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, Chen Changjie spoke up. "Mom, let Xiao Chen put down what he's holding first." Only then did Grandma notice the things in Su Feng's hands, and she looked reproachfully at Chen Shufan, saying, "You come here, and yet you buy so many things, why waste money? Don't you know the situation at home?" Chen Shufan opened her mouth, but the words of defense were swallowed back. After putting down the gift boxes, Su Feng still couldn't escape Grandma's concern, and she pulled him into a conversation. Chen Shufan, feeling self-aware, put on an apron and went into the kitchen. Su Feng sat beside Grandma and started chatting with her. At first, he didn't know what to say, but gradually he became more animated, sharing his experiences and some interesting stories from the Magic City, making Grandma laugh continuously. "It's time to eat," Su Feng's mother called out, interrupting their conversation. Hearing his mom call for dinner, Su Feng helped Grandma towards the main room. As soon as they entered, a rich fish aroma wafted through the air, making Su Feng swallow his saliva. The white fish soup and fragrant fish meat were irresistible. Grandma also noticed Su Feng's eager expression and joked, "Look at Xiao Chen, he's about to drool." "Ah, Xiao Chen, here are your bowls and chopsticks." Chen Changjie laughed as he handed over the utensils. Once everyone was seated, Su Feng finally served himself a bowl of fish soup. So delicious. The fish itself had no muddy taste, the bones were large, and the meat was tender, melting in the mouth. Su Feng was enjoying it immensely. Seeing Su Feng devouring his food, Chen Shufan kicked him a few times, and only then did he come back to his senses. "It's delicious, Xiao Chen, eat more," Grandma said, adding a few pieces of fish belly to his bowl. "Thank you, Grandma, you eat too." "Mom, are we really just leaving like this?" Su Feng turned back to glance at Grandma's house, asking with some confusion. "What else? Stay here for a few days? Wouldn't that just trouble your second uncle?" That's true. During lunch today, his second aunt hadn't come back from work. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed as his mom said. Taking advantage of Grandma's nap, Su Feng greeted his second uncle, and they quietly returned to the city. "Xiao Chen, I heard Qingya is going to the Magic City with you?" "Ah, she got into the Magic City University, right? She wants to lighten the burden on Uncle San and is thinking of going there early to find a part-time job," Su Feng said casually while driving. "How will you explain to Qingya then?" Su Feng was momentarily stunned. "Explain to Qingya? Explain what?" Soon he figured it out. "Mom, are you talking about the car issue? What else? When the time comes, Qingya will go to the Magic City with you. Aren't you going to drive your Aston Martin? At that time, Qingya, Mom, we're all family, what's there to hide? You wouldn't look down on them just because you have money, would you?" Su Feng joked. He knew his mom well. She wasn't the type to be snobbish, drawing lines with friends and family just because of wealth, and the three brothers, Su Jiyun and the others, had a good relationship. Even if they knew Su Feng's family had struck it rich, they wouldn't be envious. Moreover, even Su Jiyun and Chen Shufan didn't know just how wealthy Su Feng was. Their understanding was still stuck on the Aston Martin. Besides, Qingya is the only female college student in our Su family. That's Shanghai University. It's quite impressive to mention. You make a good point, it's just Mom overthinking. If Qingya has anything going on in Shanghai, as the older brother, you should help her out more. Got it, Mom, I was already planning on it. He had no intention of hiding anything from Su Qingya, he had certain plans for his sister. Bro, why are you just getting up? Didn't we agree to set off today? It's almost 9 o'clock, and we still have to take the train to the Fog City and then catch a flight. Su Qingya stood in the living room, pushing a large pink suitcase, pouting. Relax, relax. Su Feng patted Su Qingya's head and walked to the bathroom to wash up under her glaring gaze. By the time Su Feng finished washing up and changed his clothes, it was 9:30. Ah bro, you're finally done. Let's hurry up and leave. I just checked, if we move quickly, we can catch the 1 o'clock flight to Shanghai. We're not taking a plane, we're driving there. Su Feng's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Su Qingya. Instantly, she deflated. Not taking a plane? Su Qingya had been looking forward to her first flight, excited for days, but who knew? Seeing Su Qingya's mood drop, Su Feng teased, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy that I'm driving?" "No, I just think it's a bit of a pity not to take a plane." "You'll think it's not a pity later, let's go." Su Feng reached out and pinched Su Qingya's nose, laughing as he carried the pink suitcase out the door. "Humph. Stinky big brother, always bullying me." Su Qingya stomped her foot and quickly followed him. Jiang Shan. Underground parking lot, level B2. Su Qingya followed Su Feng with some confusion. "Bro, aren't you driving? I remember your family's Volkswagen is parked on level B1, why are we on level B2? What else could it be for? Of course, it's to drive." As he spoke, Su Feng had already stopped in front of an SUV covered with a car cover. Before Su Qingya could react, she saw Su Feng lift the cover, revealing a yellow SUV in front of her. "Wow, this car is so cool." Su Qingya was immediately captivated by the car's flashy appearance and color. She quickly walked to the front of the car, looking at the string of letters on the front. "Aston Martin? Aston Martin?" A gasp echoed in the parking garage. Su Qingya covered her mouth with her right hand, her pupils dilated, staring at Su Feng beside her in disbelief. Bro, is this car yours?" Su Qingya's face was filled with incredulity. Although, as a girl, she wasn't very interested in cars, she was certainly familiar with the name Aston Martin. It was a name that symbolized luxury cars. Or else, Su Feng said as he took out the crystal key for the Aston Martin and pressed the unlock button. Beep beep, the headlights flashed twice. It's real. Su Qingya excitedly opened the car door and sat inside. Looking at Su Qingya, who was glancing around in the car, Su Feng chuckled and headed towards the trunk with the luggage. After placing the luggage, as soon as Su Feng got in the car, Su Qingya leaned over, holding the Aston Martin's registration. "Bro, this car is really yours. Where did you get so much money? You're not being kept by a rich woman in Magic City, are you?" "How could my brother be kept by a rich woman? Am I the kind of person who lives off others?" "Exactly." Su Qingya nodded vigorously. "Big brother, you're handsome, fit, and have a sunny personality. Isn't that exactly what rich women love?" Hearing this, Su Feng pinched Su Qingya's nose. "Your brother is a decent person. What decent big brother bullies his little sister like this?" Su Qingya swatted Su Feng's hand away, wrinkling her delicate nose. "Alright, it's getting late, we should set off." After Su Feng said this, he started the car. The roar of the Aston Martin made Su Qingya even more excited. She took several selfies and even snapped a couple of Su Feng. "Bro, is it okay if I post these on Moments?" Su Feng pondered for a moment and said, "Don't post them for now, let's wait a while." "Okay," Su Qingya pouted, feeling a bit down. She had originally wanted to show off on Moments and let her few girlfriends see what her brother was like. Soon, the disappointment on Su Qingya's face disappeared, and she started playing with her phone. Hee, I'll make you all jealous. You little bitches think you can get to know my brother? Dream on." Hearing the murmurs beside her, Su Feng glanced at Su Qingya in the passenger seat, who was busy chatting on her phone. Stealing a glance at her screen, Su Feng felt a flock of crows fly over his head. Qingya, your brother looks so handsome driving the Aston Martin. Does Qingya's brother have a girlfriend? Mind if I become your sister-in-law? Qingya, recommend your brother's green bubble to me." Watching Su Qingya, who was focused on chatting and occasionally giggling, Su Feng shook his head helplessly and ignored her. "Bro, where are we going?" Su Qingya suddenly noticed the car entering the ramp and asked curiously. "Getting off the highway, do you expect me to drive straight to Magic City? If it were just me, I could rest at a service area, but I want you to have a good night's sleep." Hee, isn't this a bit of a splurge for big brother? "Bro, we've arrived in Jiangchang." Su Qingya pointed at the name of the place on the sign above the toll booth in the distance. Is there anywhere in Jiangchang you want to go? If so, we can stay another day tomorrow." Su Qingya thought for a moment, then took out her phone to search, finally shaking her head. "There's nowhere I particularly want to go, but we can check out the night market and try Jiangchang's food. Bro, what do you think?" Sure. After getting off the highway, they headed straight to Hobu Alley under Su Qingya's guidance. They found a relatively large hotel near Hobu Alley. When Su Feng and Su Qingya checked in, the front desk made a funny mistake, thinking they were a couple and even recommended a special waterbed room to them. After checking in, the two headed straight to Hobu Alley. As one of the top 10 attractions in Jiangcheng, Hubu Alley is also known as the first street for Han-style snacks, and just from the name, one can tell that the food here is abundant. The famous Yellow Crane Tower is also located to the south of Hubu Alley, making it a food tourism street that combines delicious food and beautiful scenery. By the time Su Feng and the others arrived at Hubu Alley, it was already 7:15 p.m. It was the peak time for crowds. Hurry up, the Yellow Crane Tower is about to light up, I want to take pictures. Wait for me, it's still about 10 minutes, don't rush. Hearing the urgent voices of the tourists, Su Feng and Su Qingya exchanged a glance and quickly followed. Perhaps it was because it was summer vacation, there were many tourists here. By the time Su Feng and Su Qingya arrived at the Yellow Crane Tower, it was already crowded with visitors taking videos. Although they were quite far away, they could still enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Yellow Crane Tower. 5 4 3 2 1 lights on. The tourists at the scene shouted in unison, and even Su Qingya was caught up in the excitement. As the words lights on rang out, the ambient lights of the Yellow Crane Tower instantly lit up. Under the illumination, the Yellow Crane Tower, one of the top 10 famous towers, showcased its beauty. Su Feng was also pulled by Su Qingya to take several photos. I didn't expect the light show at the Yellow Crane Tower to be so beautiful, especially photogenic, Su Qingya said, looking at the photos she had taken with satisfaction. Alright, let's enjoy it slowly when we get back tonight. Can we go eat first? My stomach is growling. Su Feng was a bit speechless. If he hadn't pulled Su Qingya away, she could have taken photos at the Yellow Crane Tower for another half hour. When visiting Jiangcheng, the first choice for snacks is of course Jiangcheng's hot dry noodles. They found a hot dry noodle shop called Kaiji and spent 8 yuan to buy 2 bowls. It's actually sesame sauce. Looking at the sauce for the hot dry noodles, Su Feng was a bit surprised. After all, in his impression, sesame sauce was mostly eaten by people from the north. This was the first time he had it in the south. Not bad, it's quite delicious. Su Feng took a bite, and the combination of the noodles and sesame sauce indeed had a unique flavor. Hubei Alley is over 100 meters long, and by the time Su Feng and Su Qingya reached the end, more than an hour had passed. Both of them were holding a paper bowl in their left hand and several bags in their right, looking quite satisfied. The next day, while Su Qingya was still dreaming in her bed, she was awakened by Su Feng's knocking on the door. Brother, let me sleep a little longer, it's still early, let's set off later. Su Qingya hugged her blanket and refused to get out of bed. Later? If we wait any longer, it will be dark. Who told you to play so late last night? It was unclear if it was because it was Su Qingya's first time traveling. At first, she was quite normal, but later she got more and more excited, looking around everywhere. They played until 3 in the morning before reluctantly following Su Feng back to the hotel. As a result, she slept straight until 11 o'clock. Hee brother, how about we rest for another day? Is that okay? Su Qingya twisted Su Feng's arm and acted cute. Sigh, I was planning to take someone to see the Bund in the Magic City and stroll around the International Finance Center today. Since someone wants to stay in Jiangcheng to play, then I can only give up. Su Feng said, pretending to be regretful. As soon as Su Qingya heard they were going to the Bund and shopping at the International Finance Center, she instantly jumped out of bed. She had been looking forward to the Bund for a long time, and although she didn't know what the top-notch shopping mall was, she knew it was a place for shopping. As long as she could buy things, it was the happiest thing. Brother, I'm getting up right now, wait for me in the car, at most 10 minutes. At that moment, Su Qingya was no longer in a sleepy state, she was full of energy. Su Feng smiled and shook his head, turning to leave the room. Sure enough, shopping is a woman's favorite. When a girl has motivation, she is quick. Su Feng waited for less than 5 minutes before he saw Su Qingya's figure walking out of the hotel. Wow, how come you're so fast today? If it were usual, it would take at least half an hour. As soon as they got in the car, Su Feng joked. Hearing this, Su Qingya pouted and wrinkled her nose. Big brother, you just like to bully me. Bully you? How dare I? If you don't torment me, I would be grateful. Su Feng said, putting his hands together in the air and bowing a few times. Ah, stinky big brother. 2 soft punches landed on Su Feng's arm. Alright, just eat something for lunch. When we get to the Magic City, I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. Yay, awesome. Long live big brother. I want to eat a seafood feast tonight. As soon as she heard about the big dinner, Su Qingya became overly excited. You have to know, this is the Magic City, not that small 18th tier city of Fuzhou. The big meals in the Magic City must be expensive and delicious. Su Feng and Su Qingya were also a bit puzzled. Although they were curious about how their older brother became wealthy, she knew that if Su Feng wanted to tell her, he would naturally do so when the time was right. It was about 800 kilometers from Jiangcheng to the Magic City, and it took Su Feng a full 10 hours to arrive. This self-driving trip home made Su Feng realize one thing. He was a big fool who had a plane but insisted on driving home. By the time they reached the urban area of the Magic City, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Looking at the high-rise buildings and flashing neon lights outside the car window, Su Qingya was momentarily stunned. Brother, the Magic City is really so prosperous. Are the people here all rich? Su Feng, who was exhausted, felt a mix of emotions upon hearing this. He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and slowly exhaled. If he hadn't gained the system, perhaps he would still be struggling for a living at this moment. Qingya, you must remember one thing. As long as you have money, the Shanghai market is a place of indulgence and luxury. If you don't have money, the Shanghai market is just the Shanghai market, and you only have the Oriental pearl in the bund. Su Qingya was taken aback by Su Feng's words, not quite understanding their meaning, but she didn't ask further. However, she vaguely understood one thing. It seemed that in the Magic City, living without money was quite difficult. Brother, is there still a big dinner at this hour? Still somewhat lost in thought, Su Feng was amused by Su Qingya's sudden question. Don't worry, there will definitely be. The nightlife in the Magic City has just begun. That's good. Su Qingya patted her stomach. Aside from eating a little something at the service area in the evening, she had been ready for a big feast for a long time. The Bund, a seafood feast. Located in the heart of the Bund, it offered a great view of the Huangpu River at night. Su Feng chatted with the front desk for a bit, then followed the waiter to the private room. Brother, this place is so luxurious. Su Qingya whispered beside Su Feng, her nervousness evident in her tone. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Su Qingya felt as if her sore spot had been poked, her tone rising a bit. Who's nervous? I'm not. Her slightly raised voice attracted curious glances from many around them. The moment she regained some confidence, Su Qingya was instantly brought back to her original state. It wasn't until they entered the private room that Su Qingya let out a long sigh of relief. Once the waiter left the room, Su Qingya asked with some confusion, Brother, why did I feel a bit oppressed just now? Isn't that normal? It's how country bumpkins feel when they come to the city. Su Feng's words sounded a bit harsh, but they were true. Su Qingya was indeed a country bumpkin in the city, still not adapted to the environment and her change in status. It was like a poor person suddenly going to a top restaurant, feeling nervous about whether they could afford it and whether they would make a fool of themselves, which would create a tense atmosphere that felt quite oppressive. Knock knock. After 2 knocks on the door, someone pushed it open. Hello, sir, what would you like to eat? As he spoke, the waiter had already handed the menu to Su Feng. After a quick glance, he said, let's have an Australian lobster set, 1 serving of top-grade abalone and king crab each, and add a fruit and vegetable salad. Su Feng finished speaking and handed the menu to Su Qingya beside him. Take a look and see if there's anything else you want to eat. Su Qingya excitedly took the menu, and when she saw the prices listed in the hundreds or even thousands, her heart raced uncontrollably. Brother, just order what you picked. She quickly handed the menu back. The waiter, understanding, took the menu and left the private room. Brother, I just calculated, this meal must cost tens of thousands. About that, why? Brother, why don't you cancel it? We can just eat something simple elsewhere. Su Qingya said, her hands crossed together, feeling a bit shy. Ha ha ha, are you worried about me spending money? Have you forgotten that I have money now? Su Qingya then realized that her big brother was different from before. Even his car was a few million Aston Martin. A meal costing tens of thousands was still affordable. Good evening, esteemed guests. Here are the top-grade abalone and king crab you ordered, and today there are 5 ways to enjoy them. Looking at the lively king crab and the top-grade abalone, 10-year-old dried abalone, each weighing half a pound, Su Feng nodded in satisfaction. Alright, can you have the kitchen speeded up a bit? After a long day, Su Feng just wanted to finish the meal and go home to rest. Yes, sir. The waiter replied and then exited. But soon, there was a knock on the door again. Just as Su Feng was a bit puzzled, he saw a man who looked like a supervisor enter, leading several beautiful women dressed in classical attire, each holding a guzheng and pipa. Sir, this is the night banquet dance that comes with our private room. Would you like to have it? Su Feng had heard of such services before. Some high-end restaurants on the Bund offered them, where one could enjoy delicious food while watching dances and taking in the night view of the Huangpu River, marking the beginning of Shanghai's extravagant nights. After a moment of contemplation, Su Feng was about to decline, as he wasn't used to such an atmosphere and just wanted a quiet meal. But Su Qingya, upon hearing that there would be a dance, fixed her sparkling big eyes on Su Feng. It was as if she was saying, brother, don't refuse. I really want to see it. Under Su Qingya's pleading gaze, he reluctantly nodded, alright. Hearing Su Feng's words, the women holding the instruments slightly bowed and found their places to sit. One particularly enchanting beauty stood in the center of the group. Please enjoy the night banquet dance, Spring River, Flower Moon Night. The moment the sounds of the pipa and guzheng began, Su Feng felt a gentle breeze on his face. The dancer, dressed in ancient attire, danced gracefully to the music of the pipa and guzheng. The long sleeves of her costume flowed as she moved, her dance exuding a pure beauty that captivated the audience. Su Feng was momentarily entranced, as the classical folk music and dance perfectly blended together at that moment. As the performance concluded, Su Qingya excitedly clapped her hands. So beautiful, so lovely, so amazing. Su Feng was pulled back from his reverie by her voice. Not bad, thank you all for your hard work. The leading supervisor, seeing Su Feng's satisfied expression, also smiled. The group bowed in unison to Su Feng and then left the private room. Brother, I've only seen such scenes online. I never expected to experience it myself one day. It's truly wonderful. A faint smile appeared on Su Feng's lips as he began to understand why ancient people enjoyed hosting banquets. Continue with the music and dance. Indeed, the ancients were not deceiving me. Perhaps they didn't have modern advancements, but they might have had even more thrilling experiences. After enjoying the dance and music, 20 minutes passed, and the waiter began to serve the appetizers. This seamless transition did not make Su Feng feel the slightest bit bored. This is black truffle crab meat congee, a warm appetizer for your stomach. It's paired with black truffle, crab meat, mushrooms, and chicken. Please enjoy, esteemed guests. As the lid was lifted, a faint aroma wafted into Su Feng's nostrils, making him feel a strong urge to eat. The portion wasn't large, only about a third of the tea bowl. Su Feng scooped a spoonful and took a bite. As he swallowed, a rich black truffle flavor spread in his mouth, slowly revealing a hint of seafood freshness. Delicious. Su Feng was still savoring the taste, while Su Qingya beside him had already finished hers, not forgetting to lick her lips in delight. Seeing that there was still more than half left in front of Su Feng, she reached out her guilty hand without a second thought. Smack! Ouch! Su Feng swatted away Su Qingya's hand. Su Qingya pouted and huffed. I just wanted a bite. Why are you being so fierce? Who's to blame? Isn't it someone who eats like Zhu Beiji, not knowing the taste of the food? Su Feng glanced at her and said with a faint smile. Ah, you're the Zhu Beiji. Is there a Zhu Beiji as good-looking as your sister? No matter how good-looking, it's still Zhu Beiji, ha ha ha. Their playful banter left the nearby waiter dumbfounded. If it weren't for their professionalism, they might have burst out laughing. After finishing the appetizer, the main course began to arrive, starting with 10-year-old two-headed abalone, a genuine top-grade abalone, followed by a steamed king crab platter and an Australian lobster set. Looking at the delicious food on the table, not only was Su Qingya swallowing her saliva, but even Su Feng was not much better off. The waiter, seeing this, quickly split the abalone in half, placed it in a dish, drizzled it with sauce, and served it to Su Feng and Su Qingya. Although Su Feng had never eaten such high-end food, he had seen it online and picked up his knife and fork to dig in. Su Qingya glanced at Su Feng and began to imitate him. She cut a large piece of abalone, dipped it in the sauce, and stuffed it into her mouth. The thick abalone meat, slightly oily, was an unprecedented satisfaction in her mouth, especially when paired with the sauce. It was simply delicious. Su Feng and Su Qingya both lowered their heads and ate heartily, with no time to comment on the taste. The two-headed abalone wasn't very large, but since it was dried abalone, after soaking and cooking, one piece went down. Su Qingya leaned back against her chair. Brother, just one serving of the abalone has made me half full. After this meal, I'm going to gain several pounds. The expression on Su Qingya's face was quite amusing, a mix of satisfaction, a hint of worry, and a craving for more delicious food. Your skill in turning the tables is quite proficient, and now you're blaming me for you getting fat. Su Feng teased with a smile. Hee, no way, big brother is the best. They joked around, but they couldn't joke about food. In the midst of their conversation, Su Qingya started on the king crab. A crab leg appeared in her hand, and her eyes sparkled at the sight of the thick crab meat. This meal lasted nearly an hour before they barely finished. Although both were full, there was still quite a bit of crab meat and Australian lobster left on the table. Su Feng wasn't worried about any judgment. He calmly called over the waiter to pack up all the leftovers. Once the packing was nearly done, Su Feng took Su Qingya straight to the front desk. Hello, sir. Your total for tonight is 78,000, which includes a 10% service charge. Here's the bill for your review. Su Feng glanced at the bill. The food cost just over 70,000, and with the service charge, it was about this price. He then took out his bank card to pay. The waiter also brought over the packed food boxes. Sir, here are your packed items. Would you like to check them? No need, thank you. The basic integrity of these waiters, Su Feng still believes in. When the seafood feast was served, Su Qingya, holding the food box, said in a somewhat muffled voice, Brother, this meal costs more than what my dad saves in a year. Yes, just a simple meal, the savings of an ordinary family after a year of hard work. This reality, Su Qingya found it hard to accept for a moment. Just like Su Feng at the beginning, the sudden wealth brought a huge gap in her heart. Su Feng reached out and patted Su Qingya's head, smiling. It's okay, our life will get better and better in the future. Come on, big brother has a surprise. A surprise? What other surprise is there? I'll wait for me. Why is this food box so heavy? The seaside no. One was still brightly lit at midnight. Brother, you won't tell me. The house you rented is right here, will you? Watching Su Feng's car drive towards the gate of Seaside No. 1, her initial curiosity turned into disbelief. Su Qingya still thought that her brother's place was rented, which was quite normal. Houses in the Magic City easily cost tens of millions. Who would have thought that her brother, whom she hadn't seen for years, could own a house in the Magic City? Su Feng smiled indifferently, offering no explanation. As they passed the security checkpoint, the security guard in the booth glanced at Su Feng in the driver's seat and quickly saluted. Welcome home, young Master Su. Oh, it's you, working the night shift today? Su Feng recognized the speaking guard, the same one he met when he first came to Seaside No. 1. Yeah, just switched from day shift to night shift. Su Feng nodded, glanced at the central control area, and tossed the small Panda cigarettes he bought at the restaurant to him. Here, take this. The guard caught the cigarettes thrown by Su Feng and smiled broadly upon seeing the brand. Thank you, young Master Su. Su Feng waved his hand and stepped on the gas, heading straight for the garage. Su Qingya looked at Su Feng with a somewhat complicated expression. Although she had 100 questions in her heart, she ultimately did not ask. After all, she had already asked once before, and asking again would feel like prying too deeply. Soon, Su Feng parked the car in the garage. As soon as he got out, everything in front of her refreshed her perception. To avoid embarrassing her brother, Su Qingya had been studying hard these days, starting with cars. Looking at the dozen or so cars parked in the garage, she felt a bit dazzled. There were quite a few Porsches, Ferraris, Aston Martins, Lamborghinis, and even Rolls-Royces. Brother, the people living here seem to be very wealthy. You must spend quite a bit on rent each month. I saw online that the famous Thompson Riviera costs 200,000 to 300,000 a month. The house you are living in now must also cost over 100,000, right? Su Feng paused, turned back to look at Su Qingya, who was still looking around, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Who told you that the house I live in now is rented? Not rented? Could it be that you bought it? Bought it? Coming back to her senses, Su Qingya excitedly rushed towards Su Feng. Brother, my good brother, are you saying that the house you live in now is yours? How big? How much did it cost? You'll know if you go up and take a look. Su Feng raised an eyebrow and quickly walked towards the elevator. Su Qingya also jogged to catch up, excitedly hugging Su Feng's arm. Ding! As soon as the elevator door opened, Su Feng saw a charming figure standing outside. Welcome home, young Master Su. Chen Mengyan, dressed in a floral qipao, revealed her long, white legs. Seeing Su Feng and Su Qingya come out of the elevator, especially when she saw Su Qingya hugging Su Feng's arm, a fleeting shadow of sadness flashed in her eyes, quickly disappearing. To be honest, Su Feng was quite surprised to see Chen Mengyan here, especially since it was already midnight. Such a dedicated attitude. Su Feng couldn't help but admire her. It's so late and you're still here, you must be tired. It's nothing, Mr. Su. The company arranged for accommodation in this building, and I just have a few things to report to you, Chen Mengyan explained. Su Feng nodded and glanced at his sister Su Qingya beside him, saying, This is my sister Su Qingya. She'll be staying here for now, so please register her facial recognition and fingerprints. Upon hearing that she was Su Feng's sister, Chen Mengyan's smile grew even warmer, and she greeted her affectionately. Miss Su, hello, I am Mr. Su's exclusive housekeeper, Chen Mengyan. Hello. Su Qingya shyly greeted her, her gaze occasionally wandering over Chen Mengyan. Looking at Chen Mengyan's impressive figure and then at her own, she felt a bit downcast for a moment. As they opened the door, the lights on the first floor instantly lit up. Wow, this is so beautiful. Su Qingya could hardly believe her eyes. Strolling through the living room, she admired the crystal chandelier hanging from above, the night view of the Huangpu River outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the lights of the Bund, which dazzled her. Su Feng, feeling exhausted, slumped onto the sofa. Mengyan, please take Qingya to see the rooms and see which bedroom she likes. Okay, young Master Su. Seeing Chen Mengyan lead Su Qingya upstairs, Su Feng closed his eyes to rest. He didn't know how long it had been, but he dozed off a bit. Suddenly, he felt his head surrounded by two soft things, and the comfort jolted the drowsy Su Feng awake. Just as he was about to open his eyes, a pair of cool hands pressed gently on his temples, massaging them. He decided to pretend not to notice and closed his eyes, enjoying the moment. The more she pressed, the more comfortable it became, and Su Feng's head instinctively leaned back. In the next moment, Su Feng was fully awake, sitting up straight. After driving for 10 hours today, I feel so much better after your massage, thank you. Chen Mingyan's face turned slightly red as she shook her head. It's no trouble, I'm here to solve problems for young Master Su. The few shakes of Su Feng's head earlier made Chen Mingyan feel a bit tingly, a warm current flowing through her body. Her long legs intertwined shyly. Has Qingya's bedroom been arranged? Su Feng noticed Chen Mingyan's unusual demeanor and quickly changed the subject. It's all set, Miss Su is currently tidying up her things. Su Feng nodded slightly. By the way, you mentioned you had something to report to me? What is it? When it came to work, Chen Mingyan returned to her previous state. When young Master Su left earlier, you asked me to pay attention to the nanny situation. As per your request, I've shortlisted 3 candidates. When would you like to meet them? Su Feng pondered for a moment. How about this, tomorrow at 10 in the morning, bring the 3 of them over to meet me, and also buy some groceries so they can try their hand at cooking. Please send me their information as well. Okay, young Master Su. I have their information on my phone, and I'll send it to you shortly. It's getting late, you should go back and rest. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingyan nodded and walked slowly towards the door with a slightly shy demeanor. Su Feng watched her retreating figure and muttered softly, this tender peach seems to be ripe, with a slight tear letting the juice flow out. It wasn't until he heard a thud from the door that Su Feng snapped back to reality. Stretching lazily, Su Feng got up and walked upstairs, humming to himself, come on, let's have fun, after all, there's plenty of time. It seems Chen Mingyan is indeed quite thoughtful, these 3 really meet my requirements. Su Feng lay back in the chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the Huangpu River in the morning light. After finishing the documents, he casually placed his phone on the table. Brother, why is there nothing to eat at home? Even the fridge is empty. Su Qingya's little head poked out from the kitchen, her lips pouting like a hook. Su Feng was momentarily speechless. It seemed there really wasn't much food at home. If you want to eat something, just go to the community supermarket and buy it. If you can't carry it, have them deliver it to the house. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Su Qingya's face as she quickly ran to Su Feng's side, her long, white right hand outstretched. Give me money. Just go directly, buy whatever you want. Just charge it to my account. The community supermarket was specifically for the residents, and as long as you reported your apartment number, you could shop first, with someone responsible for the checkout later. In fact, with just a phone call, Su Feng could arrange everything, but he wanted to give Su Qingya a little shopping experience. He's so generous. Su Qingya rushed back to change into a different outfit before hurrying out the door. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Chen Mingyan coming out of the elevator with 3 middle-aged aunts. Miss Su, where are you going? Chen Mingyan asked curiously, noticing Su Qingya's hurried demeanor. There's nothing to eat at home, I'm going to do a big shopping at the community supermarket. Without waiting for Chen Mingyan's response, she stepped into the elevator. Looking at the closed elevator doors, Chen Mingyan glanced at the large bag of ingredients she was holding, cursing herself for not noticing this earlier. If she had noticed sooner that there was no food at Su Feng's house, she could have arranged for someone to deliver it, which would have certainly impressed Su Feng. Especially when Su Feng mentioned preparing ingredients last night, she should have realized this. Unfortunately, it was already a bit late. Aunt Chen, should we go in? The nanny's question brought Chen Mingyan, lost in thought, back to reality. Regaining her composure, she led the 3 into the house. Young Master Su. Chen Mingyan greeted respectfully. Mr. Su. The 3 nannies looked nervously at Su Feng, who was lying on the sofa. Su Feng nodded in response, his gaze falling on the 3 nannies. They were all middle-aged women, looking to be in their 40s, about the same age as Su Feng's mother, Chen Shufen. Since you were carefully selected by Chen Mingyan, your character must be trustworthy. Now let's see your cooking skills, make a simple dish for us to taste. Okay, Mr. Su. The 3 nannies had been informed about the cooking beforehand by Chen Mingyan and were mentally prepared. As for the ingredients, they were from the bag that Chen Mingyan had brought. After selecting their ingredients, 2 of the nannies quickly walked into the kitchen, while one, looking somewhat haggard, remained in place. This made Chen Mingyan anxious. If something went wrong, how would Su Feng view her? Aunt Tang, what's going on? Why aren't you picking your ingredients? Chen Mingyan whispered as she approached her. Aunt Tang did not respond but looked at Su Feng and asked respectfully, Mr. Su, may I ask where you are from? Hearing this, Su Feng's lips curled slightly. I'm from the Fog City. All right, Mr. Su. Aunt Tang bowed to Su Feng and turned to select her ingredients. Seeing Aunt Tang's actions, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Feng's eyes, and he vaguely made a decision. Although Aunt Tang seemed to have only asked Su Feng one question, it actually indicated a lot of things. Asking where Su Feng was from was just to determine his taste. After all, the cuisine in the Magic City tends to be on the sweeter side. As a qualified nanny, the first thing to do is to understand the family's preferences. Preparing dishes that the family enjoys is what a competent nanny should do. Secondly, when Chen Mengyan asked her questions, she did not respond but instead looked at Su Feng, indicating that she was not Chen Mengyan's person, while also expressing loyalty to Su Feng. She would only listen to Su Feng and would not disclose any family matters to anyone. This made Su Feng reflect that to live in the Magic City, besides being diligent and capable, one also needs to be smart. One step ahead, step by step. Young Master Su, I'm sorry, I didn't know Tang Xiaomei would do this, Chen Mengyao said, lightly biting her lip. It's fine. Su Feng calmly waved his hand. The kitchen at Su Feng's home was large enough to accommodate 3 nannies. Hearing the occasional crackling sounds from the kitchen made Su Feng feel that at this moment, this home finally had a hint of warmth. The 3 nannies were quite fast, but the expressions on the faces of the other 2 were not very good. When they saw Tang Xiaomei carrying a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork, they realized they had made a fatal mistake by not knowing the family's taste preferences. Both thought Su Feng was a true local of the Magic City, so they prepared dishes that leaned towards the sweeter side. Besides the fish-flavored shredded pork, the other 2 dishes were braised pork and rib rice cakes. Looking at the 3 plates of food in front of him, to be honest, just from the appearance, they all looked quite good. Although Su Feng was only somewhat knowledgeable about cooking, his mother was a chef, so he had some understanding of dishes through exposure. Just as he picked up his chopsticks to try, he heard the sound of the door opening. Take everything to the kitchen, I'll clean up later. Su Qingya walked in with 3 or 4 men in white shirts, each carrying 2 large bags. Brother, are you tasting the dishes? Su Qingya curiously walked over. You just came back at the right time, come and try it, give some feedback. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya turned and headed to the kitchen, and a moment later returned with 2 small bowls and chopsticks. She handed a bowl to Su Feng and started eating. Wow, this is the famous rib rice cake from the Magic City, and it's quite delicious. This braised pork is also good, but it's a bit on the sweet side. This fish-flavored shredded pork is still the authentic method from the Foggy City, and it tastes good, very tasty. Seeing Su Qingya enjoying the food, Su Feng also picked up his chopsticks to eat. In terms of taste, the cooking skills of the 3 ants were not far apart. After a moment of silence, Su Feng turned to Chen Mengyan and said, "Let Tang Xiaomei stay." Chen Mengyan nodded in response and then walked in front of the 3 to announce the result. Besides Tang Xiaomei, the other 2 nodded somewhat dejectedly and turned to leave. Mr. Su, I don't know when I can start working, Tang Xiaomei asked excitedly, no longer showing the previous weariness. You can start working now, there's a pile of things in the kitchen waiting for you to clean up. By the way, Mengyan, ask Qingya how much she spent earlier, and I'll transfer it to you directly. Tang Xiaomei smartly walked towards the kitchen. Hearing Su Feng's question, Chen Mengyan quickly took out her phone and made a call, soon hanging up. Young Master Su, Miss Su spent a total of 21,800. What? Why is it so expensive? I just bought some ingredients, snacks, and fruits. Su Qingya jumped up from the sofa as soon as she heard she had spent over 20,000. Su Feng looked at Su Qingya, then at the 10 or so bags in the kitchen, and took out his phone to transfer the money to Chen Mengyan. Magic City, Huajin Center, parking garage. System. Host, Su Feng, Junior God of Wealth, 609800/1 million, wealth, 2,006,528 yuan. Su Feng glanced at his system, his wealth had accumulated to 2 million, and he promptly withdrew this 2 million. Looking at the 2.06 million balance displayed on his phone, Su Feng then opened the car door and got out. Brother, hurry up, why are you taking so long in the car? Su Qingya called out, hugging Chen Mengyan's arm. After finishing the nanny interview, Su Feng thought about upgrading his system, and since he had promised Su Qingya to take her shopping, he decided to take her to the International Finance Center for a stroll. They say that boys should be raised in poverty and girls in wealth, so of course, his little sister deserves to be spoiled. As for why Chen Mengyan was here, that was Su Qingya's doing. Hearing that Su Feng was taking her to the International Finance Center to shop, she decisively dragged Chen Mengyan along as an advisor. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw the 2 chatting animatedly, and Su Feng shook his head helplessly, not knowing that anyone would think they were the best of friends. This little girl has no guard up at all. He couldn't help but comment as he listened to Su Qingya recounting his childhood embarrassing moments. Hello, welcome to Louis Vuitton. As soon as they walked into the Louis Vuitton boutique, the polite sales assistant at the door greeted them. Hello? Su Feng nodded slightly. Sir, hello, I am the Louis Vuitton sales assistant Xiao Hui. It's a pleasure to serve you. How can I assist you? A smiling young lady with a particularly gentle demeanor approached them. Su Feng turned to look at Su Qingya behind him. At that moment, Su Qingya was like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, curiously looking around. Help my sister look at women's clothing, and if there are any suitable bags or perfumes for her, she can try those too. Sales assistant Xiao Wei glanced at the two beauties behind Su Feng, one fiery and the other pure and cute. With her years of sales experience, she could tell at a glance that the pure and cute girl was the rich guy's sister. Miss, this way please, I'll take you to see the women's clothing. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya cast a questioning glance at Su Feng. You can go with this sales assistant to have a look. If you like any clothes or bags, just buy them. Thank you, big brother. After saying that, Su Qingya followed sales assistant Xiao Wei towards the women's clothing section. Chen Mengyan stood beside Su Feng, feeling a bit at a loss. Su Feng noticed Chen Mengyan's nervousness and patted her shoulder, saying, you should go take a look too. I think I'll pass, Su Xiao, the things here are too expensive. Although Chen Mengyan said it was expensive, her eyes were filled with strong desire. Go pick something you like, I'll buy it for you. Really? Thank you, Su Xiao. Chen Mengyan excitedly jumped into Su Feng's arms. The feeling of soft fragrance in his embrace made Su Feng quite comfortable, but he still knew the occasion, so he reached out his right hand to pat Chen Mengyan's lower back. Who would have thought that his right hand would land on something soft? He could even feel it rising and falling. A delicate exclamation escaped Chen Mengyan's lips as she blushed and left Su Feng's embrace. I'm going to find Qingya, she said and quickly ran off. Fortunately, there weren't many people at the Louis Vuitton boutique, otherwise, Su Feng would have been embarrassed. Su Feng raised his right hand and examined it, seemingly still savoring the touch from earlier. It really is soft, as expected. Mature peaches are all made of water. After waiting for about half an hour, Su Feng was almost falling asleep when he heard Su Qingya's voice. Brother, which of these two bags do you think is more suitable for me? Su Feng looked at the bags in Su Qingya's hands, which were identical except for their size, and his mind was filled with question marks. Isn't this the same? The only difference is the size. Not at all. This is a big round cake, and this is a small round cake, Su Qingya said seriously. Chen Mengyan, standing nearby, saw the troubled expression on Su Feng's face and couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Xiao Wei, do you have any suggestions? Su Feng always believed in leaving professional matters to professionals, so he called over the sales assistant, Xiao Wei. Sir, if it's for your sister, I recommend she choose the small round cake, it matches her pure temperament. The big round cake would be more suitable for the lady next to you, Xiao Wei said, having caught a glimpse of their little interactions earlier, which prompted her to add that last comment. She was also trying her luck, thinking, what if it sells? Su Feng glanced at Chen Mengyan beside him. Alright, wrap both of these bags. Okay, sir. The smile on Xiao Hui's face grew even wider. Have you bought the clothes? We've already picked them out, bought 3 sets, Su Qingya said excitedly. Su Feng then turned his gaze to Chen Mengyan, who shyly nodded before turning to Xiao Wei and saying, calculate the total. Xiao Wei quickly walked to the cash register with the 2 bags. After about 3 minutes, she returned with a list in hand. Sir, your total expenditure is 688,000. Here's the list. Take a look. Su Feng took the list and glanced at it. Every item on it was over 5 digits, with the most expensive being the big round cake bag, worth over 40,000. Let's pay. Su Feng took out his bank card and handed it to Xiao Wei. After leaving Louis Vuitton, they didn't shop anymore. Su Feng had initially wanted to buy a watch. After all, people say the poor play with cars, and the rich play with watches, and he wanted to buy a nice watch to adorn himself. But then he thought that he only had a little over $1 million on him, so even if he bought a watch, it would be something quite common in the market. He decided to wait until the system upgrade to consider buying a watch. Back at Haijing No. 1, Su Qingya excitedly ran to the bedroom with her clothes and bags. Su Feng, looking at the 2 Louis Vuitton tote bags in his hands, smiled and handed them to Chen Mengyan. Here, yours. Chen Mengyan blushed as she took the tote bags from Su Feng. Thank you, Su Xiao. Thank me? How do you want to thank me? Just with words? Su Feng reached out and pulled Chen Mengyan into his arms, feeling the softness of her figure, his hands naturally resting on her lower back. Chen Mengyan leaned her head weakly against Su Feng's chest, feeling utterly drained. Listening to the soft hum in her ear, he couldn't help but apply a bit more strength with his hands, as if kneading dough, rubbing back and forth multiple times. Dong dong. The sound of 2 items falling to the ground brought Su Feng back to his senses. He saw the 2 tote bags had dropped to the floor. Chen Mengyan lowered her head, not daring to meet Su Feng's gaze, but he could see her fair neck had turned crimson. He gently patted Chen Mengyan's perky backside. Let's head back. Chen Mengyan nodded, picked up the 2 tote bags from the ground, glanced at Su Feng in front of her, and mumbled softly, there's only me in the dorm. After saying that, she turned and jogged away. Su Feng watched her retreating figure with a smile on his face. A good spring day is no better than a dream. The grass smells sweet in the dream. Su Feng sat in the living room chair, humming a tune with a hint of pride. Thinking of the earlier scene, the smile on his face grew even wider. Brother, did you eat poop? Why are you smiling so happily? Su Qingya had already sat down beside him at some point, resting her chin on her hand and looking at him. Cough cough, when did you come down? I didn't see you. I've been sitting here for a while. As soon as I came down, I saw someone grinning like an idiot. Bro, is there something good happening? Su Qingya leaned her head forward, a mischievous smile on her face. Although she was young and still learning about love, she noticed something was off between Su Feng and Chen Mengyan while shopping today. Buying clothes and bags. If there was nothing going on, Su Qingya wouldn't believe it even if you killed her. Su Feng seemed to have his little secret exposed and pushed Su Qingya's head away with annoyance. What good thing? Go play by yourself. TCH Su Qingya rolled her eyes at Su Feng and got up to head towards the kitchen. Before long, she appeared with a small bag in her left hand filled with snacks and a fruit platter in her right. Su Feng thought she was bringing it for him, but to his surprise, Su Qingya spun around in front of him and headed upstairs. Su Feng clenched his teeth in frustration. This little girl, before Su Feng could complain, Antang came over with a fruit platter. Mr. Su, this is what the young lady specifically asked me to cut for you. Let me know if there's anything you don't like, and I'll pay attention next time. Su Feng glanced at the fruit platter on the table. It was mostly filled with things he liked, so it seemed Su Qingya had a bit of a conscience. A little. But not much. I like everything, so just buy these in the future. Okay, Mr. Su. Antang nodded and turned to leave. Wait a minute, Antang. Su Feng suddenly thought of something and called out. Mr. Su, is there anything else you need? Antang looked at Su Feng a bit nervously. Su Feng noticed Antang's tension and smiled. No need to be nervous, Antang, please sit down. Antang hesitated for a moment but still sat on the sofa. Antang, it seems your salary hasn't been confirmed yet. What was your previous salary? Mr. Su, that depends on what type of nanny you choose. Su Feng was a bit surprised. Could nannies be categorized into different types? However, he understood that since he had never been in the nanny business, it was normal not to know. Please explain. Okay, Mr. Su. Antang organized her thoughts before speaking. Common nannies are generally divided into 3 types: daytime, live-in, and childcare. The main tasks are cooking, cleaning, laundry, etc. I was a live-in nanny before, working for 5 years at my last job, but since the family went abroad, I had to look for other opportunities. Antang paused here, glanced at Su Feng's calm expression, and after biting her lip, she said somewhat nervously, my previous salary was 10,000 a month. But the market rate for live-in nannies is generally between 6k 8k. Su Feng nodded slightly. Seeing this, Antang's heart couldn't help but tense up. She was already prepared for a pay cut. After all, jobs were hard to find now, and having a stable job was good news for both herself and her family. After a moment of silence, Su Feng turned his gaze to Antang. Antang, your salary will remain the same, 10,000 a month, with a bonus at the end of the year. Hearing this, Antang jumped up in surprise. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Su Feng waved his hand, signaling her not to be so excited. You've been in this line of work for so many years, you should know what to do and what not to do. I believe Antang is a smart person. Although Su Feng knew Antang was smart, he still felt the need to say it, at least to set some boundaries. Mr. Su, I understand. Antang said seriously. Hey, have you tidied up everything in the kitchen? It's still early, you should go home and get things arranged. Come back later to cook. Thank you, Mr. Su. Tang Xiaomei respectfully bowed and turned to leave. After Antang left, Su Feng couldn't wait to summon the system. System. Host, Su Feng Jr. God of Wealth, 1-297-800/1000000. Upgradable, Wealth, 10,086 Yuan. Warehouse, Nun Jr. God of Wealth, earns 1 yuan every second. Seeing the words upgradable in the Junior God of Wealth section, Su Feng nervously rubbed his hands. System upgrade. Ding, upgrade conditions met. Upgrading system. System upgrade successful. Upgrade gift pack has been sent to the warehouse. Please check it yourself. The blue screen in Su Feng's eyes also changed. Host, Su Feng Intermediate God of Wealth, 297-800/1 billion. Wealth, 10,152 yuan, automatically withdrawn on the first of each month. Warehouse, upgrade gift pack. Intermediate God of Wealth, earns 100 yuan every second. 100 yuan every second? Su Feng silently took out his phone and opened the built-in calculator. 1 second is 100, a day has 86,400 seconds, which is 64 million, a month is 250 million, and a year is 1 billion. 1 billion? 31 small goals? Wow, system bro, you're amazing. But soon Su Feng calmed down. So much money seems to have no source for him. Even if the system can arrange it reasonably to avoid scrutiny from relevant departments, how would he explain it to the people around him? He neither has a job nor runs a company or invests in any projects, so where is this money coming from? A little less wouldn't matter, but now that it's increasing, it's different. Millions arriving every month. After pondering for a long time, Su Feng couldn't find a suitable method and could only turn his gaze to the system. System bro, do you have any good methods? Hey system, say something. Su Feng called out in his mind for a while but did not receive a response from the system. Just when he felt a bit discouraged, he saw the shining upgrade gift pack in the system warehouse section. A light suddenly flashed in his eyes. System, open the upgrade gift pack. Upgrade gift pack opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10% shares of Lu Wei Group, 10% shares of Richemont Group, 10% shares of Kering Group, and Language Master, proficient in 10 languages, Lu Wei? Richemont? Kering? Su Feng was also confused, as it seemed he had never heard of these three companies. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to look them up, a flood of information surged into his mind, and before Su Feng could react, he fainted. Ding, the funds currently obtained by the host are all historical dividends from the three groups. Please feel free to use them. Unfortunately, the fainted Su Feng did not hear the system's prompt. I live alone in a bustling city. I once dreamed of something, but later it came to nothing. I can only rely on a song. On the second floor, Su Qingya was watching a drama when she heard the ringing from downstairs, and her brows furrowed slightly. What is my brother doing? Why isn't he answering the phone? It's been ringing for a while. Su Qingya got up from the bed, put on her slippers, and walked downstairs. Brother, your phone has been ringing for ages. Why aren't you answering it? Just as Su Qingya reached the stairs, she saw Su Feng leaning against the sofa. Seeing that Su Feng had no reaction, her heart sank, and she hurried downstairs. Upon seeing Su Feng's tightly closed eyes and the incessant ringing, an ominous premonition surged in her heart. Brother Su Qingya walked to Su Feng's side with a hint of a cry in her voice. She trembled as she extended her index finger in front of Su Feng's nose. Slap, ouch! Su Qingya exclaimed. It turned out that as soon as Su Feng opened his eyes, he saw a hand appear in front of him and instinctively raised his hand to swat it away. Qingya, what are you doing? Did I hurt you just now? Brother, it wasn't intentional. Seeing the tears glistening in Su Qingya's eyes made Su Feng feel a wave of anxiety. He thought he might have hit her too hard earlier and quickly apologized. Brother, you're fine. You scared me to death just now. Seeing that Su Feng was okay, Su Qingya's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. She slumped onto the sofa, feeling a bit weak. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Su Feng asked, puzzled. Your phone kept ringing just now. I called you several times. But you didn't respond. I thought you. Su Feng scratched his head, seemingly realizing what had happened. I might have dozed off, slept a bit too deeply. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya rolled her eyes at him. You stinky brother, you made me worry for nothing. After giving Su Feng a few playful punches, she jogged upstairs. Sigh, this time I'll take it as a lesson for myself. Su Feng sighed and began to process the information in his head. He had completely absorbed and internalized 10 languages, as if he had been born knowing them, just like Chinese. Photo SE. Su Feng casually said a couple of phrases, nodding in satisfaction. Noticing his phone beside him, Su Feng suddenly remembered that Su Qingya had mentioned someone had called him. He picked up the phone and saw 3 missed calls, all from different numbers, but the caller ID showed they were all from the Magic City. After pondering for a moment, Su Feng decided to call the first number back. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Hello, this is Su Feng. You called me earlier? Oh, Mr. Su, good afternoon. Who are you? Su Feng asked, a bit confused. Mr. Su, I am the head of the Greater China region for the Richemont Group. My name is Hamis. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Upon hearing the name Richemont Group, Su Feng immediately recalled the shares he had acquired earlier. Hello Hamis, what can I do for you? Mr. Su, it's like this. The headquarters sent a letter informing me that a group shareholder is in the Magic City, and I was asked to deliver the shareholder exclusive card to you. I was wondering if you are available. Su Feng understood immediately, they were delivering a shareholder benefit card to him. I'm available, I'm at Ocean View No. 1, just come directly. After that, the two exchanged a few more simple words before Su Feng hung up. Looking at the other 2 missed calls, he guessed they were from the other 2 groups. He called them back, and as he had suspected, they were also delivering shareholder exclusive cards. After providing them with his address, he hung up the phone. Ocean View No. 1 underground parking lot. Hamis, what are you doing here? Emma, the head of the Greater China region for the Roadway Group, asked in surprise. Emma was a bit taken aback by Hami's presence. Both were heads of high-end brands in Greater China, but their relationship was not very harmonious, as their companies were competitors in the luxury brand market. I'm here to visit a group shareholder. Why are you here, Emma? What a coincidence, I'm also here to visit a group shareholder. Just as the two were conversing, a Bentley Bentayga pulled up beside them. A middle-aged foreigner got out of the car, instantly capturing the attention of both Hamis and Emma. George, what are you doing here? You're not also here to visit a group shareholder, are you? Just now, George, the head of the Kuaichamutai Group for the Greater China region, was also a bit confused when he saw the two people in front of him. What is going on? The three giants of high-end brands, the heads of the Greater China region, actually gathered in such a situation. Are you also here to visit the group shareholders? George asked, somewhat puzzled. Hamis and Emma exchanged a glance and nodded in tacit agreement. A ridiculous thought arose in their minds simultaneously. Could it be that the shareholder we are visiting is the same person? The three of them fell silent and walked straight into the elevator. When Emma pressed the button for the 39th floor, both Hamis and George felt a jolt in their hearts. Seeing that the two did not press the elevator button, Emma understood. You are also going to visit Mr. Su, X3. As soon as these words were spoken, the three fell silent, not saying a word. Soon, the elevator reached the 39th floor, and Su Feng had already opened the door, waiting quietly for their arrival. When the three saw Su Feng's youthful appearance, they were all a bit stunned. Is this Mr. Su himself? Or is it Mr. Su's son? Mr. Su, George called out uncertainly. You three, don't just stand there, have a seat. I didn't expect you three to come together. Su Feng waved his hand, signaling them to sit down. Hamis and the others exchanged glances and each found a place to sit. The atmosphere became a bit quiet. The three seemed to have some concerns and did not speak. Su Feng noticed a hint of this and said, let's talk in the study, you can take turns. After saying this, he stood up and walked toward the study, while Hamis cleverly followed closely behind Su Feng. Emma and George stamped their feet in frustration. Mr. Su, this is the exclusive card for group shareholders, please keep it safe. As soon as they entered the study, Hamis took out a golden card from his pocket. Is this made of gold? Su Feng looked at the exclusive card in his hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Yes, Mr. Su, the exclusive cards are made of pure gold, yours is numbered 003. You can enjoy the best services at any store under the group, new arrivals can be delivered to your home for selection, and you also have 5 opportunities for free orders each year. Additionally, the president hopes Mr. Su can visit the headquarters when possible. Regarding the 3 groups, Su Feng had taken some time to understand them earlier, which included all the top luxury brands in the world, and it could be said that Su Feng had already become a new aristocrat in the luxury goods circle. Alright, I understand. Mr. Su, if you have time, you can visit the headquarters in Lujiazui. If I have time, I will go. Hamis slightly bowed and left the study. As soon as he came out of the study, he saw Emma and George running over, and in the end, it was Emma, relying on her youth, who stepped into the study first. George, you should exercise more. If your headquarters finds out, I wonder if they will change the person in charge. Hamis smiled proudly, as if he had won a victory. You! George was so angry that his hands trembled a bit. Emma went in quickly and came out just as fast, spending less than 5 minutes inside. However, compared to the urgency at the beginning, she now seemed much more relaxed. It seems that Miss Emma and Mr. Su had a pleasant chat. Of course. George, seeing both of them smiling, cast a gloomy glance at them and walked toward the study. As he stepped into the study, George's face had already changed to a courteous smile. After sending the 3 out, Su Feng sat on the sofa, playing with the exclusive card. The 3 exclusive cards were quite similar, all made of pure gold, and felt very light in hand. Hey, bro, what card are you holding? It's shiny, and looks quite nice. Here, take one. This is an exclusive card. If you shop under this group, you'll get special privileges. Su Feng said as he picked one up and handed it to Su Qingya. Lu Wei Group? Why does this logo look like the Louis Vuitton we visited this morning? It can't be under this company, right? Su Qingya looked at Su Feng excitedly, as if she had discovered a new world. It seems so. Su Feng nodded slightly. Thank you, big brother. Su Qingya carefully placed the card into her wallet. Dinner was quite lavish, prepared by Aunt Tang. A standard 3 dishes and a soup. Both Su Feng and Su Qingya ate comfortably. Life without having to do anything for yourself is indeed pleasant. Brother, I have a favor to ask. Su Qingya knelt on the sofa, looking pitiful. Oh, you're even begging now? That's not the style of you, Su Qingya. Su Feng smirked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Ah, you old jerk. Su Qingya couldn't take it and jumped on him, delivering a few playful punches to his arm. Su Feng pressed her head down with one hand. Is this your attitude when asking for a favor? At this, Su Qingya instantly quieted down. Pigeon, just agree to it. Su Qingya pouted, pulling on Su Feng's arm and acting cute. It was so cheesy. Just tell me, what is it? Su Feng pushed her away in mock disgust. Hee big brother, get me a computer, I need it. A computer? What do you need it for? Of course for live streaming. I can't keep spending your money. Big brother, let me tell you, don't underestimate live streaming. I've been watching it for the past few days, and some people can earn hundreds of thousands in one night. As soon as she mentioned making money, Su Qingya's eyes sparkled. Live streaming? Su Feng was somewhat familiar with it. When he first arrived in the city, he enjoyed watching live streams and remembered being glued to a host named Crystal Doll, even giving her quite a bit of money. Later, due to work, he gradually stopped following that scene. Looking back, he found it silly. He could barely afford his meals but was tipping a host, not knowing what he was thinking at the time. The money she made in one night was more than his monthly salary, and he was concerned about whether she was eating well and dressing warmly. Reflecting on those past events, Su Feng found it somewhat amusing. Do you think you can do it? Su Feng was not very optimistic about Su Qingya making money through live streaming. Besides being pretty and having a good figure, what else did she have? Games? She didn't know how to play. Dancing? She had no talent for that. How would I know if I don't try? What if I, your sister, become famous overnight? Su Qingya said excitedly, as if envisioning herself conquering the live streaming industry. Alright, tomorrow I'll have Chen Mengyan bring you a high-spec computer. As Su Feng spoke, he stood up and walked towards the door. Brother, where are you going? I'm going to digest. Do some exercises. Unit 701, see if you know. 1. Looking at the door number, Su Feng gently knocked on the door. After about 10 seconds, the door finally opened. Chen Mengyan was wearing a white tank top paired with denim shorts. Her chest was full and rounded, and her hips were tight and perky. Su Feng was instantly taken aback. Unlike her previous serious demeanor, Chen Mengyan today gave off a fresh and delicate vibe, making one feel a strong urge to cherish her. The soft yellow light in the room illuminated her, adding a unique charm. What? Aren't you going to let me in to sit for a while? Su Feng leaned against the doorframe, looking at Chen Mengyan with a playful expression. Chen Mengyan's apartment is 390 square meters, with a structure of 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, decorated in a minimalist European style, overall quite nice. It seems your company is quite considerate, arranging such a big house. Su Feng looked around and sat down on the sofa. This is also for convenience, as the exclusive housekeeper has to be on call 24 hours a day. Young Master Su, would you like coffee or juice? Of course juice, especially fresh peach juice, it's my favorite. Hearing Su Feng's words, Chen Mengyan's face, which had just returned to normal, flushed again. This apartment is home to only 4 people, all beautiful exclusive housekeepers serving the top clients of the first and second units. The other 3 had already been serving their respective clients for over half a year. Only Chen Mengyan had the misfortune of waiting until now. After all, they all lived under the same roof, and the relationships among the 4 were quite good, not to say they knew everything about each other, but they had heard some secrets. Over the past 6 months, the other 3 had transformed from lowly workers to rising stars, buying clothes and bags from international brands, and some even drove luxury cars. Chen Mengyan watched this with her heart aching, and the moment Su Feng appeared, her heart began to stir. After all, opportunities to change one's life come only once or twice. If missed, there would be no second chance. Chen Mengyan half leaned on the table, fiddling with the juicer, her pink back arched, the large snow mountain pressed against the edge of the table, her curvy hips forming a perfect arc. Su Feng watched, feeling a surge of emotions, and walked over with big strides. You know you're committing a crime, right? Su Feng leaned against Chen Mengyan's back. The curves and dips perfectly aligned at that moment. So, do you want to punish me? Chen Mengyan twisted her hips slightly, trying to find a comfortable position. Have you thought it through? Chen Mengyan didn't expect to be Su Feng's girlfriend. After all, she knew she wasn't worthy, so why not settle for second best? I heard your spoken English was great in college. Teach me. Ah, sure. Chen Mengyan leaned on Su Feng's shoulder, her face blushing. Go to my room. Su Feng picked up Chen Mengyan and walked toward her room. Bang, the door was slammed shut. Oh yee. Oh yes. Oh my god. Oh fuck. English teacher Chen Mengyan officially started her class, and diligent student Su Feng humbly sought guidance. 2 hours or maybe 3 hours later, this English lesson came to an end with a soft moan. Su Feng looked at Chen Mengyan in his arms and understood why the others often supported individual businesses. This feeling was truly too comfortable. Although he had never experienced a battlefield, who could blame him for exercising regularly? The strength accumulated over 24 years would be unbearable for anyone. Young Master Su Chen Mengyan leaned against Su Feng's chest, her face full of fatigue. You should rest well, I'll take a shower and then go back. As he spoke, Su Feng got up from the bed. The sheets slipped down, revealing Chen Mengyan's fair body, and on the pink snow mountain, traces could still be vaguely seen. Hearing that Su Feng was going back, a hint of disappointment flashed in Chen Mengyan's eyes, but she still got up and followed Su Feng to the bathroom. Young Master Su, let me help you wash. Another half hour passed in washing, and when they came out, it was still Su Feng who carried Chen Mengyan out. You just rest well, I'll find you again tomorrow. Su Feng pinched Chen Mengyan's cheek and said with a smile. Chen Mengyan weakly responded. After all, it was the teacher who taught the student, exhausting herself. Disney? What's fun at Disney? Su Feng sat on the edge of the bed, still half asleep, and looked at the excited Su Qingya, asking, Brother Disney, I've wanted to go for a long time, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. She grabbed Su Feng's arm and shook it. Alright, I'll take you to Disney today. Su Feng reluctantly agreed. After sending Su Qingya off, he thought for a moment and sent a message to Chen Mengyan. Of course, it was better to have more people when going out to play. By the time Su Feng leisurely changed his clothes and came downstairs, he saw Su Qingya and Chen Mengyan sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing. What are you two talking about, so happily? Big brother, you should ask less about girls' matters. Su Qingya shot him 2 big eye rolls. It was then that Su Feng noticed how surprisingly similar Su Qingya and Chen Mengyan were dressed, both in floral dresses, just with slightly different colors. Su Qingya gave off a fresh vibe, while Chen Mengyan, perhaps due to last night's indulgence, paired with her gold-rimmed glasses, had a mature yet youthful aura. His gaze roamed over Chen Mengyan without any concealment, causing her face to flush. The scenes from last night in the bathroom flashed through his mind, and he hadn't expected his flexibility to be so good. Meanwhile, Su Qingya sat quietly beside them, observing their expressions, focused on eating melon, watching the drama unfold. Mr. Su, breakfast is ready. Aunt Tang's voice interrupted their little thoughts. Breakfast was simple, millet porridge with scallion pancakes and a bit of pickled vegetables. Su Feng didn't have high demands. As long as he could fill his stomach with food he didn't dislike, that was enough for him. After breakfast, he greeted Aunt Tang and left the house with the 2 girls. Disney wasn't too far from Haijingyuan, about 27 or 28 kilometers away. They arrived at Disney around 9 in the morning after a leisurely journey. Looking at the sea of tourists at the entrance, Su Feng felt an urge to turn back. Are you sure you want to go in, even if it means waiting for hours? Su Feng gestured towards the crowd. Su Qingya pouted, looking dejected. Brother, I didn't know there would be so many people. After all, I've never been here before and have no experience. Su Feng turned his gaze to Chen Mengyan, wondering if she had any ideas. Chen Mengyan was smiling at the 2 of them, and Su Feng realized that this girl was just enjoying their predicament. Are you deliberately watching me make a fool of myself? Su Feng walked over to Chen Mengyan, his right hand reaching up to her perky figure, and he gave it a hard slap. Smack! The sound echoed. Chen Mengyan bit her lip, suppressing a sound, her eyes glimmering with mischief. I just didn't have the chance to say it. Su Feng snorted lightly. Just wait until tonight, I'll deal with you. Under Chen Mengyan's lead, they spent nearly 8,000 yuan to get 3 Disney VIP cards, skipping the lines and quickly entering the park. It was unclear if Disney had some magic, but both Su Qingya and Chen Mengyan were filled with excitement once they entered. Since they used the VIP cards, they entered Disney Town, which was filled with many unique shops. The most eye-catching was the Disney World store, with its nostalgic train-shaped entrance, making one feel like they were returning to childhood. After all, who didn't grow up watching Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck? Seeing Su Qingya and Chen Mengyan linking arms and walking towards the store, Su Feng felt an ominous premonition rising from his heart. Ah, Linabelle. Brother, look, isn't it cute? Su Qingya exclaimed, hugging a half-person high doll, shaking it excitedly. It's nice, if you like it, buy it. Hee, big brother is the best. Brother, look at this, isn't it cute? Buy it. Brother, buy it. In less than half an hour, Su Feng was already carrying 5 plush toys, and they were all quite large. As he walked down the street, Su Feng noticed that many people were looking at him with strange expressions. Women looked on with envy, while men regarded him with a sense of brotherly camaraderie. In the end, with no choice, he stored the items at the storage office, finally freeing his hands. He then strolled around the small town again, but this time he didn't buy anything else. Sitting on the Disney internal sightseeing bus, the tour guide began to introduce Disneyland. Welcome everyone to Disneyland. The park has a total of 7 themed areas: Mickey Avenue, Fantasy Garden, World of Imagination, Adventure Island, Treasure Cove, Tomorrowland, and Toy Story. Next, we will head to the first themed area, Mickey Avenue. Please keep your personal belongings safe, and I hope everyone has a great time. Soon, the sightseeing bus arrived at Mickey Avenue, and as soon as they got off, they saw many cartoon characters dancing in the square. Wow, it's Mickey and Donald Duck, they're so cute. Even Su Feng couldn't help but take a few pictures with his phone. The dance lasted about 5 or 6 minutes before it ended. As they exited, the characters high-fived the audience, and taking advantage of his tall stature, Su Feng led Su Qingya and Chen Mengyan to the front, successfully helping the two achieve their high-five goal. After lingering in Mickey Avenue for a while, they went on rides like the Soarin' over California, Tron Light Cycle Power Run, Frozen Sing-Along Celebration, and Alice in Wonderland Maze, and in between, they watched the parade on Mickey Avenue, staying until it got dark. Finally, they awaited the evening's grand finale, the fireworks show. Watching the huge fireworks rise into the sky, Su Feng was deeply captivated by the beautiful scene at the moment they burst. "Brother, what do you think about buying some fireworks like this for the new year?" Su Qingya said dreamily, gazing at the sky. Let's set off too." As soon as they got in the car, Su Qingya lay down in the back seat and fell fast asleep. She was already exhausted from a day of fun. Su Feng felt a bit tired himself. "Is anyone at your home tonight?" Su Feng glanced at the rearview mirror and said softly. Chen Mengyan's face turned crimson at his words, and she nodded slightly. "My roommates came back early this morning. If you want, we can go out. Find a hotel." After saying this, Chen Mengyan shyly lowered her head. Su Feng pondered for a moment before saying, "You go back, take a shower, and come find me later." After last night's English class, Su Feng had developed a taste for it. Today at Disneyland, he had felt a few impulses that he had managed to suppress. By the time they got home, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Su Qingya greeted Su Feng and then returned to her room. Chen Mengyan arrived quickly, making Su Feng wait for less than 20 minutes, and then he saw her wearing a black lace camisole, with glimpses of her snowy mountain scenery visible. "Teacher Chen, let's start our English class." A fleeting moment of leisure in life, a cup of clear tea brings joy. Recently, Su Feng had inexplicably developed a habit of drinking tea and even had someone buy a tea set to place in the tea room on the first floor. Sitting in a rattan chair, enjoying the view outside the window, he occasionally sipped tea, feeling quite content. Su Feng also rarely had such free time. After returning from Disneyland, Su Feng arranged for Chen Mengyan to send over 2 high-spec computers. He had originally planned to buy one, but then thought about playing games occasionally, so he had her buy 2, spending a total of 200,000 yuan. At that time, Su Feng was also a little surprised by this price. After all, in his understanding, a computer costing over 10,000 was considered high-end, let alone one that cost 100,000. Su Qingya also began her live streaming journey. When choosing a platform, Su Qingya specifically asked for Su Feng's opinion. There were many live streaming platforms available, such as Douyu, Huya, Zhanqi, and Longzhu, all of which were quite popular and had their own fan bases. After weighing the options, Su Feng still recommended that Su Qingya try Douyu. Of course, Su Feng had a bit of selfishness in this. On a dark and windy night, he accidentally entered the dance section of Douyu and was captivated by the late-night dances. Buzz buzz buzz. Leisurely times always have their interruptions. Looking at the caller ID on his phone, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Feng's eyes. "Why is Emma calling me?" Although he was filled with confusion, he still answered the call. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry to disturb your afternoon rest." Emma on the other end sounded a bit nervous. After all, this call was made on a whim. "It's fine, I was just having afternoon tea. Is there something you need?" Su Feng's tone carried a hint of laziness. "Mr. Su, in a couple of days, it will be the annual Bazaar Charity Fashion Gala, and our company happens to have a collaboration. I wanted to ask if you would be interested in attending?" After Emma finished speaking, her heart raced a little. If she could establish a friendly relationship with Su Feng, wouldn't her position as the head of the Greater China region be more secure? The Greater China region is a very important part of the entire Luwei Group, and many senior executives at headquarters were eyeing her position. If she made any mistakes, she could be sent back home the next day. The Bazaar Charity Fashion Gala? Su Feng was not unfamiliar with this name. After all, having stayed in the Magic City for several years, he had heard of such events. This gala is a fashion charity model created by international brands, top celebrities, and leading fashion magazines. In simple terms, it involves auctioning off works and jewelry from big names in the entertainment industry, allowing celebrities to bid, with the funds raised going to charity. Su Feng didn't know if there were any tricks involved, but this event indeed contributed a lot to charitable causes. After pondering for a moment, Su Feng agreed. Alright, you can come pick me up then. Upon hearing this, Emma's face instantly lit up with a smile, and even her tone became a bit more cheerful. Okay, Mr. Su. After hanging up the phone, Su Feng thought about the bizarre charity fashion gala. Many celebrities from the entertainment industry would attend, and he wondered if there would be any of his favorites there. Asking for an autograph or taking a photo wouldn't be too much to ask, right? There's nothing ridiculous about being a fan who hasn't chased after stars when they were young. After all, even that handsome Zhang has listened to Jay Chou's songs. Hey, isn't this our big streamer Su? Why are you sitting here dazed and unhappy? As Su Feng came out of the tea room, he saw Su Qingya sitting on the sofa, hugging a Lina Bear cartoon doll, lost in thought. Brother, did I underestimate the live streaming thing? In the past few days of streaming, only 4 or 5 people have watched me each day, and I haven't received a single gift. Su Qingya looked completely dejected, clearly feeling discouraged. Silly girl, don't you think? If live streaming were really that easy, why wouldn't everyone do it? Su Feng carefully comforted her. Look at those streamers, almost everyone has a talent they can showcase, whether it's dancing, singing, or gaming. Even those who stream outdoors are articulate. You want to be interested in live streaming, so you have to put in the effort. Even if it's just sitting and chatting with the audience, you need to have something to say. After hearing Su Feng's words, Su Qingya's gloomy heart began to stir again. Brother, you're right, this is just the beginning. How can I easily admit defeat? I need to work hard, I need to keep going. After giving herself a pep talk, Su Qingya confidently walked upstairs, exuding an air of determination. Su Feng sighed slightly and took out his phone to open the Douyu app. In the end, I still have to use my cash ability. Su Qingya's live streaming room was called It's Qingya. When Su Feng clicked in, Su Qingya was singing a recently released popular song. Counting the rings of the years, I seriously seal my thoughts, densely packed is my self-esteem. There were 2 or 3 little shrimp chatting in the live room. I didn't expect the host to sing so well. It has a touch of innocence compared to the original. Love it, love it. The host is not only beautiful but also sings so well, almost missed it. Treasure host, definitely a treasure host, give the host a follow. Follow, don't get lost. Su Feng glanced at Su Qingya, who was singing earnestly, and decisively recharged. Why can I only recharge 618? Looking at the recharge page, Su Feng was a bit speechless. If he recharged tens of thousands, his hand would get sore. After checking online, he found a quick recharge channel. Through Green Bubble, Su Feng directly recharged 50,000. It wasn't that he didn't want to recharge more, but recharging too much wouldn't be useful. After all, Su Qingya didn't have much of a fan base yet, and even if he brought in traffic, it wouldn't stay for long. It was better to take it slow. Looking at the gift bar, the most expensive gift was the Super Rocket, which cost 2,000 each. He clicked 10 times, and 10 Super Rockets appeared on the screen. Su Qingya, who was singing, also stopped, her mouth agape, joy shining in her eyes. Thank you to Yijijuchen for the 10 Super Rockets. The bullet screen instantly flooded with comments. Yijijuchen is so generous. Super Rockets were gifts visible across the entire platform, and many viewers flocked into Su Qingya's live room. 56, 226, 682. In no time, the viewer count reached around 1,000, and the bullet screen became lively. Wow, the host is so beautiful. The host is a newcomer, and she can need a big brother. What good luck. Such a beautiful host, everyone follow her. Su Qingya gradually calmed down from her initial shock and excitement. Thank you all for your attention. I wonder if Yijijuchen has any songs he wants to hear. I can sing anything. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he typed a few words and sent them out. Then let's hear a song about pigs. Seeing Su Feng's comment, Su Qingya was left dumbfounded. Other viewers wanted to join in the fun and started spamming the words pig song. Su Qingya could only silently open the accompaniment for the pig song. Pig, you have 2 nostrils. Su Qingya even wrinkled her nose on purpose. Her cute side seemed to strike a chord with everyone, and many started sending gifts, with plenty of planes and rockets. For a moment, the entire live room's heat rose even higher. Mr. Su, dinner is ready. Su Feng, who was lying on the sofa, sat up at the sound. Where's Qingya? Is she still not down? Miss is still in her room. I'll go call her. Su Feng nodded slightly but then thought of something and called Aunt Tang. Qingya might be live streaming. If she doesn't open the door when you knock, just go in directly. Aunt Tang was momentarily taken aback when she heard Su Qingya was live streaming. Even with so much money, she still engaged in such vulgar activities. Nevertheless, Aunt Tang quickly made her way upstairs. Knock 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 knock. After several knocks, she still didn't hear Su Qingya's voice. She then pushed the door open and walked in. Entering the small study next to the bedroom, she saw Su Qingya wearing headphones, talking about something with a very happy expression on her face. At that moment, Su Qingya also noticed Aunt Tang standing at the door, took off her headphones, and asked, "Aunt Tang, is there something you need?" "Miss, the young master asked me to call you down for dinner." "Got it, I'll be right there." Su Qingya completely failed to notice that when Aunt Tang referred to her as Miss, the live stream exploded. The 600 or 700 viewers left in the stream were frantically typing on their keyboards. "Brothers, did I hear that right? The streamer is being respectfully called Miss? Could it be that the streamer is a rich second generation? The woman speaking just now must be the maid, calling the streamer down for dinner. My goodness. The streamer can't be living in a villa, right? Look at the streamer's IP location, it's in the Magic City. The Magic City, isn't that a solid proof? Turns out she's a treasure of a streamer. Even rich second generations work so hard to make money, while we common folks are still slacking off. How can we bear it? I didn't expect that the only connection I have in the wealthy circle is actually the streamer." By the time Su Qingya noticed, the entire screen was filled with comments. Su Qingya casually glanced at the comments and didn't pay much attention to what was being said. "Family, I'm going to eat now. Today's stream ends here. I'll go live again tonight if I feel like it." After saying that, Su Qingya directly shut down the stream. Many viewers were left in a daze, wondering how the streamer could just leave, leaving hundreds of people hanging. How could she do that? "Brothers, I discovered a major secret." "Major secret? How major? D or E?" "Ahem, if it really is as major as DE, I wouldn't mind taking a look." "A bunch of LSPs, I found a photo in the streamer's fish bar. Do you know where it is?" As soon as this was said, the viewers still in the stream rushed into the fish bar. Looking at the only night view photo in the fish bar, those with a bit of insight quickly recognized it. "Oh my, isn't this the night view of the Huangpu River and the Bund? The only places that can capture such scenery are the Thompson Riviera and the Ocean View No. 1. Thompson Riviera? Ocean View No. 1. No way someone living in such a high-end mansion is still streaming? I don't believe it." For a moment, everyone was talking, until one comment silenced the crowd. "Did you notice, the reflection in the glass vaguely shows the streamer's figure? Although it's not very clear, you can still make out a thing or two." Soon, the fish bar It's Qingya surged to the top of the Douyu rankings, and more people came to check it out. The number of followers quickly broke 10,000, and the heat was still rising. This could be considered an unintentional success. "Brother, I have good news for you," Su Qingya said mysteriously as she leaned close to Su Feng. After swallowing the sweet and sour ribs in his mouth, Su Feng pretended to be curious and asked, "What good news? Could it be that your live stream is improving?" Su Qingya excitedly nodded her head like she was pounding garlic. "Mmacham, I met a big brother this afternoon, and he sent me 10 super rockets, that's 20,000 yuan. I already have over 1,000 followers now, how about that? Isn't it impressive?" Su Qingya proudly placed her hands on her hips, looking as if she wanted him to praise her. Seeing her expression, Su Feng revealed a mischievous smile. "Oh, isn't that big brother called One Ride, One Dust? He even had a certain beautiful streamer sing a pig song." Upon hearing this, Su Qingya was instantly stunned, staring blankly at Su Feng. The earlier arrogance completely vanished. Stinky old brother, you are that One Ride, One Dust, you make me so mad, and you even made me sing a pig song." Su Qingya rushed to Su Feng's side and started throwing little punches. Aunt Tang, who was tidying up in the kitchen, smiled at their playful bickering. "What's wrong? Did you see how my brother's 10 super rockets shot up? Didn't it immediately attract attention? If you keep hitting me, I'll eat all the good food." Su Feng pressed Su Qingya's little head down with his left hand while his right hand didn't forget to grab a piece of rib. Hearing this, Su Qingya glanced at the delicious food on the table, the fragrant aroma making her swallow involuntarily. Considering it's dinner, I'll forgive you." She picked up her bowl and started eating heartily, occasionally mumbling, "Stinky old brother, I'll bite you to death." It was unclear if Su Qingya was turning her anger into appetite, but she ended up eating more than half of the dishes on the table, even finishing 3 bowls of rice, leaving Su Feng a bit dumbfounded. Aunt Tang's cooking is so delicious, I'm so full." Leaning back on the sofa, Su Qingya wore a satisfied expression. "If you keep eating like this every day, you'll soon turn into a little pig. You're the one who will turn into a little pig." Although Su Qingya said this, she still started to assess her figure. She touched her left side, then her right, seemingly feeling that she had indeed gained a little weight. In the battle between food and beauty, she ultimately chose beauty. "Starting tomorrow, I'll only eat a small bowl of rice each meal and stick to exercising for 2 hours every day." It seemed she was motivating herself, as Su Qingya got up from the sofa and headed towards the gym. Ultimately, it was just a fleeting enthusiasm. Not long after, Su Feng noticed she quietly sneaked out of the gym and headed upstairs. She tiptoed as if she thought Su Feng hadn't noticed. However, everything was clearly reflected in the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows, but Su Feng chose not to expose her. Back in her bedroom, Su Qingya directly turned into her small study, and when she opened her live streaming room, she was stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 46,852. In the time it takes to eat a meal, it increased by over 40,000. What's going on? Soon, Su Qingya figured out the cause of the situation. It was because of a night view photo she had posted. After finding the reason, Su Qingya pondered for a moment and then posted a few more scenic photos on her fish bar, but this time there were not only night views but also daytime ones, just from different angles. Humph, stinky old brother, watch me drop your jaw. Brother, has anyone told you? You look especially handsome today. Looking at Su Feng in a black polo shirt paired with dark gray trousers and brown leather shoes, Su Qingya was momentarily stunned. Su Feng paced back and forth in front of the mirror, nodding in satisfaction at his handsome reflection. If I could just add a nice watch, it would be perfect, Su Qingya said with a hint of regret. Her words reminded Su Feng that he indeed lacked a decent watch. He had thought about buying one a long time ago, but his funds were limited. With just over $1 million in his account, it was far from enough to buy a good watch. He would have to wait until next month when the system's money arrived. There are only 2 or 3 days left until the 1st. I must buy a branded watch then, Su Feng calculated in his mind. After adjusting his cuffs, he grabbed the car keys and prepared to head out. Seeing Su Feng's demeanor, Su Qingya curiously asked, "Old brother, are you going out?" I'm going out to take care of some things, and I'll be attending a banquet in the evening. Do you want to come with me? Su Feng casually asked. I'm not going. I still have a live stream this afternoon. Su Qingya shook her head in refusal. Ever since the incident at the fish bar a couple of days ago, Su Qingya's popularity had skyrocketed, and her fan count had reached 100,000. This number was quite significant for a streamer in the fish-catching community. She was now fully focused on her live streaming, with no time to go out and have fun. Alright, I'll be back a bit late tonight, so tell Aunt Tang not to make dinner for me. After saying that, Su Feng left the house. Originally, he had arranged for Emma to pick him up, but later Su Feng suddenly wanted to check out the headquarters of the Lu Wei Group in the Greater China region, simply out of curiosity and to broaden his horizons. The Lu Wei Group's headquarters is located in the Jinmao Tower in Lujiazui, very close to where Su Feng lived, just a few minutes' drive away. As soon as Su Feng arrived at the parking entrance of the Jinmao Tower, he was stopped by security personnel. What's going on? Su Feng looked outside in surprise. There were also 2 cars in front of him that had been stopped. Just as Su Feng was puzzled, he saw a security guard walking over with a black bomb detection dog. Sorry, all social vehicles without an internal pass need to be checked. Please cooperate, sir. Su Feng frowned slightly but nodded, no problem. The security personnel were quite thorough, walking the dog around Su Feng's car and even asking him to open the trunk for the bomb detection dog to sniff. After confirming everything was fine, they allowed Su Feng to enter the garage. Hee, today I've learned something new. I didn't expect there would be such checks to enter the Jinmao Tower, Su Feng said with a wry smile. He had never seen such a scene before, which made him realize how little he knew. The Lu Wei Group was located on the 66th floor of the Jinmao Tower, and Su Feng was surprised to find that the elevator went directly to that floor without any stops, which caught him off guard. As soon as he walked through the entrance of the Lu Wei Group's Greater China headquarters, he was stopped by a beautiful receptionist. Hello, sir. May I ask what brings you here? The receptionist spoke with a slight accent that made Su Feng feel a bit tingly. I'm here to see your manager, Emma. Looking for President Emma? Do you have an appointment, sir? The receptionist looked at Su Feng with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She hadn't received any instructions from her superiors today, meaning no one was supposed to see the president. I don't have an appointment, but please check with your president. It's Su Feng here. Su Feng had come on a whim and hadn't called Emma in advance. The receptionist looked at Su Feng seriously for a moment, and seeing his earnest demeanor, she picked up the phone to call the president's secretary. Secretary Lee, it's like this. There's a Mr. Su Feng at the front desk looking for the president. No appointment. He didn't say what he wanted with the president. The president is in a meeting? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, the receptionist looked up at Su Feng and said, I'm sorry, sir, but the president is currently in a meeting and doesn't have time right now. If you're willing to wait, I can call to check after the meeting ends. Su Feng didn't respond immediately. He was considering whether to call Emma himself, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. Waiting a little while was fine. Alright. Seeing Su Feng agree, The receptionist took him to the lounge area and even made him a cup of coffee. Big companies are different. The lounge area was about 80 square meters, with several relaxation zones, and even the seating was high-end sofas. Su Feng? Just as Su Feng was focused on observing his surroundings, a surprised voice called out from not far away. Who is calling me? Su Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl in OL attire staring at him in surprise. Who are you? Su Feng gazed at the OL woman approaching him, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, as if he didn't recognize her. After staring at her for a few moments, he still couldn't recall who had called his name. What's wrong? Don't you recognize an old classmate? The OL woman said with a smile. Old classmate? Su Feng recalled his old classmates again in his mind, but he couldn't match the OL woman in front of him with anyone. The OL woman noticed the confusion in Su Feng's eyes and smiled, saying, I'm Qining. Qining? Su Feng exclaimed in surprise. This name was not unfamiliar to him, it was quite memorable. In high school, she and Li Yu were known as the twin heroes of Class 7. Initially, they were called the Fat and Thin Monks, but later they found that name a bit off-putting and changed it to Twin Heroes. Both were very distinctive, one extremely thin and the other extremely fat. Moreover, Li Yu's grades were particularly poor, while Qining ranked among the top in their grade, being one of the few from their class to get into a university. They were two extremes, but their relationship in high school was exceptionally good. They say girls change a lot after 18, I didn't expect your change to be so great. And Li Yu has slimmed down too. Who would have thought that the once twin heroes of Class 7 are now both skinny? Upon hearing Li Yu's name, a spark lit up in Qin Ying's eyes, but Su Feng, who was speaking enthusiastically, didn't notice at all. It's not bad. After entering university, I felt a bit inferior because of my weight for a while, but I worked hard to lose it, Qining said, feeling a bit melancholic, as only she knew how she had spent those years. Are you working here? Su Feng asked, noticing the blue badge hanging around Qin Ying's neck. Yes, I joined Luwei after graduating from university. Impressive, it seems you're the most outstanding among our old classmates. Su Feng had to admit Qin Ying's excellence. Getting into a big company like Luwei from an ordinary university truly required some ability. After chatting for 5 or 6 minutes, Qining was called away by a colleague, and they exchanged contact information before parting. However, Su Feng didn't notice that as they added each other on WeChat, Li Yu's name was prominently displayed in Qin Ying's chat box. Mr. Su, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Emma said nervously as she stood in front of Su Feng. After the meeting, Emma returned to her office, and her secretary reported that a Mr. Su Feng was looking for her and had been waiting in the lounge for over half an hour. When she heard this news, she felt like the sky was about to fall. After a thorough inquiry and understanding of the situation, Emma sighed in relief. Fortunately, her secretary and the front desk hadn't chased Su Feng away, otherwise, she would have been in trouble. It's fine, has the meeting ended? Su Feng smiled and waved his hand. The meeting just ended, and my secretary reported your message to me. Emma didn't say much more. Sometimes, saying too much could lead to mistakes. Yes, I came today just to take a look and broaden my horizons. It's our honor to have Mr. Su here, shall I show you around? Emma said with some enthusiasm. Then I'll trouble you. Su Feng followed Emma into the headquarters of Luwei Group in the Greater China region. After Emma's introduction, Su Feng learned that the headquarters occupied 3 entire floors. The 66th floor, where Su Feng was currently located, was the employee office area, the 67th floor was the product display department and SVIP reception center, while the 68th floor was the area for senior management. Su Feng took a simple stroll around the 66th floor and noticed that most of the employees here were women, each one a stunning beauty, dressed in particularly fashionable attire, making him unable to resist stealing a few more glances. Emma, standing nearby, also took in the scene. Mr. Su, this is our product display area, showcasing some of the exquisite items released by companies under the Luwei Group in the past 5 years, as well as new products that will be launched soon. Even the rare collectibles available on the market can be found here. Su Feng was somewhat dazzled by the array of items. Various bags, leather shoes, watches, and cosmetics were displayed in the exhibition cabinets as if they were free. Mr. Su, if you see anything you like, feel free to pick it out. Upon hearing this, Su Feng felt a slight temptation, especially in the watch section, where he saw many attractive watches. However, he ultimately suppressed his excitement and shook his head slightly. No need, as a shareholder of the Luwei Group, I can't engage in self-serving actions. Emma's expression changed slightly, feeling that her enthusiasm had been misplaced. Mr. Su, I was presumptuous. This wasn't because Su Feng was particularly noble, it was mainly due to his thin skin and desire for face. Otherwise, he would have nodded in agreement earlier. After all, who wouldn't want to take advantage of something free? Just as Su Feng was feeling a bit regretful, a familiar voice rang out. "Oh, Su Feng, what are you doing here?" Qining appeared in front of Su Feng without him noticing. At that moment, Qining also saw Emma and Secretary Li beside Su Feng and quickly greeted them respectfully. "Good afternoon, President." Emma ignored Qining and turned to Su Feng, asking, "Mr. Su, do you know her?" Su Feng nodded. "This is my old classmate, Qining. I happened to run into her in the break area when I came to find you." Emma's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity as she looked at Qining and asked, "Which department are you from, and what are you doing here?" "I remember that ordinary people aren't allowed on the 67th floor. President, I'm from the planning department. My supervisor asked me to take a few photos of the new products that will be launched for promotion." Qining explained, slightly nervous. "Have you finished taking the photos?" "Yes, I have." You can go back to work now. Tell your supervisor to get the promotion for the new products done as soon as possible." "Okay, President." After Qining greeted Emma, she nodded at Su Feng and turned to leave. Throughout the entire exchange, Su Feng didn't say a word, just quietly observed. In fact, Su Feng felt a bit puzzled. Logically, old classmates reuniting after a long time should inquire about each other's current situations. "How's work? Have you made any money? Have you found a girlfriend?" Especially since Su Feng appeared in her company, she didn't seem curious about why he was here. Isn't that strange? During their previous conversations, it was mostly Qining lamenting about her work difficulties, setbacks, or being targeted by her superiors, talking about being bullied without a background. Logically, Su Feng shouldn't judge her intentions too harshly, but after years of delivering takeout, he had learned a few truths. There are no good things without reason, and no bad things without reason. When encountering any situation, one should think from another's perspective. Perhaps there would be different answers. One should always be cautious, lest they be sold out and still help count the money. So when Emma asked Qining earlier, Su Feng didn't speak up to help her out. "Mr. Su, it seems you and Qining have a good relationship," Emma asked tentatively. "We got along well during our school days, but after graduation, everyone went their separate ways and kept in touch less. I never expected to see her here again." Su Feng felt a bit melancholic. To say the world is big, yet one can still meet an old classmate in the vast sea of people. To say the world is small, many people find it hard to meet again in the same city after parting. So sometimes fate is truly indescribable. As a large enterprise, the Lu Wei Group really needs to put more thought into nurturing new talent. For those with outstanding abilities, we can consider giving them more responsibilities. As old classmates, having reached this point in the conversation, it could be said that they had exhausted their kindness. Emma understood Su Feng's words. They had a good relationship in the past, but after years of no contact, she didn't know what the other was like now. It could be a test. If there was potential, it would be worth nurturing. After circling around the 67th floor, Su Feng felt a bit tired, so he followed Emma to the 68th floor for tea and a break. Meanwhile, back on the 66th floor, Qining was feeling a bit excited. After returning to her workstation, she took out her phone and opened the green bubble chat. "You guess who I met today?" Meow meow ecstatic, the message was sent, and within 2 seconds, a reply came back. "Who? Why are you so happy?" "I met Su Feng. He came to our company today, and our president personally received him. Wow, it seems he really has made it big. You better seize the opportunity to hold onto his leg. Don't worry, I successfully made an impression in front of the president today." At this point, Xin Ying's face showed a hint of pride. Qining and Li Yu had kept in touch since graduation, perhaps because their experiences in high school made them cherish this friendship even more. Previously, when Li Yu met Su Feng, he immediately shared his experience with Qining, and they both lamented how great it would be if Su Feng really made it big and they could get close to him. Unexpectedly, they really encountered Su Feng in the Magic City, and when she heard he was there to see the president, she knew her chance had come. Having money is great. At that moment, Su Feng was sitting in a helicopter heading to Hongqiao Airport, looking out the window at the densely packed houses below, feeling a bit emotional. Su Feng originally thought the Bazaar Charity Gala was being held in the Magic City and was planning to attend the banquet and then go home to rest. But Emma told him, the Bazaar Charity Gala was in the capital, and they needed to take a plane to get there. Just as Su Feng was wondering if they would make it in time, Emma took him on a helicopter directly to Hongqiao Airport. They were supposed to transfer to a private jet there. Su Feng was stunned. He hadn't even sat in first class yet, and now he was directly boarding a private jet. Today was indeed an eye-opener. It turned out that the travel style of the wealthy was so simple and unadorned. The helicopter quickly arrived at Hongqiao Airport, landing right next to a plane, which was somewhat different from the large plane Su Feng had in mind. Well, how to put it, it was like a smaller, slimmer version. "Mr. Su, this is a Gulfstream G450 small private jet, which can accommodate 16 people and is currently the best-selling private jet, Emma introduced. Not bad, did the group buy this private jet? Su Feng looked around from his seat. Mr. Su, this is rented. Our group has a partnership with a private jet company, and we can rent small private jets when needed. After all, this is something only the wealthy can afford. Emma said this with a hint of melancholy. Who wouldn't want to own a private jet? How much does this plane cost? Su Feng asked curiously. This question took on a different meaning in Emma's ears, and she was secretly surprised. Is Mr. Su considering buying a private jet? Mr. Su, this Gulfstream G450 is priced at around 150 million, and it comes with a flight crew. 150 million? Su Feng was also stunned by this price. Such a small private jet costs over 100 million, so how much would a large private jet cost? Several hundred million or even over a billion. It seems that the life of truly wealthy people is beyond his imagination. Within just 2 hours, they arrived at the airport in the capital, and it was also Su Feng's first time in the capital, filled with curiosity about everything here. The treatment of a private jet is indeed extraordinary. As soon as they landed, they boarded the airport shuttle and went directly to the parking lot through a fast track. Rolls-Royce? After the surprise brought by the private jet, seeing that their vehicle was a Rolls-Royce made Su Feng appear much calmer. To be fair, top luxury cars are indeed different. Compared to Su Feng's Aston Martin, the Rolls-Royce is much more comfortable. Mr. Su, will you participate in the red carpet ceremony later? Red carpet? Su Feng pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. Forget the red carpet. I don't like exposing myself to so many spotlight. The entertainment industry is so deep, even the order of appearance can cause chaos online, so it's better for him to stay out of such matters. Alright, Mr. Su, I'll have Secretary Lee take you into the venue first. Although Emma was submissive in front of Su Feng, as the head of the Greater China region for the LVMH group, she was a figure of authority in front of others. People in the entertainment industry would show her utmost respect. If someone offended Emma, a single word from her could send a star packing from the fashion scene. As a heavyweight guest at the charity gala, Emma was certainly going to participate in the red carpet ceremony. The charity gala was held at the China World Hotel, and by the time Su Feng and the others arrived, the outside was already a sea of people. Besides various media, there were also numerous stars and fans attending the charity banquet, with various support banners waving around the hotel. Su Feng did not enter with Emma by car but successfully entered the venue through the back door, guided by Secretary Lee. Inside the venue, many people were already seated, but most of the seats were towards the back, while the first few rows were empty. Mr. Su, this is your seat. Secretary Lee pointed to the center of the first row. Sit here? Su Feng asked in surprise. This position was the most eye-catching in the entire venue. Would he be sitting here as a conspicuous presence? Yes, Mr. Su, this seat is exclusively for the three groups of LVMH, Richemont, and Kering. Su Feng understood Secretary Lee's meaning and said no more, taking a seat. This move left the second and third tier stars sitting behind him in shock, whispering among themselves. Wow, who is that person sitting in the position reserved for the big boss? Is he crazy? I don't know, I haven't seen him in the entertainment industry before. Could he be a top-rich second generation from the capital? How could a top-rich second generation attend such a banquet? That would lower their status. If he really sat in the wrong place, the organizers would send someone to handle it, so just watch. Many second and third tier female stars looked at Su Feng with various thoughts, as if trying to engrave his image in their hearts. As the red carpet ceremony gradually came to an end, the people in the front rows began to enter one after another. Every star or big shot from the entertainment industry who saw Su Feng sitting in the front row was filled with curiosity. Who exactly is he? Why does he get to sit in the most important position? Everyone was curious. After all, so far, the organizers had not sent anyone to ask Su Feng to leave, which made people ponder. But there was always that one conspicuous person, unafraid of death, who approached. Hey, handsome, hello, I'm Deng Zhao. I'm one of the hosts of this event. Deng Zhao nervously extended his right hand, genuinely curious about the identity of this unfamiliar young man. Hello, brother Zhao. Su Feng had quite a good impression of Deng Zhao, considering him one of the few people in the entertainment industry who suited his taste. Su Feng smiled and shook his hand in greeting. Handsome, what should I call you? Just call me Su Feng. Handsome doesn't really suit me, haha. How can that be? Mr. Su is so handsome. Deng Zhao said politely, but his mind was racing, wondering what kind of person Su Feng really was. Just as he was about to get closer to Su Feng, a group of people walked over. This group included Emma, Hamis, George, and the organizer, Su Mang. Upon seeing their arrival, those sitting in the first 2 rows quickly stood up to greet them, while Deng Zhao hurriedly took 2 steps back. Mr. Su, sorry to keep you waiting, Emma said with a hint of apology. Mr. Su. Hamis and George also greeted him. This scene left everyone present in shock, especially Deng Zhao, who could clearly see the respectful attitude on the faces of the sponsors. Mr. Su, this is Su Mang, the founder of the Bazaar Charity Gala. Su Feng held a certain respect for this remarkable woman. The Bazaar Charity Gala was established in 2003, during the SARS outbreak, when Su Mang, on the suggestion of her good friend Ningzi, encouraged celebrities to auction off their unused items, donating the proceeds to those in need. After more than a decade of development, the Bazaar Charity Gala has become a major event in the entertainment industry, attracting enthusiastic attention from all sectors of society every year. Of course, the celebrity gossip is the most important highlight. With the end of the red carpet ceremony, the Bazaar Charity Gala officially welcomed its first iconic moment, the group photo of the stars. As everyone knows, the entertainment industry is a big melting pot, filled with intrigue and hypocrisy. This is especially common at grand banquets and award ceremonies. The organizers of the Bazaar Charity Gala also know what the audience likes to see. They arranged for this entertaining segment. Just a simple competition for the center position led many top-tier stars to employ little tricks. All the stars still cared about their image, and no one dared to openly vie for the center position. Those who felt they were qualified gathered around the center position to chat. Interestingly, the ones competing for the center position were all female stars, while the male stars stood around, showing no interest in it at all. Meanwhile, Su Feng watched with great interest from below. After all, he had never personally experienced such a scene, and it was quite amusing to see familiar stars jostling for position on stage. Mr. Su, hello. I am Wang Lei from Hawaii Entertainment. Just as Su Feng was engrossed in the spectacle, a figure approached him. Hearing the introduction, Su Feng was taken aback. He had heard rumors about this person but never expected him to come over to greet him. Su Feng thought for a moment, realizing that with this person's influence, it would be easy for him to learn some information about him from Su Mang. Mr. Wang, it's a pleasure to finally meet you, please have a seat. Su Feng stood up to welcome him. Looking at the surprisingly young Su Feng, Wang Lei's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. He had just specifically asked Su Mang about Su Feng and only knew that his identity was not simple, respected by the presidents of LVMH, Richemont, and Kering in Greater China. As for other information, even Su Mang didn't know. For Wang Lei, this alone was enough to indicate that Su Feng's identity was significant. Mr. Su is quite accomplished at a young age. I wonder what Mr. Su thinks about the entertainment industry and if you have any interest in investing. Whether in the entertainment industry or the business world, interests are intertwined. As long as there is a benefit, friendships can be formed. Wang Lei's plan was just that, to bind Su Feng with benefits. No matter what mysterious background Su Feng had, it would gradually come to light. Even if Su Feng was deeply hidden, just his relationships with the 3 presidents of the Greater China region could allow him to earn a fortune in endorsements. Such a good deal, why not take it? Unfortunately, what Wang Lei calculated 1,000 times was that he never considered Su Feng's complete lack of interest in the entertainment industry, this big dive at. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, but I currently have no thoughts on investing in the entertainment industry. If I decide to invest in the future, I'll contact you first. Su Feng said with a calm expression. Alright, no problem. I wonder if Mr. Su could be so kind as to leave a phone number. Hearing this, Su Feng secretly scoffed. You've already said it to this extent, how could I not give it? If I don't, wouldn't that be slapping your face, Wang? No problem. Su Feng smiled and exchanged contact information with Wang Lei. After a brief chat, Wang Lei excused himself and returned to his position. When Su Feng looked back at the stage, the competition for the center position had already concluded, and the stars on stage began to walk down. Ah, I can't believe I missed such a classic scene, what a pity. Su Feng sighed with a hint of melancholy. Just as he was still feeling regretful, he didn't notice a female star who had just come down from the stage, missed a step, and stumbled towards him. By the time he reacted, his head had already been hit hard by 2 soft, oval shapes. Referee, someone just charged into me. I'm so sorry, I'm really not doing it on purpose. I just missed a step when I came down, the female star said, looking very nervous. Only then did Su Feng realize that the one who bumped into him was a stunning beauty, her gown perfectly accentuating her figure. It's fine. But beautiful lady, please be careful when you walk in the future. No more charging into people. Su Feng joked. Hearing charging into people, the female star blushed and quickly apologized to Su Feng before fleeing. Fortunately, most of the stars were returning to their positions, so not many people noticed her, otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing today. And Shuang, what's wrong? Your face is all red, are you okay? Li Yuchen asked, puzzled. Sis, I'm fine, I just walked too fast earlier and almost twisted my ankle. Li Yuchen, hearing this, didn't suspect anything and gently patted Shuang's hand, saying, after the banquet, come with me to meet someone. Who are we meeting? Li Yuchen pretended to be mysterious, you'll find out soon. At that moment, the host walked onto the stage, officially marking the start of the Bazaar Charity Gala. The entire group of stars was divided into 3 teams, led by Huang Xiaoming, Huang Bo, and Deng Chao for a competition. They played various childish games that reflected team spirit to determine the winner, which would directly affect the charity auction that night. Each team, in order to fetch a higher price for their auction items, had their young stars go all out to entertain the audience. This also allowed Su Feng to witness what it meant for status to determine everything, especially when Deng Ziki, with a relatively low status, was stuffed into a suitcase, which truly refreshed Su Feng's worldview of the entertainment industry. The scene was filled with laughter, and the bosses of major companies raised their paddles to pay for this act. In the end, a bidding price of over 2 million was called out, preserving Deng Ziki's only dignity. They say the entertainment industry is very deep. Today I've caught a glimpse of the whole picture. For the following programs, Su Feng was also disinterested, and he didn't bid on any of the auction items. Mainly, his seating position determined that it wasn't suitable for him to call out prices tonight. If he bid on something, who would dare to raise the price afterward? What if he offended someone? No one is a fool, everyone knows their limits. The charity gala lasted until 9:30 before it ended, raising a total of over 41 million, which will be used to purchase ambulances for impoverished areas. As the crowd dispersed, Emma suddenly leaned close to Su Feng and whispered, Mr. Su, do you need me to arrange something for you tonight? Arrange? Arrange what? Of course. Emma's gaze swept around the venue. Su Feng instantly understood what Emma meant. She was asking if he had his eye on any starlets. No need, although Su Feng had thought about it before, that once he had money, he would definitely try sleeping with 2 stars. But after what happened today, he wasn't so eager to take the plunge. Who knew if that piece of meat was good or bad? At the China World Trade Center Hotel. Sister Yuchen, where are we going? As the elevator continued to ascend, Ni couldn't help but feel nervous. In recent years, Ni's career in the industry hadn't been going well. Some negative news almost ended her entertainment career. Fortunately, she met Li Yuchen on a variety show, and their personalities clicked unexpectedly, quickly becoming good friends. It was also with Li Yuchen's help that she managed to shake off those negative headlines and get her career back on track. This time, Ni was able to attend the Bazaar Charity Gala thanks to Li Yuchen's influence. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 70th floor. After the two stepped out, Li Yuchen glanced at the doorplate and walked towards a room. Presidential Suite 7007. After confirming the room number, Li Yuchen gently knocked 3 times. Click, the door opened, and a woman in OL professional attire peeked out. It was Emma's secretary. Miss Li, you're here. Secretary Li said with a smile. Yes, is President Emma and the others inside? Li Yuchen replied calmly, not overly flattering just because Secretary Li was Emma's assistant. The several presidents and the distinguished guest are chatting. Upon hearing the term distinguished guest, Li Yuchen's footstep halted instantly, and she turned to Secretary Li and asked, distinguished guest? Secretary Li, who is this distinguished guest? Secretary Li shook her head slightly, indicating she wasn't very clear either. Although she had her suspicions, she could only keep them to herself. After all, no one wants a big-mouthed secretary around. Seeing this, Li Yuchen's expression grew serious. It seemed this distinguished guest's identity was quite extraordinary. As soon as they entered the living room, they saw 4 people sitting on the sofa, one of whom was a young man with his head down eating, occasionally mumbling to himself. Is this young man the distinguished guest Secretary Li mentioned? Li Yuchen was shocked. Especially Su Feng's face. At first, she thought the distinguished guest would be a foreigner, but it turned out to be a genuine Huaxia person. Just this alone was enough to make her ponder. Finally full, Emma, I'm not saying you, but if you had told me the Bazaar Charity Gala was like this, I wouldn't have come even if you killed me. Su Feng complained while wiping his mouth. At that moment, he caught sight of Li Yuchen standing at the door. Good evening, President Emma, George, Hummies. Li Yuchen greeted with a smile. Dearly, you're here, come sit. Emma smiled and got up to pull Li Yuchen to sit beside her. Ni, who followed behind her, also caught Su Feng's eye. Oh, you're here too, collision sister. Su Feng teased, looking at the somewhat reserved Ni. It's you? Ni blushed slightly as she looked at Su Feng, never expecting to run into him here. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the people in the room varied. Emma and the others had seen that scene at the event, but they never expected the parties involved to appear here. Beside them, Li Yuchen's eyes flashed with a hint of joy as she feigned curiosity and asked, "President Emma, may I ask who this gentleman is?" However, Emma did not respond. Instead, she turned to introduce Su Feng, saying, "Mr. Su, this is Li Yuchen, the spokesperson for our luxury brand under the group, beloved by the old Buddha. You don't need to introduce her, I'm quite familiar with Li Yuchen. She's the champion we voted for," Su Feng said with a smile. "Ah, I almost forgot about that." Emma suddenly remembered how popular the Supergirl show had been in Huaxia. Su Feng also turned his gaze to Li Yuchen, his eyes filled with complexity. The Supergirl had been a youthful memory for many, and Su Feng was no exception. "Hello, my name is Su Feng, I guess I'm half a corn." Su Feng took the initiative to greet her. Li Yuchen was momentarily taken aback, quickly standing up to say, "It's my honor to be liked by Mr. Su." She was a smart person, otherwise, she wouldn't have become a darling of the fashion world and a big name in the entertainment industry. From Emma's attitude just now, it was clear that this person must have some connection with the Lu Wei group, otherwise, she wouldn't have brought up the old Buddha while introducing her. Su Feng smiled and waved his hand, signaling Li Yuchen not to be so formal. His gaze fell on Ni, who had been standing nearby for a while, and he smirked, "Sister Ball, you've been standing for so long, aren't you tired? Sit down and take a break." Hearing the words Sister Ball, Ni wanted to throw her bag at Su Feng's face. "You're the Sister Ball, your whole family is the Sister Ball." Although she felt displeased, her face still wore a faint smile. Ni, if Mr. Su asks you to sit, you should sit. Li Yuchen chimed in. Ni nodded and sat down next to Li Yuchen. The group began to chat casually, moving from the fashion industry to the entertainment world, and Su Feng listened with great interest. Before they knew it, it was already 11 o'clock. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Yuchen suggested they take their leave. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Feng and the others, she left with Ni. "Emma, do you have something to discuss?" "I just feel awkward bringing it up while I'm here," Su Feng said, tilting his head toward the door. Emma nodded shyly. "You caught me, Mr. Su. Earlier, when we were on the red carpet, Li approached me about getting that girl Ni an endorsement, but I didn't agree at the time." "Why not?" "From what I understand, it's because a movie she shot previously didn't perform well at the box office, causing a conflict between the investors and the director. She sided with the director, which angered the investors, and then some sexy photos from her youth were leaked, completely contradicting the image she had built. To avoid risks, Su Feng understood Emma's point. No one wanted their brand spokesperson to have negative news. "Well, let's observe for now. If her reputation improves online, we can consider giving her an endorsement." "Okay, Mr. Su," Emma said, signaling her secretary to note this down. Su Feng yawned. After a day of flying and attending the gala, he was already feeling a bit tired. "It's getting late, you all should go back and rest." As Emma stood up, ready to leave, she suddenly remembered something and paused. "Mr. Su, we plan to return to the Magic City tomorrow morning. Would you like to come back with us or stay in the capital for a few days?" "You all can go back, don't worry about me. I plan to stay here for a couple of days before heading back." It was rare to come to the capital. How could he just leave like that? He wanted to see the flag-raising ceremony and climb the Great Wall, otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. At 3 in the morning, Su Feng, still in a deep sleep, was awakened by his alarm clock. In order to see the national flag being raised, Su Feng specially checked the before going to bed, realizing that to secure a good spot for watching the flag raising, one must wake up very early. Su Feng wasn't sure if it was to fulfill a dream or to satisfy a longing in his heart, so he set an alarm for 3 in the morning. After a quick wash, Su Feng left the hotel and took the hotel's special car straight to Tiananmen Square. The China World Hotel is not far from Tiananmen Square, less than 6 kilometers away, and at a little past 3 in the morning, there weren't many cars on the road, so it took just over 10 minutes to arrive. Guided by the hotel staff, he found the entrance. "My goodness, I thought I was early enough, but I didn't expect there were people who got here even earlier." Looking at the long queue, Su Feng couldn't help but admire these people. Most of those waiting in line were young, and he even saw several families with small children, who looked about 6 or 7 years old, all with sleepy eyes. As time passed, more and more people joined the line, and when Su Feng looked back, he couldn't see the end of it. "We're entering. Wake up, everyone." Just as Su Feng was feeling drowsy, he heard a voice from the front, instantly waking him up. After scanning his ID and going through security, he quickly moved forward with the crowd. Watching the flag was not that simple. There were several checkpoints to pass, and the real challenge was the final sprint. With his tall and strong physique, Su Feng walked and ran, quickly reaching the front of the crowd and stopping before the last checkpoint. Don't push, don't push. If you push someone into labor, are you responsible? Hey, can you be a bit more composed, big guy? We're all friends here, no need to be so rough. As the last checkpoint opened, everyone seemed to have been switched on like little motors, all running at full speed. Su Feng was no exception, striding quickly. Ouch, I'm exhausted. Are these people crazy? They're running way too fast, I almost didn't get a good spot. Su Feng leaned on the railing, gasping for breath. Looking at several young girls beside him, he began to doubt if he was still fit. Bah, how could I not be fit? After resting for a while, Su Feng finally caught his breath, looking back at the countless heads behind him. It truly echoed the saying, when 1,000 people pass, they block the sky, when 10,000 pass, there's no end in sight. Boom, clap, clap, clap. The sound of synchronized footsteps came from the gate of the city tower. The flag raising is starting. Someone shouted, and the noisy scene instantly quieted down. Everyone took out their phones, opened the recording function, and leaned forward to look towards the gate. Seeing this, Su Feng quietly took his phone out of his pocket. At the moment the honor guard marched out of the gate, Su Feng felt a surge of excitement. Watching videos online and experiencing it in person were two completely different concepts. At this moment, Su Feng deeply understood this. As the music played, the crowd began to sing in unison. Su Feng held his phone in his left hand and placed his right hand on his chest, feeling his heart beating wildly. At that moment, Su Feng had a thought, to travel across the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland, to see those landscapes he had only seen on his phone. The flag-raising ceremony lasted about 10 minutes before it ended, but the crowd lingered, taking photos with their friends and family. Meanwhile, Su Feng slowly walked towards the square's exit. Having barely slept a few hours last night, now that the excitement had passed, fatigue washed over him. He planned to return to the hotel for a quick nap before climbing the Great Wall and being a hero again. When he got back to the hotel, it was just around 5:40. Su Feng grabbed a quick breakfast before heading back to his room. I finally understand what it means that one is not a true hero until they climb the Great Wall. Those who can make it up are indeed heroes. Su Feng woke up at 11 o'clock, had a simple meal in his room, and then headed straight to Badaling. By the time he arrived at Badaling, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. He formed a temporary group, didn't spend much money, just a few people climbing the Great Wall together for some fun. Su Feng had watched quite a few videos about the Great Wall before and thought the steps wouldn't be too high, but when he saw the real Great Wall, he was stunned. At first, Su Feng was climbing happily, but as he went further, the Great Wall became steeper, and each step required a lot of effort. It took him over 2 hours to reach the top. The North 8 Towers will educate every brave walker. Standing on the sunrise viewing platform, Su Feng looked at the sprawling Great Wall beneath him. A sense of conquest surged from his heart. I, Su Feng, can also be considered a brave man. If it weren't for his trembling legs, perhaps Su Feng would truly be a brave man. When descending the Great Wall, Su Feng wisely chose the cable car. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to walk down, but the cable car was more cost-effective. Back in the city, Su Feng hailed a taxi, which was unavoidable since he had come in a hotel special car that returned after dropping him off. Not long after getting in the car, Su Feng dozed off. He was exhausted from the day, having woken up early and climbed stairs for half the afternoon. His energy was nearly depleted, and all Su Feng wanted was to return to the hotel, take a bath, and sleep well. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as he dozed off for a bit, Su Feng felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. Squinting at the caller ID, he answered the call. Hello, Xingya, what's up? Bro, where have you been? Didn't you say you were just going to a banquet? It's already the next day and you're still not back. Are you out? Before Su Qingya could finish her sentence, Su Feng interrupted. I'm in the capital, just finished climbing the Badaling Great Wall, and I'm on my way back to the hotel. The capital? Badaling Great Wall? Bro, you went out to play without taking me with you? As soon as she heard Su Feng was in the capital, she instantly became unhappy. Next time, I'll definitely take you along. That should be good enough, right? Next time? That means I'll have to wait until summer vacation. By the way, bro, I have to report to school the day after tomorrow. Are you coming back? Su Qingya's voice carried a hint of disappointment. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Su Feng had originally wanted to play for another couple of days, but he could only wait until he came back to the capital to explore properly. By the time he returned to the city, it was already 8 in the evening, and he made a funny mistake when he got back to the hotel. It turned out that the presidential suite Su Feng was staying in was arranged by the organizers of the bazaar charity event, but the room was only booked for 1 day. When Su Feng left at noon, the hotel thought he was checking out and cleaned the room. When he returned, he found he couldn't get in. Su Feng specifically went to the front desk to inquire about the situation before he learned what had happened. In the end, Su Feng had to book a room for himself. There really are quite a few annoying things. That night, Su Feng thought about a lot. At the capital airport, in the VIP lounge, Su Feng looked around with a hint of curiosity. I've always heard online about how good some airports are, that the VIP lounge has showers and beds. I thought it was just bragging, but it turns out to be true. The entire VIP lounge, apart from the staff, had only about 4 or 5 people, all dressed like elite professionals. Mr. Su, a somewhat familiar voice came from not far away. Su Feng looked up to see a man wearing a black mask and sunglasses walking quickly towards him. The mask and sunglasses completely covered his face, and for a moment, Su Feng didn't recognize who it was. When the person reached Su Feng's side, he consciously took off his mask and sunglasses. Oh, it's you, Zhao Gu. The person was Deng Zhao, whom Su Feng had met briefly at the Bazaar Charity Gala. I didn't expect to run into Mr. Su here by such coincidence. May I ask where Mr. Su is headed? Deng Zhao said as he sat down on the sofa next to Su Feng. Back to Magic City. I originally planned to stay in the capital for a couple of days, but I have some matters at home that need my attention. How about you, where are you going? Hearing this, Deng Zhao smiled. What a coincidence. I'm also going to Magic City. He then took out his boarding pass and handed it to Su Feng. Upon seeing the time and seat number on the boarding pass, Su Feng exclaimed, what a coincidence. Not only are we on the same flight, but our seats are also right next to each other. Are you alone? Su Feng then noticed a small suitcase next to Deng Zhao, thinking that stars usually travel with an assistant or something. Deng Zhao was momentarily taken aback and didn't immediately grasp the meaning of Su Feng's words. Seeing the confusion on Deng Zhao's face, Su Feng teased, a big star like you doesn't bring an assistant or bodyguard when you go out? I'm not one of those popular stars who travel with a bunch of bodyguards and assistants. As long as I'm not in a hurry, I usually go solo. Su Feng looked at Deng Zhao in surprise but didn't say much more. The two sat there chatting casually, listening to Deng Zhao share some amusing stories from filming. He learned that Deng Zhao was going to Magic City for the promotional roadshow of the movie Burning Sun, which had just premiered 2 days ago. Deng Zhao even invited Su Feng to come see the roadshow, but after thinking it over, Su Feng declined his kind offer. After all, roadshows are mostly attended by critics, journalists, and fans. There aren't many people there just to enjoy the movie, so he wouldn't get to experience the joy of watching a film. Although he turned down Deng Zhao's invitation, they agreed to have dinner together once the roadshow was over. Ding dong, the boarding for flight CZ8879 to Magic City is about to begin. Upon hearing the announcement, the staff in the VIP lounge led Su Feng and the other VIPs toward the exclusive passage. They didn't wait long on the plane. About half an hour later, it took off. During the flight, Su Feng had his first airplane meal, which he found quite tasty, definitely better than the fast food on trains. By the time they landed at Magic City Airport, it was already 1:30 p.m., and Su Feng felt a bit dazed as he disembarked. At the airport entrance, Su Feng and Deng Zhao stood in front of a GL8. Mr. Su, where are you staying? Do you need me to give you a ride? Deng Zhao asked tentatively. No need, my ride is here. Su Feng had already spotted Secretary Li getting out of a Rolls-Royce. Following Su Feng's gaze, Deng Zhao also saw the Rolls-Royce and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, cursing himself inwardly. How could I say something like that? Someone like Mr. Su, with such a background, would have no one to pick him up? I'm off now. Remember to call me tonight. Su Feng gestured a phone call with his right hand and, under Deng Zhao's envious gaze, got into the Rolls-Royce. After watching the Rolls-Royce drive away, Deng Zhao finally got into his GL8. Back at Jinmao Tower, Su Feng didn't stop by the Ruiwei headquarters but drove his Aston Martin straight home. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Qingya and Chen Mengyan sitting on the sofa in the living room, enjoying afternoon tea and chatting. Brother, Mr. Su, you're back. Looking at the various fruits, small cakes, and coffee on the table, Su Feng couldn't help but marvel at how women know how to enjoy life. You two seem to be living quite comfortably, Su Feng said as he sat down on the sofa and grabbed a piece of cake to eat. Su Qingya didn't think much of this comment, as her personality was rather carefree. Seeing Su Feng eating a small cake, she joined in and started eating as well. Beside her, Chen Mengyan's expression changed. She thought Su Feng's words were hinting at something. As if he had forgotten his identity and dared to indulge in afternoon tea at home. Mr. Su, Chen Mengyan bit her pink lip, nervously looking at Su Feng. Su Feng glanced at Chen Mengyan, who was still standing, and said irritably, what are you still standing there for? Can't you see the little cakes are almost gone, devoured by the big greedy cat? Chen Mengyan, already prepared to be reprimanded, didn't expect it to turn out this way. It turned out she was just overthinking. The fruits and cakes on the table had diminished by half in no time. Su Feng also felt a bit full. "Come to the study with me." Su Feng patted Chen Mengyan's thigh and stood up, heading towards the study upstairs. "Okay, Mr. Su." Chen Mengyan seemed to have thought of something, her pretty face turning a bit red. Only Su Qingya remained unfazed, leisurely eating fruit and humming a tune. When Chen Mengyan entered the study, she saw Su Feng casually sitting in the chair, his brows slightly raised, and after locking the study door behind him, he walked towards Su Feng. Just as Su Feng was about to speak, he saw Chen Mengyan kneeling in front of him. Su Feng leaned back in the chair, his eyes slightly closed, occasionally murmuring softly. 10 minutes later, after a muffled grunt from Su Feng, Chen Mengyan finally lifted her head and shot him a complaining glance. "Go tidy up. I have something important to tell you." Su Feng smiled and patted Chen Mengyan's little head. Chen Mengyan, blushing, rubbed her cheeks before getting up and leaving the study. Looking at Chen Mengyan's somewhat flustered appearance, Su Feng couldn't help but show a comfortable expression. To be honest, Chen Mengyan's earlier actions made Su Feng feel as if he were lying on a cloud. So comfortable. Chen Mengyan returned quickly, having tidied her messy hair. "Mr. Su." As soon as Chen Mengyan spoke, she was pulled into Su Feng's embrace. The door isn't closed. Chen Mengyan felt a bit shy, thinking Su Feng wanted something again. "Mengyan, which university did you graduate from? What was your major?" "I graduated from Magic City University, majoring in economic management." Feeling the wandering hand in front of her, Chen Mengyan's speech became a bit disjointed. After a long silence, Su Feng finally spoke. "I want to send you to Gaul for further studies." "Further studies?" Chen Mengyan was taken aback. That night, under Su Feng's arrangements, Chen Mengyan boarded a plane directly to Gaul. Su Feng had high hopes for Chen Mengyan. She was not only going to Gaul to study management but also had another arrangement to enter the headquarters of the Lu Wei Group for learning. For this, Su Feng specifically got the phone number of Arnell, the president of the Lu Wei Group, from Emma, and made a half-hour-long distance call to explain Chen Mengyan's situation, while also receiving Arnaud's promise to arrange for Chen Mengyan to enter the Economic College of Paris II University, studying management while also learning how to manage at the Lu Wei Group. In the afternoon, when Chen Mengyan heard that Su Feng was sending her to a top university in Gaul and that she could even enter the headquarters of the Lu Wei Group for study, she was overjoyed and proactive. What if the study door wasn't closed? No problem, no one would come. What if the sounds were loud? No problem, she could just stuff her mouth. The two stayed in the study for a full 2 hours, with Chen Mengyan eagerly seeking, fulfilling every action that Su Feng desired. By the time Su Feng went downstairs, he was even a bit unsteady on his feet. Ding, your construction bank savings card ending in 7890 received 138,800,000 yuan on September 1st at 8 o'clock, with a balance of 140,435,200 yuan. Hearing the sound of the text message, Su Feng, still lying in bed, sat up with a start. "Finally here, I thought the flowers I was waiting for were going to wither." Ever since the last system upgrade, funds could only be credited at the beginning of each month, and Su Feng felt like the flowers he was waiting for were about to wither. "Now that I have money, I can finally put the things I didn't do before on the agenda." He looked at his phone several times before reluctantly putting it down. "After dropping Qingya off at school, I'll go out for a stroll." After a quick wash, he changed into a clean outfit. Just as he stepped out of the room, he saw Su Qingya and Aunt Tang each carrying a large cardboard box out of the room. "What are you moving?" Su Feng asked, puzzled. "A computer. Brother, hurry up and help me move it." Su Qingya set down the box in her hands and wiped the little sweat from her forehead. Su Feng frowned. "Are you planning to move the computer to school?" "Yeah, it'll be convenient for live streaming," Su Qingya said, her voice tinged with anticipation. Hearing this, Su Feng's expression darkened, and he turned to Aunt Tang, saying, "Aunt Tang, move these 2 boxes to the study." Seeing Su Feng's gloomy face, Aunt Tang quickly carried the boxes toward the study. "Brother, what are you doing?" Su Qingya asked nervously, noticing Su Feng's dark expression. She had never seen her older brother look so serious. Su Feng glanced at her and walked downstairs, prompting Su Qingya to hurriedly follow. "Do you know where you went wrong?" Su Feng asked, sitting on the sofa, his expression unreadable as he looked at Su Qingya. Su Qingya stood to the side, her hands nervously intertwined. "Brother, are you talking about the live streaming?" Su Qingya said uncertainly. "What else?" "Brother, I'm doing really well with my live streaming now. I already have over 100,000 fans." As she spoke about live streaming, Su Qingya seemed to gain some confidence, her words laced with pride. "And then? I'm making money. I've earned 2,000 to 3,000 recently." Su Qingya's face was filled with pride. 2 to 3,000? Does our family really need that? Su Feng shot her an annoyed look. I initially supported your live streaming to help you gain some experience online, but I never expected that your focus would be entirely on live streaming. Su Qingya, have you forgotten that your most important task right now is to complete your university studies? Su Qingya lowered her head, tears instantly streaming down her face. Brother, I just want to earn some money to buy a better house for mom and dad. The old house is so damp in winter, and my dad's old leg pains terribly when winter comes. Su Feng stepped forward and hugged Su Qingya, patting her head as he said, don't worry, I'm here, I have money. Brother, I don't want to keep spending your money. During my time in Magic City, I've spent tens of thousands of your money. If it were before, I wouldn't even dare to think about it, and I'm afraid of getting used to spending lavishly and developing bad habits. So, I want to earn my own money. Su Qingya cried as she spoke, not noticing a bubble of snot forming and wiping it all over Su Feng's clothes. Don't think too much. Your main task now is to study hard. When you graduate, you can help your brother manage the company. As for family matters, don't feel burdened, I'll take care of everything. Su Feng sighed deeply. It seemed he needed to find a way to resolve the issues with his second and third uncles, especially now that he had money and wasn't as financially strained as before. Got it, brother. Su Feng looked at Su Qingya, who resembled a big flower cat, and smiled as he ruffled her hair, saying, go wash up. Su Qingya nodded and also noticed her handiwork on Su Feng's clothes, bursting into laughter. Brother, you should change your clothes too. Su Feng looked down and saw, good grief, there were still snot bubbles stuck to his shirt. The two of them returned to their rooms to tidy up a bit and changed into fresh clothes before heading out with their suitcases. Shanghai University is located in Baoshan district, and by the time Su Feng drove to the school, the entrance was already packed with people. As expected of a university in Shanghai, the entrance was filled with all kinds of luxury cars, with the least expensive being of the BBA level, and Su Feng even spotted a few Rolls-Royces. Of course, he also saw many individuals walking alone, one hand carrying a suitcase and the other holding colorful plastic bags as they made their way onto campus. You go in and check in first, I'll park the car and come find you. Su Qingya nodded, opened the car door, grabbed her suitcase, and walked towards the school. At the entrance stood several second-year seniors, each holding a sign with the name of their department. Su Qingya glanced around, found the sign for the Business Administration Department, and walked over with her suitcase. The reception for new students in the Business Administration Department was handled by a male and a female senior. When the male senior saw Su Qingya approach, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he enthusiastically asked, hello, Junior. Are you a new student in the Business Administration Department? Yes, excuse me, Senior. How do I check in for the Business Administration Department? The male senior's eyes flickered, and he smiled, saying, it's not something that can be explained in a few words. How about this? I'll take you there. As he spoke, the male senior reached out to grab the suitcase. No, it should be said he was trying to take the delicate white hand holding the suitcase. Just as he reached halfway, a large hand stopped him. The male senior frowned slightly, about to retort, when he saw a man with an unfriendly expression looking at him. Thank you, but you don't need to help. Just tell me how to get there. The newcomer was Su Feng. Why can't you recognize a good intention? Since you want to go by yourselves, fine. Good intentions are wasted on the ungrateful. The male senior said, somewhat embarrassed and angry. After clarifying the directions, Su Feng carried the suitcase and led Su Qingya into the school. Once they were a distance away, the female senior, who had been silent, teased, TSK, some people are really shameless, trying to take advantage of the junior while acting so righteous. You, what does it have to do with you? You speak as if you're some kind of good person. That rich second-generation guy who came earlier, who knows who was acting like a lovesick hen, trying to curry favor, and what happened? He didn't even acknowledge you. The two exchanged glances and decisively turned their heads away. The dormitory is in New Century University Village, Building 3, Room 302. The bedding is all provided. If you need anything else, you can buy it in the shopping area near the dorm. After completing the enrollment procedures and confirming the location of the dormitory, the two of them carried their luggage towards the dorm. Have you thought it through? You're really going to live in the dorm? And what's with your outfit? Did you buy it before? Su Feng looked at Su Qingya's floral dress, which cost only a few dozen yuan, and was somewhat puzzled. Of course I'm living in the dorm. Otherwise, going home every day would be too much trouble. As for the clothes, Su Qingya glanced at her little floral dress, pouting, and said, what's wrong with this dress? My mom spent 50 yuan to buy it for me. Su Feng chuckled at her words and didn't say much more. After all, some things she had to experience herself to understand. It's important to know that this isn't the sheltered environment of high school, where everyone naively believes in friendship. University is different. It's a small society with its own complexities, where there are human relationships and deceit. The person who seems to be your good friend on the surface might just be the one spreading rumors about you behind your back. However, Su Feng did not intervene too much. Everyone has their own life experiences. How can one see the cruelty of reality without going through some storms? After walking for about half an hour, the two finally found the location of the girls' dormitory. To be honest, Shanghai University is indeed large. If it weren't for asking along the way, who knows when they would have found it. In front of the girls' dormitory, Su Feng stopped. "Qingya, I won't go up to the girls' dormitory. You can take your things up by yourself, I'll wait for you downstairs." Saying this, he handed the suitcase in his hand to Su Qingya. "Hee brother, don't you want to see what the legendary girls' dormitory is like?" Su Qingya said with a mischievous smile. "Go away, is your brother that kind of person?" Su Feng shot her a glare. Su Qingya chuckled and carried her suitcase toward the dormitory, while Su Feng found a place to sit, lit a cigarette, and quietly enjoyed the passing scenery. Summer is great, everyone is dressed so coolly. Looking at the stylish and vibrant female college students, it felt like the temperature dropped a few degrees. When Su Qingya carried her suitcase to the third floor, she was a bit out of breath. "I'm exhausted. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought so many things." Wiping the slight sweat from her forehead, she finally took a look around the third floor. 302. This is the bedroom. Su Qingya looked at the half-open door, pushed it open, and walked in. As soon as she entered, Su Qingya was stunned. She had originally thought the dormitory would be like in high school, one room after another, but who knew it would be different in college, turning into a suite directly. Su Qingya glanced around. The entire suite had a layout of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, with the living room decorated as a common study space, equipped with 5 or 6 tables and benches. "You must be a new student here to check in. What's your name?" A middle-aged woman who looked like a teacher asked, holding a small booklet. "My name is Su Qingya." Su Qingya, found it. "Your dormitory is over there." The middle-aged woman pointed not far away. "Okay, teacher." Su Qingya dragged her luggage into the dormitory, where 3 people were already present. She was the last to arrive. On the bed near the door, a short-haired girl was organizing her clothes and smiled at Su Qingya, who was standing at the door, saying, "The last one has arrived, welcome." "Ah, hello, I'm Su Qingya, from the Fog City." The short-haired girl climbed down from the bed. "Hello, I'm Qin Nan, from Goat City." At that moment, another figure climbed down from the bed. Not very tall, just a little over 1.50 meters, with a standard baby face and figure. "Hello, I'm Zhao Ye, from Ice City." "Wan Yu, local from Magic City." A slightly cold voice came from the bed near the balcony. Qin Nan and Zhao Ye were both friendly, quickly helping Su Qingya set up her bed. "It's getting late, let's go eat together. To promote our feelings, after all, we'll be living under the same roof in the future." The short-haired Qin Nan indeed looked like a big sister. "Sure, no problem." Su Qingya and Zhao Ye immediately agreed, while Wang Yu, who had been lying on the bed, remained silent. "Wang Yu, are you going?" Qin Nan actually wasn't too fond of her, as she had a cold demeanor when she arrived. The entire dormitory fell silent for several seconds, and just when everyone thought she wouldn't go, Wang Yu got off the bed. Su Qingya immediately turned her gaze to Wang Yu, and her first impression was that she was very beautiful, with a pair of long legs that were dazzlingly white. One thing that surprised Su Qingya was, she noticed that Wang Yu was wearing a limited edition Louis Vuitton outfit, priced in the 6 figures. "Let's go," Wang Yu said coldly. Soon, a group of 4 stepped out, chatting and laughing, except for Wang Yu, who followed behind without saying a word. Su Qingya caught a glimpse of Wang Yu behind her and slowed her pace. "Can I call you Ye?" Wang Yu's cold eyes stared at Su Qingya for several seconds before she slowly nodded, "Sure." The two began to chat, initially with Su Qingya talking and Wang Yu listening, occasionally responding with or yes. Gradually, Wang Yu's replies became a bit longer. Su Qingya realized that Wang Yu wasn't aloof, she just didn't like to talk much. The 4 of them found a decent Cantonese restaurant near the school, and girls are great, they quickly became like sisters. Whether they were true sisters or just plastic sisters would be left to time. Oh no, after ordering, Su Qingya suddenly remembered her brother, who seemed to still be waiting for her at the dorm entrance. "What's wrong?" The other 3 turned their attention to her. "My brother is still waiting for me downstairs, I was too busy chatting when I came out." As she spoke, Su Qingya took out her phone to call Su Feng. At that moment, Su Feng was still sitting in the shade, waiting. Buzz buzz buzz. Seeing the incoming call on his phone, Su Feng looked towards the dorm entrance, thinking Su Qingya hadn't seen him. After looking around, he still couldn't spot Su Qingya. "Hey Qingya, I'm in the shady spot to the left of your dorm, where are you?" "I can't see you." Su Feng said, glancing around. Hearing her brother's question, Su Qingya felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "Brother, I forgot about you. I'm having dinner with my roommates now, do you want to come over?" Upon hearing Su Qingya say she forgot about him, Su Feng felt a wave of frustration. "Forget it, you all eat, I won't disturb you." After considering, he declined. He thought Su Qingya's roommates must be quite nice, otherwise, she wouldn't have forgotten about her brother while chatting. If he went, it would feel a bit awkward. After hanging up, Su Feng headed off campus. He wanted to do one thing: buy a watch I like. In the Shanghai International Finance Center, Su Feng quickly parked in the garage and took the elevator straight to the first floor. His goal was simple: Richard Mille and Patek Philippe. Both stores were on the first floor of the finance center. Richard Mille. Su Feng chose Richard Mille as his first option because he had seen several nice designs online that matched his aesthetic and style. As soon as he walked into the Richard Mille store, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had expected the store to be filled with various models of Richard Mille watches, but upon entering, he found it was more like a typical reception area with only 3 or 4 scattered tables. "Hello, sir, how can I assist you?" A middle-aged man in a suit approached him. "I'm here to look at watches." "But your store?" Su Feng glanced around, feeling a bit confused. The middle-aged man didn't immediately explain but instead looked Su Feng up and down, taking note of his attire and empty wrists. The man's gaze made Su Feng furrow his brow, feeling an indescribable sensation. "I'm sorry, sir, but you probably haven't been to Richard Mille before, have you?" The man's attitude seemed to shift slightly. "No, this is my first time." The man didn't say much more and led Su Feng to a table, casually picking up a thick catalog. "May I ask what price range you have in mind?" the middle-aged man asked as soon as they sat down. As soon as Su Feng heard this, he thought to himself, "What a guy. I haven't even seen what the watch looks like, and he's already asking me how much money I have? Does he think I'm just here to browse and enjoy the spectacle?" Su Feng wouldn't indulge such preconceived notions and directly said, "I can accept anything within 100 million. Upon hearing this, not only was the middle-aged man stunned, but even the other staff chatting nearby were taken aback. "Within 100 million? Really, what kind of big talk is that?" Everyone thought Su Feng was just bragging. Surely he had done his homework and knew the situation in their store. "Hee, sir, you must be joking." The middle-aged man laughed. Seeing this, Su Feng didn't bother to explain. Explaining would make it seem like he was desperate to buy their watch. The middle-aged man, noticing Su Feng's serious demeanor, quickly opened the booklet in his hand and placed it in front of Su Feng. "Sir, you can take a look. The watches in the booklet are what we currently have for sale. Is there a style you like?" Looking at the booklet in front of him, Su Feng stopped dwelling on the earlier matter and casually flipped through it. Overall, Richard Mille watches are divided into 2 types. One is the square type, with a square dial, priced generally between hundreds of thousands to millions. The other type, which Su Feng preferred, is the barrel-shaped, with prices varying widely, from 1 to 2 million for the cheaper ones, to over 20 million for the more expensive ones. The range is quite large. "Is this RM56-01, the crystal model, in stock?" Su Feng pointed to the white watch priced at 15 million in the booklet. "In stock? I'm sorry, sir, this model is currently out of stock. If you really want it, you can fill out a form and submit your information, and wait for a while." "Fill out a form and submit information?" Su Feng thought for a moment and understood. It was about revealing his financial status. "How long will I have to wait?" "If it's quick, it will only take a few months. If it's slow, it might take about a year." The middle-aged man answered honestly. This was actually unavoidable. Richard Mille produces less than 5,000 watches a year, with various styles distributed among global exclusive stores, and having one in a store is already quite good. "I have to wait that long?" Su Feng never expected buying a watch would be so troublesome. "Well, you can also look at other styles. We have a few in front that don't require waiting." Su Feng looked at the few watches worth hundreds of thousands that the middle-aged man pointed out and felt no interest at all. "Do all the ones over 2 million require waiting?" "Yes, sir." Su Feng's expression darkened. So even if he was offering money, it wouldn't work? He felt like slapping his phone in front of the middle-aged man to show him his balance of over 100 million. But then he thought better of it. Even if he did, there were no watches to sell. In fact, as one of the shareholders of Richemont Group, getting a watch was quite simple for Su Feng. For example, Vacheron Constantin, under Richemont, is a world-class luxury watch brand. Su Feng had looked at Vacheron Constantin watches but hadn't found a style he liked. "Alright then, sorry to bother you." Su Feng didn't want to waste any more time, said goodbye to the middle-aged man, and got up to leave. Once Su Feng left, a clerk came over. "Yang Ge, what's going on? Didn't you say anything under 100 million would be acceptable? Why did he leave? Is he just another looker?" The middle-aged man, known as Yang Gu, ignored the clerk and watched Su Feng swagger into Patek Philippe through the glass, suddenly feeling a wave of discomfort, as if he had lost something. Maybe I really missed out on a billionaire. He inwardly cursed Richard Mille for not producing more watches. On the other side, as soon as Su Feng walked into Patek Philippe, he received a warm welcome. I don't know if it was originally this enthusiastic, or if it was because he saw him coming out of the Richard Mille store. But he indeed enjoyed VIP service. As soon as he entered, he was led to the VIP room. Hello, sir, I am the manager here, Mi Yang. It's a pleasure to serve you. Hello, manager Mi. This surprised Su Feng. What was going on? The manager personally came to greet him. For a moment, Su Feng was a bit confused. But soon, Su Feng's doubts were resolved. Sir, I saw you looking at watches in Richard Mille for quite a while. Did you not find a watch you liked? Su Feng nodded thoughtfully. It's not that I didn't like any. It's just that they are out of stock and said I would have to wait a few months. Hearing this, Mi Yang understood. Watches that require a few months of waiting are generally worth several million or even tens of millions. It seemed this gentleman was quite capable. Sir, you can take a look at the catalog first, and if you find something you like, we can check the samples. Su Feng took the catalog and started flipping through it, and soon he found a model that caught his eye. Is this 6104G Platinum Blue Starry Sky in stock? Looking at the blue starry sky pattern on the dial, Su Feng instantly decided to buy it. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. Mi Yang quickly walked to the counter. In no time, he returned with a large black box. Wearing a pair of white gloves, Mi Yang carefully took out the watch and placed it on the box's surface. Su Feng took a quick glance and nodded. I'll take this watch. How much is it? Sir, the current public price for this watch is 2.93 million. Mi Yang was quite surprised by Su Feng's decisiveness. Just swipe the card, Su Feng said as he took out his bank card from his wallet and handed it to Mi Yang. Mi Yang was a bit surprised to see Su Feng's ordinary card, but he still took the POS machine and swiped the card directly. When he heard the beeping sound of the card machine, Mi Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. After the payment was completed, Su Feng directly put the watch on his wrist. Looking at it from different angles, it was indeed very nice. As for the watch's boxes, things like the winder and warranty card were all packed in a bag, just right for carrying. At the entrance of the Patek Philippe store, Sir, here is my business card. If you need any watches in the future, feel free to call me. Mi Yang respectfully handed over his business card. Okay, Su Feng took a glance at the card and put it in his pocket. Mi Yang watched Su Feng gradually walk away, a smile appearing on his face. Just as Su Feng got into the car and was about to head back to Haijingno, a call came in. Short number? He glanced down, thinking it was a spam call, and hung up directly. These sales calls are really something, they know personal information so well. Su Feng was deeply annoyed by these spam calls. Even with anti-spam settings, he couldn't stop their calls. Just as he started the car, the phone rang again. Looking at it, it was still that previous number. Su Feng frowned and picked up the phone. I said, are you guys annoying? Didn't you see I hung up the first time? Why do you keep calling? I'm not doing any business, thank you. Su Feng vented his frustration, and the other side didn't say a word. Just as he was about to hang up, he heard a very pleasant voice on the line. Mr. Su, sorry to bother you, I am a staff member from the construction bank in Magic City. May I take a minute of your time? Hearing the self-introduction, Su Feng's hand paused near the red button. Given how nice the voice was, he decided to listen to what she had to say. Go ahead, what's the matter? Mr. Su, according to the system, you are a premium user of our bank and meet the conditions for the construction bank's black card. I wonder if you have time to come to our bank to apply for it. Su Feng was also taken aback by the words, but after thinking about it, he understood what was going on. After all, with such a large sum of money in the bank, it would be a joke if the bank didn't know about it. After pondering for a moment, Su Feng decided to switch to a black card. At least this thing was a symbol of status. There could be instances of playing dumb to catch a tiger, but Su Feng didn't want to do that. Directly crushing it was better. No need to pretend to be a pig. He was just afraid that if he pretended for too long, he would really turn into a pig. Being mocked by others and then trying to show off and slap back? Su Feng stated that he had no such masochistic tendencies. Just like when he went to the Richard Mille boutique before, if Su Feng was wearing watches worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, which salesperson would dare to look him up and down? Now he felt much more confident and could stand up and speak loudly. Glancing at the platinum blue starry sky on his wrist, it was still not even 3 in the afternoon, and there was plenty of time. I have time now. Where's the location? I'll come over right now. Mr. Su, our bank is on the first floor of the Jean Mao Tower in Lujiazui. Hearing this address, Su Feng's mouth twitched. It was right next door. Alright, I'm just at the International Finance Center. I'll be there soon. Okay, Mr. Su. I'll wait for you at the bank entrance. Hearing that Su Feng was coming right away, even her voice sounded much more excited. The Jinmao Tower was directly across from the International Finance Center. Su Feng circled around the roundabout and parked his car in the temporary parking area in front of the construction bank. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a woman about 1.6 meters tall, dressed in a professional OL outfit, standing at the entrance looking around. Were you the one who called me just now? Su Feng walked up to her and asked. The woman was also taken aback, looking at Su Feng and comparing him with the photo she had seen on her computer. He seemed a bit different. You're much more handsome than the person in the photo. Mr. Su, the woman tentatively called out. Didn't you call me to handle the black card? Su Feng frowned. As a bank employee, she must have seen his photo, so why didn't she recognize him when they met? Soon, Su Feng figured it out. This construction bank card was issued a few years ago when he came to the Magic City, and he was still a young man back then. After a few years, he had changed quite a bit. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I didn't recognize you just now. The woman quickly apologized. She led Su Feng directly into the VIP room. Through their conversation, Su Feng learned that this woman was named Lu Qing, the manager of the personal finance department. What surprised him was that Lu Qing was only 29 years old. To hold the position of head of the personal finance department at such a young age. TSK, if she didn't have some ability, she wouldn't even think about it. The process of applying for a black card was very simple. After filling out a few forms and providing a backup of his ID, the process was basically complete, just waiting for the card to be made. While waiting, Lu Qing's eyes moved slightly as she glanced at Su Feng, who was leisurely playing with his phone on the sofa. Mr. Su, I wonder if you have time tonight. I would like to invite you to dinner and introduce you to our bank's wealth management projects. Before Lu Qing could finish her sentence, Su Feng waved his hand to interrupt her. Manager Lu, there's no need to introduce the wealth management part. I have my own investment channels, so you don't need to worry about it. As for dinner tonight, Su Feng paused for a moment and looked at Lu Qing only to see her puffing out her chest, showcasing her impressive figure. I'm sorry, Manager Lu, but I have an appointment tonight. Su Feng was not a hungry stray dog on the street, wanting to bite at anything that came his way. He still had a lot of self-control. Otherwise, during his years of food delivery, he would have been dragged off by the rats to do charity work long ago. Mr. Su, if you don't have time tonight, how about tomorrow? Lu Qing asked, somewhat unwilling to give up. I don't have time recently. Su Feng rejected her very decisively. At this point, if Lu Qing still didn't understand, it would be a bit out of place. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, so he could only sit quietly by and watch Su Feng play on his phone. For a moment, the entire VIP room felt a bit quiet, but fortunately, a staff member soon broke the awkward atmosphere. Mr. Su, here is your black card, please keep it safe. Lu Qing seemed to have forgotten the earlier awkwardness and smiled as she handed the black card to Su Feng with both hands. After taking the card and examining it, he found it wasn't much different from the others. Just that the card was black, and the last 8 digits of the card number had all turned into the number 8. After putting the black card into his wallet, Su Feng stood up and said, "Thank you, Manager Lu, I'll be leaving now." Mr. Su, let me see you off. Lu Qing quickly followed behind Su Feng. Once outside the bank, Su Feng didn't stop at all. He got into his Aston Martin and stepped on the gas, leaving the bank behind. Lu Qing, frustrated, stomped her feet at the bank entrance several times. Really, no sense of appreciation at all. I was so proactive, and he didn't even glance my way. Is my figure not good enough? Lu Qing looked at her own curvy figure and long legs, unable to understand why Su Feng showed no interest at all. As soon as Su Feng got home and lay down on the sofa, the phone on the table rang. Knock, where are all these calls coming from every day? He complained, but still picked up the phone. Glancing at the phone number, it seemed a bit familiar. Hello, Mr. Su, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. As soon as the other party spoke, Su Feng recognized who was on the line. Zhao Ge, no disturbance at all, just lying on the sofa playing around. What's up? Is the roadshow over? Yeah, just finished not long ago. I'm flying to the capital early tomorrow morning and was thinking about the meal we talked about before. Do you have time tonight? Dang Zhao asked somewhat nervously. I have time, send me the address, and I'll head over. Ahem, Mr. Su, there's a situation. A friend of mine insists on joining. What do you think? No problem, the more the merrier. Su Feng wasn't surprised by this. After all, Deng Zhao was attending the roadshow, so it was inevitable he would have a good friend with him. 7 o'clock, young Master Huan? Seeing the address Deng Zhao sent, Su Feng was a bit surprised. As one of the top private dining restaurants in the Magic City, young Master Huang only serves 2 tables per meal and requires advance reservations. I wonder if Deng Zhao made the reservation or if it was his friend. If it's Deng Zhao, that would be interesting. Su Feng didn't know much about Deng Zhao. He had watched quite a few of his dramas when he was younger and thought they were decent. Later, as he entered society and got busy making a living, he didn't have much time to watch dramas or movies. He was busy every day, only getting home around 11 or 12 at night, and when he got home, he basically just collapsed into bed. Who had the energy to pay attention to how those stars were doing? After tidying up a bit and saying hello to Aunt Tang, Su Feng headed out. Young Master Huan was located in a 2-story villa in the JA district, which was a bit far for Su Feng, and since it was already past 5, it was considered rush hour. The journey was stop and go, and by the time he arrived at young Master Huang, it was already 6:30. Hello, sir, do you have a reservation? As soon as Su Feng walked through the door, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler approached him. I have a reservation, the surname is Deng. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, the middle-aged man slightly bowed and said, Mr. Su, right? Mr. Deng and his friend are already upstairs, this way please. The middle-aged man gestured with his right hand in a please manner and led Su Feng upstairs. Su Feng also took a look at the surrounding decor. How to put it? It surprised him a bit. Young Master Huang didn't have that ostentatious golden and resplendent look, but it gave Su Feng a very high-end, luxurious feeling. As one of the top private dining restaurants in the Magic City, it really is quite impressive. Because only 2 tables are accommodated for each meal, the entire second floor has only 1 room. Mr. Su, please come in, a middle-aged man said, bowing at the door of the private room. Thank you, Su Feng said as he pushed the door open and walked in. The private room was large, divided into 2 areas, a leisure area and a dining area. As soon as he entered, Su Feng saw Deng Chao and a slightly plump man chatting over tea. Since the plump man had his back to him, Su Feng couldn't immediately tell who he was. Mr. Su. Deng Chao quickly stood up to greet him. At that moment, the seated man also stood up. When Su Feng saw the man's appearance, he was somewhat taken aback. A phrase suddenly popped into his mind. A good man is me. I am the good man Zheng Xiaoxian. There was no way around it. The TV series was just too popular. It was hard not to recognize him. Chen He didn't expect the friend that Chao Gu mentioned would be you. Hello, Mr. Su. I've been hearing old Deng talk about you these past few days. I hope you don't mind my sudden visit today. What does it mean to be articulate? This is what it means to be articulate. A simple sentence made Su Feng feel very comfortable, and there was no sense of awkwardness. The relationship was instantly much closer. The reason he joined this dinner was, he wanted to see the big shot Deng Chao spoke of. Is there anything wrong with that? Of course not. Does Su Feng mind? Not at all, everyone loves to hear flattery. No wonder he's in the entertainment industry, he clearly understands the ways of the world. Friends dining together is lively with more people. The 3 took their seats, and they became a bit more familiar with each other, without the awkwardness of first meetings, smoking, and chatting. It wasn't until the waiter came to ask if they wanted the dishes served that they ended their casual conversation. The waiter introduced each dish before serving it, and only after Su Feng and the others had eaten a bit did he bring out the next dish. This ensured the temperature and flavor of the ingredients, unlike other restaurants that serve all the dishes at once, causing many of them to lose their taste as they ate. Royal stewed egg with king crab meat and caviar, pan-seared foie gras with pomegranate vinaigrette, seahorse and dendrobium stewed with free-range chicken, Hokkaido scallops with fresh truffle slices, fragrant braised pork ribs, and private black truffle abalone braised pork. Mr. Su, I heard this soup can nourish and replenish the kidneys. It's first simmered on low heat for 8 hours. Then goji berries are added and simmered for another 2 hours. The dendrobium and seahorse inside are very nourishing. Deng Chao pointed to the seahorse and dendrobium chicken soup, but the expression on his face didn't seem very serious. Besides, am I the kind of person who needs dendrobium and seahorse for nourishment? I've been quite strong and enduring. This soup is indeed delicious, and the chicken tastes great too. Although Su Feng was complaining in his heart, his hands were not slow at all. In no time, his portion of the free-range chicken soup was completely finished. He even took a few bites of the dendrobium and seahorse in the bowl. If the seahorse hadn't been hard on his teeth, he would have swallowed it whole. Each dish wasn't very large, and with the fruit salad, there were only 7 dishes, leaving him only about 70 to 80% full. But Su Feng was quite satisfied with the meal. Mr. Su, I wonder what your thoughts are on investing in hot pot. Chen He suddenly asked from the side. Hot pot? Su Feng looked at Chen He with some confusion. He was very familiar with hot pot. As a person from the foggy city, his love for it was ingrained in his bones. While I opened a hot pot restaurant with a few celebrity friends, planning to turn it into a chain franchise. I wonder if Mr. Su is interested? As soon as Su Feng heard this, he understood what was going on. They were using the celebrity fan effect to attract speculative franchisees, quickly filling hot pot restaurants across the country. After pondering for a moment, Su Feng shook his head slightly. I'm not very optimistic about this project. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen He's expression changed dramatically, his brows furrowing as if he could crush a mosquito. Mr. Su, why do you say that? Su Feng glanced at Chen He and said, have you considered the dietary differences in various regions? Dietary differences? Both Chen He and Deng Chao looked puzzled. Seeing that the two had not yet grasped the concept, Su Feng sighed lightly. The reason why the hot pot in Sichuan and Chongqing is so popular is due to the local dietary environment. Think about it, the Jiangnan and coastal areas mainly focus on light and slightly sweet flavors. Do you expect them to eat hot pot every day? At first, maybe your hot pot restaurant can expand quickly due to the fan effect, but what about later? Once the initial enthusiasm of the fans fades and the hot pot doesn't suit the local palate, what do you think will happen to those franchises? They'll close. Chen He was no fool, on the contrary, he was quite clever. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of using the fan effect to open a hot pot restaurant to make money. After listening to Su Feng, he instantly understood that this was a pit, one that he had dug for himself. Thank you, Mr. Su, you truly have awakened me from my dream. Su Feng shook his head slightly. I'm just sharing my thoughts. You still need to think it over yourself. In fact, Su Feng also knew that if Chen He really opened the hot pot chain, even if it turned out just as Su Feng said, with the franchises closing one after another, it wouldn't have a significant impact on Chen He. At most, it would just hurt his reputation. Just as Chen He was about to say something more, his phone rang. He made an apologetic gesture to Su Feng and Deng Chao, picked up the phone, and walked aside to answer it. I'm at young Master Huan's place now? I'm on the second floor. With friends. After hesitating for a moment and glancing at Su Feng, who was chatting with Deng Chao, Chen He helplessly said, alright, come on up. After hanging up the phone, Chen He quickly walked back to the dining table. Mr. Su, sorry, a friend of mine is also coming to eat at young Master Huan's place and wants to join us, Chen He said apologetically. Su Feng shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. After all, the host today was not him but Deng Chao. He hadn't spoken, so what could he, as a guest, say? Who is it? Deng Chao asked, somewhat puzzled, but he understood that his brother wouldn't invite just anyone. You'll know in a moment. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and a slightly thin man pushed the door open and walked in. When Su Feng saw the person, he slightly opened his mouth in surprise. Wang Sikong. Seeing the visitor, Su Feng felt a bit unsettled. He never expected it would be this young Master Wang. Su Feng had envied this young master in the past, driving luxury cars, living in mansions, and casually changing beautiful internet celebrities by his side. Who wouldn't envy such a life? Wang Sikong walked into the room and saw Su Feng and the other two sitting in the lounge area drinking tea. He was quite familiar with Chen He and Deng Chao, but when he saw Su Feng, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had originally thought he was someone from the entertainment industry, but unexpectedly, he was someone he didn't know. Who is this? Wang Sikong asked Su Feng, his gaze lingering on Su Feng's wrist for a moment. Sikong, this is Mr. Su, a friend of old Deng's. Chen He quickly introduced. Chen He was very close to Wang Sikong, directly calling him by his name without any formalities, which made it seem less distant. Upon hearing this, Sikong smiled and greeted Su Feng. Hello Wang Sikong. Hello, Su Feng. Sikong is quite curious about Su Feng. After all, someone who can carry millions worth of watches must have some background, right? It wouldn't hurt to get to know him, make a friend, just in case it comes in handy one day. At first glance, Mr. Su seems extraordinary. I wonder where Mr. Su is from? Sikong said as he sat down on the sofa, not forgetting to pour himself a cup of tea. Haha, I can't say I'm extraordinary, just a casual fish in the sea. Su Feng could tell from Sitsong's demeanor that he was trying to probe into his background. Su Feng accepted the title Sikong gave him without saying anything like just call me Su Feng. Maintaining a bit of mystery is still useful. Sikong was somewhat surprised. He had thought Su Feng would introduce his family background and chat to deepen their relationship. But it seemed that Su Feng didn't care much about his background. Or perhaps he looked down on it? Looked down on it? The thought that popped into Sitsong's mind made him wonder if he was being foolish. After all, how many people in Huaxia could look down on the Wang family? For a moment, Sitsong's mind was racing, but he couldn't come up with a reason. What a coincidence, I'm also just a casual fish, let's hang out together when we have the chance. Seeing that Su Feng wasn't saying much, he felt it wasn't appropriate to press further. After all, it was their first meeting, and their relationship wasn't that close yet. Sure, any time works. Su Feng just listened to the pleasantries and didn't take them too seriously. After chatting for a while, Sikong proposed to take his leave, as there were still people waiting for him downstairs. Before leaving, he made sure to exchange contact information with Su Feng. After Sikong left, Su Feng lost interest in staying any longer and said, "It's getting late, let's call it a night." Alright, Deng Zhao nodded helplessly. He had intended to have a good chat with Su Feng to strengthen their relationship, but after Chen He's incident, he felt it was better not to say anything. After seeing Su Feng to the door, Deng Zhao opened his mouth to say something but ended up saying, "Mr. Su, let's have a meal together next time." Seemingly sensing Deng Zhao's hesitation, Su Feng smiled and said, "No problem, next time I'll call you when I'm in the capital." "Okay, Mr. Su." Watching Su Feng drive away, Deng Zhao turned back to the private room. As soon as he entered, he saw Chen He leisurely drinking tea and playing on his phone. "Did you send Mr. Su off?" Chen He asked, putting down his phone when he saw Deng Zhao return. Yeah, Deng Zhao plopped down on the sofa, pressing his fingers against his temples. "Old Deng, who exactly is that Mr. Su? Why do you respect him so much? He doesn't seem like someone from the second generation circle." In fact, Chen He had some ulterior motives in agreeing to let Wang Sikong come to the second floor. He wanted to see if this young master Wang recognized anyone. The result was self-evident. Deng Zhao shot a glare at Chen He and said, "I don't know his exact identity, but someone who can make the heads of the three major luxury goods groups in Greater China so respectful. What kind of person do you think he is? If he can make all three heads so respectful, then who could he be? He can't possibly be a shareholder of the three groups, right?" Chen He casually remarked. But the next moment, both of them suddenly looked at each other, their eyes flashing with impossible. After a long silence, Chen He finally spoke, "You don't mean that Mr. Su is really a shareholder, do you?" "It's probably very likely. Otherwise, I can't think of any other reason for the three heads to have such an attitude." "Mr. Su, I've already contacted the other party. I wonder when you will have time." Su Feng glanced at the time, it was almost noon. "How about 3 in the afternoon? You can send me the address then." "Okay, Mr. Su." After hanging up the phone, Su Feng stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the scenery. Ever since returning from young Master Huang's place last night, Su Feng couldn't sleep at all. Not for any other reason, but because of Wang Xizong's words, "Wherever you are, just be high." After thinking for a long time, Su Feng made a decision to establish an investment company that would completely belong to him. For this, he specifically called Hamis to have him contact a top-notch headhunting company, preparing to build a professional team. At that time, Hamis recommended a headhunting company called Glory International, as he happened to be friends with the head of its branch in the Magic City. In the afternoon, No. 8 Bund Cafe. Su Feng sat on the outdoor sofa, leisurely enjoying the view of the Huangpu River and the Oriental Pearl Tower. No wonder coffee in the Magic City sells so well. With this view, one can't help but drink a couple more cups. Su Feng used to drink very little, or rather, he hardly ever drank coffee. With the money to buy a cup of coffee, he could have a hearty lunch instead. Today, he specifically ordered the most popular drink from this cafe. At first, he thought it was just average, but the more he drank, the better it tasted. Su Feng couldn't help but order a second cup. "Mr. Su, sorry to keep you waiting." Hami sat down opposite Su Feng with a middle-aged man. "I just arrived a little while ago. Is this the headhunting friend you mentioned?" Looking at the middle-aged man in a suit, Su Feng wondered if he would be too hot. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am Ike, the head of Glory International's Magic City branch." "Hello." After both ordered a cup of coffee, they got down to business. "Mr. Su, I heard from Hamis that you want to set up an investment company. Do you have any specific requirements?" Ike took out a notebook from his bag. "I'm not very familiar with this area. Could you explain it to me?" Ike nodded without hesitation. Before coming, Hamis had briefed him on Su Feng's background, knowing he was a big shot and not to be offended easily. After Ike's explanation, Su Feng had a general idea in mind. "Ike, first help me find a professional CEO, preferably someone experienced in investment and finance, who must be capable and trustworthy. Make sure to conduct a thorough background check." Su Feng wasn't in a hurry to establish the company, he wanted to find a leader first and then slowly develop the rest. He didn't want any ungrateful people in his company later on. In fact, Ike also suggested digging up a professional investment team that would serve only him, but Su Feng still felt that he needed to build his own team gradually. After all, he wasn't in a rush, and besides, he only had a little over 100 million in funds right now. Even if there were good investment projects, they wouldn't be his to take. While building the team, he was also waiting for the system funds next month, which was just perfect timing. Once everything was confirmed, Su Feng signed a commission agreement with Ike. Hamis and Ike didn't stay long. After finishing their coffee, they left. Su Feng was thinking about going home to relax when he received an unexpected phone call. Why would they call me? Could it be that they really want to hang out with me? Looking at the caller ID on his phone, Su Feng still answered the call. Mr. Su, I hope I'm not disturbing you. As soon as the call connected, a voice came through. Young Master Wang, what you said isn't right. Whenever you call, it's always a good time for you. The caller was none other than Wang Sikong, whom he had just met the night before. Ha ha ha, Mr. Su, you're being too polite. I wonder if you have time to go out and have some fun together? Su Feng pondered for a moment and asked, I wonder where Wang Xiao plans to go for fun? To take a yacht ride on the Huangpu River, have some tea, and chat a bit. Hearing about the yacht outing, Su Feng became interested. Sure, I'm at No. 8 Bund right now. Send me your location, and I'll head over directly. Okay, I'll send you the location right away. Not long after hanging up, Su Feng received a message from Wang Sikong. Metropolitan Yacht Dock. After checking the address, it wasn't far, located near Lujiazui, and it would only take about 10 minutes by car. Metropolitan Yacht Dock. Wang Sikong and Shen He were sitting in the leisure area at the entrance. Sikong, are you serious? Is that Mr. Su really a shareholder of Lu Wei, LVMH, and Kering? Shen He still found it hard to believe. It was originally just a guess, and now it turned out to be true. Wang Sikong glanced at him and slowly said, What's there not to believe? After you told me last night, I arranged for someone to check, and he really is a shareholder in all 3 groups, holding 10% of the shares. Who would have thought that just by dropping by to chat, one would meet such an extraordinary person? Originally, he thought Su Feng was just a rich second generation from some small place, but it turned out he was a prehistoric giant crocodile hidden beneath the surface. Thinking about it, he hadn't offended the other party in any way, and he felt much more relaxed. Sikong, Mr. Su is here. The sharp-eyed Chen He spotted Su Feng getting out of the car. Let's go, Wang Sikong said as he stood up and walked towards Su Feng, with Chen He following closely behind. Seeing the two approaching him, Su Feng was filled with confusion. What's going on? Are they here to welcome me? Although he was puzzled, he still walked over with a smile. Mr. Su. As soon as they met, Wang Sikong called out. Hearing this title, Su Feng was a bit surprised but still smiled and replied, Sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all, we were just idle. As they spoke, they walked into the Metropolitan. Entering the Metropolitan dock, Su Feng was quite amazed. One private yacht after another was docked, creating a stunning impression. One particularly luxurious yacht caught his eye. Varda No. 2. Wow. No. 2, does that mean there's a No. 1, or even No. 3 and No. 4? Wang Sikong led Su Feng directly onto the yacht for a tour. The entire yacht was divided into 2 levels. The first level consisted of a salon area and a cockpit, with a very spacious layout that could accommodate a dozen people. The second level was mainly a lounge area and a front deck, notably long, with several sofas arranged, perfect for enjoying the night view in the evening. Mr. Su, do you need me to arrange for a few yacht girls? Don't worry, they're all proper university students, absolutely safe. As soon as they sat down, Wang Sikong leaned over and whispered, Has Su Feng never seen a pig run? There's a saying, when on the boat, forget about the people on shore. When off the boat, don't mention things on the boat. Everyone knows what's going on. Forget it, tonight let's just drink and chat, no need for any other arrangements. Although there was a slight temptation, Su Feng still declined. He didn't want to engage in anything like that in such an environment, especially with other men around. Alright, tonight we'll keep it simple. Wang Sikong didn't expect Su Feng to refuse. If he had known, he would have just brought the girls on board directly. Once the boat left the dock, with DJ music playing and drinks flowing, the atmosphere would be so lively that who could refuse then? After Wang Sikong briefed the captain on a few things, he returned to the front deck. Mr. Su, what do you think of my yacht? Very nice, must have cost quite a bit. Just now, when Su Feng was visiting, he felt very satisfied and was also considering whether to buy a yacht in the future to enjoy. 80 million. This one is still considered small. If Su Xiao has time to go to Sanya, there's an even bigger one there. We would have more fun at sea then. Su Feng suddenly thought of a question. Why did Wang Sikong buy so many yachts? It's known that just maintaining a yacht costs a lot of money every year. There must be some insider knowledge he didn't know about. As night fell, the yacht slowly sailed out of the dock. I used to think the night view of the Huangpu River was beautiful, but I didn't expect that viewing it from a yacht would be a different kind of scenery. Ah, if Su Xiao was willing to bring a few girls on board, we wouldn't just be drinking alone like this. Wang Xikong called out helplessly. Haha, I think it's quite nice, pretty peaceful. After chatting for a few hours in the afternoon, their relationship had become much closer, and they spoke without the previous awkwardness. The dishes are here. Chen He came in with 2 crew members, each carrying a large platter filled with several dishes. Su Xiao, come, let's drink. Chen He brought over a bottle of opened wine. Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk. Su Feng shouted as he took the bottle. Not stopping until we're drunk. Hiss, I shouldn't have had a drinking contest with those 2 rascals, Wang Xikong and Chen He last night. I really fell for their nonsense. Su Feng rubbed his still dizzy head and complained. Xikong and Chen He were both seasoned in various social gatherings and bars, with impressive drinking capacities, while Su Feng only occasionally drank a little with friends, making him seem like a novice compared to them. Not stopping until we're drunk. I was carried back. Mr. Su, drink some lemon honey water, it will make you feel better. At that moment, Aunt Tang came out of the kitchen with a glass of water. Lemon honey water? Su Feng rubbed his temples with his left hand and took the cup with his right. The faint taste of lemon and honey helped clear his somewhat foggy mind. He tilted his head back and finished the large glass of lemon honey water in one go. Aunt Tang, what delicious food did you make for lunch? Su Feng said as he handed the empty cup back to Aunt Tang. Braised pork, steamed sea fish, meatball soup, and stir-fried water spinach. Aunt Tang's cooking is so delicious. I feel like I've gained quite a bit of weight during this time. Su Feng patted his belly, feeling like his abs were almost gone. Mr. Su can go to the community gym to work out. It's more motivating with more people. Hearing Aunt Tang say this, Su Feng remembered that Chen Mengyan had mentioned before, that the community had a private club specifically for the residents. It was equipped with professional fitness trainers and many personal trainers. I can still find time to work out. Working out at the gym isn't something that can be done in a day or two, it requires persistence. Exercising sporadically is worse than just running at home. After lunch, Su Feng was thinking of taking a good nap to recharge. Who knew that a call from Yak at Guangwei International would come in? Su Feng was initially puzzled. Even if you were a professional headhunting company, it wouldn't be possible to find a suitable candidate in just one day. After Yak explained, Su Feng understood what was going on. The person Yak introduced was a genuine Huaxia person named Pei Rang, who had just turned 40 this year. He had worked for 10 years at JP Morgan on Wall Street, managing a fund of nearly $100 million, and was quite a famous investment elite on Wall Street. He had just returned to the country to visit family when Yak discovered him. Yak set up a meeting with him for the afternoon. Hearing Su Feng say he wanted to meet, Yak's voice became much lighter. No problem, Mr. Su, the location is still the same cafe as last time. What do you think? For Yak, poaching talent was a routine matter. As long as the money was right, he could bring in not just a Wall Street investment elite, but even top investment teams. This was the confidence that came from being one of the world's top 5 headhunting firms. Sure, I can be there in half an hour at most. After hanging up the phone, Su Feng changed his clothes and headed out. It was still the outdoor area of Cafe No. 8 on the Bund. Su Feng had just sat down and hadn't ordered coffee yet when he saw Yak approaching with a middle-aged man who looked full of energy. Mr. Su, this is the Wall Street investment elite I told you about. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Pei Rang. Pei Rang introduced himself with a hint of respect. On the way here, Yak had briefly introduced Su Feng's background, and it was only when he learned that Su Feng was a shareholder in one of the 3 major luxury goods groups that he agreed to Yak's invitation. If it weren't for his substantial background, he wouldn't have come to meet Su Feng. After all, he was doing well on Wall Street, and who would want to switch jobs without a good future? Hello? Su Feng smiled and shook his hand. Once the 3 were seated, they each ordered a cup of coffee. Su Feng still chose the specialty coffee from last time, and after taking a sip, he spoke up. I don't like beating around the bush, let's get straight to the point. I assume Mr. Pei also knows from Yak that I want to set up an investment company. You can come here because you have the same intention, so just say it. What are your conditions? Su Feng didn't want to play games with these veterans. He would rather take a good nap at home than waste time. Pei Rang was caught off guard by Su Feng's directness. This was simply not how things were usually done. Looking at Su Feng leisurely sipping his coffee, Pei Rang was seriously contemplating whether he should give up his stable job on Wall Street for an uncertain future. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. After a while, as Su Feng had already drunk half his coffee, Pei Rang finally spoke. Mr. Su, my annual salary on Wall Street, including bonuses, is about $800,000. After saying this, Pei Rang nervously looked at Su Feng, wanting to take a gamble. If he won, it would be a completely different life. $800,000, that's less than $6 million a year, right? Su Feng calculated in his mind. Leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, he calmly looked at Pei Rang and said, I'll offer you an annual salary of $8 million plus a 5% bonus. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Pei Rang's eyes. After all, being the head of an investment company was a significant difference from being a worker on Wall Street. Boss! Pei Rang suddenly stood up and respectfully bowed to Su Feng. This move truly left Su Feng dumbfounded. He waved his hand to signal him not to be so excited. When can you officially start? Su Feng knew that Pei Rang was still working at JP Morgan and would need to return to America to resign. Boss, it might take about half a month. I need to hand over the fund I'm responsible for. After saying this, Pei Rang also felt a bit nervous. No worries, I'm not in a hurry. You should have quite a few friends at JP Morgan, right? If possible, you can bring them here to develop. Yak, hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing he had become a mere tool. Meanwhile, Pei Rang discreetly glanced at the gloomy Yak and nodded heavily. Don't worry, boss, I will not let you down. For Pei Rang, this was also a test from Su Feng. If he couldn't even recruit a few people, what use was he? Su Feng chatted with Pei Rang about the company's future plans and development goals, and with dreams of the future, Pei Rang immediately booked a ticket for a flight to America later that night. He claimed it was to hand over work early and help the boss set up the company sooner. After Pei Rang left, Yak looked at Su Feng with a face full of resentment and said, Mr. Su, we are experts at recruiting people. Why do you need to do it yourself? Who said I was doing it myself? I just asked Pei Rang to bring back a few people. By the way, can you help me find a CFO? Also, what will the costs be for this? Upon hearing that Su Feng wanted to recruit a CFO, Yak's resentment instantly vanished, and he said eagerly, Mr. Su, don't worry, I will definitely find a suitable one for you. As for the costs, let's calculate them together next time. How does that sound? Alright. The Eastern Airlines flight MU-9726 to Lijiang is about to begin boarding. Passengers, please board in a timely manner. Hearing the airport announcement, Su Feng leisurely got up from the VIP lounge. After his previous experiences in the capital, he was quite familiar with the process. After chatting with Pei Rang and Yak yesterday, Su Feng, feeling aimless, had a sudden thought. He wanted to take a spontaneous trip. There were so many places he had wanted to visit before, but his meager life had limited his dreams. He had buried all those thoughts in his heart. But now it was different. Su Feng had money and wanted to see the places he had longed to visit. The first stop he chose was Lijiang. As for the reason, he simply wanted to see what the city of romantic encounters was like. Ahem, it was definitely not that Su Feng was thinking lewd thoughts. He just wanted to fulfill his youthful travel dreams. The flight from the Magic City to Lijiang took about 4 hours. By the time Su Feng exited Lijiang's Sani Airport, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Since it was a spontaneous trip, he hadn't made any plans, but he was fortunate to have booked a guesthouse in the ancient town, which even included airport pickup service. As soon as he stepped out of the airport, he saw a young man in his 30s holding a sign and looking around, with Su Feng's name prominently displayed on it. Hello, I am Su Feng. Su Feng walked over, pulling his suitcase. Upon hearing Su Feng's name, the owner greeted him warmly and took the suitcase from his hands, saying, Hello, I am the guesthouse owner, Yu Feng. Su Feng was a bit surprised by the man's self-introduction. Were guesthouse owners now so competitive that they personally came to pick up guests? The vehicle for the pickup was a business van, but Su Feng didn't recognize the brand. You sound like you're from the Northeast, Su Feng curiously asked. That's right. I'm from the ice city in the Northeast and have been in Lijiang for several years. Your accent sounds like it's from the Sichuan-Chongqing area, right? Yes, from the Fog City. Aren't Northeasterners all heading to Sanya? Why did you decide to open a guesthouse in Lijiang? Lijiang is a place worth remembering. Yu Feng said this with a look of melancholy. Perhaps there was a touching love story behind it. Sani Airport is about 30 kilometers from Lijiang ancient town, taking about 40 minutes to drive there. The two chatted quite happily along the way, especially as Yu Feng introduced Su Feng to the sights worth seeing in Lijiang and warned him about potential scams. Inn. After glancing at the inn sign, Su Feng picked up his luggage and walked inside. The entire inn was a standalone small building, and as soon as you entered, there was a large courtyard that felt like a traditional courtyard house, with various beautiful flowers planted in the yard, giving a particularly warm feeling. The entire inn is made of wood, divided into 2 floors, and Su Feng's room is located on the 2nd floor. After enjoying the beautiful scenery in the courtyard, Yu Feng, who had parked his car, strode in. Brother Su, let me take you to see your room. you will definitely be satisfied. Looking at the confident boss Su Feng felt a bit of anticipation. There are only 4 rooms on the second floor, and Su Feng's room is at the end. As soon as he walked in, Su Feng was stunned by the wide-open window. From the window, he could see most of Lijiang ancient town, and even at night, he could enjoy the night view of the ancient town while lying in bed. Boss I am very satisfied with this room. That's great. Brother Su, you must be tired from your journey, take a good rest. Lijiang is the most fun at night. After saying that, Boss Yu closed the door and left. Su Feng had taken a flight for several hours and was a bit tired, so after a quick wash, he lay down on the bed. As night fell and the lights came on, Lijiang at night was dazzling and colorful, transforming the entire ancient town into a fairy tale world. Su Feng, leaning on the windowsill, was momentarily mesmerized. No wonder so many people want to come to Lijiang, such a beautiful night view makes one want to see more. After a small sigh, Su Feng left the guest house. It was already 8 p.m., and the ancient town was bustling with people, even livelier than during the day. Walking on the uneven stone path, Su Feng felt like his eyes were almost not enough. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as the city of romantic encounters. There are so many beautiful women here. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, he had already seen no less than 100 beautiful women, dressed in various styles, from glamorous to simple and pure, to sexy and fashionable. It was almost overwhelming. What caught Su Feng's attention the most were those tourists dressed in ethnic costumes. With simple makeup and the unique attire of Lijiang, their beauty was beyond Su Feng's description. After wandering around, Su Feng found a small tavern that looked quite nice and casually chose a seat by the window. As soon as he sat down, a waiter came over with a menu. To Su Feng's surprise, the prices here were not cheap, some were almost as high as those in the Magic City. He casually ordered a few bottles of low-alcohol fruit wine and 2 plates of snacks. The tavern had a relaxed atmosphere, with a small stage in the middle where the resident singer was tuning his guitar, seemingly about to start performing. As the music began to play, a faint melancholy spread through the tavern. Let me see you one more time, from south to north. Like eyes blinded by the 5th ring road. Please tell me again, about that day. The girl with the box, and the man wiping sweat. Su Feng began to hum along softly. The tavern, the resident singer, the music, and the tourists seemed to perfectly blend together at that moment, with everyone slightly closing their eyes, enjoying the resonance brought by the music. After the song ended, the tavern returned to its lively chatter, and Su Feng had already finished 2 bottles of wine. The resident singers sang several more songs, some about longing, others about joy, making people unconsciously hum along, as if they were the ones being sung about. Su Feng didn't encounter any beautiful women, but he did meet 2 middle-aged ladies. They looked to be in their 40s, dressed quite flamboyantly, with long straight hair and sexy outfits. From behind, one would think they were stunning beauties. They immediately invited Su Feng to their place for drinks and conversation. After politely declining their invitation, Su Feng lost interest in continuing to drink and listen to music. What he wanted was young good fortune, not the affection of aunties. After fleeing from the small tavern, Su Feng strolled through the streets of the ancient town again. After the earlier incident, his enthusiasm had diminished quite a bit. Along the way, he bought a lot of snacks and filled his stomach. Unfortunately, Su Feng still hadn't encountered that longed-for romantic encounter. Brother Su, where are you planning to go today? Do you need me to make a simple itinerary for you? As soon as Su Feng came downstairs, he bumped into Boss Yu, who was watering the plants in the courtyard. I was just thinking about where to go today. With Boss Yu's itinerary, I can save a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Boss Yu immediately put down the watering can and led Su Feng to the public lounge area. He somehow brought over a water bottle, just like the ones used back in school. Here, try my homemade milk tea. I don't know if it suits your taste. A large cup filled to the brim, still steaming. He gently blew on it, took a small sip, and the aroma of tea and milk spread in his mouth, making Su Feng unable to resist taking a few more sips. Boss Yu, this milk tea is great. You must have put in a lot of effort. Boss Yu chuckled. Brother Su, to be honest, this milk tea didn't take much effort at all. The raw materials are all local to Lijiang, but I personally went to the source to collect them. Su Feng understood. Yunnan province is indeed a major tea-producing area, and many famous teas come from here. I wonder if Boss Yu has any stock left. Could you spare some for me when I leave? Ha ha ha, that's a small matter. As long as Brother Su enjoys his time in Lijiang, that's all that matters. Boss Yu's face was beaming with joy. After all, it was a happy thing for his milk tea to be appreciated by others. During this time, the inn staff also brought out several servings of Lijiang's special breakfast, paired with the milk tea. It was delicious. Once they had eaten enough, Boss Yu got to the point. Brother Su, do you just want to wander around the ancient town, or do you want to go to Yulong Snow Mountain? Is there any particular reason for that? Su Feng looked at Boss Yu with some confusion. It's not that there's a specific reason, it's just that if you're going to Yulong Snow Mountain, it's not just a simple mountain climb. There are several other places worth visiting nearby, all in a straight line, and you can cover several spots in a day. If you're just wandering around Lijiang Ancient Town, I suggest you definitely check out the Mu's residence. It's like the Lijiang version of the Forbidden City and a must-visit to understand Nashi culture. Climbing mountains. Su Feng wasn't very interested. It felt like spending money to suffer, and he also had to be cautious about altitude sickness. He certainly didn't want to seek out suffering. The purpose of going out to play was to enjoy, not to torment himself. He could skip the mountain climbing, but the several attractions mentioned by Boss Yu were worth checking out. Su Feng also inquired in detail about places like Baisha Ancient Town, the Qianguqing Scenic Area, and Lugu Lake, all of which were worth visiting. After chatting for a while, Boss Yu provided a rough itinerary. The first stop would be the Mu's residence, since it was right in Lijiang Ancient Town, making it the closest to Su Feng. The second stop would be the Qianguqing Scenic Area, where one could easily spend the whole evening. The scenic area has various performances in the afternoon, and at night, you can participate in Yunnan's special program, Da Jiao Song. After leaving the inn, Su Feng headed straight for the Mu's residence. The inn he was staying at wasn't far from the Mu's residence, he could see it from his bedroom. However, as Su Feng walked towards the Mu's residence, he realized the saying "looking at the mountain makes the horse run faster" was true. After walking for about half an hour, Su Feng finally arrived at the Mu's residence. The daytime scenery of Lijiang Ancient Town was a different sight altogether. There weren't many people. This surprised Su Feng a bit. When he went out last night, the ancient town was incredibly crowded, with tourists everywhere on every street. As Su Feng walked along, he didn't see many people, and most of them were older, traveling with tour groups. It seems those who come to Lijiang are all drawn by its enchanting nights. Need a temporary tour guide? Just 10 yuan. Just as Su Feng was about to go in, he heard a male tour guide nearby shouting loudly while holding a flag. The guide was a bit dark-skinned, not very tall, dressed in traditional Tang clothing, and wearing light-colored sunglasses, occasionally chatting with people next to him. Seeing that many people were following him, Su Feng became interested. After all, places like the Mu Mansion, rich in cultural heritage, are hard to understand without someone explaining. Guide, I want to sign up. Su Feng didn't hesitate and walked over. Only 10 yuan. The guide handed over a QR code, and Su Feng scanned it for 10 yuan. After waiting a while, a few more individual tourists arrived, and there were about 20 people in total. Hello everyone, I am the guide Xiaohei. Now, please follow my footsteps to experience the beauty of the Mu Mansion. The guide Xiaohei waved the tour guide flag in his hand and led the group inside. Upon entering the Mu Mansion, they were greeted by a huge square. What you see here is the former military assembly ground, where troops gathered during battles. After a brief look around the square, guide Xiaohei led everyone toward a building. The conference hall. When they reached the entrance of the conference hall, Xiaohei stopped. Do you see those 3 plaques under the eaves? All 3 plaques say sincere loyalty to the country. They were awarded by 3 emperors of the Ming dynasty, the Hanwu Emperor, the Ming Qingzu, and the Jiajing Emperor. If you're interested, you can check online for more details. Su Feng took a few photos with his phone. After all, if he didn't take some pictures while traveling, it would feel like a wasted trip. A Tussi Mansion, half a history of the nation. This place is not just a scenic area, it is also the Lijiang Ancient City Museum, showcasing the changes in Nashi culture and the transformations over the centuries. It is often said that in the north there is the Forbidden City, and in the south, there is the Mu Mansion. After walking around, Su Feng felt a bit unsatisfied, especially when standing on the loft of the Mu Mansion. He could gaze at the entire Yulong Snow Mountain and overlook the whole Lijiang Ancient City, feeling as if he could command the entire ancient town. By the time he left the Mu Mansion, it was almost noon, and after walking for a while, Su Feng's stomach was already growling with hunger. I wonder if the restaurant Boss Yu recommended is good. If it's not, I'll have to have a good talk with him when I get back. Su Feng muttered, rubbing his hungry belly. This restaurant was highly recommended by Boss Yu when he left, saying that once you try it, you won't be able to stop raving about it. After walking for about 10 minutes, Su Feng finally saw the sign for the restaurant. Lijiang Smoked Pork Ribs. There are actually many famous smoked pork rib restaurants in the ancient town, but Boss Yu insisted he go outside to eat, claiming the taste is better and more authentic. Perhaps due to it being noon, there weren't many people, so Su Feng found a window seat and ordered a signature smoked pork rib, a smoked ham pot, and a few side dishes. He could enjoy the delicious food while admiring the scenery of the ancient city. After about 10 minutes, the waiter brought a large clay pot and placed it in front of him. After lighting the fire on the table, the waiter instructed, wait for the pot to boil, then wait another 5 minutes before you can eat. He wasn't sure if it had been pre-cooked in a pressure cooker, but the speed of service was indeed quite fast. After a few minutes, Su Feng watched the bubbling ribs and pig's trotters in the pot, his mouth watering uncontrollably. He added a bit of soup to the dipping sauce bowl, then picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of pig's trotter. There was hardly any fat, and apart from the chewy skin, there was only the enticing lean meat. It was slightly different from the cured pig's trotters from the Sichuan-Chongqing region. It wasn't as dark, and there was a slight difference in the smoking method. Delicious. The cured meat paired with the dipping sauce was simply a delicacy. Su Feng wasn't in the mood to savor it slowly. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating heartily. He had only ordered a small pot with a double combo, along with a few small dishes, which was just enough for him to feel full. This meal cost over 200, which wasn't too expensive, mainly because he was satisfied with the food, and the restaurant recommended by the owner was indeed quite good. As long as it was tasty, a higher price didn't matter, but if it was bad, even a lower price wouldn't make him eat it. After finishing his visit, Su Feng didn't rush to the next stop. It was still not even 1 o'clock, and the Eternal Love show would start at 2 in the afternoon, with the so-called must-see performance at 3. Su Feng had plenty of time. When in Lijiang, the must-try dish should be mushroom hot pot, but unfortunately, it wasn't the season. Next on the list was the flour cakes, and Su Feng planned to buy some to snack on while watching the Eternal Love show later. In Lijiang, the most famous flour cakes come from 3 shops, Panxiangji, Jiahua, and Huamanlu. Each shop has its own characteristics, with Jiahua being particularly recommended by the owner as the best for freshly baked cakes. Su Feng decided to give it a try and buy a little to taste. He thought that since it was noon, there wouldn't be too many buyers, but when he found the Jiahua store in the ancient town, he was stunned. There was a line almost 30 meters long in front, mostly made up of aunties and uncles, and he couldn't tell where their energy came from. Each of these uncles and aunties was buying a lot, giving off a vibe of bringing home local specialties. Looks like I won't be able to buy anything in less than half an hour. Su Feng shook his head but still walked to the end of the line. When you go out to play, not experiencing a queue makes the trip incomplete. It must be said. The shops at tourist spots are quite efficient. Su Feng thought he would have to wait half an hour, but who would have thought it would be his turn in less than 10 minutes? Su Feng didn't buy much, just 3 of each item, mainly to taste, and whether to buy more for gifts would be considered later. The ancient town had a direct bus to the Eternal Love scenic area, and Su Feng was surprised to find that the bus was actually free. Free is the most expensive thing in the world. Sure enough, when he arrived at the Eternal Love scenic area, he found out the ticket price was 278. They say it's a must-see in a lifetime, Lijiang's Eternal Love, but I wonder if it's worth over $200. There were quite a few people at the Eternal Love scenic area, many of whom were there with children. After entering the scenic area, Su Feng learned that besides the performances, there were also many places to visit. Checking the time, he realized it was still early for the 3 o'clock Eternal Love show. Su Feng decided to take a stroll. He had just looked at the park's introduction and was quite interested in the small programs there. The park wasn't very large, and Su Feng wandered slowly with the crowd. Just as he reached the square, he stumbled upon a performance, where a group of handsome men and beautiful women in ethnic costumes began dancing in the middle of the road. Just as he was getting into it, a performing beauty pulled him in, and he joined the joyful swaying crowd, moving along with the music. Happy times are always short-lived. While Su Feng was still immersed in joy, the music suddenly stopped. Looking around, it turned out the performance had ended. Ah, that happiness was way too short. Su Feng muttered softly. Unexpectedly, the beautiful dancer who was just about to leave heard him. Handsome guy, you can try the Wood Mansion's marriage recruitment. It's not far ahead and it's about to start. Upon hearing about the marriage recruitment, Su Feng became interested. By the time he arrived, dozens of people were already gathered downstairs. Su Feng exerted a great deal of effort to squeeze in and found a spot closer to the front. The program quickly began with a dance performance, during which the bride suddenly threw out the embroidered ball. Before Su Feng could react, a young man standing at the front was quicker and caught the ball in his arms. Immediately, 2 staff members welcomed him, changing him into a bright red robe and placing a red crown on his head, making him look quite festive. Son-in-law, say a few words to the villagers. An elderly man dressed in traditional attire said with a smile. Ahem, I have a bit of social anxiety. The tourists watching the scene burst into laughter upon hearing this. I have a few questions for the son-in-law. May I ask how old you are this year? I am 18 this year. This statement caused an uproar of laughter, and even Su Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily. The dialogue between the two continued to provide plenty of comedic moments. It was unclear whether the young man was intentionally playing along or if it was just the tourists, but it certainly made the onlookers laugh uncontrollably. The marriage recruitment program didn't last long and ended after the two exchanged vows. I didn't expect these little programs to be quite interesting. I just wonder how the eternal love show is. After wandering around the park and watching 2 or 3 more performances, Su Feng headed towards the Eternal Love Grand Theater around 3 o'clock. By the time Su Feng entered, most of the seats were filled, and all he could see were heads. He found a seat that wasn't too far back. The entire Lijiang Eternal Love Show is divided into 6 acts: Nashi Genesis, Daughter's Country of Lugu, Legend of the Horse Team, Glory of the Wood Mansion, Third Country of Yulon, and Searching for Shambhala, with a total performance time of nearly an hour. As the lights dimmed and the music began, the show officially started. This was also Su Feng's first time watching a stage play, and he was deeply captivated as soon as it began. Dancers showcased Nashi culture through their body language, moving in time with the music. Each act provided a unique feeling, especially during the third act, Legend of the Horse Team, where the horsemen bravely fought to protect their grain from bandits. Particularly that line, "Deliver the grain safely," resonated deeply with Su Feng, and he couldn't help but shed a few tears. When the lights came up and the performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted in the audience. After watching Eternal Love, Su Feng stayed in Lijiang for another 2 days. To appreciate the scenery around Lijiang, he even rented an off-road vehicle. On the first day, Su Feng visited Shuai Ancient Town, Baisha Ancient Town, and Blue Moon Valley. These 3 places were very close to each other. Especially Shuai Ancient Town and Baisha Ancient Town, Su Feng finished exploring them in just a few hours. Although Shuai Ancient Town was significantly larger than Baisha Ancient Town, it had far fewer tourists. Many visitors were drawn to Baisha Ancient Town. After all, it was near the snow-capped mountains, and one could see the majestic Yulong Snow Mountain from the village, making it particularly suitable for young girls to take photos. However, for Su Feng, he preferred Shuai Ancient Town a bit more. It had less of a commercial atmosphere, and the pace of life was very comfortable, making it a great place to relax. Su Feng also spent 150 to take a tour around Blue Moon Valley, which was incredibly enchanting, especially the Azure Lake, which seemed like a sapphire set in the earth. The first impression gave Su Feng a feeling of visiting Juzhegu, but unfortunately, the Blue Moon Lake scenic area is not very large, and there aren't many attractions, so it still falls short compared to Juzhegu. The next day, Su Feng drove from Baisha Ancient Town to Lugu Lake. Due to the long distance and the limited time for sightseeing, Su Feng specially made a plan and went to Legay Peninsula and Goddess Bay. These 2 places are particularly suitable for self-driving tours, especially the scenery at Goddess Bay, which made Su Feng sit by the shore and admire it for half an hour. Mo.in. Boss Yu leaned against the doorframe and asked Su Feng, who was packing up, "Are you really planning to go back? Don't you want to spend a few days in Dali and Shangri-La?" Su Feng smiled and shook his head. "I understand now why those who go out to play prefer to be in pairs. It's much more fun with more people. Playing alone is boring. Even if there are beautiful sceneries, if there's no one to share it with, what's the point of such a journey?" Boss Yu understood Su Feng's meaning and didn't try to persuade him to find some girls to hang out with. After spending these few days together, he also saw that Su Feng was not simple. No one in business is a fool, especially in the service industry. Having met all kinds of people, he has seen quite a bit and has his own insights. When he picked up Su Feng at the airport, he noticed the watch on Su Feng's wrist, but he didn't pay much attention at the time. It was only later, while chatting over milk tea, that he recognized it as a Patek Philippe watch. To be fair, Boss Yu is also somewhat well off, having opened 7 or 8 guesthouses in Lijiang. Not to mention millions in assets, he certainly has a few $100,000, yet the watch he wears is only worth a few tens of thousands. One can imagine that Su Feng's background is not small, but he didn't rush to flatter him. Instead, he treated him like an ordinary friend. "Next time you come to Lijiang or go to Northeast China in winter, you must give me a call. I'll definitely arrange everything for you." "Sure. I'll definitely go if I get the chance," Su Feng said with a smile. "By the way, wait for me a moment." Boss Yu seemed to have thought of something and quickly ran downstairs. In a little while, he came back carrying a large bag. Su Feng looked at the full bag and asked curiously, "What did you bring?" "You said before that my milk tea is delicious, so I got you some raw materials, and also some coffee beans produced here in Lijiang. Try them when you get back." "How much is this, Boss Yu?" "I'll transfer the money to you," Su Feng said as he took out his phone from his pocket. "Brother Su, what are you doing? Do you look down on me, you Feng? I said I'm giving it to you, so it's a gift. If you pay, that would be too much." Su Feng wanted to refuse, but seeing Boss Yu's serious expression, he swallowed the words that were about to come out. "Alright, let Boss Yu treat me. What's the big deal? It's not worth much." When going downstairs, Boss Yu decisively took Su Feng's suitcase. Originally not heavy, the suitcase, along with the things Boss Yu gave him and some flour cakes, weighed about 20 pounds. Boss Yu was a bit out of breath when he carried it to the car. Boss Yu, you need to exercise more, otherwise, you won't even be able to move the car. Su Feng teased with a mischievous smile. Boss Yu's face turned red, and he retorted, who said that? I'm still very strong. Su Feng smiled without saying a word. On the way to the airport, the two of them continued their previous conversation. After all, men have a desire to share, just like they want to share the fruits of their victories. Su Feng also learned that Boss Yu used to be a free-spirited person, but unfortunately, he ended up with his current wife, and the glory of the past is no more. When they arrived at the airport, they exchanged a few pleasantries, and Su Feng dragged his suitcase inside. Su Feng did not plan to return to the Magic City, but instead to Fuzhou. He recently realized that being wealthy without returning home is like wearing fine clothes at night. Having money but not changing the living conditions of his family is no different from when he was poor. Focusing only on his own enjoyment while letting his parents suffer, Su Feng felt he couldn't do that. Moreover, the word Su Qingya had cried out to him before, I want my parents to live a little better, deeply touched him. This time, he planned to go back and discuss with his parents about opening a restaurant or a supermarket. As for whether it would lose money, Su Feng didn't consider it at all, even if he used a month's worth of system funds to lose. It should still be able to last for decades, right? From Sanyi Airport to Wudu Jiangbei Airport, it took about 2 hours. Since it was an 11 o'clock flight, Su Feng had a meal on the plane. True to its reputation for feeding pigs, Sichuan Airlines indeed served quite delicious food. It's only been half a month, and I'm back again. Su Feng felt a bit emotional as he walked out of the airport. He sensed that compared to the last time he returned, his mindset had changed quite a bit, at least he no longer had that anxious feeling. Standing at the airport entrance, Su Feng did not take a taxi or the airport shuttle. Instead, he pulled out his phone, found a ride-hailing app, and directly selected a luxury executive car. After confirming the order, it took less than a minute for someone to accept it. Just as Su Feng was about to check what kind of car it was, the phone rang. Hello, sir, are you at the airport entrance now? Yes, I'm right at the airport entrance. Su Feng briefly described his simple outfit, and the other party said they would arrive shortly before hanging up. Su Feng then looked at the ride-hailing app and found that the car sent was a Mercedes V260. Soon, a black business car stopped in front of him, with a driver dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, looking very much like a professional driver. The driver opened the door for Su Feng, let him in, and then took his suitcase to the trunk. Sir, I am your dedicated driver, Xiao Chao. If you need anything, feel free to ask me at any time. Seeing such a professional driver, Su Feng originally wanted to ask if he was working part-time, but upon seeing his professional attitude, he suppressed his curiosity. Let's go, I'm going to take a nap. Remember to wake me up when we arrive. He dragged his suitcase towards the community. Hey, isn't this the kid from Shufen's family? Why are you back again? I heard from your mom. Weren't you in the Magic City for a while? Why are you back so soon? Why didn't you drive? Yeah, Xiaosu, Auntie still remembers you came back last time in a nice car. Why this time? The speaker looked at Su Feng and then at his suitcase, their eyes filled with mockery. Xiaochen, why are you dragging a suitcase back? Did something happen? Before he even entered the community, Su Feng ran into 3 aunties. Upon closer inspection, they were the same 3 who had played cards with his mom the first time he returned. Listening to their sarcastic remarks, a hint of displeasure flashed in Su Feng's eyes. Just as he was about to retort, a loud voice rang out. Which gossiping woman is making a fuss over there? I'll tear her mouth apart. Chen Shufen, carrying a bag of vegetables, approached the group with a dark expression. Upon seeing her, the 3 women quieted down like mice seeing a cat. They had witnessed Chen Shufen's fighting spirit before. There was a player in the mahjong parlor who couldn't take a loss and tried to cheat, but after being scolded by her, he never played mahjong again. Humph. Chen Shufen stood in front of the 3 and huffed heavily, but said nothing more. Su Feng saw his mom's ferocious look and swallowed hard. He didn't expect his mom to have such a fearsome reputation. Chen Shufen glanced at Su Feng, picked up the grocery bag, and walked towards the unit, with Su Feng quickly following behind. Mom, why are you home? Didn't you go to school? Don't you check the date? Today is Saturday. Once the 2 had walked far, one of them said fiercely, that kid from the Su family must have gotten into some trouble, otherwise, why would he be back so soon? The other 2 echoed a few words before dispersing. Upon returning home, the previously calm expression on Chen Shufen's face instantly turned to worry. Xiao Chen, why are you back? Something didn't really happen, did it? Seeing the concern on his mother's face, Su Feng felt a warm sensation in his heart. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. I just spent a few days in Lijiang, and I'm back this time to take care of some matters. As he spoke, he opened his suitcase and took out the flour cakes and the milk tea ingredients sent by Boss Yu. Seeing the flower cakes in the suitcase, Chen Shufan let out a sigh of relief. Xiao-chun, you said you're back to take care of some matters? What matters? Chen Shufan asked curiously. Su Feng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked, Mom, Uncle Air and Uncle San are in the city, right? Yes, why? Chen Shufan looked at Su Feng with some confusion. Su Feng pulled Chen Shufan to sit on the sofa before asking, what are Uncle Air and Uncle San doing now? Uncle Air's family is still the same. The couple runs a noodle shop, and business is doing okay. As for Uncle San, due to his age, he has been transferred to the logistics department of the spandex factory, and Aunt San recently got a job as a waitress in a restaurant. Su Feng nodded thoughtfully. He understood why Su Qingya had been so focused on making money before. Why are you asking this? At this moment, Chen Shufan was filled with questions. Su Feng chuckled, I'll tell you when Dad comes back tonight. Hearing this, Chen Shufan shot him an annoyed glance but didn't ask further, getting up to head to the kitchen. In the evening, Su Zhiyun, just home, leisurely changed into his slippers. Dear wife, what delicious food are we having tonight? As soon as he finished speaking, he caught sight of someone lying on the sofa. Looking closely, he saw Su Feng smiling at him. Oh, Dad, calling so affectionately, dear. Su Zhiyun walked over with an unhappy expression. You little rascal, why are you back again? I'm back to take care of something. Take care of something? What is it? Su Zhiyan looked at Su Feng in confusion. If there was something to handle, he could just call in directly instead of making a trip from the Magic City. I'll tell you at dinner. Su Zhiyan nodded, and the two sat on the sofa, chatting casually. When he learned that Su Feng had just returned from a trip to Lijiang, he was quite annoyed and said he wanted to go see it sometime. Su Feng, hearing this, had a sudden idea. Dad, why don't you take Mom to Dali and tour Lijiang? I'll cover all the expenses. Su Zhiyun sighed heavily. With work every day, when would I have the time? Just as Su Feng was about to speak, Chen Shufan's voice came from the kitchen. Come and serve the dishes, you two gentlemen. Dinner was a simple 3 dishes and a soup, with only 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes. Xiao Chen, can we talk now? You look all mysterious. Chen Shufan and Su Zhiyun both turned their attention to Su Feng, both curious about what he had come back to handle. Su Feng organized his thoughts and slowly said, I'm back this time to help our Su family acquire a business. Su family? A business? Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyun and Chen Shufan both had puzzled expressions. Xiao Chen, what do you mean? Su Feng also noticed the confusion on his parents' faces and immediately said, I just want to open a store for you, along with Uncle Air and Uncle San. Open a store? What kind of store? Our Su family has no one with business acumen. Just look at your Uncle Air. Running a noodle shop barely makes ends meet, and it's good enough if he can support his family. Besides, where would you get so much money to open a store? Su Feng didn't explain and directly took out his phone, pulling up his account balance, and handed it over to Su Zhiyun. Looking at the balance that reached 9 figures, Su Zhiyun trembled all over, and the phone fell onto the table with a thud. Where did you get so much money? Su Zhiyun's mouth trembled with anxiety. Chen Shufan, sitting nearby, quickly took the phone and was also shocked, her mouth agape at the balance. Although they had known that Su Feng was now wealthy, they never expected him to be this rich. Did you earn this money in the stock market? Yeah. Su Feng nodded lightly, having mentioned it before, saving himself from finding other excuses. He would only become wealthier in the future. There was no way he could hide it like before, so it was better to lay everything out on the table. This way, they could prepare themselves mentally. At that moment, Su Zhiyun and Chen Shufan had lost their appetite for food. Both came from rural backgrounds, and although their jobs had broadened their horizons a bit, it was still limited, and they didn't know how to handle something like Su Feng's situation. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhiyun slowly said, Tomorrow, I'll call your second and third uncles over for a meal, and you can share your thoughts then. Okay, Dad. Getting his father's support meant he had already accepted the fact of his sudden wealth in his heart. The next day, in the afternoon, due to having only Sunday off, Su Zhiyun rarely didn't go to work. The 3 of them enjoyed a cozy tea time at home. This milk tea and flour cake taste really good, delicious. Chen Shufan leaned back on the sofa, holding a cup of milk tea in one hand and a piece of flour cake in the other, savoring every bite. Meanwhile, Su Zhiyun felt a bit pained. Watching the tea leaves that Su Feng had discarded in the trash can, he smacked his lips. Xiao Chen, isn't it a bit wasteful to use such good tea leaves for milk tea? Why not save some for me to drink? Seeing Su Zhiyun's pained expression, Su Feng was a bit puzzled. What's wrong, Dad? These tea leaves didn't cost much, why the sad face? Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyun perked up, cleared his throat, and pointed at the tea leaves in the trash can, saying, These tea leaves are from the red tea series of Yunnan province. Judging by the color, they should be from the first harvest of this year. After boiling, they still emit a faint grassy and woody aroma, considered top-notch among Yunnan reds, and just the market price alone could be worth several hundred. Look at how much tea you use just to make milk tea. My usual rations are only a few dozen bucks a pound, how can I not feel pained? Su Feng was also taken aback. He only had a vague understanding of tea, knowing whether it was good or bad to drink. If asked about the types of tea, he could only name black tea, green tea, oolong tea, and white tea. Ahem, Dad, there are still several pounds of this tea stored in the cupboard. If you like it, just take some to drink. Upon hearing this, Su Jian jumped up from the sofa and strode toward the cupboard, muttering, "You little rascal really don't know how to cherish things. How can such precious tea leaves be left in the storage cabinet?" Soon, Su Jian returned with a smug look, carrying a bag, and it seemed he had found some small sealed plastic bags from somewhere, dividing the tea leaves into several bags. Su Feng watched his dad's actions and leaned over to Chen Shufan, whispering, "Mom, what is Dad doing? He doesn't need to be so meticulous with the tea leaves." Chen Shufan glanced at the cheerful Su Jian before saying, "What do you mean? Your dad is preparing this to show off at the company. The people in their team love drinking tea, and when your dad takes out this good tea, TSK. Su Feng's mind instantly conjured up an image of a group of people surrounding Su Jian, all eagerly calling out, "Brother Su, let me try your good tea." Just thinking about it made him feel how exhilarating that must be. Su Feng looked at Su Jian, who was packing the tea leaves, and secretly muttered, "I didn't expect Dad to like this." Knock knock knock. Hearing the door being knocked, Su Feng knew it must be his second and third uncles arriving, so he quickly got up and walked to the door. Click, the door opened, revealing two somewhat weathered faces in Su Feng's view. Second uncle, third uncle. Su Jiqi and Su Jixin were momentarily taken aback to see Su Feng at the door. "Xiao Chen, what are you doing at home? Didn't you go to the Magic City? When did you come back?" Second uncle Su Jiqi asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, Su Jixin, standing behind, showed a hint of surprise upon seeing Su Feng. "I just got back yesterday." Su Feng replied with a smile. "Come in and talk, why are you standing at the door?" Su Jian's loud voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Su Jiqi didn't ask further and, after changing their shoes, the two walked into the living room. "Big brother, big sister-in-law." Su Jian waved his hand, signaling them to sit down, and poured them a cup of milk tea. "Try it." Xiao Chen brought it back from Lijiang. "It tastes pretty good." The two didn't stand on ceremony and sat down next to Su Jian, picking up the milk tea to drink. For the two middle-aged men, milk tea was quite a novelty, as they had never had anything like it before. This tastes pretty good, especially the strong tea aroma." After they had drunk a bit, Su Jian lightly coughed and looked at Su Jiqi and Su Jixin beside him, saying, "I called you over today to discuss some matters." "Big brother, what is it? Do we really need to come in person?" Second uncle Su Jiqi asked, confused. Su Jian didn't answer immediately but turned to look at Su Jixin, who had been silent, and said, "Your daughter should have called you, right?" Su Jixin silently nodded, his gaze towards Su Feng filled with surprise. "Big brother, third brother, what are you talking about?" Su Jiqi was completely in the dark. "Our Su family's ancestral grave is smoking." Su Jian could no longer suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. "Ancestral grave smoking?" Su Jiqi looked at the eldest brother, then at the calm third brother, realizing he was completely out of the loop. "Big brother, stop beating around the bush and just tell me, what's going on?" Su Jian glanced at Su Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, "Xiao Chen made quite a bit of money in the Magic City. He came back this time to set up a business for the old Su family." Without giving the two a chance to speak, Su Jian continued, "I discussed it with Xiao Chen and we plan to open a few chain supermarkets, with each of our three families holding a share. With the rapid development of fujo in recent years, many new properties are being sold, and we intend to open the supermarkets in these newly developed areas." Fujo also shed its title of a poverty-stricken city this year, with various industries rapidly developing. Perhaps they could catch this fast train. Eldest brother, opening a supermarket still carries some risks, mainly due to the cost of rent. Initially, we will definitely incur losses, and if things go wrong, all our investments could go down the drain. Su Jiqi is quite experienced in this regard. After all, he is currently suffering from the burden of rent. "We don't plan to rent, we want to buy directly." Su Feng suddenly interjected. "Buy directly? How much will that cost, Xiao Chen?" Su Jiqi's words trailed off, as if he understood something. Looking at his elder brother and the third brother, both wore calm expressions, as if they had known all along. The elder brother was certainly aware, but why did the third brother have such a look? Remembering what the elder brother had said to the third brother when they first arrived, if he still didn't understand, he would truly be foolish. Su Feng must have made a fortune in the Magic City. The next matters were simple. The three brothers began discussing the supermarket, and they even had a small argument over the shares. Originally, according to Su Zhiyun's idea, the three brothers would split it evenly, but Su Zhiqi and Su Zhixin were adamant against it, saying that it was already good enough for Su Feng to think of their two families, and they couldn't take so many shares. After some discussion, Su Zhiyun would hold 60% of the shares, while the second and third brothers would each hold 20%. Just as Su Feng was thinking about finding the location for the first supermarket in the next few days, a phone call disrupted his plans. Okay, I understand. I will return to the Magic City as soon as possible. You take good care of them, and we will discuss it in detail when I get back. Su Feng hung up the phone and came out of the room, looking at Su Zhiyun and the others chatting on the sofa. He opened his mouth. Xiao Chen, is something wrong? Chen Shufan was the first to notice Su Feng's unusual demeanor. The three of them stopped chatting and turned their attention to Su Feng. There are some matters at the company that need to be handled. I might have to leave soon. Hearing this, Su Zhiyun quickly asked, Xiao Chen, what about the supermarket? Before he could finish, Su Feng interrupted. Dad, you just take care of this matter. As for the money, I will transfer it to you later. Su Feng's mind had already flown to the Magic City. The call he just received was from Pei Rang, who had resigned and returned to the Magic City, bringing back a complete asset team, each one an elite with years of experience. He also brought back an astonishing piece of news, which was why Su Feng was in a hurry to return to the Magic City. After packing his luggage, Su Zhiyun offered to drive him to the airport, and Su Feng did not refuse. Just as they were about to walk out the door, Su Zhiqi and Su Zhixin stopped him. Xiao Chen, thank you. Uncle 2, Uncle 3, there's no need for such thanks. After all, we are family. Su Feng didn't know how other families were, but the Su family was particularly united, with strong bonds among the families. Whenever someone had an issue, everyone would help out, which was why Su Feng wanted to provide a business for the family. After sending off his uncles, Su Feng drove with his father straight to Jianbei Airport. Dad, I transferred 3 million to your card. When the time comes, screeched Su Zhiyun, suddenly slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, it was afternoon, and there weren't many cars on the road. Otherwise, that sudden stop could have caused an accident. Just as Su Feng was about to ask what was going on, he saw Su Zhiyun's trembling leg. Dad, are you scared? You shouldn't be. You weren't this excited when you checked my balance yesterday. Su Feng joked. Su Zhiyun shot him a glare. Is it the same? That was your own earnings. I was happy and proud, but you transferring 3 million to me makes me feel a bit overwhelmed. Su Feng understood his father's meaning and didn't say much more. He switched places with him, letting him get used to the feeling of having a large sum of money. The commercial facade in Fujo isn't very expensive right now. Good locations are basically over 10,000 per square meter. The amount of money Su Feng has is enough to buy 3 storefronts, along with renovations and some funds for stock. As for the subsequent chain supermarket plans, they will have to wait until they are on the road. By then, Su Feng won't need to worry about it. At the entrance of Jianbei Airport, Dad, drive slowly on your way back, okay? Be careful. Su Feng leaned against the car window and reminded him. Su Zhiyun curled his lips. Don't worry, I've already calmed down. Su Feng nodded and dragged his suitcase into the airport. Watching Su Feng's departing figure, Su Zhiyun's eyes were filled with pride. When Su Feng landed at Hongqiao Airport in Shanghai, it was already 9 p.m. As soon as he exited the airport, he saw Secretary Li standing next to a Rolls-Royce, peering into the airport. Good evening, Mr. Su. Secretary Li quickly jogged over and took Su Feng's suitcase. Secretary Li, sorry to trouble you again. Su Feng felt a bit helpless. He always bothered Emma's secretary to pick him up and felt somewhat guilty. It seemed he needed to equip himself with a service team. It's my honor to serve you, Mr. Su. Secretary Li said respectfully. She also knew Su Feng's identity. As long as she served him well, she might be entrusted with important responsibilities one day. Are you going straight home, Mr. Su? Yes, let's go straight back. Su Feng leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. He was exhausted today, having driven for 2 hours and then flown for another 2. All he wanted was to go home, take a shower, and get a good night's sleep. The ride was very smooth, and Su Feng even managed to sleep for a while in the car. By the time he got home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. To his surprise, Aunt Tang was still awake. She mentioned that someone would come tomorrow and then yawned her way upstairs. After a quick rinse, he collapsed onto the bed. Before sleeping, he sent a message to Pei Rang, asking him to come over tomorrow. Good morning, boss. Seeing Su Feng come down from upstairs, Pei Rang quickly stood up. Su Feng waved his hand, signaling him not to be so formal. Sorry to keep you waiting. Su Feng hadn't expected Pei Rang to arrive so early. I just got here too. Su Feng glanced at the tea in front of Pei Rang, which had mostly cooled down. You really surprised me this time. I didn't expect you to recruit an entire team. Are they all settled in? Yes, I've arranged for them to stay at a nearby hotel. Everyone is very excited and eager to start working. Su Feng nodded at this, lightly tapping his fingers on his thigh. Seeing this, Pei Rang knew Su Feng was deep in thought and didn't say anything. Is what you told me before true? Upon hearing this, Pei Rang knew the main topic was coming. It's true. Several top investment firms on Wall Street are already preparing and are expected to take action next week. The information Pei Rang provided was quite shocking, making him feel a sense of urgency. The information was actually quite simple. Goldman Sachs, along with other top investment firms, was preparing to short gold and was currently doing preliminary preparations. It was quite interesting that Pei Rang discovered this. When he submitted his resignation, he found a report about shorting gold in the executive office. Although only a small part was exposed, it allowed him to catch a glimpse of some information. As a 10-year investment veteran, he immediately sensed something was off. After analyzing and gathering information from other sources, he concluded that Wall Street was planning to short gold prices. The timing should still be fine. You can first register the company through Yak, and as for the office location, let's set it up in the Jin Mao Tower. There are quite a few well-decorated offices available for rent there, and we can just move in directly when the time comes. Boss, should we consider this a bit more? What if this matter turns out to be fake? Su Feng smiled upon hearing this. I trust your judgment. Even if it turns out to be fake, we would only lose some funds at most. But if it's real, we could potentially make a huge profit. Hearing Su Feng's words, Pei Rang was also greatly moved. The two discussed some company-related matters, and it was only close to noon that Pei Rang left. Before he left, Su Feng transferred him $1 million. After all, there were still over a dozen people's living expenses to consider. He couldn't let Pei Rang foot the bill. What is this all about? I really need to find a full-time secretary quickly. I can't possibly handle everything myself. At this moment, Su Feng was driving towards the Jin Mao Tower. He had originally instructed Pei Rang yesterday to register the company and then rent a floor in the Jin Mao Tower as the future headquarters. But what happened? This morning, Pei Rang called him to say there had been some changes regarding the company registration. After asking for details, Su Feng finally understood the situation. It turned out that after leaving Su Feng's house, Pei Rang went directly to Guangwei International to find Yak to resolve the company registration issue. He learned from Yak that registering an investment company was quite troublesome, and even with their company's assistance, it would still take a week. At that time, Yak suggested that instead of registering a new company, it would be better to acquire an existing investment company, and coincidentally, Yak had information about an investment company for sale. The company had no debts, all the necessary qualifications were complete, and the price was quite reasonable, only 500,000. The only issue was that this investment company was registered in Shanghai, and Pei Rang would need to make a trip there in person. After understanding the situation, Su Feng immediately decided to have Pei Rang make a trip to Shanghai to acquire the company. Although Su Feng understood that this company was likely just a shell company, possibly registered by Yak or his friends, it was important to note that Guangwei International was not just a headhunting company, it was also a brokerage firm. As long as you have relevant needs, they can help you make connections. As long as this company had no debt disputes, it was fine. Although it would cost more than the normal procedure, it would save a lot of time. As for the company being registered in Shanghai, Su Feng could accept that. After all, he had never intended to register the company in places like the Cayman Islands. He already had a system in place and didn't need to worry about not having money to find ways to avoid taxes. Of course, if he earned US dollars abroad, he would still try to avoid taxes as much as possible. After all, foreign money should not be earned for free. After Pei Rang took Su Feng's identification, he headed straight to the airport, leaving the task of renting office space to Su Feng. In the parking garage of the Jin Mao Tower, although Su Feng had been there a few times, he still couldn't escape the inspection. He took the opportunity to inquire and learned that having a building access pass would exempt him from inspection. As for obtaining the access pass, you first had to become a tenant of the Jin Mao Tower. Taking the elevator directly to the 66th floor, Su Feng was not there to see Ima this time, but to find Secretary Li, which was a sudden idea that popped into his mind when he came over. That was to poach Secretary Li to be his personal secretary. After a few interactions, Su Feng felt that Secretary Li was quite good, but he didn't know if Ima would be willing to let her go. Since I came to the Jin Mao Tower to handle some business, I might as well ask for her opinion first. If she agrees, I can become a boss without doing much. It was still that familiar front desk girl. When she saw Su Feng enter, she was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure and stood up. Mr. Su, hello, are you here to see President Emma? I'll call her right away. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Feng raised his hand to interrupt her. I'm not here to see President Emma. I want to ask if Secretary Li is in her office. Yes, Mr. Su, I'll take you there. Thank you. Su Feng followed the front desk girl towards Secretary Li's office. As soon as they reached the office area, Su Feng ran into an old acquaintance. Su Feng. Qin Ying's expression was somewhat complicated upon seeing Su Feng again. She had thought that after making an impression in front of President Emma last time, she would be given an important role because she was an old classmate of Su Feng. However, after so long, there had been no movement at all. Qin Ying later analyzed the reason. Perhaps her relationship with Su Feng was just average, not worth him speaking up for her. She could only feel envy and jealousy towards Su Feng. They both graduated from the same high school. She even got into university, while Su Feng could only work. But she never expected that when they met again, their statuses would be worlds apart. It's you, Qin Ying. What's wrong? Do you need something? Su Feng didn't have much fondness for this old classmate. After the last incident, she had left a scheming label in his mind. Hearing Su Feng's slightly cold tone, she awkwardly shook her head. It's nothing. Alright, you go ahead. I have something to do. After Su Feng finished speaking, he signaled to the front desk girl that it was time to leave. Watching Su Feng's departing figure, Qin Ying felt a mix of emotions. If she hadn't played any tricks back then and had taken Su Feng to see the president as an old classmate, perhaps things would have been different. But unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Knock, knock, knock. The front desk girl gently knocked on the office door. Come in. Secretary Li's voice came from inside. Su Feng nodded to the front desk girl and pushed the door open to enter. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Are you looking for President Emma? I'll call her right away. Secretary Li quickly got up from her chair and walked towards Su Feng. Su Feng smiled and waved his hand. I'm not here to see Emma, I'm here to see you. Looking for me? Secretary Li was taken aback, never expecting that Su Feng was here for her. Mr. Su, is there something you need me to do? While speaking, Secretary Li poured a cup of tea for Su Feng. After taking a small sip from the cup, she slowly said, I want you to be my personal secretary. I don't know if you're willing. Su Feng didn't like beating around the bush and went straight to the point. Personal secretary? Really? Can I? Secretary Li stammered with excitement. Of course you can, otherwise I wouldn't have come to find you. If you're willing, I'll go talk to Emma. I'm willing. Secretary Li nodded vigorously. Being Su Feng's personal secretary was many times better than her current job. If she refused this, what would be the difference from being a fool? Seeing Secretary Li agree, Su Feng smiled and nodded. The next step was to talk to Emma. He then followed Secretary Li to the executive office area on the 68th floor. Mr. Su. Emma was momentarily confused by Su Feng's sudden visit. Emma, I want to discuss something with you. Upon hearing the word discuss, Emma instantly became nervous. What does this esteemed guest need to discuss with me? Mr. Su, may I ask what the matter is? Emma asked tentatively. Su Feng waved to Secretary Li, who was standing not far away, signaling her to come over. When Secretary Li walked to Su Feng's side and saw the gaze Emma cast her way, she felt a bit anxious. It's like this. I see that Secretary Li is quite professional in her work, and I happen to need a personal secretary. I wonder if she could be spared for me. Of course. Absolutely. It's a blessing for Xiao Li to gain Mr. Su's recognition. How could I possibly stop that? How about this? Xiao Li, you can go ahead and hand over your work now. Emma was so happy that she couldn't possibly refuse. Then I thank you. Seeing Emma agree, Su Feng also let out a sigh of relief. It was a bit uncomfortable to poach someone in person for the first time. Mr. Su, are you looking to rent an office in the Jinmao Tower? Emma asked curiously. Yes, I recently started an investment company and just happened to need an office space. I came by today to see if there's anything suitable. Emma pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, why don't we have Xiao Li check if there's anything appropriate? She's quite capable in this area. Su Feng nodded upon hearing this. He knew Emma was paving the way for Secretary Li, wanting to showcase her abilities through this matter. Su Feng was very much in favor of this, as he had initially planned it that way. He was also thinking of leaving the subsequent renovations and procurement of supplies to Secretary Li. He could just focus on being the decision-making boss. Secretary Li was remarkably efficient in handing over her work, completing everything in less than half an hour. Mr. Su, President. Secretary Li appeared at the door of Emma's office, holding a cardboard box. Su Feng waved to her. Secretary Li, there's something I need you to handle. preferably to be confirmed today. Mr. Su, may I ask what it is? Su Feng then repeated what he had told Emma earlier. After listening, Secretary Lee confidently said, Mr. Su, please rest assured, I guarantee to get this done. Alright, you can go now, and call me when everything is confirmed. Okay, Mr. Su. After Secretary Lee left, Su Feng also said his goodbyes, as Emma had no intention of working with him around. Once outside, he casually found a cafe near the Jinmao Tower. He wasn't sure if it was because he had coffee a few times at the Bund, but Su Feng realized he had recently developed a liking for coffee. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as he was enjoying a moment of leisure, the phone on the table rang. Glancing over, he saw it was a call from Song, so he reached for the phone. Oh, young Master Wang, what made you think of calling me? Have you come out of the gentle village? Su Feng joked. Ever since they had a drink together last time, their conversations had become much more casual. Who's in the gentle village? Have you returned to the magic city? Su Feng raised an eyebrow. It seems Song had something to discuss. I came back a long time ago. I'm currently having coffee over at Guojin. What's up? It's nothing much, just that there's a luxury car exhibition tomorrow. I wanted to see if you're interested in checking it out. A luxury car exhibition? Su Feng's interest was piqued. He was already considering buying a more business-oriented sedan, something like a Rolls-Royce or Bentley. He couldn't possibly keep driving an Aston Martin. Su Feng smirked, revealing a mischievous smile. Sure, let's go together tomorrow, and you can come pick me up. Pick you up? Hey, are you treating me like a chauffeur? Just say whether you're coming or not. Su Feng seemed to have Song in his grasp. Alright, you're the boss. I'll wait for you in the garage at 9 tomorrow morning. Tearing the scallion hung up the phone directly, fearing that if he continued the conversation, he would want to confront Su Feng face to face. Looking at the disconnected call, Su Feng smiled happily. 58th floor? Alright, I got it. I'll be there right away. Just now, Secretary Lee called to say she had looked at several commercial spaces in the Jinmao Tower, and finally found a decent one. Although it was a bit large, a full 1,500 square meters and already renovated, she specifically called to ask for instructions. Soon, Su Feng took the elevator to the 58th floor, and as soon as he stepped out, he saw Secretary Lee and a middle-aged man standing not far away. Mr. Su. Seeing Su Feng come out of the elevator, Secretary Lee quickly walked over. Su Feng nodded and turned his gaze to the middle-aged man. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Chen Ming, the property manager of Jinmao Tower. Chen Ming said respectfully. As the property manager of Jinmao Tower, he held significant power, having absolute say over the rent, making him a guest of honor for many enterprises. It should be noted that the rent for Jinmao Tower is calculated on a daily basis. If the rent per square meter is reduced by 2 yuan, for 1,500 square meters, that's 3,000 yuan, which amounts to 90,000 a month, and 108,000 a year. Perhaps just a simple word from the property manager could save you over $1 million in extra expenses in a year. Manager Chen, thank you for coming in person. Su Feng smiled and extended his right hand. Seeing this, Chen Ming quickly reached out both hands to shake Su Feng's. Not a bother, it's my duty to serve Mr. Su. Chen Ming didn't know much about Su Feng's background, but he was very clear about Secretary Lee's identity, as the secretary to the president of the Lu Wei Group's Shanghai headquarters. Just that status alone required him to treat her with caution. If he didn't provide adequate service and something went wrong in front of that president, he would be in big trouble. Who told them that the Lu Wei Group was so impressive? Anyone who could be treated with such respect must have an extraordinary background. Let's go check out the office. Mr. Su, this way please. Chen Ming bent slightly and gestured with his right hand in the air to invite him. If this scene were seen by other office building owners, they would surely exclaim, wow. Each floor of Jinmao Tower is about 2,700 square meters, and this floor is divided into two, one set of 1,200 square meters and another of 1,500 square meters. The smaller commercial space has already been rented out, specifically for foreign trade export business. The entire commercial space has been renovated and is equipped with desks and chairs, ready for immediate use. The whole space is roughly divided into 4 areas: the office area, executive area, rest area, and exercise area. After a tour, Su Feng was quite satisfied, especially with the boss's office, which overlooks the entire Lujiazui and the Huangpu River. Manager Chen, do you know what the rent here is? Mr. Su, the rent for Jinmao Tower is generally 12 yuan per day per square meter, but if you rent it, Mr. Su, it will only be 9 yuan per day per square meter. Chen Ming glanced at Secretary Lee, gritted his teeth, and directly offered the lowest price. Hearing this, Su Feng looked at Chen Ming and then at Secretary Lee. and he now understood why Emma had actively recommended secretarially to look at the commercial space. It turned out Emma had thought of this issue from the start, using the reputation of the Lu Wei Group to put pressure on the Jin Mao Tower property to reduce the rent. Indeed, someone who could become the president of the Lu Wei Group in Greater China thinks further ahead than others. Su Feng couldn't help but sigh. Having a background in strength is truly beneficial. Alright, no problem, let's sign the contract directly. Following Chen Ming to the property office, the signing process was quite simple. Su Feng directly signed a 3-year contract, with the rent paid annually, and Chen Ming also generously offered an additional 3 months of rent-free occupancy according to the office building's regulations. The annual rent cost Su Feng nearly 5 million, making him marvel at how profitable this office building truly was. After finishing all this, Su Feng handed over the company's matters to secretarially, asking her to oversee the renovations and purchase some office supplies. Bro, my big brother, you can't be telling me you're still asleep? Hearing the shout from the phone, Su Feng squinted and held the phone a bit further away. Ahem. No way, I'm already up, I'll be down in a moment. After saying this, Su Feng hung up the phone before Sitsong could respond. He tossed the phone aside and stretched before getting out of bed. Recently, Su Feng found his nightlife too dull, so he thought of the computer he had bought earlier and played a game for a bit, losing track of time until it was past midnight. After washing up, he leisurely stepped out the door. As soon as he exited the elevator, he saw a bright red Rolls-Royce parked not far away, with Sitsong leaning against the car window, staring intently at him. Su Feng smiled awkwardly. Sorry to keep you waiting. Only you, young Master Su, have such a big face. If it were someone else, you'd see if they were waiting for me or I for them. Sitsong complained a little. After all, they had agreed to leave at 9, and now it was almost 9:30. I'll treat you to lunch, you can choose the place. As Su Feng spoke, he opened the car door and got in. Alright, you said it. I'm going to make sure to treat you well at lunch. Sitsong had a look that suggested he was ready to make Su Feng pay dearly. Su Feng smiled at this. What's different about your Rolls-Royce compared to others? Su Feng then noticed that the interior of this Rolls-Royce was quite different from the one he had been in before. Sitsong's face broke into a smug smile. Of course it's different, this is my custom order. It took over half a year to arrive, and it's much more expensive than the ordinary ones. It does look pretty good, Su Feng said, surveying the car and feeling quite satisfied. Seeing Su Feng's expression, Sitsong tentatively asked, Are you planning to buy one? Yeah, I have that thought, but I don't know if I can actually buy it. Su Feng had heard that purchasing those top luxury cars wasn't that simple, but he wasn't very clear on the specifics. Young Master Su, don't worry, with your status, they'll be eager for you to buy. Sitsong said with a smile. He was well informed in this area, just based on Su Feng's identity as a shareholder of Lu Wei Group. If Rolls-Royce knew he wanted to buy, it would definitely arrange for someone to visit him right away. Not for any other reason, but because of Su Feng's identity as a shareholder of Lu Wei Group. This was practically a walking advertisement. Soon, the two arrived at the exhibition center. After parking, Sitsong handed him a mask. What do I need this for? Su Feng asked, puzzled, looking at the mask in his hand. Upon hearing this, Sitsong was also taken aback. I forgot. I was just afraid others would recognize me. I'm used to it. I'll pass, no one recognizes me anyway. Su Feng glanced at the mask, thought for a moment, and then put it in his pocket. This was also Su Feng's first time at such a high-end car exhibition, and he was quite curious. Once inside, he looked around, like someone who had never seen the world before. This car exhibition was an A-level event, featuring top luxury car brands worth over $1 million, and there were indeed quite a few people attending, with crowds gathered around each booth. Shall we look together or go our separate ways? Sitsong asked while wearing a black mask. Su Feng pondered for a moment. Let's go our separate ways. Being with you is too eye-catching. There's no way around it. Who told Wang Xikong to be so popular? Even with a mask, a careful person can recognize him at a glance. Su Feng doesn't want to become the center of attention like him. Alright, you go ahead and browse. Wait for me at the Rolls-Royce booth later. After saying that, the two of them went their separate ways. Su Feng also discovered many luxury car brands, such as Aston Martin, Lotus, Maserati, and so on, with each booth showcasing their respective luxury supercars. Cool, flashy, stylish. These were the few words Su Feng could think of to describe them. In front of each booth stood many young people, all snapping photos with their phones. Su Feng just stood outside the booths and looked around, not going inside to take a closer look, mainly because he wasn't too interested in these cars. After wandering around for a while, Su Feng quickly arrived at the Rolls-Royce booth. Just as he was about to enter the inner area, he saw a man in front arguing with a Rolls-Royce staff member. Excuse me, sir, if you don't have an appointment, you can't go in. The staff member calmly blocked the entrance. As a Rolls-Royce owner, can't I go in to take a look? The man shook the car keys in his hand, a bit agitated. I'm sorry, sir, but today's appointments are indeed full. If you really want to go in, you can contact your sales consultant or reach out to your public relations contact to have them bring you in. The man was instantly left speechless. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves, this is really laughable. Without any strength or background, he still wants to enter the exhibition area. What a toad wanting to eat swan meat, wishful thinking. He doesn't even understand the value of an A-class luxury car exhibition. Those who get appointments are either media invited by the brand or specially invited VIPs. Others can only show their background to get in. Who says otherwise? Even if that man is really a Rolls-Royce customer and has a public relations contact, it's highly unlikely he could get in. If he had any real strength, the sales team would have already called him for an invitation. It seems he's already been filtered out internally. The man knew his own situation. His Rolls-Royce was a second-hand purchase, and he didn't have the contact number of a Rolls-Royce sales consultant, let alone a public relations contact. Hearing the discussions around him, his face turned red with anger, and with a heavy snort, he squeezed out of the crowd. Su Feng listened with great interest. He had never attended any car exhibitions before and knew nothing about this field. He didn't expect there to be so much knowledge involved. Sir, do you have an appointment? While Su Feng was still thinking about what had just happened, he heard a voice beside him. Coming back to his senses, Su Feng realized he was already standing at the entrance. How strange things happen every year, but this year is especially abundant. Young people nowadays just love to show off. Maybe he has a powerful dad. Ha ha ha. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Su Feng took out his phone and called Sikong, saying he was at the entrance before hanging up. The staff member beside him didn't say anything to make Su Feng leave. Before long, Su Feng saw Sikong come out from inside the exhibition hall with 3 or 4 people. Before Sikong could say anything, a middle-aged man approached first. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Li Xiang, the manager of Rolls-Royce. Welcome to our exhibition hall, please come in. Su Feng glanced at Sikong, who was laughing beside him, and rolled his eyes. Thank you, Manager Li. Watching Su Feng swagger in, personally welcomed by the Rolls-Royce manager, the people around the exhibition area were all astonished. The few who had just made sarcastic comments had already slipped away. While everyone was still in shock, someone suddenly exclaimed, the one who just came out to greet us wearing a mask looks just like Wang Sikong. This remark caused an uproar at the scene. Mr. Su, would you like tea or coffee? Coffee, with standard sugar, thank you. Li Xiang waved to call over the staff and instructed them on what to do. After the coffee arrived, Li Xiang finally asked, Mr. Su, I heard from Major General Wang that you are interested in purchasing one of our Rolls-Royce cars. Which model are you most interested in? The Phantom, preferably one that I can take home today. Su Feng said, taking a sip of the coffee, which tasted quite good. Mr. Su, we just happen to have a Rolls-Royce Pinnacle Journey Limited Edition in our showroom today. If you're interested, you can take a look. Sitson, who had been slacking off, immediately sat up straight upon hearing Li Xiang's words, the Pinnacle Journey Limited Edition? Does Wang Xiao have an interest too? Li Xiang's eyes lit up instantly. Sitson glanced at Su Feng beside him and smiled, shaking his head. I wouldn't dare to compete with Su Xiao for this car. Hearing this, Li Xiang was also taken aback. Although Sitsong had previously told him that Su Feng's identity was not simple and advised him to be more attentive during the reception, he never expected even the young Master Wang would be so humble. Let's go take a look at the car. Su Feng, hearing their conversation, also became interested in the Rolls-Royce Pinnacle Journey Limited Edition. This way, please. Li Xiang quickly stood up. Soon, they arrived at the center of the showroom, in front of a car covered with black gauze. Li Xiang signaled to the staff beside him to lift the black gauze, revealing a banquet blue Rolls-Royce before Su Feng's eyes. In an instant, Su Feng couldn't take his eyes off it. The banquet blue body paired with a diamond-patterned waistline was simply a walking heartthrob. Even Sitsong beside him couldn't help but smack his lips. Li Xiang opened the 2 doors on one side. Mr. Su, please take a look. The interior of this car is adorned with mahogany as the trim material, and the rest is wrapped in genuine leather. The cabin is divided front and back, with burgundy wool carpets. After nearly 10 minutes of introduction, covering everything from the car's interior to the details of the tires and its performance, Su Feng had long wanted to interrupt, but seeing Manager Li so enthusiastic, he decided to just listen, even though he wouldn't understand much. From the moment Su Feng saw the car, he had only one thought in his mind: buy it. Buy it. We only have one available for sale in the entire country. Su Feng waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for further introduction. Manager Li, just tell me the price. Li Xiang was momentarily stunned, but after regaining his composure, he smiled and said, Mr. Su, the base price of this car is 14.88 million, plus the purchase tax. Before he could finish, Su Feng interrupted again, you don't need to tell me all that, just give me the total price. After pondering for a moment, Li Xiang said, Mr. Su, the total price is 16 million. How does that sound? Su Feng calculated in his mind. The base price was 14.88 million, and just the purchase tax alone would be 1.27 million, not to mention other costs, making the total exceed 16 million. Although Su Feng wasn't short on that extra 100,000, he was quite satisfied with Li Xiang's proactive approach to rounding it off. Alright, let's pay directly. Li Xiang quickly took Su Feng and the others back to the VIP area, reminding the staff to move that car out of the exhibition area. Meanwhile, the crowd that had been watching noticed the changes in the exhibition area, and those with keen eyes quickly guessed it must be related to the young man who had just entered. Many people sighed, today's young people are just rich and willful. With a contract signed and a code scanned, 16 million just vanished. Su Feng looked at the change in his balance and couldn't help but sigh, money is the courage of heroes. The Rolls-Royce that I could only fantasize about before is finally under me. Since it was an A-level luxury car exhibition, there were dedicated staff from the vehicle management office providing services, and the registration process was very quick. Su Feng took the opportunity to draw a number. Initially, he intended to pick a random number, but unexpectedly, he drew a set of numbers that matched his birthday, making Su Feng suspect that someone had given a heads up and conducted some undisclosed manipulation. Huaa 0527. Mr. Su, here's my business card. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call me. Li Xiang pulled out a golden business card from his pocket and handed it to Su Feng with both hands. After taking it, Su Feng examined it and found that the card was indeed quite elaborate, even adorned with gold. Alright, Manager Li, I'll call you directly if I need anything. Li Xiang led Su Feng out of the exhibition center, where they saw a blue Rolls-Royce parked in the open space outside, with a staff member in a Rolls-Royce uniform standing beside it. Seeing Su Feng's arrival, the staff member quickly approached, Mr. Su, the vehicle registration and other documents are in the glove compartment, and here are the 2 car keys. After taking the keys, Su Feng opened the car door and sat down, running his hands over the steering wheel a couple of times, just as Seat Som opened the passenger door and got in. Now that we're done, let's go. I'm starving, Seat Song said as he fastened his seatbelt. Seeing this, Su Feng smiled and teased, aren't you driving your own car back? Humph, how could I miss the chance to ride in young Master Su's car and let you be my driver? Su Feng shook his head and leaned out the window to look at the quietly standing Li Xiang. Manager Li, thank you for today. We'll be leaving now. Mr. Su, take care. With that, Su Feng slowly drove the car onto the road outside. Watching the slow pace, Seat Song couldn't help but complain, if you keep driving like this, the cars behind you will curse you out. Su Feng glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed a long line of cars forming behind him. His face flushed, and he quickly pressed the accelerator to speed up. Actually, it wasn't entirely Su Feng's fault, the Rolls-Royce was quite long, and it was his first time driving it. At first, he was a bit unaccustomed, but after a while, he found his rhythm. Alright, where do you want to eat? Su Feng rested his left hand on the window and held the steering wheel with his right. How about some rice noodles? I know a place on Jiling West Road that serves really good noodles. Want to give it a try? Su Feng had expected Seat Song to suggest going to Bun No. 3 or Bun No. 5 to treat him, but he didn't expect him to suggest rice noodles. No wonder everyone online called him the most down-to-earth rich second generation. Sure, let's see how good the noodles are that you recommend. Su Feng checked the address and then pressed the accelerator, heading straight for Jiling West Road. How do you know about this place? The noodles are quite good, Su Feng asked, wiping his mouth. My girlfriend recommended it. She said the food there is pretty good. Seat Song replied without looking up. Hearing this, Su Feng remembered that the person in front of him was quite the playboy, changing women as easily as changing clothes. Vroom vroom vroom. Just as Su Feng was about to say something else, his phone on the table rang. Seeing the caller ID, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Back from Hong Kong? I'm back. I just came out of Hangzhou Airport and was about to call to ask where you are. Su Feng glanced at Seat Song, who was still enjoying his noodles. I'm currently in Jing'an. I'll head back soon, so just wait for me at home. As soon as he hung up the phone, Su Feng saw Seat Song looking at him with a teasing expression. Oh, I thought Su Xiao was a saint. You've brought someone home. It seems I can't disturb you this afternoon. After saying that, he didn't forget to give a knowing look to a brother nearby. The more Su Feng listened, the more he felt something was off. Damn it, can you think a little more clearly? The person who just called me is the head of my company, just back from the Hong Kong office. Su Feng shot him a glare. "Ah, sorry, I thought it was." Seat Song cleared his throat awkwardly, not daring to continue. "Alright, I'm heading back now, I have things to deal with at home." With that, Su Feng stood up and walked towards the door. "Wait for me. How am I supposed to get back without a car?" Su Feng initially wanted to drop Seat Song off at the exhibition center so he could drive home himself, but who would have thought Seat Song would stubbornly insist on following him back, claiming he wanted to see where Su Feng lived for future visits. Looking at Seat Song sitting in the passenger seat, Su Feng shook his head helplessly, pressed the accelerator, and the blue Rolls-Royce became a streak of scenery. TSK, Su Xiao's life is really good. The view from Hai Jingyi Hao is making me want it. Seat Song exclaimed, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Su Feng sat on the sofa, holding a plate of fruit, eating while saying, "If you want it, just buy it. Does your Wang Xiao lack this little money?" "Ah, every family has its own difficulties." At that moment, Aunt Tang walked over. "Mr. Su, someone is looking for you." Hearing this, Su Feng placed the fruit plate on the table and stood up, saying, "Take him to my study." He then glanced at Seat Song not far away and said, "You can play for a while, I need to talk to my subordinate." Seat Song nodded. In fact, he followed out of curiosity. He had sensed something was off with Su Feng's expression during the phone call, too excited, and according to his understanding, Su Feng didn't have a company under his name, which piqued his curiosity. So he made some jokes to see what was going on at Su Feng's home, hoping to catch a ride if there was a chance to make money. Soon, Seat Song saw a well-dressed middle-aged man walk in, carrying a briefcase, heading straight upstairs under Aunt Tang's guidance. As he passed through the living room, he noticed the man glanced at him but showed no change in expression. Not even a hint of surprise. Upstairs, in the study, "Boss." Pei Rang respectfully placed the briefcase on the desk. "Thank you for your hard work," Su Feng said, opening the briefcase, which was filled with documents related to the company purchase. Yun Mengzai Capital. This was the name Su Feng and Pei Rang had come up with after several discussions, taken from Jiaji's Chun Sheng Yun Mengzai and Shui Yidong Tinghu. The implication was that the newly established Yun Mengzai Capital would one day become a leader in the investment industry. After reviewing the documents and finding everything in order, Su Feng packed them all back into the briefcase. "Did you gain anything from this trip to Hong Kong?" Pei Rang's trip was not only to purchase this company but also to prepare for future endeavors. Hearing this, a look of excitement instantly appeared on Pei Rang's face. "Boss, I've already contacted Citibank through Yak's connections and opened a company investment account there. We've reached a preliminary agreement, but the specifics still need your approval." Pei Rang explained the account and the details discussed with Citibank to Su Feng. Su Feng nodded. The preliminary work was ready, and now all that was left was to wait patiently. In fact, Su Feng felt a bit anxious inside. He wasn't too concerned about making money, he just didn't want to be driven away in disgrace from the stock market. After all, this was his first investment, and he didn't want to fail. It was quite difficult to get a piece of the pie from investment giants like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan on Wall Street. Let's talk specifics when we get to Hong Kong. By the way, the office space has been arranged. Take your team to check it out later, and if there's anything unsatisfactory, we can modify it in time. Also, let me introduce you to my personal secretary. Okay, boss. Su Feng called secretarially to ask about the company's procurement matters and mentioned Pei Rang's situation, agreeing to have them meet at the company later. After arranging everything, Su Feng let Pei Rang go back first, taking his investment team to the company while he would drive over himself. "Are you done with your business?" Seeing Su Feng come down from upstairs, Seat Song looked up and asked. "Not yet, I still need to make a trip to the company." "To the company? Su Xiao, which company?" Seat Song asked curiously. Su Feng glanced at him and didn't hide it. "An investment company, just established, with only a handful of people, not comparable to your pissy investment." Upon hearing it was a newly established investment company, Seat Song's curiosity immediately faded. As someone who had been through it, he knew that starting an investment company was very challenging. Having money didn't necessarily mean finding good projects, and one also needed connections to seek investment opportunities. After chatting a bit more, Seat Song decided to take his leave. Initially, he had come with an exploratory mindset, but after learning the details, he lost interest. After sending Seat Song off, Su Feng drove straight to the Jin Mao Tower. As it was his first company, he was quite invested in it. On the other side, after leaving Su Feng's house, Pei Rang headed straight to the apartment where the investment team was staying. This was the apartment building he had rented near Luji Azui after Su Feng transferred him $1 million. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by a group of people. "Pei Ge, you finally came back. What's going on? It's been several days, and there's still no news. You weren't scammed, were you?" "Yeah, Pei Ge, I've been cooped up in the room every day. I'm about to get depressed. Listening to everyone talking over each other made Pei Rang's ears buzz. Alright, stop the noise. I'm here today to take everyone to the company. Hurry up and get ready, the boss will be coming too. Upon hearing that the boss was also coming, everyone shouted in unison and rushed back to their rooms to freshen up, all wanting to make a good impression on the boss. Hello, boss. As soon as Su Feng stepped into the company, he saw Pei Rang and Secretary Li standing at the door with a group of people, all calling out in unison. He was startled by the scene. Looking at the people behind Pei Rang, Su Feng was a bit surprised. He had originally thought that the investment team Pei Rang had dug up on Wall Street consisted mostly of foreigners, but unexpectedly, there were quite a few Asian faces among them, and judging by their earlier call, they were likely all Huaxia people. This is interesting. I guess I need to ask about the situation later. Su Feng thought to himself. Hello everyone, welcome to Yunmeng's capital. I won't sugarcoat it, let's get straight to the point. From now on, 5% of every profit will be given as a bonus. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was ecstatic, shouting, "Thank you, boss." Su Feng had eaten enough sugar-coated promises before and knew that only money was the most practical. Once everyone was happy enough, he continued, "Alright, get familiar with the office space and find your working state as soon as possible." "Yes, boss." Su Feng nodded and then called Secretary Li and Pei Rang to follow him to the office. As Su Feng walked towards the office, he noticed that the company felt a bit empty. Apart from Su Feng and the 10 or so members of the investment team, there were no other people around. Upon entering the president's office, the entire room looked completely new, a stark contrast to Su Feng's first visit. Su Feng spun around in the boss's chair and saw Pei Rang and another person still standing, so he immediately invited them to sit down. After they sat, Su Feng spoke up, "The company has just been established, and everything is still not in place. You two need to put in more effort." "Okay, boss." Pei Rang had a determined look on his face, while Secretary Li wore a worried expression. "Secretary Li, if you have any issues, just say them directly. No need to keep them to yourself." "Boss, there are many problems that need to be solved in the company right now. First and foremost is the issue of insufficient personnel. Many positions are unfilled, and subsequent work cannot proceed. If there are no people, then go recruit." Hearing Su Feng's words, Secretary Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was currently juggling multiple roles: HR, finance, and procurement, all by herself, but she was just a personal secretary. How could she recruit people? It was uncertain when she would find anyone, and top talents were usually circulated internally. Without some connections, it was impossible to find anyone. Su Feng quickly understood and smiled at Secretary Li, saying, "You work hard for a while during this period. Once the company is on track, I'll give you 10 days off." At this point, Su Feng paused. "How about this? You contact Yak later and ask him when the CFO he found for me will be in place. Also, hand over the important positions that the company is lacking to him. I want to see the personnel in place within 3 days." Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Secretary Li jumped up excitedly. She had been waiting for this statement from Su Feng. Saying "I'll contact Yak right away," she hurried out of the office. Seeing this, Su Feng smiled and shook his head, then turned his attention to Pei Rang, asking, "Pei Rang, do you have any issues on your end?" "No issues." "Good. Have the people below check their status. We only have a week left. Once the personnel are in place in the next couple of days, we'll hold an opening ceremony, and then we'll head straight to Shangjiang. Don't drop the ball then." "Don't worry, boss." Pei Rang felt particularly moved by Su Feng's trust in him. Based on his analysis, the boss was willing to invest a large sum of money for him to take a shot, which was no different from spending a fortune to buy a horse's bones. "By the way, I noticed there are several Asian faces in the investment team. Are they all Huaxia people?" "Yes, they are all Huaxia people. There are quite a few engaged in finance on Wall Street, but most of them are entry-level employees. Being able to reach the middle management level is already considered excellent. As for executives," Pei Rang shook his head helplessly at the end. At that moment, Secretary Li, who had gone out to make a call, walked back in, her face showing a hint of excitement. After inquiring, Su Feng learned that Yak had a number of talent resources that they needed, and many people could start in the next couple of days. As for the CFO that Su Feng was most concerned about, they had found one, a senior executive from PwC who was currently on a flight to Modu. In just 2 days, the company underwent a significant transformation. In terms of personnel, they had already reached around 40 people, with staff in place for various positions, including the CFO that Su Feng had been mentioning. Surprisingly, this CFO was also a Huaxia person, and she was a woman named Zhong Xinyao, only 35 years old. If it weren't for the fact that this person was brought in by Yak, he would never have believed that she was a senior executive from PwC. Achieving such a position at a world-renowned company at her age was a testament to her exceptional ability. As for why he resigned from PwC and returned to develop in the domestic market, Su Feng also inquired, and the answer left him dumbfounded. I missed the food back home. As for the truth of it, Su Feng had no intention of probing. As long as it could benefit the company, he wasn't interested in others' private matters. He could completely trust the character of the person, as this was someone carefully selected by Yak. For this, Su Feng paid a fee of 1 million, which also included Pei Rang and other executives. The company got on the right track, and Su Feng officially announced Pei Rang as the executive president of Yunmeng's capital. Although the company was still small, Su Feng set the position according to the group's standards. He also transferred 20 million to the company's account to maintain its operations. Now, Su Feng only had a little over 100 million left. At the Bun No. 8 Cafe. What? You said you're going to Hong Kong tomorrow? Seetsong put down his coffee, curious. Yeah, I have some matters to attend to, and I'll probably stay there for 10 days to half a month. He had originally planned to set off today, but just before leaving, Pei Rang asked, Boss, do you have a pass? Su Feng was taken aback. After all, he had never been to Hong Kong or Macau, so how could he have a pass? Reluctantly, he had to delay his departure by a day to get the pass, but fortunately, it didn't affect his plans. Staying that long, what are you planning to do? What else could I do? Of course, it's to make money. Hearing about making money, Seetsong perked up immediately. As soon as he thought of the investment company Su Feng had just established, he instantly knew what Su Feng was up to. Are you going to trade foreign exchange or futures? Seetsong's question left Su Feng stunned, secretly amazed. I didn't say anything, how does he know? How did you know? You said it yourself, going to Hong Kong to make money. If you're investing, do you really need to go there in person? And especially in Hong Kong, I can't think of any other reason besides trading stocks. Su Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. He didn't expect that just a tiny bit of information would be analyzed by Seetsong. It seemed he needed to be more careful with his words in the future and not say everything out loud. Yeah, that's right. Do you want to go together? Su Feng simply admitted it. Seetsong nodded and then shook his head. I can accompany you to Hong Kong, but as for trading stocks, forget it. I can't handle that. Su Feng opened his mouth, wanting to share some information with Seetsong, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, whether they could make money was still uncertain. He realized a principle today: what is not kept secret will fail. Some things still need to be kept to oneself for now. The weather in Hong Kong today was exceptionally clear, with a few white clouds drifting in the sky above the city. The plane gradually descended, and the full view of Hong Kong slowly appeared in Su Feng's eyes. Looking down through the glass, he saw a stretch of blue running through the city, with towering skyscrapers standing on both sides of the bay, showcasing the city's prosperity. I didn't expect Hong Kong to look like this from the plane. It's okay, just the bustling Victoria Harbor on both sides. The other places are just a so-so. Seetsong looked half asleep. After they agreed to go to Hong Kong together, Seetsong took care of the flight arrangements and brought out his private jet. He had planned to sleep in and leave in the afternoon, but was woken up early by Su Feng. He was quite reluctant. This time, Su Feng didn't bring the entire investment team. He only took 5 people, including Pei Rang, 4 traders and 1 person in charge. The plane quickly landed at Hong Kong Airport. The service of the private jet is just perfect. As soon as they got off the plane, they saw a shuttle bus quietly parked to one side. Looks like I need to buy a plane too. Traveling is so convenient. Su Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ever since he met Seetsong, Su Feng had gained a lot of knowledge and broadened his horizons. Private luxury yachts and private jets were things he had only seen online or in novels. After experiencing them, he realized they were just toys for the rich. Things he once dared not even dream of were merely playthings for the wealthy, whether it be people or objects. When Su Feng and the others got off the shuttle bus, they were already in the parking lot outside the airport. I say, Seetsong, what exactly are you up to? Su Feng had initially planned to book a 5-star hotel in Shangjiang, so the hotel could arrange luxury car pickups, but Seetsong had stopped him, saying he had other arrangements. As a result, a group of people was now just standing dumbly in the parking lot. You can't rush things, you won't get hot tofu that way. Just as Seetsong finished speaking, a small convoy drove towards them, leading with a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Seeing the approaching car, Seetsong smirked. Look, here it comes. Su Feng shot him an international gesture. This show-off was unbearable. But what could he do? After all, he didn't have a good father and had to rely on his own hard work. Tongzigo, yes, hard work. The Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of them, and a middle-aged man in his 50s got out of the car. Seat-sung's expression changed immediately. He hurried over. Hey, Uncle Huang, why did you come personally to pick me up? If my dad finds out, he'll definitely scold me. The middle-aged man, named Huang Yu, was a good friend of his father and had a lot of business dealings with the company. You came to Shanghai, so I have to treat you well, otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to face your dad. At this moment, Huang Yu also noticed Su Feng standing next to Seat Song and was surprised to find that the positioning seemed to center around this young man, instantly piquing his interest. Seat Song, who is this young brother? Huang Yu asked curiously. Uncle Huang, this is my good friend Su Feng. I came to Shanghai this time to accompany him. Su Feng smiled slightly and said, Hello, Mr. Huang. Upon hearing Su Feng call him Mr. Huang Yu's heart sank. Seeing Su Feng's polite demeanor, he didn't seem like someone who was ignorant of social etiquette. Logically, he should have called him Uncle Huang, so why did he call him Mr. Huang? There was only one possibility. His identity was not simple, and he looked down on associating with him. If Su Feng knew about Huang Yu's train of thought, he would probably laugh out loud. He simply didn't have the habit of recognizing relatives. Welcome to Shanghai. Get in the car, I've already arranged everything at the Peninsula Hotel. Huang Yu smiled and shook hands with Su Feng, then pulled the two of them into the Phantom. As for Pei Rang and the others, they got into the cars behind. The airport in Shanghai is located on Lantau Island in the New Territories, several dozen kilometers away from the main island, and it takes about 40 minutes to drive there. Along the way, Huang Yu was like a chatterbox, chatting non-stop with Seat Song, as if they hadn't seen each other in years. From time to time, he also steered the conversation towards Su Feng, trying to probe into his background. Having had such experiences, Su Feng learned to banter. As long as I don't say anything, you won't find out. Seat Song also noticed Su Feng's thoughts and quickly played peacemaker. While keeping Huang Yu's face, he didn't reveal Su Feng's background. Peninsula Hotel. The Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a steady stop at the entrance. I've already arranged your accommodation, so let's go check in first. Su Feng was just about to say, I'll book a hotel myself, no need for Mr. Huang to spend so much, when Seat Song pulled him towards the hotel. What were you planning to do just now? Were you thinking of paying for it yourself? Just relax and stay. It's just that I'm not familiar with him, and as the saying goes, no merit, no reward. I don't want to owe him a favor. In today's society, everything can be repaid, except for favors, especially in the circle of wealthy people. Don't worry, you don't have to be concerned about owing anyone a favor. At worst, you can treat him to a meal when you leave. Seat Song understood Su Feng's concerns. After all, it was their first meeting, and he was both treating them to a meal and arranging the hotel. But there were some things Seat Song couldn't say right now. Seeing Seat Song's strong attitude, Su Feng didn't argue and went along to check in. Pei Rang, you take the others out for dinner later. Remember to contact Citibank this afternoon to finalize our needs, so we don't run into any issues later. Don't worry, boss. Pei Rang's expression was also somewhat heavy. This operation was crucial for his future. If it ended badly, he wouldn't have the face to continue at Yunming's capital. After checking in, Su Feng followed Huang Yu and Seat Song to the hotel's restaurant. The Peninsula Hotel, as the oldest five-star hotel in Hong Kong, is known as the Far East's noblewoman. Besides enjoying high-quality service, you can also eat various rare ingredients, provided you have money. The Peninsula Hotel, Jialin Tower. Michelin-starred Cantonese restaurant. Welcome Seat Song and you all to Hong Kong. It's a blessing for me, Huang, to meet a young talent like you, Su Feng. Come, let's have a drink. Huang Yu raised his glass filled with Romanée-Conti wine. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Huang. You're too polite, Uncle Huang. Su Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. Just that bottle of Romanée-Conti was worth 300,000, not to mention the various rare delicacies on the table. He didn't know if this meal was to treat Seat Song, or him, Su Feng. It seemed he didn't have that much clout. You're quite generous, Uncle Huang. Today's expenses should be no less than $1 million, right? Su Feng lounged on the sofa, leisurely admiring the beautiful view of Victoria Harbor outside the window. Generous? It's just because of my status as the young master of Wada. He makes a fortune every year relying on Wada. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for him. Seat Song's lips curled down slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, as if he thought of something unpleasant. Su Feng noticed that Seat Song's expression was a bit off and curiously leaned over to ask, Your expression tells me you have something to say about this, Mr. Huang. What's going on? What could it be? Not long ago, I checked into a hotel, and the interior decoration made me feel disgusted. I vented about it online, but guess what happened? As he spoke, Seat Song's lips twitched. Is there a twist? Su Feng became interested, sitting up straighter. Ahem. Later, netizens discovered that the hotel I complained about was owned by Wada Group, and as for that decoration, it was the work of my uncle Huang. Su Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha, you really cracked me up. Complaining about your own family's hotel online and being oblivious to it, you really are something. Seat Song shot Su Feng an annoyed glance and turned to play with his phone. Knock, knock, knock. Seeing Su Feng still laughing, Seat Song helplessly got up to open the door. Lao, Xiao Wang. Pei Rang thought it was Su Feng opening the door, but unexpectedly it was the young master Seat Song who answered. You guys' boss is about to die laughing, go take a look. Hearing this, Pei Rang was also taken aback. Die laughing? How funny could it be? Although he didn't understand what was going on, he still walked in. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Su Feng wiping his tears, with a smile still visible on his face. Boss. Pei Rang was curious about what had made Su Feng so happy. Oh, it's Pei Rang, you're back? How did it go? Su Feng asked, rubbing his somewhat stiff smiling face. It's all settled, but... Pei Rang's gaze glanced at the side where Seat Song was. It's fine, go ahead. Su Feng waved his hand, indicating for him to continue. After all, it wasn't anything important. On the leverage side, they can give a maximum of 10 times. Even if our funds reach 100 million, they still have to consider whether to give us 20 times leverage. So that means the 20 times leverage is still uncertain. Su Feng's brows furrowed as well. A decrease in leverage means reduced profits, but of course, it also reduces the risk of losses. Su Xiao, are you playing this big? 100 million. And 20 times leverage? If there's a small fluctuation, your funds will be gone. Shouldn't you think about it a bit more? Ha, it's fine, lose it and earn it back. Su Feng waved his hand with a smile. It was only half a month, and the system could earn him over 100 million. You have money, you can be willful. Thinking of Su Feng's current wealth, Seat Song gave up on persuading him. But this also piqued his curiosity. What kind of stocks or futures were worth Su Feng doing 20 times leverage on? However, recalling that he had previously said he wasn't interested in stocks, he didn't want to continue asking, especially since such confidential matters. How could they be revealed before taking action? 10 times is fine, let's try to negotiate for more when we go tomorrow. Okay, boss, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest. Let them all rest well, starting tomorrow we'll be busy for several days. Although there were still 2 days before Goldman Sachs started shorting, Su Feng had to enter the market early, otherwise, when those big investment banks on Wall Street came in, he wouldn't even get the scraps. Citibank. As soon as Su Feng and the others arrived at the bank, they were invited to the office. Boss, this is Manager Yang from Citigroup's Security Service Department. Su Feng looked at the middle-aged man with glasses in front of him, smiled, and extended his hand, saying, Hello, I'm Su Feng. Mr. Su, hello. Manager Yang smiled and shook Su Feng's hand, but his gaze flickered a couple of times at Seat Song behind him. Let's get straight to the point. Pei Rang spoke with you yesterday, and now there's just one question. Can we do 20 times leverage? If not, I'll just switch to another broker. I believe in Hong Kong. Before Su Feng could finish, Manager Li, sitting opposite, directly spoke up. Yes, 20 times is completely fine. If Mr. Su has no other requests, we can sign the contract directly. Let's sign. Su Feng thought it would take some negotiation, but he didn't expect such a quick agreement. He turned to look at Pei Rang beside him, and Pei Rang also had a confused expression. After discussing the details, they signed the contract, and Su Feng directly transferred 100 million to the account. Manager Li took Su Feng and the others to the VIP trading room, chatted briefly, and then left. Once the door was closed, Su Feng checked the time and called Pei Rang and the others over, asking everyone to hand in their phones, and even Seat Song willingly handed his over. Pei Rang, let's talk about the plan. Pei Rang nodded at this, turned to his 4 subordinates. Our goal is to short gold. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 traders and Seat Song all gasped in shock. They knew that the current gold price had been stable, and moreover, Su Feng's capital was only 1 billion. Even with a 20-fold leverage, it was merely a drop in the bucket for the stock market. How could it possibly shake the price of gold? What are you all still doing here? Everyone, act immediately. Contracts. Contracts. Quickly find gold short contracts, move it, go go go. Heard you. The 4 traders immediately sprang into action. Each of them had years of experience, and they had the necessary professionalism. The boss had given the order, and they just needed to execute it. Currently, the price of gold futures was at $1,748.36 per ounce. After applying the 20-fold leverage, Su Feng's capital was roughly equivalent to $280 million. Each person was fully focused on finding short contracts, fearing that a moment's hesitation would allow someone else to snatch them away. 100 contracts of gold shorts secured. Price at $1,749. 0.5 per ounce. 500 contracts of gold shorts secured. 800 contracts of gold shorts. 1,200 contracts of gold shorts. 1,600 contracts. Funds are exhausted. The four traders worked under high pressure for an hour, and everyone was exhausted. When they heard that the funds were used up, they all slumped in their chairs like deflated balloons. Boss, all the funds have been invested, totaling 1,600 contracts of gold shorts. The average price is $1,748. 88 per ounce. The term is half a month. Pei Rang was also excited, his face flushed. Now, for every dollar the gold price drops, Su Feng could earn $160,000. Of course, for every dollar it rises, Su Feng would lose $160,000. Now what we need to do is wait for the wind to rise. If tomorrow Goldman Sachs and Wall Street really took action, it would be a short-selling feast. VIP trading room. Rest area. Young Master Su, I didn't expect your courage to be so great. Sitson looked at Su Feng, who was calmly sipping tea, with a somewhat complicated expression. What courage? It's just a game. Su Feng was quite calm at this moment. When he finished the tea in his cup and checked the time, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He waved to Pei Rang, who was sitting in front of the computer, focused. Boss, is there something you need? Pei Rang hurried over. You are fully responsible for this matter. I only care about the results. Pei Rang stood up straight. Boss, please rest assured, I will not let you down. Su Feng nodded slightly, gave Sitsong a look, and then stood up to walk outside. Sitsong was momentarily stunned, and after coming to his senses, he hurriedly followed. He had thought he would be staying here for a while, wondering how to pass the time. He never expected Su Feng would just leave. After all, that was a short position worth 2 billion. Could he really trust his subordinates to handle it? If it were him, he would probably eat, drink, and sleep in this VIP trading room during this time. Sigh, who told him to have money? If I had capital like Su Feng, I would definitely be more humane than him. Thinking of the shares under Su Feng's name, Sitsong was so envious that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Just taking the Kaiyun Group as an example, the world's third largest luxury goods group, currently valued at about 70 billion euros, Su Feng's 10% stake alone was worth 7 billion euros. With this wealth, he could easily outshine most of the wealthy in the country. But what he didn't know was that apart from the 1 billion in the stock market, Su Feng had less than 2 million on him. Night fell, and the lights began to shine. The other side of Shangjiang also unfolded before Su Feng. Lying on the sofa in the living room, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one can clearly see the flickering neon lights of the tall buildings across the river, all showcasing the prosperity of Hong Kong. Come on, let's go out and have some fun. If you come to Hong Kong and don't experience the nightlife, it's like you haven't been here at all. Su Feng was lost in the night view, but the beautiful moment was instantly shattered by the loud voice of Sitsong. For Hong Kong. Su Feng had long been yearning for it. Although he had never been to Hong Kong, he was quite familiar with it. He could at least talk about the 18 districts of Hong Kong, if not recite them backwards. This was all thanks to the young and dangerous movies he watched in his youth, where he fantasized about being the big brother in the film, surrounded by beautiful women and followed by a group of little brothers dominating the underworld. Su Feng's heart stirred. Shall we go to Lan Kwai Fong? He was a bit curious about this vibrant place. Sure. I happen to know a pretty good bar in Lan Kwai Fong. The two didn't waste time, changed their clothes, and headed out. Lan Kwai Fong is located in Central, just across the sea from the Peninsula Hotel where Su Feng and his friend were staying. It really lives up to its reputation. As soon as they got out of the car, Su Feng felt the warmth of Lan Kwai Fong. All kinds of beautiful women were weaving in and out of the shops. White, yellow, black, big, small, round, revealing everything was there. Su Feng thought he had entered a land of women. Don't stare, many of them are regulars at the bars, they earn more than you do. Sitsong said with a mischievous smile. Damn! Su Feng instantly lost his mood. Let's go. Sitsong led Su Feng through twists and turns into a building, taking the elevator straight to the top floor. This is one of the few bars in Hong Kong that has a sky bar and a dance floor, where you can drink while enjoying the night view of Victoria Harbour. The entire bar was divided into 2 levels. The top floor was for drinking, while the lower level was specifically for dancing. Perhaps because they arrived early, the bar only had a few scattered tables, so they found a booth with a good view. Sitsong ordered a few bottles of expensive champagne, and the two began to sip. In about half an hour, more people will start to come. Most of the people here are of some status, and of course, there are quite a few beauties. If you meet someone you like, Su Xiao, you can make a move. These women are quite open. Sitsong gave a knowing look. Su Feng shook his head slightly. No need, who knows if they are biohazard goddesses. By then, there won't even be a place to cry. His impression of the girls who went to bars wasn't very good. As a man, could Su Feng not understand what other men were thinking? Most men who go to bars are there for the thrill of the chase. The two had barely finished 3 bottles when Su Feng noticed that the bar was slowly getting busier, and most of the newcomers were beautiful women. These beauties were dressed like white-collar workers, creating a striking contrast. Seetsong looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Feeling that it was about time, he said, Su Xiao, how about we go dance and experience the close-up feeling? Just as Su Feng was about to refuse, Seetsong pulled him up. Come on, let's go experience it. Half pushed, half urged, Su Feng found himself in the dance hall downstairs. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a wave of dynamic music, and his body began to move to the rhythm. Gradually, Su Feng noticed something was off. He saw several beautiful women swaying their way over to Seetsong. Looking at Seetsong surrounded by beauties and then at the less appealing women nearby, he instantly lost the mood to dance, muttering a few words in frustration as he headed back upstairs. Damn, I shouldn't have come to the bar with him today. I'm just a sidekick. I made a decision in my heart, which is that I won't go to the bar with Scallion anymore. Su Feng looked at the 3 young people sitting at his booth, his brows instantly furrowing. Su Feng didn't confront them directly but instead grabbed a waiter who was about to pass by and asked, Waiter, why are there people I don't know at my booth? The waiter also looked confused, but when he saw the few people sitting at the booth Su Feng mentioned, his expression changed slightly. Sir, how about you change to another booth? The waiter asked nervously. Su Feng frowned. It seemed these young people had some background. In the past, he would have just let it go, but now, what was there to be afraid of? Come with me. After saying that, Su Feng strode towards his booth. Seeing this, the waiter immediately changed his expression and called the manager over the intercom. Manager, hurry to the outdoor bar, something big is about to happen. After that, the waiter hurriedly followed Su Feng, worry evident in his eyes. Chen Xiao, the quality of these girls tonight is pretty good. Look at that beauty in the OL professional outfit next to us, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, curvy. TSK, I really want to pin her down at the booth. Damn, Yang Fan, can you not be so disgusting? At the booth? Why don't you take her to the bathroom? Ahem, that's not impossible. We 3 could still. Hee, I like that. The skinny man beside them chimed in with a grin. Get lost. Listening to the 3's conversation, Su Feng's frown deepened. When he reached the booth, he knocked on the table. This booth is mine. Could you 3 please move somewhere else? The 3, who were engrossed in their conversation, looked at Su Feng with unfriendly expressions. The leader, Chen Xiao, sized Su Feng up under the light. Not finding anything noteworthy, he just leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed. Yang Fan and the skinny guy also felt a stir in their hearts upon seeing Su Feng, and when they heard his authentic Mandarin, they smirked, a hint of disdain flashing in their eyes. Mainland guy, you say this booth is yours, why don't you call out and see if it responds? Yang Fan said in a sarcastic tone. Don't you see what your status is? Hong Kong is not a place for people like you, better roll back to your mainland. Hearing this, Su Feng's expression darkened instantly. He had heard many times that people from Hong Kong looked down on those from the mainland, but he never expected to encounter it himself today. What terrible luck! Just as he was about to grab a bottle and teach the 2 a lesson, he felt 2 whoosh sounds fly past him. Bang! Bang! 2 bottles smashed directly onto Yang Fan and the skinny guy's heads. Yang Fan and the skinny guy's heads were immediately bleeding, and they both sat on the ground, holding their heads and groaning. Damn it, Chen Feiyang, if you can't control your dogs, don't bring them out to embarrass yourself. An angry voice came from behind Su Feng. Su Feng turned around to see Scallion walking over, his face full of anger. Su Xiao, are you okay? Scallion was also quite nervous. After all, he was the one who had called Su Feng out to have fun. If something happened, he couldn't even imagine the consequences. I'm fine. Why are you here? Weren't you down dancing? Hearing Su Feng say he was fine, Scallion felt relieved. I came up to drink with you because I saw you weren't down there. I didn't expect to hear some dogs barking as soon as I got up. After saying that, he turned to look at Chen Feiyang and the 2 still sitting on the ground. Wang Scallion. Due to the dim lighting of the outdoor bar, it was only then that Chen Feiyang recognized the person. Chen Feiyang quickly stood up, looking at him with some nervousness. Seetsong waved his hand, scaring Chen Feiyang to shrink back a bit, but in the end, the slap did not come down. Call your brother and tell him he has offended someone he shouldn't have. Let him come personally to apologize. Hearing this, Chen Feiyang felt as if the sky was about to collapse. He had just come out to drink and chase girls, how did it turn into such a mess? Seeing Seat Sung's cold expression, Chen Feiyang trembled as he took out his phone from his pocket. He walked aside and made the call. Do you know him? Su Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. Yeah, the Chen family from Shangjiang. They also do commercial real estate. Their malls mainly focus on luxury goods, and their business is quite extensive. The Chen family is well known in Shangjiang. I get along pretty well with his brother Chen Feiyu, and I've met this kid a few times. Su Feng nodded slightly. He actually knew that the rich second-generation circle was quite small. People in circles like Jing, Hu, and Gang basically all knew each other. However, Seat Sung's introduction just now seemed to imply something else. Disperse, don't crowd around here. A man in a suit pushed through the crowd with several security guards. When he saw the two people lying on the ground, his face instantly darkened, but when he turned to see Seat Sung, his expression changed to a smile. Young Master Wang, what's going on here? The bar manager asked cautiously. Drag these two to the side, they're annoying to look at. Also, clean up this VIP area. Upon hearing this, the manager waved his hand, immediately instructing his subordinates to take action. The two people slumped on the ground knew they had offended someone they shouldn't have and pretended to be dead as the security guards carried them away. After the VIP area was tidied up, the manager thoughtfully arranged a few bottles of wine and a fruit platter. At this moment, Chen Feiyang, who had finished his call, returned, standing in front of the VIP area with his head down, a flicker of hatred in his eyes. Su Feng and Seat Sung completely ignored him, leisurely chatting and drinking. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a group of people surged in, around 7 or 8 of them, several of whom were dressed in suits, clearly bodyguards. Feiyang Chen Feiyu, upon receiving his brother's call saying he was being bullied, immediately rushed over with a group of people. As the youngest son of the Chun family, he had been pampered since childhood, naturally developing a bunch of bad habits. Brother, I'm here. Hearing his brother's voice, Chen Feiyang instantly gained confidence. Chen Feiyu walked over with his men, pausing slightly when passing by Yang Fan and the thin guy, knowing they were his brother's lackeys. Are you okay? He checked Chen Feiyang and, finding no injuries, felt relieved. Seat Song? What are you doing here? It was only then that Chen Feiyu noticed Seat Song sitting in the VIP area. He paused on Su Feng, realizing he wasn't from their circle, and didn't pay much attention. Hearing this, Seat Song glanced at Chen Feiyang standing behind Chen Feiyu and said, Hee, didn't your brother tell you on the phone? Chen Feiyu turned to look at Chen Feiyang, his face darkening as he asked, what exactly happened? Chen Feiyang shivered in fear. I just came to have fun and accidentally sat at young Master Wang's VIP area. Yang Fan and the thin guy said a few harsh words, but they also broke Yang Fan and the thin guy's heads. Chen Feiyu shot his brother a glare. He knew what kind of personality his brother had. He turned and walked to the VIP area, picked up a bottle of wine, poured a glass, and said, Seat Song, this time it was my brother's fault. I'll apologize with a drink. Seat Song was also exasperated. He had already told Chen Feiyang that he had offended a big shot, but unexpectedly, this kid didn't take it to heart and still wanted to play tricks. It really made him furious. Truly, good intentions were treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. You can't let Su Xiao drink this wine on my behalf, you should apologize to him instead. Seat Song gestured towards Su Feng. Chen Feiyu's heart sank, and he quickly turned to look at Su Feng, only to see a pair of bright eyes scrutinizing him. Yes, scrutinizing. Chen Feiyu was very familiar with such a gaze. Every time he visited his father's friends, he would experience this kind of look. Su. Mr. Su. He originally wanted to call him Su Xiao, but somehow ended up saying Mr. Su. Su Feng nodded slightly and said slowly, since you are Seat Sung's friend, let's consider this matter settled after you finish that glass of wine. Chen Feiyu raised his head and downed the drink in one go. Mr. Su, I will host a banquet for you at the Peninsula Hotel tomorrow to apologize. I hope you can honor us with your presence. Su Feng did not answer immediately but glanced at Seat Song, as he was more familiar with this matter. Seeing Seat Song nod slightly, Su Feng finally spoke, alright, just contact Seat Song then. After this incident, Su Feng lost interest in continuing to play and gave Seat Song a look. The two then stood up and prepared to leave. When Su Feng reached Yang Fan and the thin guy, he stopped. Squatting down with a smile, he looked at the two and said, it seems that today, this mainland guy is better off. With that, he slapped Yang Fan's face, sending his head crashing into the nearby table with a loud bang. Everyone gasped, turning their eyes to Su Feng, only to see his face cold as ice. Sorry for making you all laugh. At some point, a faint smile appeared on Su Feng's face. Watching Su Feng and Seat Song leave, Chen Feiyu was momentarily stunned. Repulse Bay. The wealthy district of Hong Kong. No. 68 Repulse Bay, Chen Family Villa. Even though it was already midnight, the lights were still bright. Chen Yulong, the head of the Chen family, sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression, looking at Chen Feiyang, who was kneeling on the ground. Is it really as you said? He tilted his head slightly and asked Chen Feiyu, who was standing nearby. Chen Feiyu nodded. He had separated the three of them for questioning, and their accounts were mostly consistent. Yes, Dad, it's just that the words were a bit excessive. Chen Yulong nodded slightly. It is said that the business world is like a battlefield. A small mistake can lead to irreparable consequences. When he received his eldest son's call, he was quite angry that useless younger son had caused trouble again, and this time it was a big mess. Chen Yulong didn't know how many times he had to clean up after Chen Feiyang. Every time he educated him, it was all sweet words, promising not to make the same mistake again. But the result? Chen Yulong sighed deeply. Have you investigated the person who was with Wang Xizong? Hearing this, Chen Feiyu's expression also grew serious. We've only uncovered a tiny bit of information. Upon hearing this, Chen Yulong's brows furrowed. It should be noted that the Chen family is one of the top families in Hong Kong, and investigating someone's background should be quite simple. Tell me, what do you know about him? After pondering for a moment, Chen Feiyu slowly said, Su Feng, 24 years old. He came to Hong Kong on Xizong's private jet, probably specifically to bring him here. He owns an investment company called Yunmeng's, and a few of his operators are currently in the VIP room of Citibank. Is that all? Chen Yulong's frown deepened. Dad, after all, we don't have much influence in the mainland, so we can't gather too much information, and there's also not enough time. Chen Feiyu quickly explained. Chen Yulong thought about what Chen Feiyu had said earlier, that Wang Xizong had an unusual respect for Su Feng, and he knew it must be complicated. Aren't you good friends with Wang Xizong? Just give him a call and ask. At this hour, Chen Feiyu was about to say it was too late, but seeing Chen Yulong's gloomy face, he quickly took out his phone and called Wang Xizong. After 3 consecutive calls with no answer, Chen Feiyu gritted his teeth and was about to dial a 4th time when he received a text message from Wang Xizong. You don't need to call me anymore. I can only tell you one thing. Your Chen family combined isn't enough for him to play with. You should think carefully about how to apologize tomorrow. Upon seeing this message, Chen Feiyu was completely stunned. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Yulong also sensed something was wrong and quickly asked, Feiyu, what's wrong? Dad, look. Chen Feiyu handed over his phone with a somewhat ugly expression. Taking the phone and seeing the message, Chen Yulong couldn't help but tremble, looking at Chen Feiyang kneeling on the ground and angrily shouting, I'll beat you to death, you wasteful son. He threw the phone and stormed into the study. Moments later, Chen Yulong came out with a riding whip, furiously striking Chen Feiyang, who was kneeling on the ground. Ah, Dad. I was wrong. Dad, don't hit me. Brother, save me. The piercing cries echoed through the deep night of Shallow Water Bay. What a scene of a father sees his son is not cold, and draws out 7 wolves. 8 o'clock in the morning. Peninsula Hotel, Terrace Restaurant. Aren't you going to Citibank today? Xizong asked Su Feng, who was focused on eating wontons. Su Feng replied without looking up, not going. Since I've entrusted Pei Rang with full responsibility, I should trust him. Only you could do that. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have such a big heart. Xizong couldn't help but marvel at the nature of wealthy people. Once upon a time, he was also called willful and rich, but compared to this guy, he was far from it. I'm so full. Su Feng patted his belly, looking satisfied. For breakfast, Su Feng had ordered all the local specialties from Hong Kong and sampled a bit of everything. What pleased him the most were the pineapple bun and curry fish balls. I don't know what you're thinking, but it's still that place on that street. Wow, impressive. I didn't expect you to like this old song. Su Feng joked when he heard Xizong's phone ringing. Ahem, liking it doesn't necessarily mean the song, it could be the person singing it. Xizong smiled as he picked up the phone, glancing at the caller ID and showing it to Su Feng. Chen Feiyu. Su Feng pursed his lips, signaling Xizong to answer the call. Hello, Feiyu. Xizong cleverly put the call on speaker. Seeing Xizong's move, Su Feng raised an eyebrow. Xizong, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Not at all, I just finished breakfast with Su Xiao and was about to rest in my room. Xizong's lips curled slightly, a hint of intriguing amusement flashing in his eyes. Hearing that Su Feng was also there, Chen Feiyu paused for 2 or 3 seconds before saying, Could you ask Mr. Su if he has time now? I would like to visit him. Xizong looked at Su Feng, who pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Sure, come over, I'll wait for you in the room. After hanging up, Su Feng said nothing and directly stood up to head for the elevator, with Xizong quickly following. He knew the Chen family was here to apologize, otherwise, they wouldn't have called him so early. Dad, do we really have to do this? To know that it is. Chen Feiyu, sitting in the passenger seat, wore a look of reluctance. Chen Yulong leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest, and said, "What else? An apology should come with the right attitude. Although they said this matter ends here, we must be understanding. This incident is also an opportunity for our Chen family. If you can get on their boat, it will benefit us as well." Indeed, experience speaks volumes. Everything can be viewed from multiple angles. It is both a crisis and an opportunity. Understood, Dad. Chen Feiyu's heart stirred, and he instantly grasped the meaning behind Chen Yulong's words. Originally, Chen Yulong was supposed to visit Su Feng in person today to probe his background. But early in the morning, he received a report from the company's executives that a senior executive from a company collaborating with the Chen family had come to Shangjiang to discuss contract renewal. This company was very important to the Chen family, with 30% of their annual revenue coming from it, so only Chen Yulong could handle this matter personally. Coincidentally, the hotel where the executive was about to stay was also the Peninsula Hotel. The task of apologizing naturally fell on Chen Feiyu's shoulders. As for Chen Feiyang, he had already been sent to the hospital by Chen Yulong last night. On the 28th floor of the Peninsula Hotel, Chen Feiyu took a deep breath as he looked at the room before knocking on the door. After waiting for about 10 seconds, the door finally opened. Creek Seat Song's head peeked out from behind the door. "You're here, come in." Chen Feiyu nodded at Seat Song and strode in with a briefcase, only to see Su Feng leisurely sipping tea on the sofa. "Mr. Su," Chen Feiyu greeted respectfully. Su Feng's gaze lingered on the briefcase for a moment before waving his hand to signal him to sit down, and even poured him a cup of tea. "No need to be so polite, we are all friends, sit down and have some tea." Chen Changyu sat a third of the way on the sofa and placed the briefcase on the table. "Mr. Su, I apologize for this matter. This is a gift from my dad, you must accept it." Saying this, Chen Feiyu pushed the briefcase in front of Su Feng. Seeing a flicker of concern in Chen Feiyu's eyes, Su Feng became interested in the contents of the briefcase. Without hesitation, he took the briefcase, pulled out a stack of documents. When he saw the words on the cover of the document, he was somewhat surprised. The document in his hand was a property transfer agreement, and it was already signed and stamped. As soon as Su Feng signed his name, the contract would take effect immediately. Your Chen family really has great ambition. Su Feng placed the document on the table. Seat Song, curious, leaned over and picked up the document from the table. "Wow Feiyu, your Chen family is really generous, putting down such a huge sum." Seat Song was no longer calm. He never expected the Chen family would transfer a luxury apartment in Shallow Water Bay to Su Feng. The entire luxury apartment was divided into 5 floors, each 100 square meters, totaling 500 square meters, worth a whopping 500 million. As long as we can earn Mr. Su's forgiveness, this is nothing, Chen Feiyu said candidly. Seat Song glanced at Chen Feiyu with a complex expression before turning his gaze to Su Feng. The room fell silent for a moment, with both Seat Song and Chen Feiyu looking at Su Feng. After a long while, Su Feng slowly spoke, "I accept this gift." Hearing this, the stone in Chen Feiyu's heart finally fell. Since Su Feng accepted the gift, it meant that this small grievance was completely resolved. Chen Feiyu quickly took out a pen and handed it to Su Feng. Su Feng wasted no time, taking it and signing his name directly on the property transfer agreement. "Mr. Su, I will arrange for someone to deliver the mansion-related documents to you by tomorrow at the latest." Su Feng nodded slightly. At this moment, in a room on the 27th floor of the Peninsula Hotel. "What? If we renew the contract, the profit share will increase by another 10%. Mr. Charles, isn't that too much?" Chen Yulong asked with a serious expression. 10%. Over the course of a year, the company would incur additional losses of several hundred million. Anyone would be unhappy with that. "Yes, Mr. Chen, this is a special request from the president. If you have any objections, you can call the president and ask." Charles said this with a hint of mockery in his eyes, knowing that the man before him lacked the confidence to challenge it. Chen Yulong's expression instantly darkened. "Mr. Charles, could you please consult the president and see if this profit share can be reduced a bit?" Charles shrugged and said with a nonchalant attitude, "If Mr. Chen is not satisfied with this proposal, I will have to consider seeking new partners." Chen Yulong took a deep breath, trying hard to put a smile on his face. "Mr. Charles, we can discuss this matter further. It's getting late, and I've specially arranged a table at the hotel. How about we have dinner first and then talk? Of course, I heard before coming that the Peninsula Hotel ranks among the best in the world. I believe this meal won't disappoint me," Charles said meaningfully. Chen Yulong realized that Charles was someone who wouldn't budge without benefits. He definitely wouldn't give in without something to gain, and it seemed he had a tendency to ask for more. "Dad, what is this?" Just as they stepped out of the elevator, Su Feng and the others ran into Chen Yulong and Charles. Chen Feiyu's greeting also made Chen Yulong notice Wang Xikong and Su Feng beside him. Mr. Su, it's better to meet in person. I originally wanted to apologize to you face to face today, but I was delayed by some company matters. Sorry. Su Feng also noticed Charles behind him but only glanced at him. You're too polite, Mr. Chun. I'm very satisfied with your gift. Since you have important matters, we won't take up your time. Chen Yulong nodded at this and said to Chen Feiyu beside him, Feiyu, make sure to take good care of Mr. Su and Xikong. Got it, Dad. Chen Yulong didn't linger and took Charles towards the private room they had reserved. Watching the two walk away, Su Feng turned to Chen Feiyu and asked, who is that foreigner? Mainly because Su Feng had noticed that Chen Yulong seemed a bit overly courteous to that foreigner, as if he was seeking something. Chen Feiyu looked troubled, unsure whether to speak, as this was a very important business secret concerning the future development of the Chen family. Wang Xikong, sensing Chen Feiyu's dilemma and recalling the distribution of the Chen family's industries, quickly guessed what that person was there for. Feiyu, that foreigner just now isn't from the Lewis Group, is he? As soon as he said this, Chen Feiyu's expression changed dramatically, and he blurted out, how did you know? Su Feng also looked thoughtful, recalling that when Xikong introduced him to the Chen family, he had specifically mentioned the luxury goods sector, indicating that this kid had known all along. Perhaps the Chen family's significant compensation this time had a lot to do with Xikong. After all, Chen Feiyu and Xikong got along well, so he would definitely call to inquire about his situation. Understanding all this, Su Feng looked at Xikong with a playful expression. You all know the distribution of your family's assets, right? The only sector that can connect with foreigners is the luxury goods segment. Chen Feiyu saw that Xikong had laid everything out, so he decided not to hide anything either. That's right, that person is a senior executive from the Lu Wei Group. He came this time to discuss the renewal of the contract, but judging by my dad's expression, it seems that things aren't going too smoothly. The family knows the situation well. If this renewal doesn't go through, it would be a heavy blow for the Chen family. Xikong turned to Su Feng, asking for his opinion. Su Feng thought of the 5-story mansion in Qianshuiwen that the Chen family had given him and nodded. When Xikong saw Su Feng nod, he smiled and leaned closer to Chen Feiyu, whispering, young Master Su is the largest individual shareholder of the Lu Wei Group. Chen Feiyu looked at Su Feng in shock. Alright, stop being surprised. Let's go eat first, we can talk more after the meal. What if your dad manages to negotiate it? Xikong said, putting his arm around Chen Feiyu's shoulder. Eat, whatever young Master Su wants, I'll arrange it immediately. Hey, what about me? Xikong exclaimed indignantly. Villa no. 68, Qianshuiwen. Today is a good day, everything I wish for can come true. Chen Feiyu hummed a tune, swinging the car keys in his hand, walking into the house with a smug expression. Ever since he learned that Su Feng was a shareholder of the Lu Wei Group, Chen Feiyu's previous worries had vanished. He had a good chat with Su Feng and Xikong during lunch, and they even managed to get closer. Chen Feiyu admired his father Chen Yulong's foresight. Without that 500 million mansion in Qianshuiwen as a stepping stone, perhaps today would have just been a simple meal, and he wouldn't have known about Su Feng's background. Moreover, during the meal, Xikong subtly hinted at Su Feng's extraordinary nature, revealing that he only knew the tip of the iceberg. As soon as Chen Feiyu entered the hall, he noticed something was off. The entire living room was filled with smoke. He then saw 3 people sitting on the sofa, all looking worried and exhaling clouds of smoke. Uncle 2, Uncle 3, why are you all back? Dad, what's going on? Chen Feiyu's heart sank, feeling a bad premonition. It was known that Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 were currently developing new markets in the mainland and wouldn't return unless there was something important. Could something have happened at home? Chen Yulong looked up, his aged face filled with worry, with a hint of bloodshot in his eyes. Feiyu, you're back? Dad, is something wrong? Chen Yulong lit another cigarette, and after smoking half of it, he slowly said, it's about the renewal. During lunch with Charles, I learned that other families in Xiangjiang are contacting him. If the renewal doesn't go through, it would be a disaster for our Chen family. The Chen family started in commercial real estate, and a large part of their success relied on the Lu Wei Group. Although the Chen family had been exploring other avenues in recent years, if this renewal fails, the chain reaction would be unacceptable for them. It was precisely for this reason that the second and third brothers of the Chen family rushed back from the mainland, hoping to discuss and think of ways to resolve it. If all else fails, they would have to agree to Charles's demands. Chen Feiyu let out a long sigh upon hearing this. He thought something major had happened at home. I thought it was something serious, turns out it's this. Upon hearing this, the 3 brothers of the Chen family all turned to him with displeased expressions. especially Chen Yulong, who slammed the table heavily, making a loud thud. Chen Feiyu jumped in fright. This is a matter of life and death for the Chun family, and you treat it as a trivial issue? If my family loses the possibility of renewing the contract, will it lead to the family losing a stable financial chain? Won't other families in Hong Kong take advantage of our misfortune? If you can't even see this point, I have to seriously consider the future successor of the Chun family. Hearing this, Chen Feiyu was a bit confused, but he quickly regained his composure and hurriedly explained, "Dad, you misunderstood my meaning. I mean this matter is easy to resolve." A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Yulong's eyes. Even the second and third uncles spoke up, asking, "Feiyu, this is a matter concerning the survival of the family. It cannot be taken lightly." "I'm not joking. I came back to tell you some good news." "What good news?" Chen Yulong's heart instantly tightened. "Dad, that Mr. Su is a shareholder of the Lu Wei Group, and he is also the largest individual shareholder." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Yulong's face instantly showed a look of ecstasy. "Ha, this is really good news." Meanwhile, the second and third brothers of the Chen family looked puzzled, glancing at their overjoyed elder brother, and could only turn their gaze to Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu quickly recounted the details of the matter, and the two of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Life is truly unpredictable, like a large intestine wrapped around a small intestine." At this moment, Chen Yulong's excited heart also calmed down, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Feiyu, ask Mr. Su if it's convenient for us to visit him." Chen Yulong turned to Chen Feiyu and asked, feeling quite pleased with his earlier decision. If he hadn't sent that gift with Chen Feiyu this morning, perhaps there wouldn't have been this good news. Truly, every cause has its effect. "We can go directly without asking, Mr. Su specifically said when I was leaving that if there was anything, we could go directly to the hotel to find him." Chen Yulong nodded upon hearing this, looking at the second and third brothers, saying, "I'll go visit Mr. Su shortly. I believe this should resolve the issue. You two should head back. I'll call you later." The second and third brothers were sensible and understood what they should do at this moment. "Got it, big brother. Young Master Su, when do you think they will come?" Seat Song was half reclining on the sofa, holding a few lychees. Su Feng shrugged and spat out a seed, saying, "How would I know? Whether they come or not doesn't affect me at all. If they really come seeking help, it will just be a phone call." Seat Song smiled helplessly at this, thinking, the Chun family was just like that to Su Feng. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Sitsong smiled and sat up, saying, "Look, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Sure enough, as soon as he opened the door, it was Chen Yulong and his son Chen Feiyu. Sitsong. Chen Yulong was about to exchange pleasantries when he saw Sitsong smiling widely, saying, "I just told young Master Su when you would come, and I didn't expect you to arrive just as I finished speaking. Come in." Chen Yulong was startled. It seemed that the other party had seen through him. If they had any ulterior motives towards the Chen family, they might be led by the nose. Upon entering the room, Chen Yulong saw Su Feng sitting on the sofa eating lychees, and their eyes met. Calm, yet spirited. This was what Chen Yulong saw in Su Feng's eyes, showing no emotional fluctuations at their arrival. "Mr. Su, whom have a seat." Su Feng nodded slightly. After Chen Yulong and Chen Feiyu sat down, they were silent for a moment before saying, "Mr. Su, I came this time to ask for your help. I would like to ask you." Su Feng raised his hand to interrupt Chen Yulong's words. Chen Yulong felt a sinking sensation in his heart, thinking that Su Feng had rejected him. Just as he was about to speak again, he heard Su Feng say, "No need to say anything. Feiyu briefly explained it to me during dinner, so I have an idea. I will call Arno. After all, this concerns the interests of the group. You understand what I mean, right?" Upon hearing the name Arno, Chen Yulong's heart raced. He knew this was the name of the president of the Lu Wei Group and understood the implication of Su Feng's words, as it involved billions in revenue each year. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Chen Yulong stood up and bowed respectfully. Su Feng nodded and was just about to pick up the phone on the table when it rang. Seeing the caller ID, Su Feng was momentarily stunned, and even Seat Song leaned in closer. This scene surprised both Chen Yulong and his son. "Young Master Su, is there some kind of change with Pei Rang calling?" Su Feng calmly shook his head, silently calculating the time in his mind, and roughly understood what was happening. Chen Yulong's eyes flashed with contemplation. He was aware of the name Pei Rang, as Chen Feiyu had specifically mentioned this person during his report. Isn't Pei Rang at Citibank? Could there be a problem with the stocks he was handling? Chen Yulong thought to himself. He then picked up the phone and connected the call. As soon as the call was connected, Pei Rang's excited voice came through. "Boss, Goldman Sachs is getting involved, and Wall Street has started issuing bearish reports." Upon hearing this, Su Feng had yet to respond, but Seat Song was already getting excited. Wow, wow, wow. Wall Street is really getting involved. Young Master Su, you are amazing. The expressions of shock on Chen Yulong and his son's faces revealed their astonishment. Anyone who could grow a company was not foolish. They quickly extracted a lot of information from Seat Sung's words. Su Feng was shorting a certain stock or futures and had prior knowledge that investment giants like Goldman Sachs on Wall Street would also get involved. Just this source of information was enough for the Chen family to digest for a while. After all, these were the investment giants of Wall Street. Being able to scoop food from their pot first was no small feat, right? The Chen family looked at Su Feng with even more fervent eyes, further solidifying their determination to align with him. I understand. Don't be too greedy. How to operate, you decide. I just want the results. Su Feng's calm tone was like a bucket of cold water poured over Seat Sung and the others. Okay, boss. After hanging up, Seat Sung looked at him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Su Feng asked Seat Sung. You. Oh, never mind. Seat Sung opened his mouth, thought of his previous inquiries, and ultimately swallowed his words. Chen Yulong, however, saw through it somewhat clearly. It seemed that Mr. Su had invested heavily in the stock market, otherwise, Seat Sung wouldn't have shown that expression. Although he also wanted to know how much Su Feng had invested in Catch a Ride on the coattails, he ultimately did not ask. At the same time, he was secretly amazed that such a large operation was entrusted to his subordinates. He couldn't match that level of decisiveness. Just as Pei Rang's call had interrupted him, Su Feng quickly searched for Arno's number and dialed it. This was thanks to the global calling service Emma had set up for him when he took Chen Mengyan to Gaul last time. He could call anyone in any country while in Huaxia. It was now 4:15 p.m. in Xiangjiang, which was exactly 10:15 a.m. in Gaul, just in time for work. Seeing Su Feng making a phone call, Chen Yulong's heart instantly tightened, and he looked at Su Feng with a face full of anxiety. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. Oh dear Su, what wind has blown you here? No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. I wonder what the matter is. Hearing Arno's familiar words, a smile crept onto Su Feng's lips, and he immediately spoke fluent Gallic. Seat Sung and the Chen father and son were somewhat dumbfounded. All 3 of them were very proficient in English, but they couldn't understand a single word of Gallic. They could only listen to Su Feng chattering away. Although the Chen family had a partnership with the Lu Wei Group, every conversation was conducted in English. Even if someone spoke Gallic, there would still be a translator. The call lasted about 3 minutes, and when Su Feng hung up, Chen Yulong slightly bent over and tentatively asked, Mr. Su, I wonder what President Arno meant by. Su Feng smiled and waved his hand, signaling him not to be so nervous. Let me first share something interesting. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Su Feng with curiosity, eager to know what he found interesting. Just now, Arno told me that your Chen family is an indispensable strategic partner of the Lu Wei Group, holding great significance in the Greater China region. This renewal is also following the previous procedures, and there is no increase in profit sharing. As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, Chen Yulong jumped up in anger. What? Dad Chen Feiyu beside him quickly tugged at Chen Yulong's sleeve. Coming back to his senses, Chen Yulong hurriedly apologized. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I got too excited just now. Su Feng calmly waved his hand. It's fine, I can understand your feelings, Mr. Chen. After all, no one wants to be treated like a dog, especially someone like Chen Yulong, who has status and position. The situation was quite simple. Charles, relying on the Chen family's need for the Lu Wei Group and knowing that Chen Yulong didn't have the president's contact information and no familiar executives at headquarters, boldly attempted to take a piece of meat from the Chen family. But no one expected the Chen family to be so lucky to have met Su Feng by chance. Without Su Feng's appearance, the Chen family would likely have had to grit their teeth and give up 10% of their profits to sign that contract for future development. By the way, the signing matter has been handed over to Emma, the head of the Greater China region. You can discuss the detailed process among yourselves. Upon hearing this, the Chen father and son happily bowed to Su Feng. Thank you, Mr. Su. It's nothing, I consider this a mutual courtesy. Chen Yulong instantly understood the meaning behind Su Feng's words. His help this time was also because the Chen family was generous, and in the future, they couldn't use his name to conduct business. As for whether this relationship could be maintained, it depended on how the Chen family thought. Su Feng sat up straight, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. Seeing this, Chen Yulong knew it was time for them to leave, so he quickly stood up and said, Mr. Su, we won't disturb your rest any longer. I'll have Feiyu bring the documents over tomorrow morning. I won't see you off, Su Feng said with a faint smile. After the Chen father and son bowed to Su Feng and Seat Song, they left. Coincidentally, as soon as the Chen father and son exited the elevator, they saw Charles pushing his luggage out of the adjacent elevator with a gloomy face. "Hey Charles, what are you doing? Are you going back to your country for something?" Chen Yulong approached with a smug expression. When Charles saw Chen Yulong, a flash of panic crossed his eyes, but it was quickly overtaken by anger. "Fuck Chen Yulong. Since you know the major shareholder of the group, why didn't you say anything and pretended to be begging me? You're the one who got me fired from the company." With that, he charged at Chen Yulong. Fortunately, the security of the Peninsula Hotel appeared just in time to stop Charles. "Haha, I should thank you. If it weren't for you causing trouble, I wouldn't have met Mr. Su." Chen Yulong straightened his clothes and laughed as he walked out of the hotel. The curses coming from behind only made his smile wider. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Peninsula Hotel, 108, Qianshuiwen Road? Su Feng murmured as he looked at the property deed in his hand. "Mr. Su, this house has just been renovated, and everything inside is brand new. You can move in at any time." Chen Feiyu felt troubled. This luxury home was originally bought by his family for his wedding, and they had gone to great lengths to renovate it, spending nearly 50 million just on renovations. However, after this incident, his standing in the Chun family had increased, and his father, Chen Yulong, also indicated that he would buy him another luxury home, just not in Qianshuiwen. "A luxury home in Qianshuiwen, Mr. Su, why don't we just move in directly? Staying in a hotel every day is quite boring," Sikong said from the side, his eyes filled with anticipation. It should be noted that the most expensive house under Sitsong's name was only worth 200 million, while one of Su Feng's houses could buy him more than 2 of his own luxury homes. It would be a lie to say he wasn't curious. Hearing this, Su Feng felt a stir in his heart. Living in a hotel was indeed uncomfortable, and he found it quite boring to stay in the room all the time. "Alright, you go pack up, and we'll move over directly." "Sure." Sikong jumped up from the sofa and headed to his room. Seeing this, Chen Feiyu quickly said, "Mr. Su, I'll make a call to have the servants at the luxury home prepare for your arrival." "Servants?" Su Feng was taken aback, looking at Chen Feiyu in surprise. "Yes, 1 butler, 1 driver, 2 chefs, and 4 servants. If it weren't for the fact that Mr. Su isn't married yet, I would have arranged for foreign maids," Chen Feiyu quickly explained. Su Feng hadn't expected the Chen family to be so considerate. "You Chen family really put in a lot of effort." Su Feng gave him a meaningful glance. Chen Feiyu felt a tightness in his heart and nodded, saying, "That's what we should do." Su Feng slightly nodded and didn't continue the conversation, instead getting up to pack his things. In fact, there wasn't much to pack, just a few sets of clothes. Chen Feiyu's keen eye was impressive. As soon as Su Feng finished packing, he quickly ran over to help. Qianshuiwen is located on the southern side of Victoria Peak on Hong Kong Island, boasting a bay known as the world's #1 bay and is also referred to as the Hawaii of the East. The luxury home gifted by the Chun family is located near Qianshuiwen Beach, just a 5-minute walk away. As the saying goes, mountains govern people, water governs wealth, and with its proximity to both mountains and water, Qianshuiwen has naturally become the preferred place for the wealthy in Hong Kong. Celebrities like the gambling king and Li Ka-shing live here. Su Feng originally thought that 108 Qianshuiwen only had 1 house, but to his surprise, when he arrived, he found that the entire 108 Qianshuiwen was composed of 8 luxury villas. Su Feng's villa was Building C, located at the top and close to the center, offering a wide view of the entire Qianshuiwen beach. "Welcome home, sir." As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit standing at the door with a group of uniformed servants. Each of them was slightly bent over, making Su Feng feel for a moment as if he had returned to an earlier era. Chen Feiyu even specially introduced the butler, whose name was Zhang Hui, a graduate of the British Butler Academy, who had been in the butler industry for 20 years. Under the guidance of the butler, everyone began to tour the mansion. The entire mansion is designed in a 1+4+1 style, with the bottom floor being a garage that can accommodate up to 6 cars. To Su Feng's surprise, there was a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in the garage, which he learned from Chen Feiyu was specially arranged for his convenience. The decoration from the 2nd to the 5th floors was quite unique, with the layout of the entire rooms separated. The master bedroom is on one floor, the guest room on another, the living room on another, and the dining room and gym on yet another. This design made each functional floor appear very spacious, especially the 100 square meter master bedroom, which left several people in awe for quite a while. What surprised Su Feng the most was that there was a nearly 150 square meter large terrace on the rooftop, complete with an infinity pool. The entire terrace offers a 360-degree view, giving a feeling of facing the beach. Moreover, from the sky, the building can be seen filled with high-tech features, its exterior curved, and upon closer inspection, the outer wall resembles a mirror, as if it is completely integrated with nature. After touring the entire building, Su Feng had not spoken yet when Seat Song was the first to exclaim, repeatedly praising the house as truly impressive, saying that if it weren't for his insufficient funds, he would want to buy one next door. Whether he really wanted to buy it, Su Feng did not know, but he genuinely liked the house. This is so comfortable, blue sky, white clouds, the sea, and a lounge chair, just missing a beautiful woman. Seat Song lay on the lounge chair on the rooftop terrace, holding a glass of watermelon juice. The large sunshade blocked the sun's rays, and the sea breeze brought a refreshing feeling. Su Feng also relaxed on the other side, wearing sunglasses and holding a chilled coconut. This is the life. Thinking about staying in a hotel for the past few days, Su Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. Seat Song seemed to think of something, placing his cup on the table before saying, Su Xiao, how about we throw a pool party? I can invite a few beautiful internet celebrities from the mainland to join us. No, I really don't want my home to turn into a battlefield, and besides, I'm not interested in those internet celebrities. Seat Song sighed deeply. Su Xiao, you're missing out on a lot of fun this way. You should try everything, maybe it will be different once you do. Su Feng was silent for a moment before saying, let's talk about it another time. Hearing this, Seat Song did not continue the topic and instead asked, Su Xiao, how much do you think we can make in the stock market this time? How would I know? If. Su Xiao, if you make money this time, can you take me along for your investments in the future? Su Feng pushed his sunglasses down, looking at him with a strange expression. It should be known that Seat Song had been running his own investment company for many years, investing in numerous projects and earning considerable returns. Why would he think of partnering with this newcomer in the investment industry? Was he seeing the benefits of shorting in Hong Kong and wanting to tie his interests closely with his? Su Feng couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he decided not to think about it. As long as his own strength was strong, no one could take advantage of him. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, making a thump 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 sound. After a while, Su Feng finally spoke, sure, next time there's an opportunity, I'll invite you along. Then I'll thank you in advance, Su Xiao. But let me make it clear, if the investment fails, you can't blame me. Su Feng didn't forget to give him a warning. Don't worry, Su Xiao, I'm not the kind of person who can't afford to lose, Seat Song said loudly, patting his chest. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half month, Su Feng, Seat Song, and Chen Feiyu had all gone wild with fun. The day after Su Feng moved to the shallow water bay, Chen Feiyu shamelessly came to visit, claiming he wanted to show Su Feng and the others the beautiful scenery and delicious food of Hong Kong. In reality, Chen Yulong had arranged for him to be Su Feng's playmate, and he had given strict orders to ensure Su Feng had a good time. As a result, the three of them spent a full 4 days exploring Hong Kong, from the night view of Victoria Peak to double-decker bus tours and yacht parties at Victoria Harbour. The most noteworthy was the private yacht party at Victoria Harbour. The yacht was a super luxurious one borrowed through connections by the Chun family, Liva, measuring a full 60 meters in length, making it the most luxurious yacht in all of Hong Kong. It was unclear whether Seat Song and Chen Feiyu had conspired beforehand, but that night, aside from the three of them, there were 7 or 8 beautiful women at the yacht party. According to Chen Feiyu, these women were all Miss World contestants, and they were all the real deal. Moreover, these Miss Worlds were not from the same place, they hailed from Hong Kong, Taiwan, Japan, and Korea. It was hard to tell how much effort Seat Song and the others had put in behind the scenes. In their words, if they had more time, they could have even found a few Miss World champions for him. That night was incredibly fun, with dancing, games, drinking, and beautiful women dancing closely. Su Feng had no idea how he spent that night. He only knew that when he woke up in the morning, there were 3 or 4 snow-white bodies lying beside him. He stumbled out of bed, his legs weak, nearly falling to the ground. After the thrilling yacht party, Su Feng took 2 days to recuperate at home, eating several nourishing meals to restore his health. Once Su Feng recovered, Seat Song and Chen Feiyu dragged him around to explore a few nearby places, experiencing the different customs and cultures. Finally back home. These past few days have really exhausted me. I'm never going out with you guys again, Su Feng complained while lying on a lounge chair outdoors. Su Xiao, although you're a bit tired, let me ask you, are you happy? Seat Song looked at Su Feng with a teasing expression. Exactly, who doesn't know about Su Xiao's 1v4 record? Chen Feiyu chimed in from the side. Happy my ass, I only know that I feel unwell right now. Ahem. Just as Seat Song was about to argue a bit, Su Feng's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Su Feng seemed to remember something. Damn it, I've been fooling around with you too and completely forgot about Pei Rang. Su Feng slapped his forehead. Seat Song awkwardly touched his nose, he had forgotten too. Su Feng quickly answered the call. Ahem, Pei Rang. Boss, we hit the jackpot this time. As soon as the call connected, Pei Rang's excited voice came through. Holy shit, there's news! Seat Song and Chen Feiyu immediately got up from their lounge chairs and crowded next to Su Feng. Su Feng glared at the two clowns in front of him, but they acted as if they didn't see it, staring intently at the phone on the table. So, what's the situation? Boss, it's like this, our short contract isn't for a half-month term. Pei Rang spoke for nearly 10 minutes before he clarified the whole situation. It turned out that due to intentional short selling by Goldman Sachs and other Wall Street firms, the price of gold dropped from $1,749.32 per ounce to $1,248.72 per ounce in less than half a month. Once the contract term ended, Pei Rang decisively closed the short contract. After deducting various fees, they made a whopping $80 million from this short sale. Su Feng thought it was over, but unexpectedly, due to the drop in gold prices in the stock market, the market price of gold fell to 243 yuan per gram. They say that antiques thrive in prosperous times, while gold shines in chaotic times. The aunties of Huaxia, who have an innate habit of buying, couldn't resist. They went on a crazy shopping spree for gold products. Gold jewelry, gold bars, they bought it all. The gold buying frenzy happening in the mainland caught the attention of the information analysts in Yunmeng's, who quickly contacted Pei Rang in Shangjiang to inform him of the situation. At that time, Pei Rang called Su Feng, but Su Feng was playing in Singapore, and Pei Rang's phone didn't have international service, so he couldn't reach Su Feng after several attempts. After failing to make contact, Pei Rang decided to take matters into his own hands and transferred all the funds to buy more gold. Due to the auntie's frenzied actions, the gold price in the stock market surged to nearly $1,400 per ounce in the following days, and there was no significant increase after that. Pei Rang analyzed that the gold price would be in a long-term stalemate, so he decided to sell all his long positions. With this buy and sell, aside from the initial investment of 100 million from Su Feng, Pei Rang made a profit of $150 million. Converted to Huaxia currency, that's nearly 1 billion. This time, Pei Rang fully proved his talent. You've worked hard, take a good rest, and I'll reward you when you return to the mainland. Su Feng did not forget the promise he made earlier, a 5% profit sharing. On the other end of the line, there were excited shouts. It seemed that the traders had heard Su Feng's words. Thank you, boss. By the way, boss, the funds are already being processed by the bank. It won't be long before they transfer to your card. Pei Rang quickly said. I got it. Su Feng replied calmly. After hanging up, Su Feng saw Seat Song and Chen Feiyu looking at him in shock. Especially Chen Feiyu, who never expected Su Feng's profit to be this large. After all, that's 1 billion, and there are hardly a few people in Shangjiang who can come up with that amount in a short time. Feiyu, look, 1 billion, and Su Xiao isn't even excited. If it were me, I'd let the whole country know that Wang Xizong made money. What a pity. I missed out on this immense fortune. At this point, Xizong also looked distressed. If only he had been a bit bolder and more shameless back then, he might be one of those laughing now. Su Xiao, Mr. Su, next time there's such a good opportunity, take me along, Xizong and Chen Feiyu said in unison. After saying that, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Su Feng was also amused by these two clowns. Ding, a crisp notification sound from his phone. Su Feng looked down at his phone, and a transfer record of 1.2 billion appeared before his eyes. It was the principal and profit transferred from Citibank. Xizong and Chen Feiyu also saw the message, and both looked at Su Feng and said, "You must treat us to a good meal tonight to comfort our wounded souls." Alright, I'll arrange it right away. Su Feng knew he couldn't escape this meal. He then picked up the intercom to call the butler and arranged for it. Mr. Su, are you going back to the Magic City? Chen Feiyu was a bit flustered for a moment. I've been out for over 20 days, it's time to go back, especially since Xizong's company has matters to handle. Xizong chimed in, they've been calling me for several days, if I don't go back to handle it, something will go wrong. Chen Feiyu knew that Xizong's business was busy, and the main reason he could play in Shangjiang for so long was because of Su Feng. He also understood that it would be a bit impolite to keep him from leaving. Alright, I'll arrange for someone to take you to the airport right away. Chen Feiyu immediately took out his phone to make arrangements. There were 8 people in Su Feng's group. In addition to Xizong, Pei Rang, and others, he also planned to bring along the butler named Zheng Hui back to the Magic City. After spending these few days together, Su Feng had come to appreciate butler Zheng Hui's professionalism. Many things were already arranged in advance without Su Feng needing to say a word. Moreover, he was a versatile talent, fluent in multiple languages, and could even serve as a driver. Truly worthy of being from the British Butler Academy. With him, Su Feng could worry a lot less. Hong Kong Airport. 4 luxury cars steadily parked at the airport entrance. Mr. Su, may I visit you in the Magic City sometime? Su Feng smiled upon hearing this, understanding the implication behind Chen Feiyu's words. He patted his shoulder and said, as a friend, you're always welcome to drop by. I'll take you to experience the warmth of the mainland then. Si Tsong chimed in with a mischievous grin. Chen Feiyu nodded with a beaming smile, especially when he heard Su Feng refer to him as a friend. He almost burst out laughing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Feng and his group headed into the airport. The return trip was still on Si Tsong's private jet. Shortly after boarding, the airport control tower arranged for takeoff. Watching Hong Kong Island shrink in size, Su Feng suddenly turned and asked, Si Tsong, how much did this plane cost? $25 million, over 200 million. The Falcon 7X is considered the best value among business jets, not much inferior to the Gulfstream. Si Tsong then briefly introduced the Falcon 7X, and Su Feng's interest grew. The plane could accommodate 12 passengers and 4 crew members, with a range of 6,000 nautical miles, or about 11,000 kilometers, basically capable of flying anywhere in the world. Young Master Su could also buy one for convenience in travel. That's something to consider. Su Feng began to calculate in his mind, if he bought a private jet, could a luxury yacht also be included? After the plane landed at Hongqiao Airport in the Magic City, Su Feng and Si Tsong each went their separate ways. Pei Rang, you all should rest well. Tomorrow, the company will hold an awards ceremony to show everyone your achievements, Su Feng said, pinching the bridge of his nose. After several hours on the plane, he felt a bit fatigued. Okay, boss. Pei Rang was extremely excited. Soon, after the excitement wore off, Pei Rang thought of a question and tentatively asked, Boss, will you personally host the awards ceremony tomorrow? Su Feng raised his eyebrows, a playful smile flashing in his eyes. What? Afraid I'll steal your thunder as President Pei? Su Feng looked at him teasingly. Pei Rang felt awkward. Ahem, how could that be? The company is all yours, boss, it's still up to you. I know your little thoughts. But you're right, after all, it's the first awards ceremony, and as the president, you should establish some authority in front of the employees. Alright then, I'll leave the awards ceremony to you, but I want to hold a small meeting with you executives afterward. Hearing that Su Feng entrusted the awards to him, Pei Rang couldn't help but grin. It was known that this time the profits reached 1 billion, and the 5% profit share amounted to a whopping 55 million. 55 million. Pei Rang already had a plan in mind. The 5 of them would take the lion's share from the trip to Hong Kong, the remaining investment group would take a portion, and then a little reward for the other employees. They aimed to distribute the benefits evenly, which could also help increase everyone's cohesion with the company. Upon returning to Seed 1, Su Feng introduced butler Zhang Hui to Aunt Tang, allowing the two to get to know each other and clarify their respective responsibilities to avoid any future issues. Originally, Zhang Hui had suggested that Su Feng find 2 more servants, but after thinking it over, he refused. After all, he was the only one at home now, and having those 2 to serve him was enough. Jin Mao Tower. Su Feng sat in the president's office and could hear the deafening applause coming from outside. Indeed, money is the most attractive. Su Feng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Not long ago, he was one of them, and hearing about bonuses was truly exciting. The meeting lasted for almost half an hour before it ended. Pei Rang entered the office with Zhong Xinyao, Secretary Li, and several other executives, chatting and laughing. When Su Feng went to Shangjiang before, he had arranged for Secretary Li to join the company as the head of the administrative sector, which was a way of laying a foundation for himself within the company. Upon seeing Su Feng sitting in the boss's chair, everyone immediately put away their smiles and respectfully greeted, "Hello, boss." Su Feng waved his hand, signaling everyone to find their seats. The company has been established for almost a month now. I believe everyone has adapted well, and the company should be on the right track. Hearing Su Feng's words, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts, knowing the boss was tightening the reins on them. Let's talk about it. Are there any new projects in the company recently? Su Feng looked at everyone with a hint of expectation, but what he received was a chorus of silence. Su Feng sighed inwardly. It seemed the road ahead was still long. Just as Su Feng was about to change the topic, he saw a hand slowly rising. Boss, I have a project that I'm not sure if it will work. The hand raised belonged to Zhong Xinyao, the CFO Su Feng had hired at great expense. What project? Su Feng was a bit surprised, not expecting her to give him a pleasant surprise. A former classmate of mine has started a company and is currently seeking Series B financing, expecting to raise $10 million. Hearing this, Su Feng felt somewhat uninterested. Zhong Xinyao quickly noticed Su Feng's expression and explained, Boss, I just genuinely believe in this project and think it will shine brightly in the future. Seeing Zhong Xinyao's confident demeanor piqued Su Feng's interest. Su Feng's fingers lightly tapped on the desk, and after a while, he finally spoke. What kind of company did your classmate start? Please give a brief introduction. It's a technology company dedicated to applying artificial intelligence in mobile internet scenarios. The company has been established for 2 years and is developing quite well. $10 million. Su Feng pondered for a moment, and made a decision. I have decided that this project will be our Yunmeng's first official project, with Zhong Xinyao as the main person in charge, Pei Rang to assist, and relevant departments to cooperate fully to quickly produce an investigation and analysis report, to determine whether it is worth investing. Yes, boss. Pei Rang and the others responded loudly. By the way, General Zhong, what is the name of that company? Su Feng suddenly remembered he didn't know the name of the company. Boss, the company is called ByteDance. Dingyer Construction Bank savings card ending in 7890 received 256,200,000 yuan at 8 o'clock on October 1st, with a balance of 1,158,200,000 yuan. Early in the morning, Su Feng was sleeping soundly, when the sound of a text message disturbed his sweet dreams. He glanced at the message on his phone and casually stuffed it under his pillow. Originally, Su Feng had over 1.2 billion in his account. After returning from Shenzhen, he had transferred 300 million to the company as startup funds for investment projects. This morning, the system's funds arrived, nearly 260 million, and with this inflow and outflow, Su Feng's balance had hardly changed. Su Feng also pulled out the system panel that he hadn't looked at for a long time. Host, Su Feng, Intermediate Wealth God, 22 million/1 billion, wealth, 800 yuan, automatically withdrawn on the first of each month. What's this? Su Feng frowned directly upon seeing the experience points section. What's going on? This month, buying a watch and a car, plus the money transferred out, adds up to about 350 million. Why does the system show only over 20 million in experience? After thinking for a while, Su Feng realized that aside from the over 300 million he transferred out, the over 20 million seemed to be the money he spent this month. No way, does it really only count what I actually spend? Su Feng sighed helplessly. Looks like the idea of buying a private jet and a luxury yacht can be put on the agenda. Not thinking too much, Su Feng got out of bed after a brief moment of reflection and headed straight to the bathroom. Soon, sounds of water and Su Feng's off-key singing could be heard from the bathroom. Buzz 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 buzz. Hearing the phone ringing incessantly, Su Feng quickly wiped himself down and wrapped a towel around himself as he stepped out. Who is it, calling so early? Don't they know it's time to rest? Although Su Feng complained, his hands moved quickly to retrieve the phone from under his pillow. Seeing the caller ID, Su Feng was somewhat surprised. He never expected the caller to be his older brother, Yang Wei. Wei Ge, what made you think of calling me? You're not inviting me to dinner, are you? Hey Xiao Chen. A hoarse and tired voice came from the phone, and Su Feng could still recognize it as Yang Wei's voice. Su Feng's heart sank, sensing an ominous premonition. Wei Ge, what's wrong? You sound a bit off. There was a silence of 2 or 3 seconds on the line before Yang Wei's voice came through. Sister Hua and Xiao Yan are both hospitalized. The doctor said it's polycystic kidney disease leading to uremia, which is hereditary. What? Su Feng was startled by the news. Sister Hua and Xiao Yan mentioned by Yang Wei were his wife and daughter, who lived in the Magic City with him, and he had seen them several times during meals. Su Feng vaguely remembered that Xiao Yan was only about 17 or 18 years old this year, right in her youth. How could she have developed such a disease as uremia? Thinking of what Wei Ge just said about hereditary, Su Feng couldn't help but sigh. It truly echoed the old saying, a thin rope breaks at the weakest point, and misfortune seeks out the unfortunate. Life really is beyond one's control. Xiao Chen, I had no choice but to call you. The doctor said this disease requires either long-term dialysis or a kidney transplant. I also went for a matching test, but the doctor found that my kidney has some issues too, so I can't donate. At this point, Su Feng could clearly feel the despair in Wei Ji's words. I've already arranged to sell the house, but ultimately, distant water can't quench a nearby fire. I just wanted to ask you for a favor. Su Feng directly interrupted Yang Wei. Wei Ge, first tell me which hospital you're in, I'll come find you and we can talk face to face. At Ruijin Hospital. Got it, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Su Feng quickly changed his clothes, called for Zhang Hui, and hurried out the door. Su Feng knew Yang Wei too well, he definitely wouldn't call for help unless he had no other choice. Ruijin Hospital was located in HP District, a bit far from Su Feng, especially during rush hour. He rushed and took about half an hour to arrive. When Su Feng found Yang Wei in the nephrology department, he was stunned. Yang Wei's originally black hair had turned half white, and from a distance, he looked like a man in his 50s or 60s. His face was filled with fatigue and worry, his hair was messy, and his red eyes were fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought. Brother Wei Su Feng walked up to him and called softly. Hearing the call, Yang Wei turned his head and saw it was Su Feng, forcing a grim smile on his face. Xiao Chen, you're here. Where are sister-in-law and Xiao Yan? They're undergoing dialysis. It might take another half an hour. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to a room not far away. Su Feng stood up and walked directly over. Through the glass on the doorframe, he could see several people lying inside, each with 2 tubes inserted into their arms. Scanning the room, he quickly spotted Sister Hua and Xiao Yan, both looking haggard. Su Feng sighed deeply and returned to Yang Wei's side. Brother Wei, you should go wash up first. We'll talk about sister-in-law and the others later. Hearing Su Feng's words, a glimmer of hope seemed to appear in Yang Wei's eyes. He nodded and walked towards the washroom. In about 3 to 5 minutes, Yang Wei returned after washing up. His hair was simply combed, and he looked much more spirited than before. Brother Wei, what's the current situation with sister-in-law? What did the doctor say? End-stage uremia, either dialysis or a kidney transplant. Yang Wei paused and continued, Xiao Chen, I called you because I wanted to ask for your help. Your sister-in-law and Xiao Yan are still young, especially Xiao Yan. She has a brighter future ahead. The house back home is mortgaged. It sold for about 300,000 to 400,000. Plus, with the money from buying a car and savings, there's about 600,000, which is almost enough for a kidney transplant. But time waits for no one, the house won't sell quickly, especially for Xiao Yan. The doctor said if we delay any longer, a transplant won't be necessary. Xiao Chen, I know you have the ability. I want to ask you to help me find a suitable kidney donor. I beg you. Saying this, Yang Wei suddenly knelt heavily on the ground, his head hitting the floor with a thud. Thud, the sound echoed in Su Feng's ears. Brother Wei, get up quickly, I will definitely help you with this. Su Feng and Jian Hui hurriedly helped Yang Wei up. Hearing that Su Feng was willing to help, he cried and said, thank you, thank you. There's a saying that a man's tears are not easily shed, but only when it comes to sorrow. Su Feng gave Jiang Hui a glance, signaling him to take good care of Yang Wei, and then stood up to find a quiet place to make a call. As he walked, Su Feng noticed that many of the wards had people undergoing dialysis. He mentally counted. There were at least 30 or 40 people, both old and young. He even saw a child of about 10 years old. Su Feng found a quiet spot, took out his phone, and called Sitsong. There was no other choice. After all, he had more connections in the Magic City than he did. He briefly explained the situation, and Sitsong was silent for a while before saying he would call to check on things. What brought you here? Su Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw Sitsong appear in front of him wearing a mask. I happened to be handling some matters here and thought I'd come by to take a look. Sitsong turned his head and saw Yang Wei sitting not far away but didn't ask anything further. Let's go. I'll take you to meet someone. After saying that, Sitsong quickly walked towards the office, and Su Feng hurriedly followed. Sitsong seemed familiar with the place. When he reached the door of an office, he deliberately took off his mask, glanced back at Su Feng, and gently knocked on the door. Come in, a deep voice came from inside the room. Sitsong then pushed the door open and walked in. The room was small, about 10 square meters, simply furnished with just a desk, a computer, and a filing cabinet. An elderly man with slightly graying hair was smiling as he looked at Sitsong and Su Feng. Uncle Lu, I came to see you. Sitsong grinned, his face showing a hint of eagerness. You still come to see me? Nothing good ever comes without a reason. If it weren't for your dad calling me just now, I might have actually believed your nonsense. As he spoke, the old man's gaze fell on Su Feng. It was hard to tell if the old man's eyes were sharp or if he had simply seen too much of human nature, but it seemed he could see right through Su Feng's thoughts. Hearing the old man's words, Su Feng shivered. He hadn't expected Sitsong to actually call old Wang just to get a connection to the hospital. Looks like I really owe Sitsong a favor this time. Su Feng muttered to himself. The old man didn't waste time and went straight to the point. So, what's the situation? Sitsong quickly nudged Su Feng with his elbow, signaling him to speak, as Sitsong didn't know the specifics either. Su Feng hurriedly explained the situation, and the old man didn't say much more, only asked for a name before starting to look things up on the computer. The room fell into silence, with only the sound of the old man occasionally moving the mouse. However, seeing the old man's gradually furrowing brow made Su Feng's heart skip a beat. It's not the smiling doctors I'm afraid of, it's the ones with furrowed brows. The situation is not optimistic, especially for that little girl. She has already developed kidney failure, and it's quite severe. Uncle Lu, I really need you to put in some extra effort on this. The old man glanced at Sitsong, then at Su Feng, and after a moment of contemplation, nodded, "Alright, you don't need to worry about the rest, but I must say up front, the costs won't be low." Just as he said this, he suddenly seemed to remember something, shaking his head with a smile. "I'm getting old, I forgot that this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for you. Alright, go on with your own business, don't just stand around here wasting time." The old man waved his hand at the two, then lowered his head to focus on his work. "Thank you, Uncle Lu, for your trouble," Sitsong said, pulling Su Feng towards the exit. Su Feng wanted to express his gratitude, but before he could say anything, he was already pulled outside. Phew, finally sorted out. Sitsong sighed in relief once they were outside. Su Feng, a bit surprised, asked, "Sitsong, who is this Uncle Lu? Why were you so nervous?" Sitsong looked around to ensure no one was listening, then leaned closer to Su Feng and whispered, "This Uncle Lu is a direct line to the higher-ups. He's one of the heads of the expert group and has a deep relationship with my dad, decades of friendship." Su Feng was taken aback, he hadn't expected such a big shot. A phrase popped into his mind, generations of effort. Why should it lose to your 10 years of hard study? Although he now had a system, compared to these old families that had developed over generations, he still lagged far behind, especially in terms of connections, which left Su Feng at a significant disadvantage. He now understood why everyone was eager to climb the social ladder, whether in a company or any organization. The desire to change one's class is an eternal belief hidden in people's hearts. The reason more and more people want to be lazy is not that they aren't hardworking, but because they realize their efforts can't compete with others' backgrounds. Some are born in Rome, while others are born to be beasts of burden. Shaking his head, he pushed these thoughts aside. "Thank you so much this time." "Hey, what are you thanking me for? Aren't we friends? Friends should help each other in times of need." Su Feng nodded heavily in response. When Su Feng returned to the ward, he saw Yang Wei talking to two doctors, and from the excited expression on his face, it was clear that it was good news. Once the two doctors left, Su Feng walked over with Sitsong. Yang Wei quickly approached Su Feng. "Xiao Chen, thank you so much." It turns out that the two people who just came were members of the nephrology expert group, here to inform him that the two patients would be accepted by the expert group and would soon be transferred to the intensive care unit. "Alright, Wei Ge, you don't need to worry too much now, things will gradually get better," Su Feng comforted, patting Yang Wei's shoulder. It will get better." Hope sparkled in Yang Wei's eyes. At that moment, several doctors and nurses arrived, pushing Hua Jia and Xiao Yan out of the ward, seemingly preparing to move them to the intensive care unit. "Where are Li Xiaohua's family members?" a nurse called out, holding several documents. Here. "What's wrong, nurse?" Yang Wei raised his hand and jogged over to the nurse. Su Feng followed suit. "The expert group just sent a notice that they have found a highly compatible kidney source for the two patients, and the surgery can be performed as early as tomorrow. Here's the payment slip, hurry and make the payment." It is said that the medical resources in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou are the strongest in the country, and at this moment, it was vividly demonstrated. Yang Wei trembled as he took a glance at the payment slip, his right hand shaking as he muttered, 800,000. "How can I come up with 800,000 all of a sudden?" Seeing the helpless look in Yang Wei's eyes, Su Feng reached out and took the slip from him. "Wei Ge, you go check on your sister-in-law, I'll take care of the payment." After saying that, he turned and walked toward the payment area. Yang Wei watched Su Feng's departing figure, his mouth opening as tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Yang Wei did not head to the intensive care unit but instead walked to the nurse's station. After asking the nurse for a few items, he finally turned and headed toward the intensive care unit. "Nurse, payment," Su Feng said as he handed over the slip and his bank card. Beside him, Sitsong leaned against the wall, puzzled, and asked, "That Wei Ge has such a good relationship with you? Not only helping to find connections but also covering the medical expenses. People like you are becoming increasingly rare." Su Feng shrugged, knowing he wasn't a saint, he might not have helped if it were another stranger. After all, there are too many sufferings in the world that one cannot help with. Intensive care unit. When Su Feng entered, he saw Yang Wei chatting with Hua Jia and Xiao Yan, and it seemed they had learned about the kidney source, as both of their faces no longer showed the previous pallor. Xiao Chen Shingo Hua Jia and Xiao Yan greeted Su Feng as he entered. "Sister-in-law, Xiao Yan." Su Feng smiled back. At this moment, Yang Wei also stood up, looking a bit nervous as he gazed at Su Feng, wanting to speak but was stopped by a glance from Su Feng. After chatting with Hua Jia and Xiao Yan for a while, he gave Yang Wei a look and stepped out of the ward. "Wei Ge, here's the payment slip, you keep it safe." Su Feng pulled out a stack of slips from his pocket and handed them over. Yang Wei hesitated for a moment as he looked at the payment slip, but ultimately, he trembled as he accepted it. "Xiao Chen, this money is a loan from you, I'll pay you back after the house is sold." Here's an IOU I wrote, Yang Wei said as he took out a piece of paper from his pocket, which he had written on earlier at the nurse's station. Wei Ge, this IOUI. Before he could finish, he saw the resolute look in Yang Wei's eyes, which seemed to say that Su Feng would not be allowed to refuse. Alright then, I'll accept it. Su Feng tucked the IOU into his pocket. Knowing Yang Wei's character, he was someone who would insist on his word, and if he didn't accept it, he might end up kneeling. Seeing Su Feng accept the IOU, Yang Wei felt a sense of relief in his heart. Wei Ge, I'm leaving now. You take good care of your sister-in-law in Xiaoyan. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Su Feng said his goodbyes, feeling a bit stifled in such an environment, especially during the payment process. Su Feng also saw one or two people kneeling in the corridor of the ward, hands clasped in prayer. Sure enough, the end of medicine is metaphysics. Shall we go have a meal together? In the hospital parking lot, Su Feng leaned against his Rolls-Royce, looking at Seat Song, who was puffing out smoke beside him. Seat Song threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it. Forget about the meal, I've been quite busy lately. Let's talk after I'm done. Alright, I'll treat you to a meal once you're free. After Su Feng finished speaking, he paused for a moment and continued, thanks for today, if you need help in the future, just give me a shout. I'll remember that. Seat Song said with a smile. Although they called each other friends, no one ever has too few favors, especially when one's status reaches a certain level. A single favor could pull you back from the edge of a cliff. In a society of favors, it's all about give and take. Just as Seat Song was about to leave, Su Feng's phone rang, and for some reason, he stopped in his tracks. Su Feng didn't pay much attention, picked up the phone, and answered. Hello, what's up? The caller was CFO Zhong Xinyao. Boss, regarding the investment in the bike project, I wonder if it's a good time for you. Zhong Xinyao's tone carried a hint of excitement. Just say it directly, boss. The bike project has been evaluated by the company, and it's considered a very high-quality project that could change the internet landscape in the future. I suggest increasing the investment. Hearing this, Su Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Although his company was newly established, many employees were elites with years of experience in the investment industry, especially the investment group, which is now the investment analysis department. Since the bike project had garnered support from everyone, it seemed to indeed have potential. What do you mean? Since Zhong Xinyao called him, she must have some thoughts. Increase the investment and strive to become a major shareholder of Byte. Do I need to personally intervene? Su Feng understood Zhong Xinyao's intentions. To give the other party enough importance to achieve the goal of investment. It would be better if the boss personally intervenes. After all, Yunmeng's capital had just been established, and its reputation in the industry was basically non-existent. Although having an old classmate like Zhong Xinyao helped, it mostly just gave them a priority in negotiations. After pondering for a moment, Su Feng agreed. Alright, you arrange a meeting soon, and you'll handle the negotiations while I sign. Boss, we might need to go to the capital, their company is over there. Su Feng thought this company was in Modu, but it turned out to be in the capital. Okay, just arrange the itinerary and notify me when it's ready. Su Feng also planned to take this opportunity to have some fun in the capital. Last time he was too rushed and missed many places. After hanging up the phone, he saw Seat Song looking at him with curiosity. Where are you flying off to this time? To the capital. The company's first official project is over there. Planning to check it out and have some fun for a few days. Upon hearing that Su Feng was going out to play again, Seat Song's mood soured. Destruction. Watching the gloomy Seat Song drive away, Su Feng couldn't help but sigh. Who says rich second-generation kids only eat, drink, and have fun? Behind their glamorous lives, there are also endless tasks. Sigh, am I not also a busy person? Su Feng shook his head and got into the car. Let's go home. Jiang Hui then started the car and left Ruijin Hospital. The capital. Wangfujing Peninsula Hotel. Su Feng stood by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Is everything arranged? Everything is arranged. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., we will have a meeting at Byte Company. By the way, boss, there are 3 other investment companies involved in this round of financing. Zhong Xinyao, standing behind Su Feng with a folder in her hands, quickly stepped forward upon hearing Su Feng's question. Su Feng frowned slightly. Zhong Xinyao hurriedly explained, these 3 are from the previous Series A financing, but their strength isn't that impressive. This is the company's first project. I don't want to see any mistakes. Su Feng understood that those companies had their rights, which was unavoidable. Don't worry, boss, there will definitely be no problems. Zhong Xinyao was quite confident about this. Hearing this, Su Feng nodded slightly. Alright, go back to your room and rest well. Your task tomorrow won't be easy. Yes, boss. After Zhong Xinyao left the room, Su Feng lazily lay down on the sofa. He had originally planned to take a stroll around Wangfujing near the hotel. However, with the upcoming National Day holiday, the crowds were overwhelming. Just now, when he looked out the window, he was already frustrated by the throngs of people on Wangfujing Street. This was just Wangfujing. If he were to go to popular spots like the Forbidden City or the Summer Palace, it would be a matter of squeezing through the crowds. All he could see were heads. The Forbidden City and the Summer Palace aren't must-sees. I can wait until the crowds thin out to consider them. Just as he lay down on the sofa, preparing to take a short nap, a phone call came in. Ugh, why are there so many calls in a day? Su Feng complained, but when he saw the caller ID, he instantly woke up. Dad, what made you think of calling me? Is there something up? Su Feng wondered what his dad was calling about. It couldn't be that there was a problem with the hot pot restaurant, right? Xiaocheng, I have good news for you. Su Zhiyun's somewhat proud laughter came from the other end of the line. Hearing it was good news, Su Feng's previous worries vanished instantly. He chuckled and teased, Dad, what's the good news? You and Mom aren't expecting again, are you? Come on, stop joking around, I'm being serious. After Su Feng left, Su Zhiyun took 3 million back home and held a family meeting. Based on their experiences and familiarity with Fuzhou City, they found a suitable place to open a hot pot restaurant. Coincidentally, there was a shop that used to serve soup pot dishes available for transfer, so Su Zhiyun took over the shop, did some simple renovations, and opened for business. Hot pot is all about flavor and ingredients, and as the head chef, Chen Shufan took on the responsibility, personally simmering the hot pot base every day. Thanks to the taste, they quickly attracted many nearby residents. Word spread quickly, and with fresh ingredients and great flavors, they rapidly established a foothold in Fuzhou's hot pot scene, often closing only in the early hours due to the crowds. The family even held a meeting to discuss expanding their staff, hiring kitchen help and waitstaff to prepare for opening branches. Su Zhiyun called to say that the initial investment had already been recouped within a month, and the family was ready to take the next step and open several branches. He called to ask for Su Feng's opinion. If you want to open, then go ahead. As long as you maintain the flavor, freshness of the ingredients, and service, this business can keep going. Su Feng also mentioned some service-related issues, emphasizing the importance of attention to detail, as sometimes a small issue could lead to a restaurant's closure. By the way, Dad, what is the name of the hot pot restaurant? Ahem, Su Zhiyun coughed awkwardly twice. Hearing that sound, a thought suddenly popped into Su Feng's mind. Dad, you didn't name the hot pot restaurant Shufan, did you? Su Zhiyun felt as if her little thoughts had been pierced, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, she said, What's wrong? Is there any problem with calling it Shufan Hot Pot? No problem. It's great, just this name can make the hot pot restaurant popular. Su Feng wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. That's a must. Alright, just wanted to let you know that things are going well at home, nothing else, I'm hanging up now. After saying that, she hung up the phone before Su Feng could respond, giving off a feeling of fleeing in a hurry. Su Feng looked at the hung-up phone and shook his head with a smile. Shufan haha, the reputation of being a pushover is indeed well-deserved. Bite Company is located on Jichuan Road in the HD district, not far from where Su Feng is in Wangfujing. Worried about the heavy traffic during the holidays. After having lunch, Su Feng and the others drove directly to Bite Company. Since they had no business in the capital, they had a Rolls-Royce arranged by Zhong Xinyao at the hotel for their travel, which made Su Feng a bit angry. I must buy a car in the capital. No, I should just buy a house. Anyway, upgrading the system will cost money, and I will definitely come to the capital often in the future, so I might as well do it all at once. Su Feng decided that after this round of financing was over, he would buy a house in the capital, preferably a courtyard-style house. Although they had anticipated traffic jams, they didn't expect a journey that usually took half an hour to stretch into an hour. By the time they arrived, the people from the other 3 investment companies had already been there for a while. Just as the reception staff at Byte was about to push open the door, they heard the sound of discussion from inside, and Su Feng quickly stopped them. What's the deal with that Yun Mengzi? I've never heard of them, how did they suddenly barge in? Who knows, they suddenly told us that other investment companies have joined the B-round financing, and we don't know if they are a formidable opponent. Whether they are formidable or not, I only know that this Yun Mengzi seems not simple, coming from the Magic City, and the company was just established about a month ago. Can you guess where their location is? Stop rambling, just say it. There are no outsiders here, no need for this. Jinmao Tower in the Magic City, prime location in Lujiazui. A company that can take root in this place is definitely not simple. It could just be a shell company, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Besides, how can someone from the Magic City come to our capital and have it easy? Exactly, we must make sure they leave empty-handed today. Su Feng stood at the door, listening to the heated discussions inside, a smile creeping onto his lips. Xinyao, they in the capital look down on us outsiders. Whether we can take root depends on you. Boss, don't worry, no one can do anything here. Zhong Xinyao's eyes flashed with determination. This project was also a test of her abilities. Let's go in and see what these guys are made of. After saying that, Su Feng pushed open the door and walked in. The three investment companies, who were chatting idly, stopped their conversation in unison as the conference room door opened, their gazes all turning towards the entrance. Seeing a young man leading the way, the expressions of those present varied. Some were surprised, some were thoughtful, and some were disdainful. Su Feng took in everyone's expressions. Hello, Haina Capital, Yuanjun. Yuanma Capital, Lanjun. Yoli Capital, Guochuang. Looking at the fake smiles on their faces, Su Feng calmly said, Yunmengzi Capital, Su Feng. Surname Su? The leader, Yuanjun from Haina Capital, began to ponder. It seemed there weren't any prominent figures with the surname Su in the Magic City. In the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, there are indeed prominent families with the surname Su, but they basically never come to the capital to have fun. For a moment, Yuanjun couldn't figure out whether Su Feng truly had strength or if he was just a performer invited by the bike company. Su Feng casually found an empty seat and sat down, while Zhong Xinyao sat next to him, and the others took seats behind them. The originally lively room fell into silence at this moment. During this time, Lanjun from Yuanma Capital wanted to probe Su Feng's background, but unfortunately, he was stopped by Yuanjun's gaze before he could even speak. The situation was unclear, so they could only wait quietly for the arrival of the bike company's boss. Time quickly reached 2 o'clock, and the conference room door was pushed open again, revealing a baby-faced man who hurriedly walked in with a few people. Sorry, everyone, for keeping you waiting. Some of you know me, and some are meeting me for the first time, so let me introduce myself briefly. I am the boss of bike company Zhang Yiming. Zhang Yiming stood at the head of the conference table, smiling and looking composed as he gazed down at the four investment companies seated below. His eyes lingered for a moment on Su Feng and his group, and he smiled and nodded at Zhong Xinyao. This scene was also noticed by Yuanjun and the others, each lost in their thoughts. Especially for Yuanma Capital, which was in the Angel round, and Haina Capital, which was in the A round of financing. Initially, these two, along with Yoli Capital, had privately discussed how to divide this cake, striving to obtain the most shares for the least amount of money, but they never expected a Chang Yaojin to appear out of nowhere, seemingly with a close relationship with the boss of Byte. This left the three capital firms somewhat bewildered. Zhang Yiming also took in the expressions of the three investment company leaders, secretly amused. Upon unexpectedly learning that his old classmate Zhong Xinyao had returned from abroad to join a newly established investment company and had become an executive, he instantly had an idea to bring this new company, Yunmeng's, into the game, breaking the monopoly of Yuanma Capital and Haina Capital, otherwise it would be detrimental to the company's development. As an excellent entrepreneur, Zhang Yiming naturally understood the way of balance. Only through internal development of a polygon could rapid expansion of the company be promoted. Yuanma Capital and Haina Capital had been established for many years, so they naturally understood the intricacies and brought Yoli Capital into their small group. Whether Yunmeng's ultimately secured B-round financing or the three joined forces to win, Zhang Yiming could remain steady as a mountain and gain the greatest benefit. However, Zhang Yiming calculated everything but did not account for the fact that although Yunmeng's was a startup investment company, its behind-the-scenes boss was a fierce dragon crossing the river. Seeing that the timing was right, Zhang Yiming cleared his throat and began to introduce the company's development and future plans, showcasing the highlights of the investment, which was a necessary process for financing. Only by letting the capital see the company's development prospects would they invest more money. Watching Zhang Yiming stand at the front of the conference table, confidently introducing how excellent their technology was, leading the world in similar products, functions and technology, with industry-leading users and extremely high natural growth. Su Feng was completely lost, nearly dozing off, his head drooping several times, while Zhong Xinyao beside him felt like dying, wishing she had let the boss rest outside. The leaders of the other three companies and Zhang Yiming, who was speaking on stage, gradually noticed Su Feng's odd behavior. Yuanjun and the others were overjoyed, already believing in their hearts that Su Feng was just a smokescreen sent by Zhang Yiming to raise the investment share, making them invest more money. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiming felt bitter inside, realizing that his previous calculations were about to come to nothing. As the explanation deepened, Su Feng could no longer hold on, propping his head with one hand and directly falling asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Su Feng was sleeping soundly when he heard Zhong Xinyao calling him. "Boss, wake up, what's wrong?" Su Feng squinted his eyes and said, "Zhang Yiming has finished the presentation, and now it's the main event." Zhong Xinyao quickly explained. Upon hearing main event, Su Feng knew this was the final step into financing. According to professional institutions' estimates, Byte's current market value is $50 million, and the company has decided to offer 20% of its shares for financing. Each responsible person can subscribe on their own, Zhang Yiming said confidently. He had high hopes for the company's future development and had invested a lot of effort into it. Sigh. Zhang Yiming secretly sighed, regretting that his plans had gone awry. Mr. Zhang, the company's valuation of $50 million seems a bit inflated. Among the few products under Byte, only Tushio stands out, but in the market, similar products like Weibo have already dominated. Tushio alone cannot compete with Weibo. Based on our assessment, Byte's market value is at most $40 million, so I don't quite agree with your company's valuation. Guo Chuang, the head of Ely Capital, was the first to strike, aiming to suppress Byte's valuation. Yuan Jin and Lan Jin beside him exchanged glances, a hint of amusement in their eyes. Bringing Ely Capital in was to make them the vanguard, aiming to tear apart Byte's defenses to achieve their goals. Zhang Yiming felt a bit angry upon hearing this, knowing it was a tactic of capital, but he also understood that his company only had Tushio to rely on. Mr. Gua, with the development of technology, the personalized digital media market will usher in rapid growth. Byte is already laying out related industries, and with our user base, I believe we will see a leap forward in the near future. Guo Chuang from Ely Capital was about to retort when Zhong Xinyao, sitting next to Su Feng, chimed in. We at Yunmeng's agree with this. The future is the internet era, and the digital media market will become mainstream. Yuan Jin and the others sneered inwardly at Zhong Xinyao's blatant support, thinking, it seems Zhang Yiming really did invite help. With such open backing, what else could their intentions be? It's just to make them spend more money. The three exchanged glances, and as the lead investor, Haina Capital began to press, Mr. Zhang, the market value assessments from our three investment firms are all $40 million. The 20% stake is priced at $8 million. If Mr. Zhang has no objections, we will all subscribe. You guys? Although he had been mentally prepared, when the moment came, Zhang Yiming still found it hard to accept. He could only look to his old classmate Zhong Xinyao for help. If Yunmeng's did not participate, Zhang Yiming would be left with only two outcomes. One was to tearfully agree to the demands of the three investment banks led by Haina Capital, leading to Byte's complete failure. The other was the failure of this B-round financing, causing Byte to lose its opportunity for rapid development, with a bleak future ahead. Zhong Xinyao also noticed Zhang Yiming's plea for help and immediately looked at Su Feng beside her, as the decision-maker was not herself. Su Feng had his right hand on the table, his left hand supporting his chin, rhythmically tapping his fingers, deep in thought. Boss, we? Zhong Xinyao tentatively asked. Her words interrupted Su Feng's contemplation, and the tapping stopped as he turned to look at Zhang Yiming at the conference table. We at Yunmeng's agree with Mr. Zhang's market value assessment, and we will subscribe to all 20% of the shares. If Mr. Zhang thinks it's feasible, we can sign the contract immediately. The clear and cold voice of Su Feng echoed in the conference room. The three investment companies, who were about to enjoy the fruits of victory, all turned their gazes towards Su Feng, each wearing a look of astonishment. Zhang Yiming also showed a relieved expression upon hearing this. No problem, we can sign the contract directly. Yuan Jin and the others instantly became agitated upon hearing this.